Flash Star collapsed weakly onto the sofa, his transformation dissipating as he returned to his human form. But even in his human state, Xiao Chen's appearance was anything but ordinary. His blood-red eyes gleamed with fury, veins bulging on his forehead as his entire being radiated the intensity of a wild beast barely restrained. The Excalibur remained firmly attached to his back, utterly still, yet brimming with an ominous presence. Suddenly, whoosh! Xiao Chen's hand shot out like a gust of wind, effortlessly snatching a mosquito from midair and crushing it within his palm. The car was parked in the forest, making it a haven for mosquitoes to slip inside. But with his enhanced physique, Xiao Chen's senses had become razor-sharp. He could hear the faintest buzz of insects with terrifying clarity. Annoying. With a surge of frustration, he slammed his fist onto the small table beside him, shattering it into splinters. Irritated, he grabbed the TV remote and switched it on. To his surprise, the screen flickered to life. That meant they weren't too far from the city. If the TV could pick up a signal, then it was highly likely that people were nearby. The realization set off alarm bells in his mind. The news broadcast caught his attention. According to the latest reports, 2 accomplices of the alien have been located. His gaze snapped to the screen. The live footage displayed the entrance of a massive high-rise, the new 853 building, bathed in artificial lights against the night sky. The area was swarming with heavily armed soldiers. At the center of the chaos, 2 figures stood against the horde. A man clad in steel armor, darting through the air, unleashing relentless attacks, and a young girl fiercely holding her ground beside him. Explosions and gunfire echoed from the screen. Xiao Chen's heart pounded violently in his chest. He knew that suit of armor all too well. He had designed it himself, for Tian Xiaoban. And the girl beside him? Xiaoban and Xiaowen? Xiao Chen lunged toward the TV, his breath quick and ragged, his face nearly pressed against the cold screen. The figures on the broadcast were distant, mere specks on the screen, but Xiaoban's vibrant orange hair made him unmistakable. There was no doubt. Xiaoban and Xiaowen were fighting for their lives. I have to save them. I have to save them. His voice trembled with desperation, his red eyes darkening further, his entire being vibrating with barely contained rage. The sheer force of his outburst sent shockwaves through the room, the windows rattled, and the TV screen crackled with static. Then, boom! On the screen, Xiaoban's steel armor suddenly faltered and disengaged, its power drained. His small figure was left exposed, hanging in midair. Gravity took hold. A blood-curdling scream tore through the air as Xiaoban plummeted to the ground. The impact was brutal. A pool of crimson spread beneath him. Xiaowen, her fiery hair whipping around her face, rushed to his side, cradling his motionless body, tears streaming down her face as her anguished cries pierced the night. The armed men surrounded them, weapons raised. Then, the screen went dark. Xiao Chun stood frozen, staring blankly at the void where the broadcast had been. His mind reeled in horror and disbelief. It felt like a nightmare, an illusion he refused to accept. But deep down he knew. This time, he had lost. His enemies had played him masterfully, leading him into an elaborate game of manipulation, setting traps within traps, pulling strings from the shadows. And now his family, his people, were paying the price. Worse still, there was no clear enemy to take revenge upon. No direct perpetrator, no singular force he could direct his fury toward. His hatred had no target, no outlet. That was the cruelest part of it all. System. His voice was low, chillingly calm. I might have to surrender myself to the Excalibur. Prepare the ultimate evolution. If I can't win as I am, maybe I can use its full power. Ultimate evolution. The Excalibur's full strength. Alien DNA. The combination of these forces could make him unstoppable. And the consequences? He didn't care. Let the demon within decide. Conquest. Destruction. Or redemption. Host, you still have one more lottery draw available. The system's voice rang coldly in his mind. Xiao Chun barely reacted. Meaning, he asked flatly. You can randomly extract a new alien DNA for transformation, even one not currently stored in the Omnitrix. Xiao Chen's breath hitched. A flicker of light sparked in his hopeless gaze. Supergiant. Ex-Superman. Clock King. Any of these impossibly powerful beings could be within his grasp. Then, as quickly as it appeared, the light in his eyes dimmed again. What were the odds? So many DNA sequences. How likely was it that he'd get one of the strongest? It was foolish to hope. He reached for the door handle, ready to leave. Then, he stopped. A sudden fire reignited in his chest. His grip tightened, and he slowly lifted his gaze, his pupils burning with determination.
What if?
His heart pounded wildly.
What if I win?
Even if it's 1 in a million.
I have to try.
His voice roared with renewed resolve. System, initiate the extraction. The world around him shifted instantly. The interior of the car melted away, replaced by a vast, infinite digital space.
Above him, endless expanse.
Below, nothingness, yet he stood firm.
And before him,
a massive, old-fashioned lottery wheel, gleaming ominously in the void. The prizes were inscribed across its sections. Wonder Dragon. Four-handed Overlord.
Flash Star.
Frozen Lizard. Mojus's DNA. Extinction Longuan's DNA.
And there, Ex-Superman. Clock King. Supergiant.
Their sections were almost impossibly small, a fraction of the wheel's surface, while weaker DNAs took up the majority.
One spin. One chance.
Shao Chun took a deep breath, his fingers curling into fists.
No hesitation. Start.
With a fierce determination, he spun the wheel, watching as his fate was sealed. Shhhhhhh. The pointer spun wildly, a streak of light flashing across the wheel. At first, Shao Chun tracked its movement, but as the speed increased, his vision blurred, making it impossible to follow. He wiped his eyes, refocusing just in time to see the pointer skimming over the narrow section labeled Ex-Superman.
Come on.
Once, twice, the pointer bypassed the Ex-Superman slot again and again. The tension in Xiao Chen's heart mounted with every missed opportunity. The wheel's momentum finally began to wane. Slower and slower it turned, inching its way around. As it approached Ex-Superman once more, Xiao Chun instinctively stepped closer, barely breathing. Stop, stop, he whispered urgently.
But fate was unkind.
The pointer slid past Ex-Superman without hesitation. Next was Clock King. Xiao Chun held onto a sliver of hope, but the pointer continued its sluggish march past Clock King, past Supergiant, and showed no signs of stopping. Deflated, Xiao Chun collapsed to his knees, his heart heavy with disappointment. He watched helplessly as the pointer dragged itself past Four-Handed Overlord, Flash Star, and Gliding King Kong, ignoring them all. It crawled toward Wonder Dragon.
Still, it did not stop.
The pointer's movement was agonizingly slow, a deliberate test of Xiao Chen's patience. It barely nudged forward, moving past powerful aliens that wouldn't appear in the Omnitrix for years. Hope reignited in his chest. Even though the pointer hesitated, it was still moving toward Ex-Superman. Was there still a chance? Xiao Chun sprang to his feet, willing the pointer forward with sheer determination.
Then, boom! The pointer halted.
For a few seconds, it remained utterly still. It landed, right next to Ex-Superman. Mojatha's DNA. Xiao Chen's mind blanked. Mojatha's DNA. He murmured. Does the system want me to harness this monstrous power? To fuse it with my own demonic energy for revenge? He stood motionless, seconds stretching into eternity. Then, without warning, boom! The pointer jerked forward once more.
It clicked into place. Right on Ex-Superman.
Xiao Chen's breath hitched. Ex-Superman? A surge of euphoria crashed over him. Unable to contain himself, he jumped into the air, waving the Excalibur frantically, his excitement bursting from within. He roared to the sky, unleashing the pent-up emotions clawing at his heart. Everything was saved. Everything. Boom. Half a minute into his celebration, the pointer shuddered once more. It moved again. Xiao Chen's triumphant expression froze. His body went rigid as he watched in horror. The pointer hadn't stopped. A sharp chime rang in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully extracting an alien transformation. You may transform once at any time. This transformation will not consume energy. Duration, 15 minutes. The system's cold voice echoed in his ears. The realization struck him like a thunderbolt. His heart, still riding the high of victory, shattered under the weight of the system's abrupt conclusion. Never again. Never again did he want to endure this torturous gamble. What is it? What did I win? Xiao Chun demanded, his voice trembling with uncertainty. A blinding flash engulfed his vision. When the light faded, he was back. Inside the car. Xiao Chun stood frozen, his pupils dilated. His mind reeled from the transition, struggling to grasp his surroundings. Where am I? He turned wildly, panic flaring within him. Did I return? Yes, the system responded coolly. Xiao Chun clenched his fists. System, tell me, what DNA did I get? He strained to recall the final moment, but his nerves had wiped his memory clean. His mind had blanked under the pressure. Would the host like to transform now? The system's robotic monotone cut through his thoughts. Xiao Chen's frustration flared. Are you messing with me? The system remained silent. Xiao Chun took a deep breath, forcing himself to focus. Since he didn't know what alien he had drawn, he had only one option. Fine. Let's roll the dice. His voice was steady. Use it. A burst of brilliant light erupted from his body, illuminating the dark forest around him. Meanwhile, deep in the shadows of the trees, heavily armed soldiers crept through the underbrush. Their target, the old battered car hidden among the foliage. 100 soldiers took up positions, blending seamlessly into their surroundings, their weapons trained on the dilapidated vehicle. Superior, we have located the alien hideout, one soldier reported through his radio. A crackling response came through. Eliminate the target. Open fire. Bang. 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 A relentless hail of bullets tore through the car, riddling it with holes. Metal crumpled and shattered, the engine bursting into flames, thick smoke billowing into the night sky. Inside, there was no movement.
Got him, one soldier barked triumphantly.
The entire team advanced cautiously, weapons raised. Confirm the body, the superior's voice commanded. We need visual confirmation of the alien's corpse. The soldiers moved in, approaching the destroyed vehicle. The first man reached for the door, flinging it open.
Nothing. No body. No remains.
Just an empty, ruined interior. A deep silence fell over the squad. Their expressions darkened. Every scan, every reading, had pinpointed a high-level life form here. So where had it gone?
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
This place is like a wormhole. A square-shaped yellow robot with a huge clockwork on its head and an Omnitrix pattern on its chest is walking in this empty wormhole. He was very clear. This is no wormhole. But time goes on. Yes, Xiao Chen turned into an alien at this moment. The king of clocks. He twisted the clockwork on his head, and the wormholes around him began to show various pictures, which were pictures that symbolized the time period. First picture. It's Xiao Chen wearing a black-sleeved robe. The background is actually the exit of the wormhole. Xiao Chen in black-sleeved robe is just striding out of the wormhole. Outside the wormhole is Captain Stee, who is surrounded by old broken cars. Subordinates. Immediately after. In the second picture of 853, Xiao Chen became a wanted criminal. In the third picture, his whole body was eroded by the Excalibur sword, his skin was reddish, his teeth were sharp, his appearance was terrifying, and he looked a bit like a human version. The Apache, completely merged with the power of the devil, until the new picture emerges. A four-handed overlord with beast ears and sharp teeth, holding an Excalibur sword, in front of a cannon plane like a torrent of steel, and a witch from the magic camp, Dr. Dong Wu riding a large beast. And all around, is the city. To be precise, it is a city full of devastation, collapsed buildings, fires everywhere, and countless deaths. Seeing this, the Clock King suddenly woke up. This is the future. After going out of this wormhole by yourself, you will encounter these things, step by step, to become the most ferocious wanted criminal, and finally become the enemy of the whole world, whether it is the evil or the righteous party to beat him. This kind of ending was naturally not what he wanted. It appears to have twisted the wrong mainspring. The Clock King hurriedly twisted the clockwork back, and soon, the surrounding pictures disappeared one after another, replaced by a brand new picture. First picture, it's the flash star standing behind the sniper. Do not want? The Clock King definitely doesn't want to come back here and keep twisting the clockwork. Then, the blue-haired girl was accidentally killed by the flash star on the TV station. To be precise, the blue-haired girl deliberately died in the hands of the flash star and framed him. Keep twisting the clockwork. This time, the picture presented does not belong to the memory of the Clock King. That's a small room. A ferocious crocodile was chatting with the blue-haired girl. The crocodile seemed to be obedient, squatting on the ground and listening to the blue-haired girl giving orders. This timeline, although it's not what I want, but you can go in and have a look. The Clock King decisively stopped twisting the clockwork, looked at the picture in front of him, took a deep breath, and actually lifted his footsteps toward nothingness. Taste? Next moment. He stepped into the picture. Do you understand now? The ghost commanded to the crocodile man, after I blame Xiao Chen for my death, you will come out and kill him again. It doesn't matter if you don't kill him, you must not give him time to clarify. Yes, boss. The crocodile man nodded, and said worriedly, Boss, will this price be too high? We can obviously kill Xiao Chen together. Ghost Ying sneered and said indifferently, That's because you don't know Xiao Chen. I know very well that Xiao Chen holds something more advanced than his watch. That ultimate evolution is the best example, although I don't know what it is. However, to push Xiao Chen into a hurry, we all have to die. If you can't attack by force, then intrigue. Talking and talking. He looked stunned and turned his head slowly. This time, face to face with the Clock King. The Clock King looked a little shocked. I didn't expect that the Ghost Shadow actually had so much information about me, and, as I thought, the Ghost Shadow was resurrected on this blue-haired girl. Who are you? Ghost Shadow was suddenly startled, and asked in astonishment, as the King of Ghosts, how could he not detect the approach of other creatures? But when he saw the Omnitrix pattern on the Clock King's body, he suddenly reacted. I'm the one you're going to kill. The Clock King said lightly. How can you have this kind of alien hero? The ghost quickly distracted by talking, and then quickly flew to the Clock King, trying to sneak attack. Call out? The pattern on the Clock King's chest instantly burst into a dark green light, just hitting the ghost in front of him. Ah! Ghost Shadow screamed subconsciously, and touched his body with both hands, but did not feel any pain, but was enveloped by this light. What happened? He suddenly felt a little tired. Immediately. Tiredness is getting stronger and stronger. The little face of the blue-haired girl turned into what she looked beautiful when she was an adult, then turned into what she looked like when she was middle-aged, and finally became a wrinkled blue-haired old man. Boom! He fell to the ground. He didn't have the strength to stand. He just looked at the Clock King with extremely frightened eyes. Ghost Shadow realized what is called dimensionality reduction strike. And the Crocodile man was even more stunned. Call out? Another beam of light fell on the Crocodile man, covering his whole body. His body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally turned into a baby crocodile with a height of 30 centimeters, sitting on the ground and staring blankly around. Taste? The light is not over yet? In the end, the light became smaller and smaller, and the body structure of the two began to reorganize, changing into a pile of energy, and it drifted away. Destroy the living body. The Clock King can feel that at this moment, he is driving an unprecedented power, which is a kind of divine power that controls life. Call. The King of Clock looked at the setting in the room, found the 4.5 phone on the table, and looked at the contents. 6:45 in the evening. It seems that this is a certain lounge in the TV studio. Call out? The Clock King grabbed the clockwork on his head and continued back to the wormhole. A new picture appeared in the wormhole again. Classroom encounter. Further on. It was when I met the circus trio at the gym. This is not the end point. I want to find a time period where I can fight the ghosts to the death without disturbing other places. The Clock King thought for a while, twisted the clockwork a full circle, and finally, the picture became old broken car. Inside the old broken car, the ghost face confronts Xiao Chen. This is the origin. A nightmare? The origin is the end? This is the place to fight the ghosts to the death. Xiao Chen, where did you take me? Ghost, what? You're such a smart person. It's beyond my expectations to realize this. I think it's a pity to kill you. Your performance is quite good. Xiao Chen in the picture is still talking to the ghost, and has not started a duel. The Clock King immediately raised the solace of his feet and walked towards the picture in front of him. And this time, the Excalibur behind him was gone. Because in the timeline he went to, he already owns this Excalibur tile, and it has the same owner, so he must not bring it here. If you bring it over, the timeline will be completely collapsed. And Xiao Chen in this timeline is actually Xiao Chen's past. Can be understood as, this past Xiao Chen has obtained all 16 memories in the future, including the right to use the Clock King. Taste? The ghost's words stopped abruptly, and he saw the dazzling white light flashing around Xiao Chen. His expression became surprised. What tricks are you asking for? A mysterious, heavy force radiated from Xiao Chen's body, as if time and space were flowing for him, presented in front of the ghost. It's the hulking robot, the Clock King. The Clock King lowered his head, and his whole body was curled up, because it was difficult for the old broken car to accommodate his huge body, so he had to show this attitude. What is this? The ghost's gaze fell on the Omnitrix pattern on the Clock King's body, and his expression became even more bizarre. What's going on? Why can you transform in a dream? Call. The Clock King took a deep breath and said to the Ghost Shadow, correct your words, it's not a dream, it's a nightmare. It's just not my nightmare, it's your nightmare. Ghost Shadow looked startled. He did not expect that the Clock King knew that this was a dream. Moreover, the Clock King also chose to stay and did not leave. Taste? The pattern on his chest released a beam of blue light, which is the light that kills the light, can attribute all the weight of life to the energy body, reorganizes time, and carries a supreme divine power that crushes everything. The Ghost Shadow was illuminated by the light, and it shook like a sieve. Screaming, excruciating pain, fear. Even if he didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. This kind of power to destroy the body, soul, and will is more frightening than any power of destruction. Die. The Clock King continues to unleash the power from time. It's been quite a while. The gathered time energy was consumed, the Clock King took a step back, and the light on his chest went out. And the ghost in front, although still trembling with fear, but his body didn't change in the slightest, he stayed where he was, looking at the Clock King coldly. What happened? The Clock King's face showed a look of shock, and a huge wave suddenly set off in his heart. How can you resist the power of time? No, he thought about it. The crocodiles and ghosts that he encountered before, in the face of the heavy force of time, basically can only wait to die. But why is this ghost? Because, it's in your dreamland. Ghost Shadow smiled sideways. No matter how strong your power is, you're just attacking me in a dream. It's all a fake attack. The Clock King wakes up. My own strength is indeed strong, but it cannot be effective against ghosts. Go to hell. The ghost quickly floated in front of the Clock King, like a leaf blown by the wind. Bang bang bang. His heavy punch hit the clockwork on the Clock King's head, hit the Clock King's back, and even every place on his body, making a dull sound. The Clock King is a magician, even a supreme magician, but his defense is not very strong, it can be said. The ghost is unilaterally suppressing the Clock King. The Clock King's body was shaken back and forth, and cracks appeared on the mechanical body, as if it was about to fall apart. Boom! The ghost figure used his body as a rocket head again, and hit the Clock King's chest heavily. Boom! The Clock King immediately fell backwards, his huge weight fell on the ground, and the old car was overwhelmed with a big mouth, causing his lower body to fall directly along the broken floor and onto the lawn below. Lie on a lounger. No 853 is a hit. The ghost figure sarcastically raised his hands slowly, his fingertips penetrated the silver-white gloves, revealing a pair of knife-like nails. This is like a morning knife for the Clock King. Do you think that I will die in your hands? Stop teasing. The Clock King showed a meaningful expression, and the pattern on his chest actually flashed. It turned out that the ghost had just hit the Omnitrix pattern and activated the function of switching and transforming. In this way, the Clock King will transform into other aliens. Ghost Shadow is still indifferent, his eyes are indifferent. Even if you change to other aliens, you still can't hurt me, unless you take the initiative to escape from this dream. Taste? A dazzling light radiated from the Clock King. Call out? The ghost figure did not give the Clock King a chance to breathe at all, and directly waved its sharp claws at the Clock King in the light. Boom! That claw stretched into the light, but was blocked by a powerful force. With the same icy, infiltrating hand, tightly squeezed Ghost Shadow's wrist and searched his hand out of the light ball. The light fades, holding the ghost's wrist. It's a vampire? With his sinister and vicious eyes, he stared at the ghost in front of him, as if he was going to swallow the latter directly alive. This is. Looking at the dark green vampire, the ghost's face is very incredible, because his dream illusion has no effect on the monster in front of him. In other words, vampires can hurt ghosts in this environment. It is also the only alien hero who can hurt ghosts. Boom! The vampire took the ghost's claws back in an understatement, and stood up slowly, and elegantly patted the dust on the sleeves of his clothes, shaking them off. You made my clothes dirty. Although it's a dream, but you still need to pay attention to your appearance. Ding! Sign-in object detected, ghosts in dreams. The host chooses to expel the ghost from his dream, erase the ghost's consciousness, and complete the sign-in. At this time, the system also sent a sign-in task. It's actually a task of signing in against ghosts. Taste? Taking advantage of the moment when the vampire received the notification from the system, the ghost slammed out a pair of claws and tore the neck of the vampire in front of him. Call out? Although the vampire was stunned, when he was sneaked by the ghost, he reacted in the next second, raising those terrifying and powerful claws. Ping pong? The two pairs of claws are intertwined with each other, just touching for a moment, they collide with countless sparks, like countless steel knives mixed together. Mound? After missing, the two pairs of claws quickly controlled the inertia, and swept the past again towards the previous position. Mound? Ping ping ping. Inside the old broken car, swords and swords. Vampires and ghosts, like the two super swordsmen in ancient times, constantly attacked with claws instead of swords, and there were traces of being torn apart by sword energy and even smashed out of the car. The attacks on both sides are deadlocked. Hey! The ghost's pupil suddenly looked at the vampire, releasing bursts of purple light, which suddenly enveloped the vampire in front of him. He will use illusion to destroy the vampire's attention in order to win this battle. The vampire's eyes were indeed in a trance, and his claws hovered in front of the ghost, no longer attacking. The ghost figure was overjoyed when he saw it, and a pair of claws shot out instantly, penetrated from the front of the vampire, hooked out from the back of the vampire, but nothing came out. On the body of the vampire, the wound on the back, not even a shred of blood can be seen. This froze the ecstatic expression of Ghost Shadow. Call out? The vampire in front of him shattered like a mirror. It's an illusion? The ghost's pupil immediately released bursts of purple light, as if the eyes of the sky were opened, and under the gaze of the purple pupil, everything around it returned to its original state. The vampire is still in front of him, but his palms are holding the ghost's claws. His pupils are also exuding purple light, and the power of illusion is just enough to suppress ghosts. It's too late to say ghost words. Click, click. The vampire's face was ruthless, and he squeezed his palms hard, directly dislocating the ghost's pair of soft arm joints. The Ghost Shadow screamed in an instant, and the body under the white holster twisted and tossed like an earthworm. Boom! The vampire kicked the ghost again with a heavy kick, and the latter was like a tattered ball that was kicked out a few meters until it hit the front windshield. What? The windshield was covered with cobweb-like cracks, and along the nearly shattered glass, ghosts held on to the driver's seat. It seems my abilities are slightly stronger than Ghost Shadow. The vampire twisted his hands, looked indifferent, and walked towards the ghost figure lightly. Dark Knight. It's his home? Click. Ghost Shadow endured the severe pain and twisted his hands with dislocated joints back. Taste? When the vampire was about to approach, the ghost figure leaned back, not knowing where it penetrated. In the car, only the vampire was left. Gone. The vampire stayed in place, His cold eyes swept around, looking for traces of ghosts. The ghost, at this time, was looking at the vampire. With his head pierced through the roof of the old car, he hung upside down and looked at the vampire below, thinking how to deliver the fatal blow. Call out? Next moment, the vampire standing there suddenly disappeared. The ghost's expression froze. Suddenly, there is a feeling of refreshing from the side of the head. There is a sense of crisis that is about to be put to death. Ghost Shadow hurriedly locked his head, Chien Lihao, and went back. Crack. The vampire's pair of sharp teeth penetrated directly through the roof. He was biting, but not biting, so after penetrating the roof, his body fell directly. Click. As a result, the car body that was bitten by the vampire's sharp teeth was directly bitten off a large piece and fell heavily to the ground. Where the ghost's head was originally, a big hole has been bitten out. The ghost shadow hides to the side, watching this scene, trembling with fear. That moment, the vampire moved directly to his forehead, trying to kill him with one stroke. So horrible. Ghost finally felt how much fear he brought to others as a ghost. The vampire gave him this fear. Cut. The vampire took a breath to the side. When he bit the roof of the car just now, he also bit down a lot of paint, and the smell was unpleasant. I'm going to kill the ghost. He looked towards the ceiling, still searching for the whereabouts of the ghost, and just opened his teeth when he suddenly thought of something. The vampire picked up the tissue paper from the old car, took out one, wiped the paint on his mouth, wiped it clean, and then threw the tissue paper into the trash can with satisfaction. When the ghost saw this scene, his brain quickly turned. Why did this guy become so stinky? Is it a character flaw? If I pour a whole bucket of paint on him, will he die in place? Monument? Moment? The vampire jumped with a claw, leaving 5 long cracks in the roof. With this claw, the ghost shadow hiding in the roof of the car shook back and forth, as if an earthquake had occurred. Impossible. He shouldn't be able to see me. The ghost shadow curled up in the roof of the car in disbelief, and his eyes unknowingly looked at the vampire's eyes. The vampire's drifting eyes also looked at the ghost's double 853 eyes. In his eyes, a dark energy body is reflected. This is one of his abilities. In other words, it is a secondary ability derived from his main ability. The main ability can absorb and rebound energy, and the secondary ability derived from this ability is to allow him to see any creature with energy, not limited to living things. The ghosts hiding on the roof of the car basically have nowhere to escape. Not good. Run. Although Ghost Shadow didn't know much about the ability of vampires, but seeing the killing intent in his vampire eyes for a moment, he also reacted. Taste. His body immediately flew out of the roof of the car and flew up several meters. Boom. In an instant, the vampire's body actually hit the roof of the car where the ghost was hiding. Boom. See you? The entire hood of the old broken car suddenly shattered, like a city wall collapsing. A dark figure flew out from the broken roof. It was the vigorous figure of a vampire. He stretched out his limbs and exerted the power of floating in the sky like a vampire bat. After a quick look around, he quickly locked onto the ghosts flying into the sky. Taste. The figure of the vampire merged with the night, and like an eagle, he began to chase after his prey, ghost. 2 figures, one in front and one behind, keep rising into the sky. Soon, the 2 rose to a height of hundreds of meters, penetrating thin clouds and mists. At night, there should be no clouds. But, this is not a real dark night. Naturally, it cannot be considered with realistic logic. Reaching such a height, even the ghost figure couldn't bear it. He stopped flying, looked around quickly, and dived directly into a cloud below. His forefoot had just sunk into a large cloud. The backfoot vampire penetrated the thinner clouds and flew to the night sky above the clouds. What about people? The vampire's eyes were also very clear in the dark night. In the sky, there were no ghosts to be seen. He immediately stopped and took off, and his body was fixed in the air. His eyes first looked around. Given the speed of ghosting, it is impossible to run away without a trace at once. The vampire set his eyes on the clouds below. I don't know if I don't see it, but I'm startled when I see it. The clouds, looking far away, are boundless, as if the whole world is wrapped in a layer of clouds, like a vast ocean of clouds. Only a few places, it is a thin layer. Most of the area, almost all is a thick cloud. Ghosts hide in them. The vampire pulled his face down at once, and he kept scanning the clouds, not knowing where to look. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and once again switched the world in his eyes to the world with only energy. Instant time. All clouds in the field of vision disappeared. Only a bunch of energy bodies curled up not far away. This surprised the vampire. Ghost Shadow really doesn't know much about the abilities of vampires. He thought that he was only found by vampires, and that the clouds were so big that they would not be found so easily. In fact, vampires can find energy bodies. No, the vampire thought for a second, if he attacked brazenly, the result would be to scare the snake and make the ghost run away, and then there would be a dim chase. Even if he is a little faster, as long as the ghost's movement is strong enough, he will never catch the ghost. In this dream, how long the Omnitrix can sustain is hard to say. If I don't attack, I can't just wait, can I? That's even worse. The vampire thought hard, but stopped moving. Ghost Shadow secretly rejoiced in his heart, and the flame of revenge flashed wildly in his eyes. Xiao Chen, can't find me? Don't give me a chance to find revenge? I will snatch your Omnitrix and kill all your family members. One, do not stay. Sudden. Vampires move. The ghost was also nervous. The vampire did not look for his side, but slowly turned around, turned his back to his side, and then bent over to grope under the clouds on the other side, as if he was looking for the traces of ghosts. Ghost's arms trembled. He couldn't help wanting to stretch out his claws and tear the vampires apart. This is the perfect opportunity. If you miss this time, if the vampire wants to escape from the dream, when will the next opportunity wait? Taste? The ghost's pupils gradually condensed purple light, and a purple energy gradually condensed in front of him. The energy was compressed into an energy ball, and cyclones shook directly around him. Even through thick clouds, there could be a lot of energy. Purple light drilled out of the clouds to shine. It's like a bomb-like energy ball. It's the best and safest way for him to send vampires away. Coming. The vampire with his back to the ghost figure slowly showed a cold arc. Movie, hooked. Boom. The ghost shadow pushed the purple energy wave out heavily, and with a deafening sound, the light group broke through the clouds and hit the vampire. The vampire turned around abruptly, looked at the purple energy ball, and pretended to be caught off guard, but raised his hands crampedly. Boom! The purple terrifying energy ball hit the vampire's palms. Strangely, the energy ball did not explode, but formed a huge impact force, causing the vampire's body to fly backwards continuously. Is it done? The ghost figure immediately got out of the clouds, staring at the vampire who was blasted out by the energy ball, clenching his hands tightly. Although only Xiao Chen's consciousness died here, the result is undoubtedly more beneficial to the ghost. He can control the body of the walking dead, use Xiao Chen's Omnitrix, and all his forces to do evil. Taste? Just fly out a distance of more than 10 meters? The vampire's body hovers in the sky. In front of his straight arms was a motionless violent energy ball, which was unusually docile at this moment, not like hitting his palms, but like a condensed trick. Is it going to explode? Ghost Shadow thought subconsciously. Taste? Next moment, the vampire actually separated the two halls, pulled the energy ball into two halves, condensed the half on his right arm, and swiped hard at the ghost in front, forming an arc shock wave like half of a wave. Call out. The arc-shaped shock wave fell on the clouds, like waves on the sea, breaking the calm clouds, leaving huge cracks where they passed. What? He can actually manipulate my energy. Ghost Shadow was shocked. This alien has the ability to almost completely defeat him? Moreover, he did not know the existence of the alien vampire? Perhaps it is because the vampire DNA possesses powerful mental power, so every time Xiao Chen transforms into a vampire, the ghost cannot detect it. Naturally, he is not aware of the existence or even the ability of this alien. The ghost figure hurriedly twisted his body, dodging the critical strike. With that slash, after rushing out for hundreds of meters, it burst into bloom like fireworks, blasting a large pit with a diameter of several meters on the clouds. Bursts of light. Taste? The other half of the energy. It is slowly wrapping every part of the vampire's body. His appearance was completely unclear, and even his entire body could no longer be seen clearly, and the whole person became a purple figure. This half of the energy strengthens itself. Hey? Ghost Shadow didn't say a word, drilled towards the bottom, broke through the clouds and quickly fell towards the ground. Taste? The vampire turned into a purple comet and cut through the sky, chasing straight to the ghost's side. The ghost did not dare to look back, and only looked down. But he could feel that his body was shrouded in purple light little by little, little by little. Get out, get out. Ghost is trying to get his consciousness out of Xiao Chen's nightmare, but nothing works. Vampires are also casting illusions all the time, imprisoning the ghost's consciousness in this nightmare. In other words, one of the two must die before the other can go out. Boom. Just as he was thinking about it, Ghost Shadow's body slammed into something hard and stopped in the sky. The huge impact made his body sway and the pain was unbearable. What he bumped into was a purple figure. The ghost just saw what was in front of him. Call out. An icy claw tore his coat, burrowed through the opening, and instantly tore the body wrapped by the ghost coat. Looking at the purple figure in front of him, the outstretched claws. Ask for flowers. The ghost's consciousness gradually blurred, and the cold wind kept coming from the crack of the clothes. It was very cold, as if it was going to blow his whole body to pieces. Boom! As the vampire pulled out its claws, the ghost's eyes became more and more dim, and finally, completely lost its luster, drifting slowly to the ground like an abandoned wind. This life and death fight. In the end it was the vampires who came out on top. It's over. The light on the vampire slowly faded, and he slowly wiped his claws to remove the black blood on it, which was the ghost's blood. So disgusting. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The host can choose to apply the check-in reward to the combat equipment, or choose to store it, or use it immediately. Is a system notification. The system notification is equivalent to telling the real situation of the vampire enemy, either being killed or losing the ability to counterattack. Otherwise, the system will never remind you. Sign in, said the vampire at once. Get the blue reward, ghost power. The power of ghosts. Seeing this reward, the vampire was at a loss. He could vaguely understand that it had something to do with ghosts. The introduction of the Nehi system is too limited, and it is completely incomprehensible. This is not to let ghosts possess my body? Then I can't stand it. The vampire thought in surprise. Was thinking. The nightmare world in front of me begins to collapse? Because the ghost that created the nightmare world has left, the nightmare will naturally collapse. In seconds, Xiao Chen opened his eyes abruptly, losing the cold, elegant vampire, replaced by a sense of familiarity. He saw Mark, Xiaoan, and others, standing by his bed, looking at him with great concern. All are back. 100 million. Seeing the concerned look of the three of us, Xiao Chen got up from the bed a little excitedly, stretched out his hands, first gave Tian Xiaoban a hug, then Mark, and finally Tian Xiaoan. After hugging one by one, he said with a smile, "I'm fine, you all have a good sleep." The three of Mark looked at each other in confusion, but Tian Xiaoan was still a little red. In the end, only conclusions can be drawn. Maybe Xiao Chen had a nightmare of losing his family? The three left one after another. Xiao Chen only felt sleepy waves swept in. The most important thing was not physical exhaustion, but a mental exhaustion. You must know that he is the 853 who returned to the past from the future. Although his body I did not inherit the fatigue of running around, but I was mentally tired. Fall back to sleep. It's time to eat breakfast in the morning. Not surprisingly, Xiao Chen learned that the purpose of the trip was Bancroft College where the blue-haired girl was. "Grandpa, why do you take such a boring thing as going to school as a very interesting thing?" Tian Xiaoban sent out a soul torture with a puzzled face. "There are all nerds like Xiaoan. Xiaoban, you should go there and study hard." Mark just patted Tian Xiaoban on the shoulder and didn't consider Xiaoban's opinion. After all, he had the most say. Tian Xiaoan was looking forward to it. Bancroft College, such an excellent school, must be worthy of her learning, right? Long drive. Xiao Chen basically never spoke. He knew what would happen in the future, so naturally he didn't bother to care. Then these. He cares more about what the reward ghost power given by the system yesterday is. System, what is the power of ghosts? Can you explain it? Xiao Chen asked the system in his mind. The system seemed to be mute, not speaking for a long time. "Claim your reward," Xiao Chen said. "The host must choose an alien to receive the reward." The system responded immediately upon hearing this. These words made Xiao Chen suddenly realize. In other words, this ghost power should also be some kind of enhancement, otherwise it would be impossible for Xiao Chen to choose to receive the reward in the alien, but to give it directly. Xiao Chen opened the Omnitrix, turned the pattern of the Omnitrix, and thought about which alien would get this power. It is worth mentioning that the ghost disappeared. On Omnitrix, there is no ghost pattern at all. Instead, it is the pattern of the vampire. Maybe it is the place of the ghost? This surprised Xiao Chen. Perhaps, this ghost power is the best reinforcement for vampires. Xiao Chen pondered for a few seconds and said to the system in his mind, "Give ghost power to vampires to strengthen them." Strengthen success. The system also responded instantly. Ding dong, ding dong. Xiao Chen immediately turned the Omnitrix, first stopped on the vampire pattern, then turned to the right, and then turned back. Really? The vampire pattern has changed from a slender figure to a strong figure, as strong as Batman, yet mysterious? Xiao Chen, don't let your watch fire. Mark, who was driving in front, couldn't help but remind Xiao Chen who was constantly playing with Omnitrix. "Got it, Grandpa," Xiao Chen said, and also withdrew the Omnitrix. Safe journey ahead. The old broken car arrived at Bancroft College. The student who received was the blue-haired girl. This time, Xiao Chen put his hands in his pockets and simply hid behind Mark to minimize his presence and let Xiaoban and Xiaoan deal with the blue-haired girl. The result is also beautiful. When visiting Bancroft College, Xiaoan kept asking questions, and Xiaoban kept making things difficult for the blue-haired girl, so that the blue-haired girl couldn't treat Xiao Chen, who was at the end, with a bit of sarcasm. "This time, Xiaoban and Xiaoan have helped me a lot." Xiao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. At last. A quick tour of the whole of Bancroft. It's time to get out of here. At the school gate, the blue-haired girl stared at Tian Xiaoban very unhappily, and said in a dissatisfied voice, "If you come to visit again next time, please don't bring such poor students here. Waste your time." "What did you say?" Tian Xiaoban angrily wanted to rush over, but was stopped by Mark. The blue-haired girl had no objection to Tian Xiaoan, but looked at Xiao Chen with disdain in her eyes. She snorted coldly, turned her head and left. This made Xiaoban very angry. "It's okay, Xiaoban." Xiao Chen comforted Tian Xiaoban and said, "They are so domineering, they will be unlucky one day, don't care about them." "Better so?" Tian Xiaoban echoed indignantly, looking at the sky, wishing that a meteorite would smash this ruined school. What he didn't know was, Xiao Chen's words are actually true. When a few people left here at 4.5, it didn't take long. The blue-haired girl heard a scream in the campus. She stopped immediately and looked around in disbelief. Just when she suspected that her ears were wrong. "Ah!" From the principal's room on the second floor, the principal screamed in fear. Shattered. The door of the principal's room was kicked open. A bald man walked out first, with a safe on his shoulder, looking like a gangster, followed by a graceful woman with flying long hair, and a weirdo wearing a mask. The three of them looked at this famous school with great interest, as if taking the school as prey. Bang bang bang. After one hit and smash, all students and teachers in the class are locked into one classroom. The Gorgon, the bald tyrant, and the sour monster, the three of them stayed at the door of the classroom, looking at the beautiful knives piled up in bags on the ground, all with excited expressions. "I really didn't expect that such a broken school has so much money, and the famous school really didn't blow it out." The snake hair of the snake-haired girl was like a python, entangling a bag of money on the ground, her eyes full of eyes. Is high cut. The bald tyrant smiled. This can make more money than when we were in the circus. And you can let go of your hands and feet. But this group of people is in trouble. The stinky man turned his eyes to the classroom in front of him, and said in a low voice, the students in this prestigious school are all top students, and there is no guarantee that some of their parents will come to us for revenge. Why don't you kill some of them? Take part of it, kidnap for ransom. His plan is clever. Where is the smart? The parents of the students who were killed must have advocated the extermination of the circus trio. Of those kidnapped students, most of their parents must have advocated being nice to the circus trio, compromising first and not angering the robbers. Thus, it can make the parents self-defeating and not united internally. Isn't it beautiful? Okay. The bald man nodded and agreed without any comments. Gorgon still has some concerns. Kidnapping so many people, will it make things too big? You must know that the circus also robbed money before, but the aftermath work was done very well. In addition, many towns and cities were not developed enough, and there were no surveillance heads, so the circus had a smooth journey, otherwise they would have been hunted down long ago. But she couldn't convince the two teammates, so she could only obey. The three slowly came to the door of the classroom, like three beasts, which made everyone in the classroom terrified. As everyone knows, above the building, a figure squatted there, like a statue. Can't let you mess around. Still a vampire. But the vampire at this moment has changed. His skin is still dark green, but the muscles all over his body are extremely strong. Under the clothes on his chest is a strong pectoralis major, and an inverted triangle of muscles is formed on the back. The whole person is like the reincarnation of Batman. Power, terror to the extreme. Vampire King? But the elegance in his eyes completely disappeared, replaced by a mob with a murderous aura, as if he would transform into an eagle hitting the sky in the next moment and shred his prey. This kind of brutality is different from the manipulation of ghosts, and is more similar to the demonic nature of the Excalibur. No matter how noisy it is, Xiao Chen's own character has changed, and he will no longer split into an enemy. A terrible killing intent. The snake-haired girl and the others suddenly stopped. Their hearts were beating like crazy. Take a deep breath. The three of them slumped against the wall, breathing deeply, in fear. Call out. On the building, a huge dark green figure fell to the ground like a pterosaur and descended in front of the three. Big open wings. Strong body, even eyes full of mob. A monster that is countless times more terrifying than Posen and even a ghost. Big brother. Looking at the Vampire King, the stinky monster trembled all over, and he squeezed out a reluctant smile. See the money over there? Well, that's what we honor you with. I want to hang out with you. Yes, but wasn't that what we just robbed? The bald man on the side turned his head in fear and asked. The sour monster resisted the urge to curse, just gave the bald man a vicious look, and then looked at the Vampire King with a smile. Recognize this? The Vampire King pointed to the Omnitrix pattern on his chest. Suddenly, the three suddenly realized. Omnitrix patterns they will never forget. The boy with this pattern beat Posang to the point of blowing himself up, and what made them even more frightened. The boy is back. It also has monster-like, more powerful aliens. Roll. The Vampire King didn't take the lives of the three, but just spit out the word coldly, and there seemed to be a trace of approval in the depths of his eyes. Good. The bald tyrant stood up first in relief, picked up the purse from the ground, and strode away, followed by the stinky monster, and then the Gorgon. The three of them walked around the Vampire King's body in despair, and their hearts almost jumped out of their mouths when they bypassed. No hands at all. Just the momentum. The Vampire King told them. Not worthy of being an opponent. As long as you hit it, you will be instantly killed. The blood-sucking 853 Ghost King also watched the three of them leave with the purse, and said coldly, it's cheap for you. If it wasn't for me being upset with this broken school, you wouldn't be able to leave today. Of course, he wouldn't let the three of them start a killing spree here. Hey, outside, you just let those three people go. At this moment, a voice full of accusations came from the classroom. The Vampire King slowly turned his head to look. The blue-haired girl was terrified, but full of rage, and said tremblingly, I have lost all the money I donated to the school, as well as my funds for the student union. Why don't you take it back? You obviously have that ability. Taste? The Vampire King's eyes slowly lit up. Immediately, the boy next to the blue-haired girl suddenly stretched out his hand, held down the blue-haired girl, and picked it up with a bang, bang, bang under the screams of the people around him. Taste? Vampire King, spread your wings and leave. While leaving, the monitoring room of the school was suddenly turned into ruins. The security guard in the monitoring room looked at the back of the Vampire King leaving, his eyes dull. Hey, the meteorite is gone again? This meteorite smashed the entire monitoring room at once. Vampire King. Fly in the sky. His speed reached the speed of sound, breaking through the air and turning into a beam of light. Different from the ultimate power of the four-handed overlord, the elemental power of the electric lizard, the Vampire King is more like a full-scale existence. At present, there are two ceiling-level aliens in the Omnitrix, the four-handed overlord who has been strengthened many times, and the electric lizard who is good at fighting special battles. And the strength of the Vampire King is at least one level, even stronger. That is, the mind is a little fluctuated. With my current strength, even if a plane is flying head-on, I can block it. The Vampire King thought slowly, showing his fangs. He never thought that his power would be so powerful. After a long-distance flight in the sky, the Vampire King turned around and returned to the location where the old broken car was flying, and flew directly to the door. Baya, accompanied by a special sound effect. Xiao Chen walked out of the pale red halo, opened the door, returned to the old broken car, and stretched comfortably. Xiao Chen, how is it? Mark asked curiously, who was sitting while drinking afternoon tea. Late, I just turned into a glider and patrolled, except for a few clumsy little thieves trying to rob the bank. There is nothing else in this city. It's very safe. Xiao Chen immediately reported to work. He used the excuse of going out on patrol to transform into a vampire king, and he did enough concealment. It can be regarded as revenge for his own ruin in another future world. Although that was the world that really happened and the real direction, but now it's not. From the moment the past was rewritten, it was a different parallel universe. The next day, it is quite peaceful and stable. You can even play an electric car while eating and shopping, which is equivalent to a rare vacation. Although there is a mad scientist or a freak from an alien planet that appears every day in this world, one is always spawned, and the job is finished. And during this period, Xiao Chen went back to the old car with his stomach and used Tian Xiaoan's laptop to make a video call to Mi Langjun again. When he saw the serious and meticulous face of Lang Junshui appeared on the screen, an indescribable emotion flooded into his heart. Who would have thought that this seemingly brutal existence, who ran rampant on the spaceship, would be willing to die in return for saving his life? Boss, what's the matter? Mi Langjun is naturally Xiao Chen, who is looking at the opposite screen in confusion. Soon, his face became serious, and he asked alertly, Boss, you don't usually call me. What happened? I'll help you. His tone was full of seriousness, and he could not wait to rush over immediately. No, nothing happened. Xiao Chen showed a relieved expression, took a deep breath, and calmed down his emotions. Mi Zy Langjun, you don't need to train every day. What? Mi Langjun did not respond to Xiao Chen's words for a while, and looked at Xiao Chen in astonishment. I mean, Xiao Chen explained, in addition to training, you can find a hobby, such as reading books, playing games, etc., to have some fun for yourself. See what I mean? He didn't want the day to come to the death of Mr. Ziwalang, who was still a fighting machine. This made the opposite. Mr. Xiao Lang fell into silence. All the time, the masters he met all wanted him to be a fighting machine, some for money, some for power, but the final result was the same. Only this one saved his master. It doesn't seem to be the same. I understand, boss. Lang Junshui was silent for a long time, then nodded heavily and said. After Xiao Chen heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief and hung up the laptop screen. I hope that the Lord of the Dead can listen to it. When the plumber comes back. What, are you looking for a hobby? The old plumber looked at Lang Junshui in surprise and said, I didn't bring anything for you, I just brought some training sandbags that this base needs. After speaking, he put the inflatable sandbag on his back on the ground, and put the magazine in his arms aside. Mi Langjun walked slowly and picked up the magazine on the table. Spider-Man. What is this? The old plumber showed a smile. This is a hero magazine. I bought it for my grandson. You won't be interested. Hero. This word made Lang Junshui a little dazed, as if he was very far away. He wiped the magazine in his hand and said firmly, Can you give it to me? The corner of the old plumber's mouth twitched, looking at Mr. Ziwixian, who was several heads taller than himself. Is this big guy serious? But Lang Junshui always looked at the old plumber seriously and his attitude was very firm. Okay, just for you. The old plumber thought silently, if you take up one of my magazines, I will also call you grandson, and we are even. Mi Langjun was like a sap. He took a magazine and read it. This magazine is really good. In the alley, Kevin, who was leaning against the wall, didn't look like he was holding a magazine and said with a big laugh, It's Spider-Man's magazine. The time period of this world is slower than that of his world, so you can find some out-of-print Spider-Man magazines. It made him so excited. Although I am Kevin, I still have a hobby of reading comics. After reading it, he closed the magazine reluctantly and looked around. I can only live in such a crappy place. My appearance makes me unable to live in this damn human world. Even if I want to be good, I can't. You can't even be a hero like this? Qian Li Hao. Your appearance also determines the public's favorability towards you. It's not like Kevin, he's scarier than ghosts. Maybe he'll be played as a villain? Is it? Can he just go the crazy way he used to be? But, that guy Xiao Chen is like my shackles, tying my ambitions to a dead end. I'm not Xiao Chen's opponent at all at this stage. Unlike Kevin thought of this, he severely slapped the magazine. He patted the wall, sighed, and out of the corner of his eye landed on the comics page. Spider-Man was bitten by a spider and his DNA changed. DNA? Correct. His body structure was changed because of the alien DNA. If he removes these DNAs, he can become a normal person and his superpowers will return to normal. And the people who can help him. Dr. Dongwu. It's not like Kevin's mind popped the scientist's name. Dr. Dongwu is currently in a federal prison. The prison he was in had very strict guards. It is an independent small room of 10 square meters. The room only has a bed and a squat toilet, as well as food and drinking water delivered regularly every day. Except for an iron gate, it is surrounded by walls and has no windows. Damn this place, it makes people crazy. Dr. Dongwu hammered the wall with his fist, but the steel wall bounced back to the point where his hand hurt. Be honest, Dr. Dongwu. In the corridor outside the prison gate, several prison guards immediately came to the gate, holding high-voltage electric batons, and knocked gently on the prison gate. Dr. Dongwu shrank his neck and sat back on the bed, doing his duty. Several prison guards stood in front of the prison gate for a few minutes, and after confirming that Dr. Dongwu had nothing unusual, they walked away one by one, and turned back once in the middle. With such a strict guard, I have no chance to escape at all. Dr. Dongwu clenched his hands. Since the last time he was rescued by Morjath, he has caused great damage and has been treated strictly. It can be said that being able to live 853 years is a fortune among misfortunes. Taste? At this time, a fly quietly flew into the prison corridor, got in through an unknown crevice, and finally flew all the way to the door of Dr. Dongwu's prison. Biology. Seeing the fly, Dr. Dongwu's expression changed and he got up. Taste? Next moment, the ceiling of the corridor is made up of steel bricks, and one of the steel bricks is pulled up by a device on the upper floor, revealing a dark cave. In the cave, an infrared laser gun was stretched out, and with a burst of red light, the flies turned into scum and disappeared. Dr. Dongwu sat back, feeling hopeless. Biomonitor. Finish him. Alert. Someone invaded? Somebody invaded. Just at this time, there seems to be a noise from the prison gate. Because this prison is an independent prison, it was built by Dr. Dongwu, and the exit is just outside the corridor. There are many prison guards suppressing the exit, and high-voltage electric walls are also set up around it. So, almost no one can get in. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang, accompanied by a roar, there is also the sound of the engine of the fighter jet, the sound of machine gun firing, and even the sound of explosions. A few minutes later, it was quiet outside. Dr. Dongwu stood in front of the prison door, his ears pressed tightly to the door, trying to hear something. There was no sound for a long time. This made him suspicious. Is he alone in this world? Boom. Research. At this time, there were loud footsteps in the corridor, and with the arrival of the stranger, the entire corridor was in turmoil. The prison door is shaking? At least a Tyrannosaurus rex creature. As a biological doctor, Dr. Dongwu immediately estimated the strength of the comber. No, it is stronger than a Tyrannosaurus rex. Like that kid's alien. You are Dr. Dongwu. Sudden, the footsteps stopped. A head suddenly stretched out from the side, and the four eyes stared at Dr. Dongwu through the gap. Bang bang bang. Dr. Dongwu's heart pounded instantly, his face twitched, and he took a step back subconsciously. Then, Shibuya Kevin slowly twisted his body and came over. His body was bent, and when he stood up, he was taller than the door. Which alien are you? Work with me. After the previous cooperation with Mahaz, Dr. Huawu reacted very quickly, neatly arranged his clothes, and calmed down. Hashtag. 10 is not like Kevin didn't finish his sentence. Taste. On the ceiling, 10 bricks retracted. A laser gun stretched out from the dark gap. Immediately, bang bang bang, a burst of laser lines shot at Shibuya Kevin's body, and with the sound of several crisp explosions, thick black smoke burst out at the moment of the explosion, spreading across the corridor like a tide. It was pitch black outside. Forgot the laser. Dr. Dongwu looked anxious. This is the most dangerous weapon in this prison. Immediately, he calmed down. If even this kind of laser can't bear the existence, work with him. What's the point of that? In the end, it's not about being knocked down by that kid and facing more severe punishment, even death. Call out. In black smoke, a diamond arm stretched out, grabbed the big iron gate, and pulled it out. Boom! The entire door was forcibly pulled out by a huge force, directly transformed into a pincer shape, and even the surrounding walls were shattered. Boom! Unlike 10, Kevin threw the iron door he touched out, squatted into the prison, stood up straight, and was more than twice as tall as Dr. Ji Wu. Looking down at Dr. Dongwu, the latter had a stern smile on his face. Happy cooperation, wicked friend. Pleasant to work with. 10 did not smile like Kevin. The figures of the two disappeared after a few minutes. All that remains is a single-person prison in ruins. In a city hundreds of kilometers away, Dr. Dongwu put on his new hippie sunglasses with a satisfied look on his face. I've grabbed all the parts. 10 Unlike Kevin, holding a large bag of parts, he couldn't help but ask Dr. Huawu, I don't understand, why do you have to have those broken glasses? First, it can block light when it is invented. Second, don't you think it's more stylish? Dr. Dongwu said proudly, pushed his glasses, and changed the subject. Tell me, what is your purpose? You didn't make it clear along the way. It's very simple. 10 is not like Kevin said. When 10 Unlike Kevin finished his needs, Dr. Dongwu rolled his eyes. Why do you want to return your appearance to a human appearance? Isn't this body strong enough? Not strong enough. 10 Unlike Kevin said, this body makes me unable to integrate into normal life. I need you to remove my alien DNA and put me back into a normal body. Your request is not difficult to say, but not easy to say. Dr. Dongwu frowned. I have never tried how to change the alien species back to Earth people. And, as you said, 10 alien Una are mixed together. What should I do with it? After all, he also looked with interest at she. Unlike Kevin, this guy's forearms, where he had vaguely seen it. It's like that kid's version of the alien demon. It seems that this monster also intersects with Xiao Chen. Whether it is possible or not, you have to do it. 10 Unlike Kevin clenched his hands tightly, showing his fangs. I rescued you, not to listen to some dejected words from you, but to ask you to do something for me. Not so? Dr. Dongwu was very calm and smiled. I use these parts to assemble some biological high-tech. We can create a batch of mutant creatures. Just use your body's DNA to create. At that time, we can use these monsters to flourish. Rise. You're crazy. 10 is not like Kevin's heart, but he still retorted with a stern face. You should have been defeated by Xiao Chen, right? Do you think he will allow the two of us to do evil? Dr. Dongwu shrugged. Do you want to go back to a normal life? Of course. 10 is not like Kevin says for sure. Have you robbed you of money too? Are you sure you can still work well and endure a weak chicken without superpowers riding on your head and letting you work, and the landlord will ask you to collect rent? Dr. Dongwu immediately chatted about the sad history, and forcefully asked she unlike Kevin, who was like a gold medal lecturer. 10 is not like Kevin immediately stunned. He has not experienced this. Because he was worse off. No next meal after eating. There are also a bunch of gangsters, hooligans, and even some gangs who don't have long eyes, come to him for trouble. He doesn't want to live like this. Don't try to confuse me with these words. Unlike 10, Kevin said viciously, it is better to live than to die. He didn't know that Xiao Chen had a higher tolerance for wicked people than Tian Xiaoben. Occasionally go rob the rich to help the poor, and will not do anything to him. The premise is that no human life can be caused. Otherwise, it is really necessary to kill them all. The difficulty factor is too high, and it is not conducive to Xiao Chen to get more sign-ins and become stronger. It is also valuable to keep this group of people. I can do whatever I want. Dr. Dongwu took off his sunglasses and looked directly at Shi's eyes that were not like Kevin. Boy, I can foresee your ending. After you become an ordinary person, you will miss your current life. What do you want to do? Just do it. You can no longer integrate into the normal society. Instead of wasting time, it is better to cooperate with me. Stop talking nonsense. Unlike Kevin, he let out an irritable growl, agitated his glider, and flew away with a flavor. Dr. Dongwu also leaned against the wall and quietly selected the parts in the plastic bag. It's a video game store. On the roof opposite the video game store, 10 unlike Kevin pinned there, looking at the video game store in the distance. His eyes are very leisurely, and his eyes reflect the latest video game console. But the price of the video game discouraged him. A scent wafted in the distance. 10 is not like Kevin's nose twitching, looking at the burger shop far away, drooling. Same. He didn't have a penny in his pocket. Then look at the flow of people on the street, busy and boring. Unlike Kevin, the feeling of rejection in his heart became stronger and stronger, and he felt a great sense of discomfort with this kind of life. It's like, I don't get used to it. A few minutes later, unlike 10, Kevin flew back to Dr. Dongwu slowly. Ask for flowers. Dr. Dongwu did not lift his head, and continued to pick up several parts and put them together to see if the parts fit each other. I just need to get some money. 10 Unlike Kevin said in a deep voice, after I get the sum of money I want, I will leave immediately. Don't let me get involved in the opposite of Xiao Chen. I warn you. No problem. Dr. Dongwu slowly raised his head and said with a smile. He was also a little surprised. This hunk. Why so scared Xiao Chen? His eyes fell on Shibuya's hideous scar on Kevin's chest again. Perhaps. This is the major trauma caused by Xiao Chen. Don't waste time, just start the experiment. 10 Unlike Kevin urged impatiently. Dr. Dongwu said, don't worry, in addition to your DNA, I also need to collect other DNA. Other DNA? 10 didn't look at Dr. Dongwu with a vague understanding of Kevin. The two seemed to think of the same person. Down Mount Rashimo? Dr. Dongwu and Shivyu Kevin appeared near the mountain. Precisely. It was the place where the fragments of Mohatha's body and the fragments of the spaceship produced after the explosion fell, not far from the mountain. Look carefully, you can always find it. Why are we coming to this place? It looks like there's nothing. Tian Xiaoben looked out the car window and started complaining again. Outside the old broken car, is a gloomy forest. Near the woods, there is a swamp, full of stench. At the same time, there is a faint mist covering the whole place, giving people a very mysterious feeling. The old school can be said to be boring, this place can be described as stench. There will be a lot of people here tomorrow, because it is the crocodile season. We can see many pictures of small crocodiles hatching from eggs at the scenic spots near the swamp. Mark introduced with high spirits. 100 million. The car drove to the tourist attraction. Said to be a tourist attraction, it is actually a large open space in the woods, not so far from the swamp. The taste is relatively easy to accept, and there are still unopened exhibitions around. In addition to the old broken cars, there are other cars stationed here. There isn't even a single store in this place. Xiao Chen, who got out of the car, wanted to find something to eat, but found that there was no grocery store. Also, how could there be such a place? There used to be a factory and commercial area here, but they were all abandoned because it's really not easy to sell. A passerby next to Xiao Chen explained to Xiao Chen kindly, took out some snacks in his pocket and handed them to Xiao Chen. Eat whatever you want, you're welcome. Thank you. 85-3. Xiao Chen nodded gratefully and took the snacks, which were still heavy, a large bag of freshly fragrant corn flakes. He started to eat snacks and made a click sound. Crack clap? Unlike 10, Kevin was sitting next to a fire, roasting a wild boar, eating directly on the meat without seasoning, and biting the bones together. For him who had been hungry for a long time, this was delicious. Hey, don't you want to eat? He looked at the other side, Dr. Dongwu, who was walking back and forth near the mountain range. I'm measuring the exact location of Mahaz's body after the spaceship exploded. As long as I don't see Mahaz completely dead, I don't believe that a monster like him would die so easily. Dr. Dongwu, I swear to say that, at least, Mahaz had an explosion experiment with him at the beginning. You hurry up. 10 is not like Kevin said while biting the food. Why not? Dr. Dongwu walked back and forth on the ground, looking a little ugly and distracted. Call out? The sole of his foot accidentally stepped on a piece of loose soil, and a large piece of soil splashed out in an instant, and the whole person lost his balance and fell to the ground. Ouch. Dr. Dongwu embarrassedly ate a nose of mud, rubbed his head and stood up, just as he was about to curse. The place where I stepped before has been stepped out of a large mud pit. Prove that the land is loose. In other words, this place may not be the original ground, but after the violent explosion, a lot of dust and soil buried the place, so it was so loose. It must be here. Dr. Dongwu immediately squatted down, using his hands as dog claws, and quickly created the original mud pit. The pit got bigger and bigger. At first, he turned his head down, and finally jumped into the pit to dig. After about 10 minutes. Research? When Dr. Dongwu's fingers quickly grabbed the soil again, he easily passed through the loose soil, but after his fingers submerged more than half of the soil, they hit something and stopped instantly. There is something. Dr. Dongwu made a judgment in an instant, stretched out his twitching fingers, rested for a while, and digged directly towards the bottom. First, a small black horn was dug out. Then, a whole piece of black spaceship debris appeared in front of Dr. Dongwu. There are spaceship fragments, indicating that Morpheus's body fragments are also here. The DNA of the monster Mahaz must be very powerful. With his DNA, I can create an army of creatures. Dr. Dongwu was so excited that he immediately stretched out his arms and hugged the big iron piece. Throw it out. When his eyes fell on the mud pit under the iron sheet, his eyes were startled. This is, how is this possible? Do you want to go? Looking at Dr. Dongwu, who crawled out of the mud pit, unlike Kevin who swallowed the last piece of meat, wiped his hands, got up and asked, "Let's go." Dr. Dongwu walked towards him. That is, unlike 10, Kevin's eyes fell on what Dr. Dongwu was holding, and his expression immediately became dumbfounded. Are you kidding? No, we found the treasure. Let's go now. Dr. Dongwu excitedly hugged this thing and roared, "Our top priority now is to find a laboratory so that we can carry out various experiments. Let's go." 10, unlike Kevin, did not delay, holding a large bag of parts in his left hand, grabbed Dr. Dongwu's body in his right hand, and spread his wings. Where to be a laboratory? Let me see. Dr. Dongwu held the thing in his left hand and took out his mobile phone from his pocket in his right hand. Because of the strong wind, his hands were shaking and he could only look slowly. Open news. Search for aliens. He has been a hero many times. According to the route, he may travel to the nearest swamp, or go to this aquarium. As a genius, Dr. Dongwu determined Xiao Chen's whereabouts based on only clues. Then, one of two is enough. Build a lab right near Xiao Chen. Night is coming. This day is a peaceful day. Xiao Chen fell asleep peacefully. A nightmare without ghosts. The Vampire King does not have any split personality, and his consciousness is very stable. The next day at 4.5, Xiao Chen was still in high spirits. As Mark said, today is crocodile season. After opening the door, the outside landscape has a new look. Shopkeepers appeared at various exhibitions, placing various peripherals or snacks. Except for the area of the RV, the rest of the open space was filled with tourists, constantly taking pictures of the swamp in the distance, or coming to the exhibition to consume. In the woods, there are also a few people who, with the help of tools, are experienced and travel through the woods, and close to the swamp to observe the whereabouts of the big crocodile up close. It's so lively. Xiao Chen couldn't help but sigh. What? Suddenly, one of the tourists near the swamp burst out with screams. There was a commotion in the crowd. Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoan immediately got up from their sleepy eyes. Taste? Xiao Chen ran out all of a sudden, and the enhancement given to him by the Excalibur was not only physical, mental, and reactive, it was even stronger than that of an average adult. He ran quickly to the forest, kept pushing away some tall weeds with his arms, and when he came to the swamp, he deliberately slowed down so as not to accidentally run in. A foul stench came. Xiao Chen resisted the odor, walked around the swamp bank, came to the side of a few tourists, and asked, "What's going on?" Several people were supporting the screaming tourist. "Little kid, how can you come here? It's very dangerous." After seeing Xiao Chen, one person was stunned at first, and then educated them seriously. "Why scream? What happened?" Xiao Chen turned the other way around and asked sternly. That domineering gesture made several people feel awe in their hearts unconsciously. The children in front of them are like their bosses. Yes, it is there. The frightened tourist stretched out his fingers tremblingly and pointed to the swamp. Xiao Chen looked over. The swamp is completely muddy water, but it doesn't look very deep, at least the shore is not very deep. A crocodile with a color similar to the muddy water was sitting in a quagmire not far from the shore. Crocodiles are normal, but This crocodile's eyes were closed, there were cracks all over his body, and the blood was completely dried out. Compared with ordinary crocodiles, his body had shrunk a lot, and he was completely in a mummified state. God knows how many of these crocodiles are in there. This is Xiao Chen's expression became strange. Is there a natural enemy of crocodiles nearby? No, it's not clear. If there is, it can't be ruined like this, right? It's like vampires. The tourist's voice became smaller, and several people were frightened. Vampire King? The word popped out of Xiao Chen's mind. He was a little startled. Could it be that he was manipulated in his sleep, turned into a vampire king, and did such a thing? There is such a possibility? Xiao Chen turned around and ran away. The danger of the vampire king was far more terrifying than ghosts, so he had to make sure. Seeing his figure sink into the deeper forest, several tourists didn't speak, but looked terrified. The pressure this child gave them was too strong. Xiao Chen, why are you missing? Have no idea. Xiaoben and Xiaoan, who heard the news, only saw a few tourists on the edge of the swamp, but they couldn't find Xiao Chen. Even the lucky magic pendant didn't move at the moment. Well, have you seen a little boy running over? Tian Xiaoan asked a few tourists. Well, you said that little boy, he ran into the woods, right there. A tourist pointed in the direction where Xiao Chen left. Good. Tian Xiaoan nodded and grabbed Tian Xiaoben's arm. Xiaoben, go and find Xiao Chen. I see. Tian Xiaoben dozed off. Don't worry, Xiao Chen must have discovered something. Maybe it's his secret as a boy. Stop talking nonsense. Tian Xiaoan turned back and glared at Tian Xiaoben. At this time, the tourists on the shore screamed again. Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaoan looked directly at the tourists, and they all looked unhappy. Can you guys not be shocked? The words of the two stopped abruptly, and they stood there blankly, looking at a place at the same time as the tourists. About 4 or 5 meters above the swamp. It's a blazing flame. Exactly like a cloud. On the cloud, standing there is a man on fire. Moreover, this person is not only 2 hands, but 4 hands. Flame man. No, it's the 4-handed king, right? Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaoan gave completely different answers, both looking at the flaming man on the swamp in disbelief. Hey, alien brother, why did you change your look? It's pretty cool. Tian Xiaoben familiarly called Xiao Chen's alien nickname, walked to the shore, and raised his head to say hello to Flaming Man. The Flame Man ignored it, just looked at Tian Xiaoben coldly, his 4 hands clenched slowly, and wisps of fire burned. It's not right, it's not right. Tian Xiaowen's eyes slowly fell on the Flame Man, and his pupils suddenly enlarged. Xiao Ban, there is no Omnitrix pattern on his body. What? Tian Xiaoben immediately looked at the Flame Man's chest, but did not see the familiar pattern. In other words, the alien's in front of you, not Xiao Chen. Hey. The 4 fists of the Flame Man swung towards Tian Xiaoben, releasing 4 groups of fireballs like heavy fists. The bang 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 instantly flew around Tian Xiaoben and caused a violent explosion. The fire directly engulfed him and Xiaoan. Figure 853 took this fire as the midpoint, and the violent explosion also caused a huge impact, spewing towards the surroundings, and several tourists were instantly knocked to the ground. Even the swamp water also set off a wave of waves. Taste. The 4-handed Flame Man did not stay for a long time, stepping on the flame cloud and quickly flew to the open space, looking down at the major exhibitions below. The stall owners at the exhibition, and even other tourists, screamed and burrowed into the surrounding woods, while those with cars hid in their cars. The 4-handed Flame Man casually threw a few balls of flames, blowing up several fleeing tourists, and then put away his violent thoughts, jumped down from the flame cloud, and came to the exhibition. Bang, bang. Some exhibitions use iron boxes to store money, while others use money counters. The 4-handed Flame Man took all the orders, took them down one by one, and held them on his body. Behind him, there was an open space where the smoke was billowing, and the molten fire was burning everywhere. The fire spread very fast, and soon it climbed to the top of the exhibition and burned it into an empty shelf, covering a large area of opening and expanding. He was injured, and the person who had no time to run fell into the fire, and the screams gradually disappeared. The people in the woods in the distance watched this scene with trepidation. Flame Demon. The 4-handed Flame Man is simply a terrifying demon. Kill, kill, kill. The 4-handed Flame Man's heart was full of mob thoughts, but he did not continue to attack, but prepared to leave with the money in his arms. And the fire gradually approached the old broken car in the parking area, which made Mark over there very anxious and had nowhere to go. At the same time, the flames also spread little by little towards the forest. Everyone is very clear. If the flames are contaminated with the trees of the forest, it will inevitably cause a terrible forest fire, and you must know that there is a swamp not far away. If the fire touches such a huge amount of methane on the swamp, everyone is dead without a place to die. Just think of this. Everyone's expressions were trembling, and they could lean against the trees next to them, but they didn't even have the strength to escape. You will all die. The 4-handed Flame Man saw this scene, with a smile on his face, as if he saw the results of everyone. Immediately, he threw the money in his hand into the distance, because the distance was very long, and the people below could not see him clearly. Where did it go? Taste? His body was slightly bent, and the flame clouds under his feet gradually gathered explosive power, as if he wanted to fly out in one go. At this time, boom, boom, A group of extremely hot fireballs with a diameter of 1 or 2 meters flew towards the position of the four-handed flame man, coming as fast as a gust of wind. Before the four-handed flame man could react, he was knocked out by the terrifying fireball, exploded in midair, and released a rolling heat wave. The temperature generated in an instant was enough to melt the air, and the entire forest was covered with huge amounts of heat. The impact was shaking. Taste? In the heat wave that filled the sky, the body of the four-handed flame man fell from it, and the body was still roaring with gunpowder, looking miserable. Boom! The four-handed flame man fell into his own sea of fire and was overwhelmed by the waves of fire. Everyone's expressions were different and incredible, and they stared blankly at a dazzling figure that appeared in the sky, as if they had seen a god in mythology. The flame man, standing on his own fire cloud at this moment, his hands are burning, his expression is very fierce, and the coldness in his eyes wants to eat people. Damn it, what scumbag is impersonating me to do bad things? And want to destroy my fishing reel W. On his chest is a striking Omnitrix pattern, which is also the symbol of aliens. Many people recognize it and are naturally very excited. The real deal is here. And he also killed the four-handed flame man in one move. Taste? At this time, the flames had already touched the tires of the old broken car, and they were about to set off on the car. The flame man flew to the side at once, stretched out his big hand, and the fire actually flew from the parking area, wrapped around his arm, and was quickly absorbed into his body by him. Call out? He waved his hand again. The flames absorbed just now fell in front of the old broken car, forming a wall of fire about 4 meters long. 04. Seeing this scene, Mark finally breathed a sigh of relief. He whispered to the flame man above, "Alien buddy, you don't need to be too cold. This may be just an alien of the same race. Words are not uncommon. I was a little suspicious." The flame man was stunned for a moment, and his expression became calmer. After experiencing the incident of the ghost, he was much more sensitive to these things, and naturally he acted excessively. Ah! Screams from the forest? Because a ray of flame ignited the branches of the forest, the moment it climbed up, the whole tree turned into a fire tree, quickly turning black into ash, and dissipated, and the dissipated dust would accompany the flame and ignite other large tree. Next moment. Taste? The flame man turned into a red meteor and appeared directly next to the big tree. He raised his hand high again, and the flame on the big tree was directly compressed into a crimson fireball and flew into his hand. Taste? Throwing it again, it turned the compressed fireball into a huge wall of fire, blocking the middle of the assembly and the forest. In this way, the sea of fire was completely suppressed by the walls of fire in all directions, and only half of the open space could be burned, and there was no way to get out. It's done. The flame man snapped his fingers and breathed a sigh of relief. Amazing, big hero. Wow. All were cheering, screaming, and excited. The flame man also turned around, facing them, reaching out to greet them with a smile. Image is important. Taste. In the sea of fire, there is a four-handed figure that slowly flew up, facing the flame man, stretched out his palms, and condensed a huge flame, like a skyrocketing cannon. The crowd suddenly changed faces. The flame man turned around again, saw the four-handed flame man, and recondensed the flames. Even, the flames on the four-handed flame people were more condensed, because they absorbed the sea of fire. Monument. The flame man raised his finger. A flame, Qian Lihao, bullet instantly penetrated the chest of the four-handed flame man, flew to a rock, and shattered the rock. The figure of the four-handed flame man stopped abruptly in an instant. Call. The flame man gently blew the white mist on his fingers. The figure of the four-handed flame man also gently fell from the sky and landed on the ground without a sound, as if he had died without a place to be buried. The huge flame also dissipated immediately. There is no reversal. Suspense. A kill is a kill. If it doesn't work, then try again. The clean and neat duel made everyone admire it, and Mark also extended his thumb to the flame man. And far away, a dark shadow quietly flew out of the forest, to be precise, from the top of an old tree. Taste. The figure flew into the air, and suddenly released a long string of mucus towards the back of the flame man. Boom! This time, the flame man was really caught off guard by the mucus hit on the back. His body fell from the sky to the sea of fire, and a large piece of green mucus was still stuck on his body. Boom! When he fell into the sea of fire, the mucus and flames exploded violently, and the small piece of flame burned violently, and suddenly covered his figure. Exploded? Because this is glider's slime, it will explode violently with the flames of the firemen? When the crowd in the distance saw this scene, they screamed in fear. Mark had a little worry on his face, but he didn't worry too much. He was very confident in Xiao Chen's strength. What worries him is, who is the master of that attack? In the forest, there is an alien exactly like gliding King Kong, but he has a pair of diamond claws and is very strong. He can easily hook all kinds of money bags, and he also carries money bags on his back. Obviously, it is not only this gathering, attacked by him and the four-handed fireman, but it was indeed the first time they encountered a strong enemy. Taste. 853 did not stay, and the Diamond Glider King immediately fled. Taste. In the sea of fire, a figure suddenly flew out, hanging high in the sky, like a god. It's the Flame Man. He was a little embarrassed, and there was a little scratch on his body, which was caused by falling to the ground after being hit by the explosion. Already run away. The flame man looked around. There was nothing in the far jungle, only a group of frightened birds caught by the flames, soaring towards the distance. Man has run away. Brother Flame, Mark said loudly, waving his arms at the flame man. Forgot to tell you, there were 2 children by the swamp who were attacked by the monster just now. Go and see. He also saw that scene, not because he didn't want to save him, but because he was intercepted by the sea of fire. Hearing this, the flame man immediately stepped on the fire cloud and crossed the layers of woods, stopped on the bank of the swamp, jumped down and extinguished the fire cloud, and carefully controlled the flames on his body to prevent the flames from burning into the biogas and causing a violent explosion. He looked around, anxious in his heart. The 2 children must be Xiaoben and Xiaoan. Can they stop the monster's fireball? Although it's not my horror. At this time, the flame man noticed that in a forest not far away, there was smoke in a place, and the surrounding trees were even more mutilated, and many branches and stumps fell outside the smoke or inside the smoke. That's a blast? Who? He noticed that, and there was a vigilant voice from there. Tian Xiaoan and Tian Xiaoben walked out unscathed. The moment they saw the flame man, they were not happy, but more vigilant, and they didn't let go until they found the sign on the flame man's chest. Great, you're all fine. The flame man breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile. When the monster attacked just now, the lucky magic pendant reminded me that I took Xiaoben to hide behind a tree. Although it was also the place where the explosion was affected, it was not the center of the explosion. In order to prevent being attacked again, I used magic all the time. The shield hides inside. Tian Xiaoan happily took out his super artifact lucky magic pendant and shook it in front of the flame man. It's fine. The flame man looked at the 2 of them, and immediately, his face became serious. You also saw the monster with 4 arms. Yes, I saw. BGEF. Tian Xiaoan and Tian Xiaoben both nodded and were very puzzled. We thought that monster was you at first. But he has the characteristics of a 4-handed overlord. Not just him, an alien. The flame man turned his back solemnly, and there were still wisps of disgusting mucus on his back, which was the mucus of gliding King Kong. Turning around, he continued, there are at least 2 aliens, and these aliens are different from ordinary aliens. They have multiple alien DNAs? Maybe some bioscientist behind them, mixed with alien DNA, made bio-warriors. Or who has what organization? Mark's voice came from not far away, and took over the words of the flame man. He came from a distance, and his palms kept flapping, dispelling the faint smoke around him. I think so too. The flame man said, I'm afraid the crocodile bodies in the swamp are also related to these mutant aliens. In short, behind this is definitely more than just 2 aliens robbing money together. After waiting for the time to transform into a human being, Xiao Chen walked out with Mark and the others, pretending to be a lost child who had just been found out of the forest by his parents. The flames of the rally were basically extinguished by the firefighters who came from a distance, leaving only some wreckage, and even the shadow of the market was no longer visible, so naturally it was impossible to continue the tour. People gradually dispersed. In this way, Xiao Chen and the others are also more conducive to the investigation. First, I did a survey around, and indeed found traces of the existence of gliding King Kong on a few trees. Some of the leaves on the top of the tree were flattened, some branches were directly broken and fell under the tree, and there were fallen leaves on the ground, and a trace of mucus remained on the ground under the fallen leaves. This is the best evidence? The question is, how do we find that monster? It's been gone for a long time. Inside the car, Tian Xiaoben was eating lunch and asked Xiao Chen who was beside him. Several people were discussing the matter while having lunch. The survey of the environment just took a lot of energy. Xiao Chen mysteriously touched the clothes on his back, stretched out his hand again, bounced off, and there was a trace of mucus standing on his palm, which was full of stench. The traces of the attack are still there. Send. It's disgusting. Tian Xiaoan saw the mucus behind Xiao Chen, and immediately a foul stench swept over it. It was the stench of gliding King Kong. She immediately covered her nose and frowned. Tian Xiaoben retched directly. I'm going to spit out my lunch. You calm down. Xiao Chen hurriedly turned around with a smile on his face. That monster must be from the gliding King Kong race. Yes, it also left mucus on me. Since there is mucus, then I have a way to track it. The most urgent task is to eat first, and then to have a full meal. Since Mark has eaten all kinds of dark dishes for Xiao Chen before, Xiao Chen's tolerance is quite strong. Even if he is facing the stench of his back, he can eat lunch without changing his face. The 3 people on the opposite side were all amazed. After lunch, Xiao Chen and others came out again, and the meeting was already empty. It must be because of the vicious incident, so all the tourists ran away. With past experience, Mark easily judged the reason. This makes it easier for us to investigate. Xiao Chen raised his Omnitrix, twisted the screen, moved it all the way to the super beast, and pressed it down gently. Taste? His body suddenly released bursts of dazzling rays of light, his body swelled, his hair was exuberant, and he turned into an orange beast, which was countless times more majestic than the old Hu Xiangxi. Roar. The super beast let out a low roar, fell to the ground on all fours, bowed its body, and the needle-like fur on its back was still stained with dried-up mucus. With a slight movement of his nose, the pungent smell instantly refreshed his mind, and his whole body shivered violently. This taste. Directly into the DNA. Big dog, did you find anything? Tian Xiaoan jokingly patted the super beast's arm. The face of the super beast turned sharply to the front of the jungle, and his nose took a deep sniff. There are hundreds of smells in the air, and hundreds of smells come from different directions, and some are even far away. It may be the smell from another city. The human nose is unable to distinguish the delicate smells. The dog's nose has difficulty tracking a wisp of breath wafting from a great distance. And the nose of the super beast is extremely developed. He clearly traced every subtle smell, and traced it until he found the source. Nature. The direction he was looking at was exactly the direction Glider King fled from. Broken pieces? The super beast stretched out a slap and patted his back. The meaning is naturally quite obvious. Whoa. Mark, Tianziaoan, and the others neatly climbed onto the back of the super beast, and the three of them sat directly on it. Taste? The super beast is carrying 3 people, but it is still very fast, and its limbs are swiping with force, bursting out like a cheetah. An orange ball of lightning rolled into the woods. Fortunately, the trees in the woods were not dense, otherwise some trees would have been knocked out by the rampaging super beasts. Bang bang bang, the vigorous figure shuttled around like an ape in the jungle. Mark was holding on to the fur of the super beast, and there were rays of light around Tianziaoan, helping the 3 to stabilize on the back of the super beast. This jungle shuttle lasted less than 3 minutes. The super beast got out of the forest and came to a lake. Said it was a lake. Actually, it's a huge swamp. There is still a thick fog on the swamp, so that people can only see the nearby swamp. When looking around, it is hazy, as if the swamp is endless. Just in front, the super beast stretched out a finger, pointed to the front, and smelled it again. Although the smell of the swamp was strong, trying to overwhelm the smell of Glider, he could feel the smell of Glider getting stronger. The swamp can't hide it. This swamp, how should we go? Tianziaoan asked suspiciously. Roar. For flowers. The chest of the super beast bulged slightly, its head leaned forward, and it roared vigorously. Like the roar of the king of beasts. Shhhhhhh. Countless crocodiles who were preparing to hunt instantly appeared on the swamp surface. Those icy eyes looked at the super beast in fear. It stands to reason that cold-blooded animals would not have such a reaction, but what they felt on the super beast was that bloodline-like suppression. The dispersal of the fog also allowed everyone to see the swamp clearly. In the swamp, there were still quite a few pieces of ground that looked like flows, just enough for people to stand on. Taste? The super beast was not idle, and jumped directly to the first piece of ground with a few people on his back. Although the ground was small, it was very strong and landed on it quite smoothly. The crocodiles around them also stayed there quietly, as if they were frightened by the super beast. Taste taste. Accompanied again and again, the super beast jumped in various places like Mario, and shuttled through this swamp. And along with going deep into the swamp, he also discovered. In the depths of the swamp, there are floating islands, about a dozen square meters in size, with grasses and small trees growing on them. Taste? The super beast jumped to the floating island with 3 people on his back, just leaned on the small tree and rested for a while. It's amazing here. The 3 walked down. Tianziaoan looked around and was amazed. In the hazy fog, neither the sky nor the ground can be seen, only this floating island like a boat stands still in this sea-like swamp. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The surrounding swamps began to bubble up. This made the super beast instantly vigilant, and the lines on his body, that is, the senses, instantly opened, scanning everything around him. Monument? Next moment? One after another, the upside-down crocodile corpse emerged from the swamp. The corpse rotted and shrunken. The crocodile, which was originally 1 or 2 meters long, was abruptly only half a meter long. The closer it is to the Glider King, more and more crocodiles are dead. Billion, what's up with these crocodiles? It stinks. Tianziaoban and Tianziaoan frowned. The super beast suddenly stood up. Wrong? His senses show. Does the body have heat? Monument? A crocodile corpse suddenly bounced and jumped, flew more than 10 meters before falling to the swamp, and in the original position, a huge beast rushed out. The body part of the giant beast was wrapped in filthy mud, and there was some human garbage on it. He has 2 pairs of arms. The super beast slowly raised its sharp teeth, the teeth glowing with cold light, got up and 853, slowly crawled over beside Mark and others, facing the muddy beast. The 2 suddenly stopped moving, and the sound just stood there blankly, staring at each other, like 2 beasts about to hunt. The eve of the storm? The air, eerily quiet. Even Mark, Tianziaoban, and Tianziaoan stood there, motionless, and extremely silent. They could smell the murderous aura in the air. Taste. Between the lightning and flint, the super beast carries a majestic murderous aura, and the whole body is drawn out like orange lightning. Just for a moment, he passed by the 4-handed beast. Roar. The 4-handed beast roared directly, stretched out 4 big hands, and slammed it upwards. The first 3 hands did not touch the fur of the super beast, only the upper right hand grabbed one of the legs of the super beast. Wrist? But 1 big hand is enough? Boom! The arm of the big hand bulged out as if it was injected with air, and the mud on it was even shaken down a lot, and a powerful force erupted, directly flying the super beast in midair. Heavily I fell on a platform not far away. Boom! The super beast fell heavily in front of Mark and the others. Xiao Chen? The 3 of them exclaimed in unison, wanting to help forward, but the weight of the fall made the entire floating island sway, as if it were about to collapse, and the center of gravity of the 3 was unstable. Roar. The four-handed beast lowered again, and couldn't wait to stretch out four hands to grab the fallen super beast. While you are sick it kills you. Call out. Next moment. The mud on the neck of the four-handed beast was completely torn apart, revealing the fiery red neck inside. A crack suddenly appeared on the neck, and blood was flowing. His body froze immediately. Crack clap. The super beast slowly climbed up from the ground, twisted his forearms, made a crisp sound of joint collision, and his expression was calm. Just now, I can massage my joints and move my body. Monument? The body of the four-handed beast fell into the quagmire and sank. This time, he couldn't get up again. That lightning-like moment just now. There are 10 ways for the super beast to let the four-handed beast die. As for the four-handed beast, he could only move his bones. That's how the beast fights. Every move, every blow, can give the most terrifying fatal injury. Are you all right? Tian Xiaoan came over with concern and asked. The super beast first tried to say something, but a low roar broke out in his throat. He simply stretched out his arm and patted his chest forcefully to prove it with practical actions. What is that four-handed monster just now? Is it another variant of the four-handed overlord? Mark fell into deep thought, not waiting for a few people to share their feelings. Bang bang bang! From nearby, one crocodile after another floated. Covered by the fog, the crocodiles looked as dry as driftwood. Tian Xiaoan, Mark, and the others did not take it to heart. Only the super beast raised his head alertly, because he felt a lot of heat approaching here. As the crocodile approaches, on the wood block under the hazy fog, there are figures of different sizes. They, standing on the crocodile, used the crocodile as a mount, shuttled through the swamp, and approached the floating island. Not just one side. In all directions, there are crocodiles approaching. At this moment, without the need for the super beast to remind, the other three also quietly noticed something was wrong, and slowly backed away, back to back with the super beast, each facing the same direction. Boom! Tian Xiaoban pressed the reactor, and the nanotechnology instantly drove the steel armor, covering every part of his body. Tian Xiaoan's hands glowed. Mark took a wrench out of his pocket. Well, this is his strongest weapon. SHHHHHH. The distance is getting closer. The crocodile gradually showed its hideous appearance, and the figure on it gradually became clear. That is, Tian Xiaoan looked surprised when he saw the figure on the crocodile. The head of the flash star, the body of the flash star. The limbs are diamond crystals of diamonds? Such a flash star. Having 3, Tian Xiaoban is here. The crocodiles are cooked. Aliens on the 4.5 side of them. It is a monster with a super beast arm, big steel teeth, a flame man's head, and a deep red body with strong physique. And the aliens Mark is facing here are much simpler, just a group of 4-armed flame men. Various modified aliens appeared in front of several people. The most shocking, just like the front, the super beast faces the aliens. The outline of the alien appeared in his senses, and even more clearly. That is a figure of dry cancer. The plant-like body contains a huge amount of heat. Because the senses of the super beast are terrifying enough, as long as he always locks on a person, he can see the whole picture of that person clearly, and can capture the color better than the human eye. That flaming head. That dry, cancerous plant body. Swamp fire? When the super beast saw the appearance of the alien, he immediately took a breath, and his face showed an incredible expression. How could it be a swamp fire? Kill? The swamp fire looked like he had a low IQ. He slowly raised his hands, aimed at the super beast in front of him, and directly erupted a long string of flames that swept in. There was no time to react. The super beast swelled its chest and roared forward with force. The bursts of roars were called violent winds, and the flames were suddenly blown away, scattered into countless flames that fell like raindrops. Instant snap snap. The flames fell into the swamp, causing a terrible explosion of course. Taste. Tian Xiaoban activated the rocket thruster, took off directly on the spot, raised his palms, and aimed at the 4 who were not yet approaching. The violent 16 sound of the explosion? It's so noisy, Xiaoban? Tian Xiaoan is also glowing, flying in the sky, constantly launching magical attacks on the crocodile under the Flash King Kong, choosing to use tricks. The two have different styles of play, one with superior firepower and the other with precise strikes, giving full play to their respective advantages. It's really embarrassing for my old waist. Mark hammered his waist, took a deep breath, took out the lighter from his pocket, picked up a branch and made it into a torch, which he kept waving at the crocodiles on the shore, directly scaring the group of crocodiles. Dare to approach. The 4-handed flame people did not dare to advance rashly. They did not seem to have the formidable strength of the swamp fire. This swamp fire, what the hell is going on? The super beast was still amazed at the swamp fire. Wow, the swamp fire is no nonsense. The palms and soles of the feet spurted flames, flew from the crocodile, and dived directly towards the super beast. The super beast's induction was great in an instant. His body was agile, and he rolled directly to the right, and the swamp fire immediately fell to the ground where he was, and fell a dog to eat shit. Taste. The cold claws of the super beast swept over the body of the swamp fire instantly. At the critical moment, he hurriedly twisted his body and turned over, but his arm was flashed by a cold light. Taste. A plant arm flew high, rotated in a circle, and fell not far away. An arm of the swamp fire? Kill the first arm. The super beast retracted his claws, his expression full of grimness. Taste. Next second, A vine actually grew from the wound on the broken arm, grabbed the swamp fire's shoulder, was pulled back in an instant, and reattached the arm. Injury, fully recovered? Boom! Swamp fire also instantly raised this hand, aiming at the super beast, just like Tian Xiaobin's palm cannon bursting out terrifying flames. The unprepared super beast was directly hit by a cannonball, flew out, and fell into the swamp. Kill it. Swamp fire can only speak short words, and got up without emotion, like a fighting machine, and looked at Mark over there again. Damn. Mark's complexion changed dramatically in an instant. The swamp was a group of crocodiles that were eyeing for tigers, and a monster of unknown race was walking beside him. Stress multiplies. Boom. Just a moment. The huge black shadow rushed out of the swamp, returned like lightning, and directly threw itself on the swamp fire that had no time to react. Click. What the hell? The scene was once violent? The super beast suppresses the swamp fire, uses its limbs together, and keeps releasing various deadly attacks with its 2 pairs of sharp claws. He only saw 2 plant arms and 2 plant thighs thrown out by him, all torn apart. Monument? The swamp fire instantly caught fire, and the super beast that threw himself on him was suddenly ignited by the flames, and the whole body was enveloped in flames and burned. Xiaochen. This swamp can't help me, Xiaochen. When Mark and Tian Xiaoben saw this scene, they were naturally very anxious, but Tian Xiaoben, who was bombing there, couldn't hear the situation here. Taste. The super beast immediately spread his claws and took a few steps back. Strangely, although his body was burning, he did not scream or panic, but let it burn. After a few seconds, the flame seemed to burn out, slowly extinguished, and was carried away by a gust of wind. Exposed figure. But it is an unscathed super beast. To speak of the loss, the fur on his back and front was slightly charred, and the flesh and blood inside was completely fine. The swamp I was wearing just now helped me resist a lot of flames, and the armor of my fur blocked all the remaining flames, so that I was fine at all. The super beast clenched his fist slowly, unable to help himself some surprises. Self-defeating. SHHHHHH. The body of swamp fire's severed limbs twisted on the ground, and the 4 limbs actually floated up again and aimed at its body. Bang bang bang. In an instant, all limbs are connected. Swamp fire knelt down on one knee, propped up with both hands, and tried to get up. Why did it recover again? Rao is a super beast, and he is also looking at this scene with a dumbfounded expression. It was too late to be surprised. His body jumped out, and like a meteor, he relocated on the body of the swamp fire that had not yet fully risen, and this boom directly crushed the swamp fire into the ground. Bang bang bang. The super beast did not hesitate, clenched his fists with both hands, and swung his fists at the head of the swamp fire under him, exerting the power and speed of the beast to the fullest. Steel will be beaten into weapons. And swamp fire's head is only dry and painful for an instant, and the next second is refilled, and there is even a tendency to fight back. An immortal body? Bang bang bang. Super beasts, just keep attacking in waves. Then he punched hard and watched the other mutant aliens fighting in the melee. After more than 2 minutes, when the super beast's arms were too sore to wave, he panted and looked at the swamp fire below. The swamp fire, the whole body became rotten, like a rotten plant, completely dead. It's done. The super beast said with lingering fears. Although I don't know how it appeared, the 2nd generation of aliens is really strong? Correct. Collect DNA? After collecting DNA, the super beast retracted contentedly, but what he didn't notice was that the Omnitrix pattern on his chest first turned red, then the pattern quickly switched, and finally slowly returned to normal. Underneath, the swamp fire's dry-scarred body gradually rotted away. In the end, only piles of wreckage remained. There was no complete genetic body to support the long-term survival of this life form. He was only the perfect one among dozens of variants. Done. Call out? On the side of the super beast, he jumped agilely on a crocodile again, and slapped the 4-handed flame people on it one by one. This group of monsters, strength, not big enough, flame, not hot enough. For super beasts, their resistance is painless, just like a tiger killing a wild wolf. Although the attack of the wild wolf is effective, it is not worth mentioning to the tiger at all. Bang bang bang. With the 4-handed flamemen being beaten down from the crocodile, after these monsters sank into the swamp, they would never come out again. The other side. Tian Xiaoben slowly retracted his palms, and the smoke covering the swamp was slowly dissipating, revealing the corpses of crocodiles with their stomachs turned over, as well as the remains of some alien monsters, and a messy swamp. This area was directly smashed by him. I'm done here too. Tian Xiaoben took off slowly, came to the side of the super beast, and said easily, these mutant aliens have many abilities, but each ability is very weak. As long as they understand their fighting routines, they can easily win. It's hard to beat the 4 at all. Come up. The super beast returned to the floating island and patted himself on the back. His intention was obvious. He wanted to take everyone through this swamp before his transformation time was over. Soon, they maintained their previous state and continued to travel through the swamp, skipping one floating point after another like Mario. And the more forward, crocodiles, and even all kinds of creatures living in the quagmire, their corpses can be seen everywhere, as if something was taking their life away. It's a little unbelievable to see the super beast, and at the same time speed up the pace. Gradually, even under the cover of fog, you can still see the huge silhouette of the shore. After the uninterrupted madness of the super beast, he finally arrived at the shore in a short time. Drop drop drop. And this time, obviously there is still some distance from the shore, but the Omnitrix pattern of the super beast started to flash, accompanied by a unique sound effect. His face was startled. Oops. Boom. The super beast immediately arched his body, and the rock pillars under his feet that protruded from the depths of the quagmire began to shake due to the force. Boom. Its body jumped high in an instant, releasing astonishing bouncing power like a grasshopper. The three of them were like riding on a roller coaster, pinching the sides of the back of the super beast, and their palms tightly clinging to the fur of the super beast. Even so, because of inertia, the three of them were behind each other. It almost flew out. The body of the super beast is advancing rapidly in midair, getting closer and closer to the shore, and naturally even the outline is clearer. On the shore, there is no green grass in the soil, only messy stones and some withered grass roots, a completely dilapidated scene. Boom! After bursts of red violent energy fluctuations in the sky, Xiao Chen's body fell on the ground first, and after rolling around on the ground, he released his strength. Boom! Then there was Mark. The moment he landed, Tian Xiaowen's magical power wrapped around his body, so that he also landed on the ground smoothly, so as not to fall down. As for Tian Xiaowen himself, he didn't have the strength to protect himself, so he fell to the ground with his pretty face pale. Taste? At the critical moment, Xiao Chen rushed forward with a single stride, aimed at where Tian Xiaowen had fallen, and hurriedly opened his arms. Boom! Tian Xiaowen fell directly onto Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen's body ran a few steps back, and his arms hurriedly hugged Tian Xiaowen's body, hugging tightly to prevent her from slipping. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's physique was strong enough and timely enough. Tian Xiaowen just touched the ground and stopped. Caught. Xiao Chen's feet also began to exert force, and with a slight sway forward, the body that had been leaning backward regained its balance, and the arms hugging Tian Xiaowen also loosened slightly. Thank you, Xiao Chen. Tian Xiaowen's Shuangtang also held Xiao Chen's shoulder tightly. His face moved away from Xiao Chen's chest, and said with a somewhat unnatural expression. But compared to the time when he was shy when he touched his hands, Xiaowen is now not so shy when facing Xiao Chen. It's more like a habit. It's all right. Xiao Chen looked at the girl in front of him, and immediately let go of his hands, took a few steps back, and maintained a gentleman's attitude. Ouch! Tian Xiaoben also fell down. He was more saddened. A dog ate feces directly on the ground and fell all covered in ashes. It hurts to death. He rubbed his forehead and cried out in pain. It's not a big deal, Qianli is good, just take a rest. Xiao Chen gave Tian Xiaoben a funny look, patted his shoulder and comforted him. Look at that. At this moment, Mark's serious voice caught Xiao Chen's attention. He pointed his finger to a place not far away, and everyone followed his finger to look over. There's a drain on the shore, and around that, more crocodile carcasses, and there are also small crocodiles approaching in the distance. Is this absorbing the energy of these creatures? Xiao Chen asked incredulously with a look of surprise on his face. Definitely is. Mark nodded. What is the best biological scientist to do? One by one in the past life can win the Nobel Prize, and as a result, he has become a villain in this world. The plumbing goes so far. This end of the drainage pipe is in the swamp, and the other end cannot be seen at all, because the drainage pipe extends into the depths of the forest on this side, and it is still invisible to the farthest point of view. Go, but don't be in a hurry. Xiao Chen made a decisive decision and walked forward directly with the drain pipe. Tian Xiaowen, Mark, and others also followed one by one, vigilant against each other. The speed of the four is not fast, which is equivalent to a jogging state. On the one hand, it is to prevent any traps, and on the other hand, it is to restore Xiao Chen's Omnitrix transformation time. It was not until Xiao Chen walked out of the woods and saw the abandoned factory in front of him that he stopped. The drainage channel is also directly connected to the factory building through the open factory door. There are cobwebs and rust everywhere outside the factory. It means that no one has come for a long time. Who is doing crazy biological experiments here? Mark frowned slowly and said 853. Wait a minute. Xiao Chen slowly retreated into the woods, hid beside a big tree, and looked at the Omnitrix on his wrist, which was still red. He suppressed the impatience in his heart and said calmly, wait for another minute, Omnitrix is almost recovered, and then go in. Inside the factory. It's not like Kevin has long since seen Xiao Chen hiding by the big tree through the window. Just seeing Xiao Chen's human state hiding there, his chest started to ache, and a cool feeling came up from his back, like a poisonous snake in the room. Who's here? Kevin. Dr. Dongwu casually continued the experiment at hand. Idiot. Xiao Chen is here. It's all your fault. You made such a big noise in the experiment? I said it all, keep a low profile, keep a low profile. Ten did not look like Kevin's eyes were violent, his teeth rubbed together, bjit, glaring at Dr. Dongwu in front of him. So fast? A look of surprise crossed Dr. Dongwu's face, and he still underestimated Xiao Chen's tracking ability. And around him, it's a huge cultivation warehouse? There is a yellow-green medium in the culture chamber, and there are pieces of body fragments inside. Look closely, it's the arm of the big steel tooth, it's the head of the flame man without fire, maybe it's an eye of the flashing star. These body fragments are slowly growing? The bottom end of the cultivating silo is connected to water pipes, and each water pipe goes straight to the drainage pipe, which is used to siphon those living organisms in the swamp. My century creation project will be my greatest science ever. Dr. Dongwu clenched his fists frantically. Use your alien DNA, combine with my science, and use cheap Earth animals' life forms, in exchange for mutant gene monsters. Create new life. In his bones, he carried a madness and pursuit of science. This stuff is useless. Unlike Kevin's mind flashed this idea. He glanced at Dr. Dongwu disdainfully, and snorted, your scientific plan has nothing to do with me. You need my DNA. I have already given it to you, and now I want to get out and not get involved in this muddy water. Gliding diamonds? Dr. Dongwu immediately turned around and shouted outside the factory building. Taste? The gliding monster that attacked Xiao Chen sneaked in through the back door, smelling bad, and holding sacks full of money looted from various exhibitions. Not much, but enough. Good. Ten didn't talk nonsense like Kevin, walked to the gliding monster, pinched his nose, and grabbed the first sack. Research? The factory gate outside the factory building. Xiao Chen and the others walked in recklessly, seemingly because they didn't know who was in the factory, so they didn't restrain their footsteps. Coming? Unlike Ten, Kevin retracted one of his hands in an instant, his 2 pairs of wings fluttered in an instant, and the whole person turned into a terrifying afterimage, and flew away from this place with a flavor? Is it running too fast? Dr. Dongwu raised his sunglasses slightly. His eyes were full of contempt for Kevin. He put on the sunglasses again, and said without looking up, gliding monster, put the money behind the factory building, and then go to stop the man. In the morning, it only takes 1 minute for me to speed up the creation of new genetic monsters. Taste? The gliding monster roared in a low voice, and also spread its wings and flew out of the back door. After throwing the money bag, it flew towards the sky above the factory building. Remember, don't disturb the monster on the 2nd floor of the factory building. Absolutely not. Dr. Dongwu also bent down and stretched out the back door, exhorting the gliding monsters. Xiao Chen here. Some noises were vaguely heard, but it was all drowned out by the low-flying noise of the gliding monster. Stop. Xiao Chen, who started at the beginning, stopped abruptly and stood in the open space, looking at the closed door not far away, and the square factory building, with some vigilance in his heart. After all, that guy in the factory, but even swamp fire was produced. Who knows what kind of monsters have come up? Taste? A figure cut through the sky above the factory building and landed directly on top of Xiao Chen's head, circling back and forth. Puff! A column of mucus directly cut through the sky, attacking Xiao Chen from top to bottom without warning. Boom! Xiao Chen looked at the mucus, and subconsciously waved his right wrist, blocking it above his head. Boom! The mucus hit the Omnitrix on Xiao Chen's wrist with great precision, and a foul smell instantly enveloped the entire right arm, rushing directly to Xiao Chen's nose. But there was nothing wrong with his wrist. The Omnitrix seemed to be a small shield, completely resisting the slime impact of the gliding monster. Roar! The gliding monster let out a low roar, bent its tail like an axe, and quickly approached a few people. The tail slashed directly and fiercely. Xiao Chen and the others dispersed in an instant, using their different dodging methods to avoid the gliding monster. Boom! The terrifying tail of the gliding monster pierced directly into the ground, smashing out a small pit, just enough to catch his tail, unable to pull it out. Good chance. Xiao Chen released a cold light in his eyes, first glanced behind the gliding monster, and then walked directly towards the gliding monster. Roar! The gliding monster looked at Xiao Chen who was approaching, and let out a low growl like a warning. A pair of diamond claws turned into a pair of diamond spikes, and waved forward randomly. Xiao Chen really stopped and was startled. Monument? A slap sounded. The proud look on the gliding monster's face froze. Boom! The 4 tentacle-like eyes on its face slumped, and its body slumped to the ground. Behind. It's Mark who dug up a big tree post? When Grandpa is not injured, he is always the strongest one. Grandpa, great job. Xiao Chen couldn't help giving a thumbs up to Grandpa Mark in front of him. This wave fits perfectly. Let's go. After dropping the stump, Mark walked to the gate of the factory first. Xiao Chen and the others followed one by one. The gate is a closed iron gate. Who is outside? And inside the factory, there are some subtle voices. Mark and the others looked at each other, and only when their ears were close to the door could they barely hear the slightest sound inside. Dr. Dongwu is screaming with all his strength. None of you can sabotage my plan to exchange low-level creatures for high-level creatures? How great is this? If this technology is widely applied to humans, then humans will also be able to see the hope of prolonging life. By destroying my plan, you are preventing the evolution of human genes. At first glance, his words seemed to have a little bit of truth. Tian Xiaobin immediately said righteously and loudly, crocodiles also have life. You deprive those animals of their lives and create these evil alien monsters. Don't look for these crooked reasons. His life technology, Xiao Chen said meaningfully, created creatures with low IQs, and they were the products of failures. And those aliens wouldn't survive for long. At best, it's just a magic monster. This can't deceive Xiao Chen, who has a very high amount of knowledge storage. But if it's true, it is necessary for Xiao Chen to talk to this person about how the technology is used. You idiots, you still question my scientific research products? Also, Tian Xiaobin, you soft-hearted fellow, why can't low-level creatures like crocodiles be replaced by high-level creatures? Your worldview is too naive. An exasperated voice came from inside. Tian Xiaoben? That person knew Xiao Chen and them? Otherwise, it is impossible to call the name. He's stalling for time. Xiao Chen reacted instantly and looked at his Omnitrix again. Ding dong. Omnitrix green. He twisted the screen, and the figure of Swamp Fire quickly appeared on the screen. Think about it. Xiao Chen still didn't take any chances, turned the Omnitrix, switched to another alien, and snapped it with a bang. Taste? Hong Tianli slowly twisted his arms, hugged his body directly, turned into a super large iron ball, rolled from the ground in a circle, took a run, and then jumped fiercely, crashing into the big iron gate. His body quickly approached the big iron gate. Boom! Until that day, the iron gate flew out and collided fiercely with the thunder of the sky. Both fell from the sky and fell to the ground at the same time, making a loud noise. Ask for flowers. The iron gate flew out by itself. Tian Xiaoben was confused. Inside the factory, the head of a flame man, the legs of a flashing star, the body of a four-handed overlord, and a patchwork monster with super beast arms walked slowly. The most obvious difference between him and other splice monsters is his body is based on the body structure of a four-handed overlord, with a giant 3-meter-high figure, extremely strong. Tian Xiaoben? When the four-handed monster looked at Tian Xiaoben, it called out Tian Xiaoben's name accurately. This made the other three people look surprised, and their hearts were filled with incredible. How did this alien know Xiaoben? I am Kevin. And the monster said the next word. Everyone was stunned. Even the Hong Tianli who got up was full of incredible expressions. Only Dr. Dongwu in the workshop showed a slight smile. He looked at the surrounding cultivation warehouses. I saw that there were no body parts in the 8 cultivating chambers, and one of the cultivating chambers had just been broken, and the gene fluid inside was exposed. He joins those body parts together. A fake Kevin was born, also one of his killers. Whether it's Kevin or not, let's get rid of you first, and then cross-examine. Hong Tianli took a deep breath, puffed out his chest, curled up, and turned into a battle ball again. With a bang sound, his body slammed into the four-handed monster directly. Next moment, the four-handed monster slanted slightly, directly estimated the attack distance of the thunder. Hong Tianli flew past him, hit the wall not far away, and knocked out a big hole. You can't hit me. The four-handed monster tilted its head and said lightly, because the inside of his head is made up of my DNA. He has a super high combat IQ. This is the craziest thing about Dr. Dongwu. He used his own DNA to form the intelligence of this four-handed monster, making up for the weakness of 10 unlike Kevin. Perfect work. Billion. Can't hit. Hong Tianli drilled in again through the big hole he smashed before. His face was stunned, and he hugged his body again with 4 hands. Try again. Can you hit it this time? Taste? His body rolled rapidly, and it was no longer a round afterimage, but a twisted afterimage, so fast that it almost turned into a lightning bolt. The ground is constantly being crushed with marks, like the tire marks that a truck has driven through. Taste? The four-handed monster turned sideways for a while, and easily brushed past Hong Tianli's round body. He turned his head and said, You can't hit me. It's useless. Research? The figure of Hong Tianli suddenly pulled back before hitting the wall in front of him. Instead of smashing the wall, he stopped. Boom! He then used the 853 wall as the jumping point, exerted his strength, flew back directly, and hit the chest of the four-handed monster heavily, a series of movements in one go. Puff. The four-handed monster was knocked back more than 10 steps away, its body curled up, its forepalms were torn on the ground, and countless fingerprints were drawn as it retreated. Wonderful. The thunderous thunder rolled back to the ground, bounced off the ground again, and hit the four-handed monster again. He rolls back and forth like marbles, passing through walls, the ground, and even the body of a four-handed monster, as a force point, bouncing back and forth, hitting. When touching the wall, Hong Tianli will not be as cumbersome as the surface, but it is very flexible to collect force, ensuring that it will not smash the wall. Bang bang bang! Just 1 minute, the huge golden figure rolled back and forth, hitting the body of the four-handed monster more than a dozen times in a row, causing the latter to sway from side to side, with a blue nose and a swollen face. Puff. The four-handed monster sprayed a mouthful of blood on the ground, fell to one knee, and felt unbearable pain all over his body. He didn't know how many bones were broken, but he only knew that his whole body was in pain. Hoo-hoo. After several hits, Hong Tianli also slowly landed on the ground, his curled body stretched out, panting slightly, and exhaling a large breath could form a cyclone that would flow back. Crack. Kick. The four-handed monster endured the excruciating pain, slowly stood up from the ground, and then took back the bones that he could do. Expressionless, bursts of action accompanied by crisp sounds. Seeing that Hong Tianli's whole face is wrinkled. Just watching. It hurts? The alien variant of the four-handed monster actually ignores the pain and does not regard himself as a human at all. Tian Xiaoben, Tian Xiaoan, and others who were hiding on the side were also shocked when they saw this scene. Continue. The four-handed monster spit out these 2 words coldly. Call out? Hong Tianli didn't talk nonsense. It directly turned into a golden battle ball, and rolled out in an instant. The first prediction. The four-handed monster dodged sideways. Boom! When Hong Tianli instantly hit the wall, bounced, and flew towards the four-handed monster with his back turned to him. The four-handed monster lowered his body in a sympathetic manner and let the thunder pass over him. Boom! The thunder of thunder bounces back again. Once again, the four-handed monster was easily dodged. Shhhhhhh. The speed of the two is getting faster and faster, only a golden lightning can be seen rolling back and forth, and the figure of the four-handed monster has also turned into a terrifying afterimage, trying his best to avoid every rolling attack of the thunder. It can only be predicted once from the beginning. Up to now, this monster has figured out all the tricks of thunder. Everything can be avoided. Dr. Dongwu, now climbing to the top floor of the abandoned factory building, standing on the roof overlooking everything below, was very excited. No matter what powerful alien you are no match for my perfect work. The perfect work is not so much a fighting talent, but it is better to call it a super brain, which can directly calculate the distance and the arc of the thunder will attack in an instant. Then dodge one by one. 3 or 4 minutes have passed. The walls, the ground, and even the big iron gate of the factory building were full of rolling marks that had been rolled out. Only the four-handed monster stood there unscathed, just panting because of the frequent dodging. I can't hit this monster. The thunder of thunder also stopped. He knelt there on one knee, the muscles all over his body were sore, and his breathing couldn't keep up with the oxygen he needed. His consumption must be greater than that of the monster, and he doesn't even have to think about it. It's my turn. The four-handed monster consumes less energy, and it walks straight towards Xingtian Li, its face full of murderous aura. Xiao Chen, Tian Xiaoben suddenly became excited, and walked towards Hongtian Li, only to be picked up by Mark. Don't be impatient, Xiaoben, Xiaoan, we have to save our physical strength. Trust Xiao Chen. Mark warned Tian Xiaoben very solemnly. Tian Xiaoan resisted the urge to shoot, and stared at Hongtian Li intently. Hongtian Li slowly got up, looked at the four-handed monster coming, and showed a cold smile. You said you have seen through my rolling tricks, right? Whatever you do, my body has developed a conditioned reflex. The four-handed monster made a statement with a blank face, and the four palms slammed into the arms of Xingtian Li, and slowly raised the huge Xingtian Li over his head. Boom! Hongtian Li's pair of broad claws, like a shockwave of 4.5 flesh pads, landed on the body of the four-handed monster lightly. Immediately, boom! The body of the four-handed monster was shot and flew out like a kite with a broken string. Hit the wall directly. Boom! Hongtian Li fell back to the ground, slowly raised a pair of claws and clenched them into fists. You can dodge my impact, but as long as I change my mind to attack, you will be dead. And this monster did not inherit the terrifying body of the four-handed overlord because of the stitching of other DNA. Without defense. Fragile. A slap in the sky can knock it out. No wonder the system looked down on this monster. Bang! Bang! Don't be arrogant. The body of the four-handed monster came back little by little. His face was ugly, his body was covered in dust, and there was a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. Now if you hit me again, you won't hurt me. Yes. Hongtian Li showed an inexplicable smile. Call out? His huge body suddenly turned into a big ball, quickly rolled towards the four-handed monster in front, stopped rolling at the moment of approach, and stood up instantly. Coming. The four-handed monster's expression became solemn, and his four eyes stared at the thunder in front of him. The head, which can be called the strongest brain, was spinning rapidly, analyzing all the lethal organs of the thunder in front of him. Meat pad shockwave, the dark bear claws, and the golden armor on his body is also the best weapon? What kind of tricks can these dazzling weapons be paired with? It's still working. Looking at the four-handed monster with a calm face, Hongtian Li raised his claws unhurriedly, as if he was in a good mood. Call out? The four hands of the four-handed monster are directly bent into a bow shape, and the body also shrinks back, as if it is in a state of resisting the claws. Research. Hongtian Li's claws are placed on his chest, his elbows are outward, and the knee area is just covered with golden armor 16. Elbow? One-handed collision? It doesn't matter, I can find a corresponding way to block them all. The brain of the four-handed monster is still calculating quickly, and the body is also changed due to the action of the thunder, constantly changing the defensive posture, making full preparations. This scene. Everyone was dumbfounded. Have to say, scientists in this world are really scary. One by one is extremely smart, and if it develops properly, it can definitely change the fate of the people on Earth, and it will be recorded in the annals of history. Unfortunately, they went the wrong way. Monument. Thunder didn't use any tricks. He just pressed the Omnitrix pattern on his chest. Taste. Next moment. A thin, bloodthirsty monster with an extremely cold aura appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Vampire King. Okay, it's so cold. Tian Xiaoben shuddered violently, and the other two held their bodies in their arms, also trembling non-stop. In an abandoned factory. Cold winds blow. It's like announcing that winter is coming. This monster. The eyes of the four-handed monster trembled. As a four-unlike monster, after seeing the Vampire King, he actually called him a monster. In his eyes, reflecting that figure. Obviously, there are many flaws. No cover-up. But why does it have an azure-like aura? The four-handed monster's brain can even predict it. Once I really attack the Vampire King who is full of flaws, then in the next second he will be instantly killed to the point where no scum is left. Now, can you see my weakness? The Vampire King slowly revealed a smile, full of fangs. Ho ho, The four-handed monster's body trembled, especially in the body. It was as terrifyingly cold as a cool breeze. Give me time, and I can beat you just as well. Taste? Boom. At the moment when the four-handed monster encountered the Vampire King, speed, strength, and even physical strength were not opponents, and they were directly beaten. And the Vampire King, waving his fists rhythmically. It's like storming a sandbag of your own. But the four-handed monster is not beaten all the way, bit by bit to find his rhythm, will not take so many punches, and then can dodge. Then, the four-handed monster with muscular body and the same burly as the four-handed overlord, beats the Vampire King in an all-round way. His body seems to have been tempered and beaten into an indestructible body. The Vampire King has become his super big experience pack. This guy is so weird. Like being sick, so disgusting. Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaowen sounded somewhat disgusted, and they all looked at the four-handed monster in front of them with caring eyes. The four-handed monster was pierced with a big hole by the Vampire King, and fell to the ground, waving his fists with blurred eyes and muttering words in his mouth. The breath is getting weaker and weaker. In the end, he died of anger. He was exhausted to death. What a useless guy, I can't even handle my illusion. The Vampire King said mockingly. What surprised them even more. These alien mutants, after they die, their bodies will wither as quickly as a plant. This proves that their DNA is inherently non-sustainable, let alone anything that increases human lifespan. Now, let's go inside and take a look. The Vampire King looked at the door in front of him, and was not afraid at all. If the Vampire King can't beat the enemy, then no one can beat it. Xiao Chen, you alien hero is a bit outrageous, isn't it? This should be your strongest alien, right? Tian Xiaoben looked at the Vampire King and asked incredulously. Even if Lai Guanghe Xiaoben encountered the Vampire King, he would only be tortured. Let me put it this way. The Vampire King's normal flash star casts the last two moves of Feng Shen's legs. The four-handed overlord opens the indestructible body of the King Kong plus Beiji Bang electric lizard, the diamond god of war in battle. The Vampire King thought for a while, and then said what he thought was the ranking. There is also a Crocodile Renekton. The upper limit of the alien's anger is still uncertain, but the minimum level is the same as that of a super beast. It is easy to use and difficult to use. Frozen Lizard and Flame Man are one level below the Diamond God of War. The rest are other aliens, Thunder, Big Steel Teeth, and Super Beasts. Although they have all been strengthened, they can't open the gap. Mainly, never hit. The Vampire King himself is not easy to rank. Let's go. The Vampire King shook his head with a headache. He didn't think about such complicated issues again. No wonder those authors were easy to set the combat power. It was really hard to think about. Boom. When he came to the big iron gate, he slapped the whole iron gate to pieces with a slap, and flew out the end of the iron gate with one kick. The iron door smashed directly into the wall of the factory building, making a loud noise, and then fell to the ground. A familiar person. Come into view. It's Dr. Dongwu. He didn't run, just stood quietly in the middle of each cultivation bin, staring at the Vampire King in front of him. Old friend, ah. A murderous smile appeared on the face of the Vampire King. As expected. Those ordinary alien DNAs can't help you. You already have more advanced DNAs. Dr. Dongwu spoke slowly, his eyes filled with enthusiasm. Vampire King. I don't intend to kill Dr. Dongwu. Such a talent, enslaved him and turned him into his own. Isn't it fragrant? You must know that the enslavement ability of the Vampire King has also increased a lot, and even if the transformation is over, it can still allow people to retain servility. As long as you control the fewest people, you can enslave forever. Monument. Next moment. The Vampire King's face stiffened. Tian Xiaoben, Tian Xiaowen, and others all showed a dumbfounded look. Dr. Dongwu. Pour into a pool of blood. The Vampire King didn't do anything. Who did it? The Vampire King suddenly walked to Dr. Dongwu's side and turned over the latter's body. Under. It was a sharp knife that was placed there and stood up with a fixture. The moment Dr. Dongwu fell, he was stabbed in the body. That is to say, this guy killed himself? Why did he do this? Mark looked confused. It was the first time that Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaowen had a sense of discomfort on their faces when they saw someone who had just died. They turned around and left the laboratory one by one. Of course, the performance is countless times stronger than that of children of the same age. I am not sure as well. The Vampire King frowned, and then he looked at the several cultivation warehouses next to him, looking at the only traces of DNA left inside, feeling a little surprised. Boom! Walking forward, one palm, another palm, smashed the cultivation tanks into pieces, and the culture liquid inside suddenly washed to the ground, but fortunately Mark quickly retreated, otherwise it would drown his feet. The whole ground was soaked with the culture fluid, especially on Dr. Dongwu's body, which changed from blood to culture fluid, red and yellow. And that device was also destroyed. The Vampire King found the source of the drain pipe again, and with a simple and rude slap, the source was completely destroyed. Anyway, transform into this alien hero several times. There is no serious superpower, super powerful fighting ability, vampire fangs, and claws, and the highest level of slavery ability. Haven't come across the enemy that makes the Vampire King worth fighting for. Perhaps, only Mahaz can make me feel that pressure. The Vampire King shook his head, no longer thinking about Mahaz, and said to Mark, Grandpa, let's go. Good? Mark nodded. After a few people went out, The corpse of the four-handed monster has completely turned into a large plant, withered there, looking very disgusting. Taste? The Vampire King spreads his wings, and the width can reach about 3 meters, enough to block people in it. Mark and the others climbed onto their backs. Taste? He spread his wings and flew away. Fly back to the old broken car. Far away. 10 is not like Kevin watching the Vampire King go away. His body was still shivering. The Vampire King gave him a breathless, terrifying pressure. At this moment, he seems to have fallen into hell and turned into a sheep, and the Vampire King hovered in the sky as a predator. Kill him anytime, anywhere. So much so that he didn't dare to come out at all. It was like the feeling of a mouse touching a pig. Damn, if I didn't get my purse, I wouldn't stay in this ghost place if I was killed. Unlike Kevin, who said tremblingly, he fell into the factory and walked to the back door of the factory. Saw Dr. Dongwu die there. He also smiled with schadenfreude. I told you, you motherfucker, don't provoke Xiao Chen, don't provoke. If you don't obey, you almost drag me into the water? I deserve it if I die. Talking. Unlike 10, Kevin searched and finally found sacks of money around. Xiao Chen didn't even take the stolen money. The focus is all on these DNA creatures, and money is not worth mentioning compared to them. Time to go? Pick up bags of money. 10 is not like Kevin walking out of the factory in a good mood. Immediately, he stopped again, his eyes and memory pulled him back to the foot of Mount Lahaimo. At that time, he arrived with Dr. Dongwu. Dr. Dongwu clearly found something and was very excited. Also, 10 unlike Kevin didn't see what that was. It has been hidden on the second floor. There are more than a dozen mutant alien monsters on the second floor, and you can't see what it is. And now, in the process of dealing with Xiao Chen, those monsters were all annihilated one after another. No one is watching over there? What kind of treasure? According to the brain of this perverted scientist, maybe some experimental product? Maybe it will sell for a lot of money. When Kevin thought of this, the sack in his hand was no longer fragrant, and he threw it aside. Taste? He spread his wings and flew to the wall on the second floor, punched it, and with a loud bang, the powerful punch shattered the wall in front of him. The interior is illuminated by the light outside. There is a huge container, which is also a cultivation warehouse, but it is much larger than those of the aliens. It was filled with dark yellow broth, the best, the most luxurious. Are you also a created monster? What about Dongwu? In the cultivation warehouse, a deep voice came. 10 didn't look like Kevin's expression was stunned, although only the broken parts remain. But that monster's voice, it was also filled with a sense of oppression that made him not dare to move. Just like a god of war. Just stand there. It is to make any observer from afar dare not blaspheme. Dongwu is dead. I never thought that if you were beaten up like this, he would still be able to resurrect you. Kevin said in disbelief. Water. Don't go. The voice inside stopped Shivuan. First floor. The culture medium directly carried countless DNAs and got into Dr. Dongwu's mouth. In Dr. Dongwu's pocket, there are real, Qian Lihao, examination notes. The first item is that dead DNA is assembled into a living body. The second item, each dead DNA is assembled into a living body. The third item is to use the human body to fuse DNA to synthesize life forms. All the plans of Genesis. It's time for the third part. Back to the old broken car here. After the transformation, Xiao Chen looked at Omnitrix. The Omnitrix screen, rendered red. Seems to have a hint of orange? Is it an illusion? I haven't played with Omnitrix. Xiao Chen wiped his eyes and looked at the screen again. The orange-red color seemed to be gone again. He shrugged, put down his right hand, and followed Xiaoben to see the crocodile. Right hand Omnitrix J. Sizzle. A small orange arc flashed out subtly. This day. Wind and sunshine. This place looks a lot prettier than the dirty, smelly swamp spots of yesterday. Xiao Chen stood beside the waterfall, listening to the sound of running water. His nose was full of the fragrance of flowers, and the fresh air made people feel relaxed and happy. It's just a little hard to talk. Tian Xiaoben shouted loudly. Next to the waterfall, a few people need to use a loud voice to ensure that the voice can pass through. Clap clap. There was no time to pay attention to the two of them. Tian Xiaoben gushed about the waterfall over there, and Mark kept taking pictures. Today, another peaceful day. After playing at the foot of the waterfall all morning, a few tired people came to the waterfall to rest. The mountain where the waterfall is located, and the slightly shorter mountain opposite, there is a cable car service between the two mountains, which can be used to travel back and forth. Even on the mountain, in addition to observing the falling waterfalls up close, there are also various activities. Everywhere, there are bear children making trouble. Tired of playing, Xiao Chen and the others sat on the bench to rest and ate the delicious specialties here. What a rare day when nothing happened. Xiao Chen leaned on the bench and sighed with emotion on this beautiful day. Since I went out with my grandpa for the summer vacation, there has been no safe day. Tian Xiaowen looked at Mark and complained. 853. Don't say that. At least, it was a pretty wonderful, pretty unforgettable summer vacation, wasn't it? Tian Xiaoben's face was full of interest, and he gently pushed Xiao Chen's shoulder with his hand. It's really wonderful. Xiao Chen smiled and nodded. Nice atmosphere. Broken by a female scream. Xiao Chen suddenly put down the unfinished food in his hand, jumped to the ground, wiped his mouth, and ran towards the screaming place. I see. On the cable to the other mountain. There was a cable car hanging in the middle, motionless. Sitting in the cable car was a family of 3. At this moment, they were all so scared that their faces were pale. The most terrible thing was that the cable was also shaking gently, which scared the bear children inside. This made the cable and even the cable car even worse. Shaking. This scene. Everyone was amazed. The staff on the mountain frantically checked the device tied to the cable, repaired it, and opened it. They were dumbfounded. Igo? Xiao Chen rushed over and took a closer look. The part connecting the cable inside was actually burned by the water? I don't know which kid did it. Because there is no electricity, the cables no longer carry the gondola and even start shaking without a source of energy? What should I do? I can't fix it. Get ready to have someone come to the rescue. No, the rescuers will arrive in 10 minutes. Staff conversations are also urgent. Forget this kind of trivial matter. Saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda, not to mention it's just a small effort for me. Xiao Chen turned around and wanted to walk, but after a few steps, he stopped. Back. Look at the family of 3. He still sighed and walked to the shadow on the side. Open Omnitrix. Quickly turn the screen, until the screen freezes on the swamp figure. Exactly, I also want to try it out. How about swamp fire? Xiao Chen took a picture of the Omnitrix screen. Taste. Next second, his body turned into a plant body, but his head was shaped like a fire, and his body contained extremely terrifying heat. The only constant. It is the Omnitrix pattern that is always in front of you. It's alright, let me fix it. With his unique voice, Swamp Fire slowly walked out of the forest and appeared in the eyes of everyone. Monster? No, look at his pattern. It's an alien hero pattern. Haha, I also bought the peripherals of this pattern. Alien heroes will be alright. Many passersby looked at the swamp fire in horror, and many people shouted the name of alien heroes. Some people even posted about Omnitrix's surroundings. Someone, BGEF, actually made this pattern into a watch, a doll, or something. This was the best cover for Xiao Chen's Omnitrix. Taste? The swamp fire reached the edge, leaned forward, and stretched out a pair of arms like rubber, directly wrapping the cable car in front of it. SHHHHH. The vines wrapped around the cable car one by one, and after a dozen turns, the arm of the swamp fire could still continue to grow, as if it was infinitely terrifying. Make sure the package is tight. The swamp fire's expression froze. Click, click, under the exclamations of the crowd. The swamp fire slowly pulled the cable car off the cable. Everyone's heart was suspended. The hearts of the people in the cable car were pounding, and the staff closed their eyes in fright. Just like the next moment the cable car will touch the swamp fire and fall. But the cable car hovers firmly in midair, very stable. Swampfire's expression didn't mean the slightest bit of difficulty. His waist was straight, and his strength was astonishing. Sit tight, I'll take you back. Swampfire said confidently, pulling his arms back, and the cable car came back little by little. At this time, the Omnitrix pattern in front of him began to flash green light frantically, as if the stage of DNA had been switched. Okay, Swampfire froze. Taste. The Omnitrix glows green. His figure became a flame man. Immediately, all the vines on the cable car fell to the ground, and the cable car quickly fell to the waterfall, followed by bursts of screams, and all the passersby on the mountain screamed in panic. Can't figure out why it changed. Boom! The flame man turned into a fiery red meteor, burst across the falling waterfall within half a second, reached the bottom of the cable car, bent down, and used his own body to remove the cable car. Boom! The moment it hit the flame man, the iron sheet at the bottom of the cable car was directly deformed, and the man above it also shook directly and hit the top. The flame man's body began to fall instantly, and the whole person fell apart. At this moment, he lost consciousness. The eyes of the flame man were burning, and huge flames erupted from his feet, which was as terrifying as nuclear power, and the water below was actually full of white smoke. The cable car, stumbling down, slowly, stopped. The flame man carried the cable car and sprayed a super large fire column with a width of more than 1 meter from his feet, saving the people in the car. On the mountain, long silence. Hero. Immediately. Applause, cheers, endless stream. Baya. Only the flame man's expression turned pale. Pattern on the chest. Flashing again. Baya. Only the flame man's expression turned pale. Pattern on the chest. Flashing again. Omnitrix is absolutely convulsed today. Absolutely convulsed. This is the rhythm that is going to kill me. The flame man thought with tears in his eyes, full of anger in his heart. Taste. Next second. His figure shone with light, and the whole person directly turned into a glider. Monument. Heavy subway cars are pressing on glider King Kong's body. Hoo. Gliding King Kong suddenly shrank into a ball, gasping for breath, unable to catch his breath at all. Not only that, the cable car pressed him down quickly. No, the alien hero has been replaced by another. Why? Wasn't it good before? Passersby saw this scene and almost died on the spot. In a while. Not for a while. Their mood is like a roller coaster. The staff were even more devastated. They look at their careers. Sometimes they fail. Sometimes they save. Just torture them to death. Have a good time? SHHHHHHHH. Glider King's wings flapped wildly, his face was full of twisted colors, and he flew recklessly. The speed is getting slower and slower. Boom! It's the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. Precisely. It was gliding King Kong's black tomahawk tail that hooked into the ground first, and the entire tail was exerting force, full of hideous blue veins. The swaying cable car became stable again. Boom! King Glider put down the cable car tremblingly, and fell to the ground himself. $7. Alien hero? Our big hero. Every one of you is amazing. We don't even know the first one yet. He's also very good. At this time, everyone was cheering and jumping for joy. Gliding King Kong did not even have the strength to be happy, and collapsed directly to the ground. His whole body was in a trance, he couldn't hear the sounds around him, and he only felt dizzy. Excessive force. Mainly, the way and angle of force exerted by each alien is different, and this switching back and forth is not only torturing the person on the cable car, but also torturing him. Taste? Next moment, Omnitrix flashed. The four-handed king appeared in place. The previous tiredness was swept away, replaced by a sense of strength all over the body. Damn! What the hell is going on with Omnitrix? I'm not playing around. The four-handed overlord stepped on his feet angrily and a big hole appeared on the ground. In case. He didn't stop to accept the applause, but jumped out of everyone's sight and got into the woods of another mountain. Taste? Exactly. It's burrowing into the weeds. Xiao Kaibing collapsed and looked at the tall and messy weeds around him. It's okay, he will turn into other aliens later. It's okay, he is quite calm. Just wait. Can't sit still. As if remembering something, little Chi Bing jumped up and his eyes were extremely sharp. Since it is currently the most intelligent alien species. So, he immediately looked at the Omnitrix pattern. Don't look at the lack of touchscreen buttons. In fact, the Omnitrix has several squares, which represent each setting. Taste? Taste? Xiao Kaibing opened the factory settings and checked the system functions. The system functions normally. Not a system problem? What could be the problem? Is Omnitrix kidding itself? Then, is it related to the aliens? Was it caused by the crocodile Renekton? This alien is also very strange. The little surprise soldier opened the Omnitrix's alien settings while talking. On the Omnitrix pattern, the alien pattern appeared instantly. That is to say, during the transformation, you can choose to transform yourself into other aliens at will. First the Flame Man, Vampire King, Thunderstorm. One by one in the past. Ask for flowers. Until Crocodile Rexton. Everything is normal. You can even transform into them directly. I still have Swamp Fire. The little surprise suddenly remembered something, and transferred the Omnitrix screen to the Swamp Fire. Next moment. Shocking results emerged. After transferring to Swamp Fire. Taste? Taste? Call out? First, the figure of Swamp Fire, and then the 10 initial heroes who were transformed into Flame Man, Wild Magic Vine, and Glider King, except for the new heroes, are among them. That is to say, this Swamp Fire. It's a failure? This failed DNA was mixed with 10 initial DNAs, and some DNAs from the swamp, to create a unique alien like Swamp Fire. However, it is only the same in appearance and similar in ability. In fact, the ability is very unstable, and the various weaknesses are equivalent to a weak chicken version of Swamp Fire. It is precisely because of the appearance of this failed product that Omnitrix scans other DNAs from time to time, and naturally switches to other aliens. I'm going to delete this brainless alien. Little Raider angrily stretched out his finger and pressed it to Omnitrix. Taste? The Diamond God of War squatted in the weeds, stood up suddenly, stopped his fingers in front of the pattern, and glanced silently. Still don't click. Let's go back to being a confident little soldier. It can be changed back anyway. Dr. Dongwu, this bastard, what is the plan to create some aliens that don't look like Kevin? It's also polluted the noble genes of my Omnitrix. If I see him, he will die deal. The Diamond God of War turned his hands into thorns, and he swore secretly looking at the thorns. The spikes are like mirrors. In the mirror, in the woods behind, there is a shadow taller than the Diamond God of War. Stand there. The Diamond God of War was stunned. The shadow was also stunned. Both sides found out taste. Without greetings, the arms of the Diamond God of War have turned into terrifying diamond spikes, and turning around is a stab. Unluckily, diamond thorns were drilled out of the bushes. Mound. The two thorns brushed past, and countless sparks were staggered, jumping around. There are obviously many cracks on the diamond thorns on the opposite side, but the diamond body of the Diamond God of War can't be beat. If you don't say anything, I'll kill you. The Diamond God of War erected a pair of diamond spikes, looked at the shadow in front of him with murderous intent, urged, and at the same time quietly released a diamond flying knife at the waterfall with his palm. If successful, Tian Xiaobin and the others noticed the diamond flying knife and would find him here too. It's your own insurance. After all, he might turn into another alien. Yes, it's me, Kevin. At this time, a deep voice sounded from the woods. Kevin came out of the woods with a look of panic. Kevin, the Diamond 867 God of War was very strange. After glancing at Kevin, he asked bluntly, I didn't hunt you down last time, but I gave you a chance to be a human being. You came here to die? Also, Dr. Dongwu, did you get so much DNA from you? Only Kevin can have so much DNA. No, it's none of my business. Kevin shook his head and followed along with his white hair. Why did your hair turn white? The eyes of the Diamond God of War opened. He noticed. This Kevin doesn't have black hair on his head, but white hair. The gray-haired appearance easily reminded the diamond god of war of the old friend he met yesterday. Dr. Dongwu? The panic on Dongwu's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a wisp of killing intent. His forearms grabbed the body of the diamond god of war in unison. This is a new body specially designed to deal with you, compared to that human body. To be infinitely stronger. Humans have limits. So he chose not to be a human being? Boom! The next moment, the diamond god of war suddenly embraced Shibuya Dongwu's body with both hands, and then forcefully lifted the ladder over his shoulders and threw it out a dozen meters away. Boom! It's not like Dongwu directly broke several trees and landed on a grass. You're even weaker than 10 disliked Kevin. The diamond god of war shook his shoulder casually. I hit you easily. Bio. Not waiting for the arrogant words to come out. The pattern in front of him began to flicker like crazy again. Taste? Next moment. The big steel teeth appeared in place. Body, not wet, on the contrary, very dry. This makes the big steel teeth seem to be in the fire. The breath is hot, the throat is uncomfortable, the skin is also cracked, and the stinging pain is endless. Water? Need water? Damn, I haven't gotten used to this body yet. She didn't feel like Ping Wu rubbed his head, followed by running to his knees to support the big trees on both sides, trying to get up. Taste? Deganja didn't delay, but ran out of the woods directly. After seeing the stream not far away, he didn't hesitate. Puff? He fell into the water. The water is very clear. His figure was very clear. In the stream, every muscle and every tooth seemed like a dream, like an illusory reflection. What about people? 10 unlike Dongwu rushed to the shore, and immediately saw the big steel teeth under the water, and immediately smiled grimly. I want. Murloc karate? Underwater. Deganja stood on the soft soil, with both palms in a posture similar to Tai Chi, and gently pushed towards Shivyu's Haiwo. Underwater. Blue waves rippling, with a series of bubbles, rushed into the water. At the moment of rushing into the water, a vortex formed below, and a high-pressure water gun erupted directly above, which looked extremely terrifying. Boom! The high-pressure water gun directly hit the unprepared Shi. Unlike Dongwu. Puff! He spit out a mouthful of blood that he didn't know which species it was, and was knocked out again. His body was wet, and he was drinking water all over the place. This guy, how is it so scary? It's not like Ji Wu's heart is trembling. The more powerful you get, the more he felt Xiao Chen's horror. At first, Xiao Chen's four-handed overlord can only suppress Tyrannosaurus Rex and Tyrannosaurus Rex. He can also crush Tyrannosaurus Rex. And now, Xiao Chen belongs to the existence that can crush him like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. To develop a single DNA to the ultimate strength, although it is a little short, but the victory is invincible. Taste? When the big steel teeth emerge from the water. But it is a helpless flash star. Damn it. He cursed angrily. Dongwu, what the hell did you do? Huh? Xiao Chen. Shivyu Hua's eyes became strange. I didn't pay attention to it just now, but now it seems that your watch is a little out of order. Even so, I can flatter you. And, easier. The flash star who climbed ashore said sternly. Taste? Boom? His body became a gust of wind, but when he ran out less than 3 meters, the water on his body caused his feet to slip, accidentally fell to the ground, and slipped out more than 10 meters due to inertia, until he hit a big tree. Stop. Die. It's not like Dongwu waved his flame arm in an instant, spewing out countless fireballs in a row. Shhhhhhh. He spat out chunks of glider slime with his backhand. Although he has no combat experience, he is quite familiar with some knowledge points. Even more slippery than not playing like Kevin. Boom, boom. There were bursts of explosions in the forest, and the dim forest was illuminated with twinkle, and flames were burning everywhere. Roar! A huge howling sound resounded through the whole forest. Not only 10 different Dongwu could clearly hear the sound even covered the sound of running water after the rippling back and forth. Tian Zioben, Tian Ziowen, and the others, even if they were fools, vaguely sensed something was wrong. How is this possible? 10 is not like Dongwu's expression changed. Even the super beasts among Xiao Chen's 10 initial alien heroes would never be able to make such a roar. A huge crocodile monster came out of the woods standing upright. Any biologist who sees this scene will be shocked and his jaw will drop, saying that it is impossible. Dongwu, I don't know how you came back to life. I'll kill you again. Crocodile Renekton said in a low voice. Indeed, Omnitrix has been randomly transforming into alien heroes. But, Xiao Chen can press the Omnitrix pattern by himself to switch to alien heroes other than the 10 original aliens? There is no need to hang a tree. What about the new hero? Unlike Ten Pinguyo, who still looks full of confidence, in fact, a hint of retreat has already risen in his heart. The reason is simple. 10 initial aliens, he has general information, even if he doesn't know how to deal with it, at least he knows some biological abilities. Crocodile monster in front. But know nothing. Unknown, is the most terrible 4.5. Boom! Crocodile Renekton stepped on the ground, and the ground shook, as if an earthquake struck, and his huge body crashed like a train. Taste? 10 is not like Dongwu erected a diamond arm to turn into a shield, but also imitated the Crocodile Renekton's attitude and slammed into it. Boom! The two figures collided, and the stalemate did not last for more than a few seconds. Bang bang bang! Not unlike Dongwu, he was knocked back again and again, swayed left and right, and even had countless tiny cracks on the diamond shield, which made his expression very shocked. In that collision, if it hit my human body, it would fall apart. Even this body would be hit and vomit blood. Not to mention the Tyrannosaurus Rex, in front of this crocodile, it was like a puppy, unable to fight back. If you can't do it once, then do it twice. Crocodile Renekton bumped again. At this time, 10 is not like Dongwu no longer chooses to play head-on. Instead, it activates the abilities of other aliens, taste. 10 unlike Dongwu's body teleported directly. Combined with the ability of the Flash Star, he pulled it far away, causing the Crocodile Renekton to fall directly to the ground, smashing a big hole on the spot, eating a lot of soil. Bang bang bang! Unlike Dongwu, who did not give Crocodile Renekton a chance to breathe at all, he instantly raised his diamond arm, transformed into a diamond gatling and frantically released diamond spikes, and his flame arm released flames. Round after round of attacks bombarded the Crocodile Renekton. The ground around him was stabbed with diamond-throwing knives, burning with flames, and sticking with disgusting, fetid mucus. It's all proving that it's not like Dongwu has used his abilities to the extreme. You died. Unlike 10, Dongwu carefully lowered his forearms and looked towards the pothole. Bang! A figure. Suddenly, he walked out of the pothole unscathed. That's Crocodile Renekton. His right palm landed on his shoulder, stabbing several diamond flying knives, and directly pulled out those flying knives, leaving small wounds, bleeding. There are still black marks on the chest, which are wounded by the blast. Effective? 10 unlike Dongwu showed a touch of excitement. He thinks. His attack on the Crocodile Renekton succeeded 16. Roar! Next moment. Crocodile Renekton's eyes were full of twisted bloodshots. He roared up to the sky, took a breath, and his chest quickly swelled like a full balloon. Whether it was breath or strength, it was stronger than before. Even more terrifying. The terrifying aura of the ancient vicious beast on him. Relatively strong. Be even stronger? Did I read it wrong? Shivyu Dongwu's eyes trembled, and even the corners of his mouth twitched. Why does this guy's aura become stronger? Hurt? Angry? Shouldn't it be weaker? Bang bang bang! Crocodile Renekton lowered his head slowly. The muscles on his body seemed to be more domineering. He walked step by step, the ground moved, the trees swayed, and the footprints of giant beasts appeared on the ground. Unlike Dongwu, who couldn't bear this situation, he moved to the front of Crocodile Renekton and smashed it with 4 pairs of fists. Boom! Crocodile Renekton does not even defend. The fist hit his body, just made him run behind him, and then, ignoring the pain, he stretched out his arms and hugged Shivyu Dongwu's body. Crocodile Renekton roared angrily and used all the strength of his entire body on his arms, and his arms suddenly burst into circles after circles of muscles like iron rings, clinging to 10 different Dongwu. At first, 10 unlike Ping Guiyou, who was still using his forearms to beat the Crocodile Renekton's body, hammering the latter's face, and even piercing the latter's skin with diamond spikes. But Crocodile Renekton isn't just powerful. Even the skin defense is quite terrifying, like an indestructible armor. Even if it penetrates the skin, the muscles inside cannot be moved, and really hurt. Instead, it made Crocodile Renekton a little stronger. 10 is not like Dongwu's sanity. Fighters are clever, facing this kind of beast that does not follow the road and can't predict the tactics at all. In the end, you will only be restrained to death. Gradually, 10 is not like Dongwu no longer struggling, and like a drowning person, his arms are gently and weakly waving, his eyes gradually jump up, and his body begins to relax. Monument. The moment when Crocodile Renekton let go of his arms. Unlike 10 Dongwu, he fell gently to the ground, as if he was tied and fainted. Crocodile Renekton also consumed a lot of money. He wiped the blood on his shoulders, and brought a little cold water to wash the hot wound on his body, which brought a trace of severe pain. Use this alien every time. Just hang up. Really answered a sentence. If you use the defensive type, you will be injured. If you use the recovery type, you will lose your arms and legs. If you use the speed type, you will eat chicken. 10 is not like Dongwu. Although he has not acquired the ability for a long time, his combat IQ is very high. Actually, well understood. If Xiao Chen is currently using Fireman, Flash Star, these veteran alien heroes, it is really possible to overturn the car. However, the brainless Crocodile Renekton is not something that this kind of IQ flow can deal with. In other words, overcame Dongwu. It's that simple. Although I have a huge advantage, in order to kill this Dongwu, I can't move my arms. Crocodile Renekton reluctantly looked at his arms, as if filled with lead. Just lightly it was extremely difficult to move around. After all, it was this pair of arms that bound the enemy like a python, causing the enemy to faint. When thinking, the pattern on Crocodile Renekton's chest flickered for a while, and under his doubtful gaze, it turned into a cold figure. The extremely frozen lizard was lying on the ground with a dazed expression. With a sigh, the ground froze instantly. What's the matter? Didn't I become the Crocodile Renekton? Could it be that because I became an extra alien, all the aliens went wrong together, and the little broken watch didn't recognize who it was? Scanned everywhere. The extremely frozen lizard's face instantly turned into tears and laughter. What's the craziest thing? My shoulder hurts? The burns on the body are also there? The Crocodile Renekton, who was originally thick-skinned and rough, really didn't care about this injury. As long as he needed to sit for a while, he could recover most of it. Changed to Master Frozen Lizard, this injury caused him to be in unbearable pain, lying directly on the ground, unable to get up. A random enemy can kill the Frozen Lizard? No, I have to freeze Dongwu while he still faints. The Frozen Lizard struggled to get up, but couldn't get up at all. In desperation, he had no choice but to look at Shivyuping, who fell to the ground in front of him. Ready to breathe and freeze the latter. Okay. His eyes froze. 10 is not like Dongwu is gone. Taste. At this time, the huge black shadow cast by a figure behind it shrouded every part of the Frozen Lizard's body. It is the dead end of the Frozen Lizard. It is impossible for him to turn his head while he is jumping. Attacking the 10 behind him is not like Dongwu, just waiting for you to switch. Finally let me wait. Unlike Dongwu, who was excitedly thinking about 867, he waved his diamond thorns and stabbed the Frozen Lizard underneath. This time, he didn't care about the watch or the value of his research, so he went straight to the ultimate move. An icy feeling came from the back of the extremely frozen lizard. This icy feeling was not felt from body temperature, but a kind of icy feeling. The icy feeling of dying. The cruelty of death is 10,000 times more terrifying than the chill on his body. Monument? In an instant, a figure of thunderlight flew over the head of the extremely frozen lizard, knocked away the 10 disliked Dongwu on the top, knocked the latter out dozens of meters away, and was knocked out. Xiao Chen, are you alright? With sparks all over his body, Tian Xiaoben, who used the lightning core to the extreme, floated in the air and asked the extremely frozen lizard below with concern. Immediately after, Tian Xiaoben, dressed as a lucky girl, hurried to the side of the frozen lizard. They all heard the noise, but it took a while to get down. Otherwise it would have arrived already. Finally, it's all here. The frozen lizard sighed deeply, exhausted physically and mentally. Baya. The small broken watch pattern turned red, twinkling. It is finally over. Frozen lizard thought helplessly. Taste. Next moment, the red light swallowed his body, and then, a strange yellow light emerged from the red light, covering the red light. When the light dissipated, everyone looked at Xiao Chen. Not Xiao Chen appeared. Instead, this is no ordinary alien, but an alien that no one has ever seen. I have a lot of eyes on my body, and they can all release laser waves. The big-eyed monster looked at his arms, body, and even the eyeballs all over his body, his face a little surprised. The strongest is, he can manipulate the perspective of these eyeballs to form a self-centered, unique perspective of God. It's just that you can't see so many pictures. Xiao Chen, there's really a big problem with your watch. You've been transforming randomly all the time, and this time you've turned into an alien that no one knows. Tian Xiaoben floated in midair and landed on the ground. Curiously, he looked at the big-eyed monster in front of him. I don't know why this happened. The big-eyed monster waved his hand helplessly, his fists clenched tightly, and the eyeballs on his arms looked very penetrating. Anyway, he could get up and stand. This injury is nothing to the big-eyed monster. Just call it big-eyed monster. Tian Xiaoben also took a very appropriate name. When the energy of the small broken watch is exhausted, it should change back. Big-eyed monster said very helplessly, and then he walked up to Shivyu Dongwu again, making sure that the latter really fainted this time. Boom! The big-eyed monster's arms released wisps of light like laser knives, which instantly swept past Dongwu's diamond arm, and the laser cut on the diamond, constantly colliding with fierce sparks. But this laser is quite scary, or it's not like what Dongwu got is just a transformed arm. In seconds, that diamond arm was laser cut. Not to mention the other 3 arms. Now, you don't have any strength to fight back. The big-eyed monster raised the solace of his feet and gently kicked Shivyu Dongwu, who had fallen to the ground. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to what was happening under the waterfall, they moved Shibuya Dongguyo into the old car. During this period, the big-eyed monster had another wave of transformations and turned into a flash star. Inside the car, it was not like Dongwu was lying flat on the ground after losing his arms, just occupying the aisle of the old broken car. Flash Star limped to his side with a solemn expression. How did he find him? It stands to reason that we didn't become heroes today. Done. What's this? Tian Xiaoben, who was rummaging through Dongwu's body, suddenly found a radar-like thing in the pocket of Dongwu's pants. Let me see. Flash Star curiously stretched out his claws and took the radar from Tian Xiaoben's hand. I'm going to call and ask the Heavenly Union to see how they will deal with this radar. Mark, who was not far away, didn't intend to be idle, and sat in the driver's seat and took out his mobile phone. This radar. The flashing star looked at the radar in the palm of his hand, and his face was a little surprised. The radar displayed the coordinates of the mesh, and the latitude and longitude were marked on the top and the side. A red dot, impressively on a latitude and longitude, did not move. Figure it out. Is 37470 n, 122240 W. Xiao Wen, check. Our current location. No. What is the accurate latitude and longitude data? Quick Flash Star had a bad premonition in his heart and said immediately. Okay, let me see. Tian Xiaoben took out her laptop and quickly searched for consultation. Quickly, she came up with an astonishing answer. 37470 n, 122240 W? Same latitude and longitude? In other words, this radar is used to search for Xiao Chen's location. It should, definitely capture the energy of Omnitrix. So here comes the problem. Why would 10 different Dongwu get this kind of thing? This kind of high technology, I remember that only the guy Mahaz has it. Thinking of Mahaz, Flash Star couldn't help but think of how he used the ultimate evolution of the frozen lizard to smash Mahaz to pieces. The scene smashed together with the small spaceship. In that case, Morpheus didn't even have a corpse, etc. Flashing Star thought of Mahaz's powerful vitality again, and couldn't be sure of his own conclusion. Mahaz, an alien, if nothing else, is definitely the strongest in physique. Even the Vampire King's physique is not as good as Mahaz, so he can only compare it comprehensively, and it can be as good as Mahaz. If the enemy were still alive, then things go bad. Strangeness. The voice from Mark's side interrupted Flash Star's deliberation. He wondered to himself, why is there no news from the Tianhui Guild? Shouldn't they reply to me quickly in the past? You can't get through to the Union of the Sky? The Flash Star moved to Mark's side at high speed and asked nervously. Right. When Mark saw his expression became much more solemn. I'll try a few more calls. At this moment, Mount Lahaimo. The underground base was devastated, especially on the side of the arsenal. A large amount of smoke filled the entire arsenal, and only a thick explosion could be heard inside, which was also covered by the smoke. Jingle bell. Jingle bell. Several guards outside the arsenal fell to the ground, and one of the aliens' mobile phone dropped not far away and kept ringing. No one heard. They are all dead. Bang bang bang. The sound of the explosion in the smoke disappeared. Instead, a series of thick footsteps walked towards the outside. You lunatic, I don't dare to see everything you did. A somewhat resentful voice came from the side, and you are stronger than the Mahaz I know. Stop talking nonsense. Continue to listen to my orders, otherwise, before I kill Xiao Chen, you will be the only one to ask. One was extremely cold, like the devil of the world. A voice full of unimaginable oppression and despair resounded throughout the underground base. The guards showed signs of waking up, but after hearing the sound, they all fainted. The pressure in the sound is no longer in the injured state and they can bear it. In smoke. The first person who came out was she, unlike Kevin. His expression was full of respect, but deep in his eyes, he was very humiliated, and he didn't dare to resist. Then, it is a muscular octopus monster that looks like a hill. Scarlet hook-like eyes, teeth as sharp as shark teeth, so sensible, even if he was just walking, his exaggerated muscles trembled, forming an inverted triangle behind him. Mahaz, can you answer the phone? 10 unlike Kevin, noticing the phone on the ground, asked suspiciously. Qian Wangzhao. Mahaz was silent for a while, then bent down immediately, picked up the phone, and held it lightly with 2 fingers, for fear of accidentally breaking the phone. Telephone. Connected. Hey? Mark asked suspiciously at first, but Mahaz didn't make any sound. Grandpa, let me listen. At this time, Xiao Chen, who had already changed into a flame man, restrained the flame on his palm, revealing his dark red palm, took the phone, and placed it next to his ear. Hey, is his voice. Hey? A long time. On the other end of the phone, respond with one word. That word, repressed, silent, filled with a fierce emotion, but it was firmly suppressed. It sounds very familiar. These days, no one is still using Jazz's voice pack, right? The flame man smiled in disbelief, and the first thought was that he didn't want to believe it. Xiao Chen, meet again. Mohath, speak again. After hearing Mahaz's voice again, the flame man was silent. He is very clear. This is the voice of Mohath. But he doesn't believe that Mahaz has been smashed to pieces. Why is he still alive? Magic jizz of the parallel universe? If it is a Mahaz from a parallel universe, then why does this Mahaz know Xiao Chen? Aren't you curious why I'm still alive? I'll tell you the answer when I get the Omnitrix from your wrist back. Drip. The other side hung up. The flame man put down the phone with an ugly face. How is it? Xiao Chen. Did they all overslept, so they didn't answer the phone? Mark, Tian Xiaoban, and others came over curiously. The flame man said with an ugly expression, Mohath is alive. He attacked Mount Lahaimo and called me. Meaning in a nutshell. Everyone present was stunned. Because no one thought that the information presentation would explode like this. Morpheus, still alive? What are you kidding? That demon king of chaos, Tian Xiaoban, recalled the scene where he was being played by Mahaz. It was something he couldn't forget. Mohath crushed him with ease, like playing. Tian Xiaoban also had a look of disbelief. Didn't he explode with the spaceship? Even if 867 is Mahaz, it's impossible to live in the center of that explosion, right? If Morpheus had that kind of defense, even the four-handed overlord couldn't beat Morjatha's body. No matter how he survived. The flame man looked ugly. The point is, he is still alive. This result is undoubtedly a big news for us. Go to Mount Lahaimo to support now. Mark asked immediately. No. The flame man took a deep breath. Since Dongwu has a detection radar in his hand, it means that he has met with Mahaz, and got the detection radar from there. Then, the answer is about to come out. Mohath, who has successfully attacked Mount Lahaimo, has high technology that can detect Xiao Chen's coordinates. What will you do? He will come to us. Tian Xiaoan received this sentence, and the whole person was nervous. Call out? Blaze turned into a diamond god of war. He raised his head slightly, his face was cold and arrogant, and said in a low voice, anyway, I have been in this state for more than 20 minutes now, although I don't know how long it will last, at least I don't need to be bound by time. You can face Mahaz. What if it turns into another alien? You know, there are no weak aliens in the watch, except for the little surprise soldiers who are not good at fighting, others are very capable of fighting. And among so many, aliens, the probability of drawing a little surprise soldier is still very small. It really doesn't work. Xiao Chen can also manually transform into other aliens, so it's not a big problem. It's worth noting that the watch actually ignores the energy limit. In other words, a small broken watch can be transformed without a time limit, as long as there is enough authority. I probably also understand why a small broken watch has to set a time limit. Adding a limit will make people restrained after getting this watch. This will not do anything wrong. This is the purpose of the creator Asmus. Drip drip. Time to think. The original Tian Guild member actually took the initiative to call Mark's cell phone. Mark's expression instantly became surprised. Mahaz is back, said the Diamond God of War hastily. Take it. Mark made a call and turned on the speakerphone. Sizzle. First there was a noise, and the quality of the call suddenly became extremely poor for some unknown reason. Then, it was the domineering voice of Mahaz, although it was still vague, not as good as before, but it could be heard. Xiao Chen, I am in Mount Lahaimo, I see if you are brave enough to come over. Provocative. Insolent provocation. The Diamond God of War looked a little unmoved, but asked rather calmly, are you sure you didn't call me while you arrived at my place? Help, help. At this time, in addition to the voice of Mohath, there was also a very weak voice, which was the caretaker of Mount Lahaimo, intermittently. You, Chien. The guards didn't say a word, and they lost their voices, as if they were completely out of breath. Unlike Juz's vague voice, his voice was exceptionally clear. I'm going to open the netherworld in Mount Rashimo now, and see what's inside, came an excited voice from Mohath. Suddenly, the Diamond God of War immediately looked at Mark, then found a black and white pen and wrote a line, go to Mount Lahaimo. Mark nodded and asked Xiaoben and the Diamond God of War to take their mobile phones to the toilet, so that the sound of launching would not be too clear. During this period, the call has been maintained. Diamond Aries firmly believes Mahaz doing this is an anti-routine. He and his grandfather were deliberately made to think that Mohath was deceiving them by leaving Mount Lahaimo. In fact, Mohath is on Mount Rashimo, ready to take more weapons. The purpose of this is to make the Diamond God of War and the others wait in place. If you do, it's too late. An hour has passed. The call hangs up, and the old broken car came to the front of Mount Lahaimo. What was originally supposed to be the entrance to the underground base was blasted out of a large pit, and wisps of black smoke emerged from the pit, and the surrounding trees and rocks were also blown to pieces. Go. The Vampire King opened the door directly and jumped out of the old broken car. He chose the Vampire King himself? Use the strongest alien to face Mahaz? Even, you can first use the Vampire King to give Mahaz a wave of illusion, superpower control, and then switch to the four-handed overlord to display martial arts, a crazy output. The combination of the two is seamless. Call out. The Vampire King jumped into the big pit and fell directly into the underground space. Entering the eye, it is a devastated hall, full of potholes caused by explosions, and holes are pierced through the walls. It seems that Mahaz was impatient and did not find the door, but directly penetrated the wall and penetrated into various areas through the holes. Call out. The Vampire King's expression remained unchanged, and he quickly looked at the hole in the wall of the arsenal, and flew over with a flavor. All the cabinets in the arsenal were destroyed, and some unimportant weapons were still vaguely visible. Several guards fell to the ground and died for a long time, the blood coagulated. Not far away, there are 2 mobile phones placed there. All are black screen. The Vampire King was stunned. Then, Mark and the others walked in. Grandpa, use your mobile phone to call the guards. The Vampire King was silent for a while, then said sensibly. Mark did as he did, and soon, the left one of the 2 phones was in bright screen mode, and the caller ID appeared, which was clearly a call from Grandpa Mark. Then, the Vampire King picked up another mobile phone and clicked it. The phone hung up 3 minutes ago. This phone was also on a call just now. There are 3 mobile phones in total, the first one, the second one, the third one. The first one is talking to Grandpa Mark, the second one is talking to the third one, but in the second one on Mount Lahaimo, there is no one around. That is to say, Mahaz was not here just now. He used the third mobile phone to call the mobile phone on Lahaimo Mountain to keep in touch, and it was always connected. The Vampire King looked at the guards on the ground. There were no more or less, exactly 3. He responded. Various emotions appeared on his face. Annoyed, frightened, furious. In the city, Mahaz slowly dropped the mobile phone in his hand, looked at the 10 disliked Kevin beside him, and urged, take those weapons, go quickly. Xiao Chen will be at Mount Lahaimo, can't make it in time. Came back. Them. There is an hour Xiao Chen, this is. Then, Mark broke the silence and looked at the Vampire King who was in a state of rage, with a look of surprise on his face. We were wanted. Grandpa, Xiaoben, Xiaoan. We were wanted by the drama. The Vampire King slowly looked towards the crowd. Even though he tried his best to suppress the murderous intent in his eyes, he couldn't hold back the terrifying emotion. Almost. It's about to explode. Mark was silent for a while, looked at the 3 mobile phones, and in an instant, he wanted to understand everything. Finally, Tian Xiaoan reacted. Tian Xiaoben relied on Mark's explanation to understand all this. I'll check to see how many weapons Mahaz has taken. Mark hurried to the destroyed weapon cabinets in the arsenal and began to count the weapons that were stolen. Most of the high-tech weapons are laser guns. And what makes Mark incredible is that the Void Projector is also gone. The Void Wife Realm Projector is gone. Bad. Mahaz wants to use the Void Zero Realm Projector to release a bunch of minions and act as his subordinates to make up for his lack of manpower. Mark's face was extremely ugly when he reacted to all this. It's too late. Now, we don't even know the location of Mahaz. But Mahaz knows our footprints like the back of the hand. The Vampire King made up for it again. This is another major weakness for them. There is no doubt that Mahaz has turned the tables this time. Anyway, get out of here first. Also, Grandpa, put your weapons back in place to avoid a second sneak attack from Morjath. The Vampire King made a comprehensive plan and asked Grandpa to hide all the weapons. Then, he looked thoughtfully at the 3 guards who fell to the ground. Call out. The Vampire King walked in front of the 3 people, and his eyes released bursts of light waves. The light waves were neither energy waves nor hypnotic waves, but enslaved waves. The 3 are shrouded in light. Next moment, boom, broken pieces. Tian Xiaoben, Tian Xiaoan, and the others watched this scene in horror. 3 people who should have died. Actually, one by one, they got up one by one, and all of them stood blankly in front of the Vampire King, like a group of walking corpses. The most terrifying thing is that their body movements are still stiff. They just maintain muscle memory. Their eyes are tight, and they maintain the appearance of death. The Vampire King could feel it. There is a sense of connection with these people in his mind. As long as he gives orders, he can drive the 3 guards to move. Because it is the reason of death, it is very rigid, and there is no IQ at all, just 3 puppets. Xiao Chen, the 3 of them belong. What do they belong to? Zombies. Tian Xiaoben asked tremblingly. It belongs to teammates. After the Vampire King finished speaking coldly, he gently waved his hand. The 3 guards walked behind him with a blank expression, and each took a laser gun from Mark, and they were barely able to fight. Let's go. With these 3 people, the Vampire King, Mark, and others strode forward and quickly returned to the old broken car. Among the old broken cars, it's not like Dongwu is still in a coma. The Vampire King came directly in front of him and slapped Shibuya Dongwu's forehead unceremoniously, with such force that the entire forehead was swollen. She unlike Pingguyu woke up in an instant, screaming with his forehead hanging, but the next moment, his eyes became terrified. Looking at the Vampire King, Tian Xiaoben, and others, he realized his situation. The situation can be said to be quite bad. The worst thing is, the terrifying pressure from the Vampire King almost made Dongwu breathless. Look directly at Pingguyu. The Vampire King scolded coldly. Unlike Dongwu involuntarily looked at the Vampire King. Call out? Just for a moment. The icy light released from the Vampire King's eyes instantly fell on Shivu Dongwu's eyes. His eyes gradually became erratic, his tense body slowly loosened, the fear on his face subsided, and he became numb. At last, he said numbly, Master, what are your orders? It worked. The Vampire King smiled. He will manipulate Ten unlike Dongwu. But the Vampire King wiped the permeated sweat on his forehead, and there was a trace of pressure on his body and even on the spiritual level. Wanting to enslave Shi is not like Pingwu, it consumes a lot of energy. It seems that the strength of the enslaved object determines how much energy and physical strength the Vampire King needs to consume. Currently, it is in the controllable range. Dongwu has become a slave. Tian Xiaoben asked incredulously. Tian Xiaoan was looking for information on his laptop, looking for information on Mahaz, while Mark was driving to the city. Dongwu, stand up. The Vampire King ordered on the spot. Taste. Ten unlike Pingguyu stood up. For flowers. Let him sit down and sit down, let him do whatever he wants. The only regret is that all 4 of his hands have been removed, and the combat power has been reduced a lot, but it is also stronger than ordinary trash. You, and the 3 of them, squeeze to the back. The Vampire King opened the car window. He was the first to scrape out of the car window, hooked the car with both hands, and even hitched a ride, while Dongwu and the others were huddled together in the toilet. So, old broken cars will not be so crowded? The news about Mahaz has come out, and the topic is now the highest in the world. Tian Xiaoan exclaimed, turning the laptop over and facing the Vampire King, Tian Xiaoben, and the others. On the laptop screen, there is only a blurry photo of Mahaz, and there is a huge black shadow beside him. Besides, there is a group of flying lizards that go up into the sky and look like dragons, and they must have been released from the Void and Zero world. Where is he? The Vampire King asked loudly. He is in a city with the most criminals and the most chaotic. According to reports, the corpse guy is also in this city, and there are many vicious superpower prisoners in addition. The city has lost contact. Tian Xiaoan said quickly, but the situation became more and more dangerous. This time, Mohath chose to release the most chaotic group of prisoners, causing chaos in the whole world, and even those potential enemies would riot after learning the news. Go to that city. The Vampire King said without hesitation that Mark had finished navigating and drove past. At this moment, everyone in the world are watching this news. Oh my god, something big is about to happen. Captain Xiao looked at the big lake in front of him, feeling uneasy. In the lake, the figure of a water monster loomed. This Mahaz looks delicious, it's octopus balls. The bald man rubbed his head, looked at Mahaz, drooling stupidly. This is a good opportunity. Mahaz is here to attract firepower. We can take advantage of the mess we need. The stinky Soro clenched his hands, his eyes lit up. I won't necessarily meet Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen will definitely go. Deal with Mahaz. Home. Judy looked at everything in the picture worriedly. If I come, it will be bad. Will the school be delayed then? Haha, let Mahaz, Xiao Chen and the others fight. They will fight to the death and we will decide the winner and loser, and then we will profit from it. And in the TNG organization, the Eternal Warrior immediately made a decision, which is also the meaning of a higher level. After losing, they don't want to waste resources anymore. 100 million SHHHHHHH. In the city, the flames of war are spreading. In just a few tens of minutes, Mohath took control of the entire city without any effort. Under his hands, not only 10 dislikes Kevin, but also evil dragons soaring in the sky. Not only that. On the streets, there are raiders and robbers everywhere, all of them wearing prison uniforms with unscrupulous expressions on their faces. They only need to do one thing. It is to see everything, smash it, see everyone, dispose of it at will, see aliens, see people alive and see corpses. On the old broken car. Although, the car is heading towards the fallen city, but the 867 Flash Star still felt that it was not slow enough. Yes, Flash Star. He used to be the Vampire King, but after turning into another hero, he didn't even use the small broken watch pattern, and the transformation order became random, so I had to use the newly changed Flash Star to speed up the highway and head to the city where Mahaz is located. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. The flashing star continued to use the Fengshen legs. The speed was getting faster and faster, and the meteor flames rubbed the soles of his feet. When you are in a building, jump lightly, take off and jump over the building, and continue to move forward. No detours, go straight to the end. The other side. The bald tyrant, the Gorgon, and the others slowly came to the city where Mahaz was. The snake-haired girl frowned. Do you really want to come here? Aren't you afraid to meet Xiao Chen? We'll be finished by then. Xiao Chen, I'm scared. As soon as the bald man heard the name, he slumped on the ground in a conditioned reflex. The sour monster was so angry that he slapped the bald tyrant's bald head. Idiot, Mahaz is here. We are here. If Mansion goes to deal with Mahaz, we can also get first-hand information. The most dangerous the place is actually the safest place. Do you understand? Come and get some money to spend. Makes sense? Gorgon and Baldhead nodded slightly, and followed the sour monster into the city. It's interesting, the city. Building roof. A glamorous girl stood there. A long silver-white hair fluttered in the strong wind, and the medieval magician's sleeve robe also swayed gently, but the slender body was not affected. Look at the city with fire all over the place. The evil cursed witch gently stirred her long hair. Look at the excitement, then leave. She disdains to shoot at ordinary people, and she doesn't want to. Those who didn't stop her from becoming the strongest magician were not obstacles. But, thinking of that bastard Xiao Chen, the evil curse witch's teeth lightly bit her lower lip, and she grabbed it with her jade hand. She must seek revenge on this Xiao Chen. Roar! At this time, when a flying dragon in the sky saw the evil curse witch, it let out a piercing scream. It was full of roars at her, and its blood-red eyes stared at the evil curse witch. Instinct tells it. Man, it's delicious. Looking for death, it's just a reptile with a pair of wings. A bone wand instantly appeared in the hand of the evil curse witch, and she waved it gently, instantly condensing a purple lightning ball, and the dazzling light shone on her cheeks. Taste. Mimi. 1. Another flying dragon. Gather around. Gradually, more than a dozen flying dragons were blocking the vicinity, directly covering the entire building, blocking the airtight. Only the endless darkness is left, shrouding the evil witch in it. A faint light shone on the slightly pale face of the evil curse witch, and a rare trace of fear appeared in the depths of her eyes. A dozen monsters surrounded her. What? A flying dragon instantly stretched out a claw and slapped the body of the cursed witch. Taste? The cursed witch instantly retracted the magic ball, her delicate body fell to the ground, and instantly merged into the darkness. Boom! The claws landed heavily on the roof, and instantly shot 3 cracks like hard marks, surrounded by potholes. Bang bang bang! Another claw, smashing the entire roof. Even the evil witch had to get out of the darkness, watching in horror as the pair of claws attacked her, without stopping. SHHHHHH. The flashing star slowly stopped at the gate of the city. Huh. For the first time, a sense of fatigue appeared on his thin face, sweating all over his body, and the muscles in his legs were extremely sore. Although, the city in front was screaming and burning, a scene of doomsday. 4.5 flash stars can't mess around either. He needs to regain his stamina to maintain his best condition against Mohath. Bayu. It seems that Xiaopo made clear what Xiao Chen meant. After flickering for a while, the honest thunder appeared on the spot. The feeling of exhaustion suddenly disappeared without a trace, and it was all eaten by the thunder. I can travel again, and the battery life is strong, so let's use Hung Tian Li to suppress the city's enemies for a while. Hung Tian Li took a deep breath and instantly turned into a big ball. Scroll through. Boom. Boom. In the city, Hong Tian Li's huge body crushed everything and knocked back everything in front of him. He didn't think much about it, scrolling fast in the city. Even if he didn't know where Mahaz was, at least he could confirm it. Location. Is that an alien? Destroy him and hand it over to Lord Mahaz. Hey, at that time, I might be able to become a general under the aliens. When a group of prisoners saw the rolling thunder, their eyes instantly turned red. In an instant, several people raised their palms and aimed at the rolling thunder. It released the fire of flames, released the freezing of cold air, and released the power of thought to block the progress of thunder. Court death. Although Hong Tianli was rolling, he could clearly see every move of the outside world, and his face turned cold immediately, and his ball-like body quickly rolled over layers of roads, including the flames sprayed over to play, the cold air, and even the power of thought. As soon as he turned around, he bumped into those superpowered prisoners. The expressions of those prisoners changed immediately, and they were all knocked out in an instant, unable to dodge. Bang bang bang, 3 or 5 times. Hong Tianli slammed around like marbles on the street. While dodging, it could also attack and defend, directly knocking all the prisoners on the street to the ground, leaving no one behind. Those with bad physique may even be knocked out on the spot. A bunch of scum. When Hong Tianli stopped his steps with a grim expression, he stood at the end of the street. All prisoners fell to the ground. Bayo. Along with his strides, the pattern on his chest flickered at high speed, and it was no longer the huge figure that continued to move forward, but a fire-breathing figure. If it is a flame man, it will be easy. The flame man's feet burst into a large amount of flames, directly lifted into the air, and flew towards the center of the city. Of course, he maintained a height of more than 10 meters and tried to fly as close to the roof as possible, where there were buffers. In this way, even if transforming into other aliens, he will not be powerless to fight back. Taste. Boom. When passing by a place with prisoners, the flame man will immediately go down into a fireball, blasting the group of prisoners back in an instant, and rot in the flames, preventing them from continuing to do evil. Flavor. The flame man was flying all the time, and the farther he got to the city center, the more quiet on the ground. Some prisoners are standing far away, but they dare not step into the center of the city, as if this is a restricted area. What's the matter? Why can't these wicked prisoners come? Just when the flame people were puzzled, a huge black shadow directly enveloped his body. Roar. With a low roar that ripped apart the sky, a huge flying dragon raised its soles and grabbed the flame man's body directly, as if it was taking him as prey. Boom. The flame man didn't react. He subconsciously clenched his fists, and his whole body was boiling with fire. Roar. Filong let go of his claws in an instant. One of his claws was scalded red, tears came out, and he flew into the distance. Boom. Moment. A pillar of fire pierced through the chest of the flying dragon, and the flying dragon's body came to a halt in the summer. After solidifying in the sky for half a second, it quickly landed and smashed a house. Who do you think you are? The flame man was suspended in the sky, burning flames with one hand, and his face was extremely cold. You want to run after sneak attack me? What a joke. It's no wonder that there are no prisoners in this area. It turns out that this area was given to the reptiles flying in the sky. Occupied. No problem. In the eyes of the prisoners, the dragons are powerful enemies. In his eyes, it was nothing more than a group of mother-in-law ants replaced by a group of beetles, and the result was not a slap to death. Same. Shhhhhhh. Seems to be because of the noise here. Another flying dragon appeared around, looking at the flame man with malicious intentions, like sharks surrounding the raft, and like a pack of wolves, waiting for the prey to be completely fearful. Flame man. He just looked around patiently, and slowly stretched out a finger and tickled it. Sharks. All stunned. Active provocation? This made them fall into a state of incomparable fury in an instant. Shhhhhhh. Roar. The flying dragons flew towards the flame man, and the posture was extremely terrifying. Far away, the cursed witch who was being held by the flying dragon looked around inexorably, without any intention of resisting. Her clothes were wrinkled. In her beautiful eyes, there seemed to be a huge fire and noise from the sky on the other side, like the explosion of an atomic bomb. The flying dragon group here quickly flew out several flying dragons and supported them in that direction. However, the evil curse witch still has no strength to resist. She was brought to the most prosperous area in the city center by these flying dragons. Boom. The flying dragons put her in a villa area in 867. Haven't waited for her to get up. A person walked slowly in front of her, with a playful and malicious tone. Niece, long time no see, did you miss your uncle? The evil curse witch trembled and raised her head slightly. The corpse is no longer pale, and there are large burn marks all over his body, and there are even large burn marks like bruises on his face, which looks hideous and terrifying. Bang bang bang. Behind him, 2 behemoths walked slowly. 10 is not like Kevin. Mahaz. That octopus head made it even harder for the cursed witch to breathe, and she was a great character. Now, take away the magic pendant and restore your mana. I will help you, and you also need to do things for me and recruit troops. Mahaz slowly clenched his fists and said lightly. Around his waist was a gun that was out of tune with his shape. Of course I will. I will definitely help you continue to recruit your subordinates. Horror Corpse smiled. The concept of Mahaz has progressed. At first he wanted to destroy the earth. Now he is going to gather a few powerful people who can't fight against Xiao Chen, and join forces to turn over the earth. After all, one person really can't beat it. The bone staff of the evil cursed witch and the bezier pendant of the evil cursed witch were all taken by hackers one by one. These are supposed to be mine. The corpse held these in his hands, and slowly heaved a sigh of relief, with an excited smile on his face. Would you like to kill her? Mahaz spoke in a deep voice, and a big hand slowly landed around the body of the evil cursed witch. It seemed that it only took an instant to kill the evil cursed witch with one move. The cursed witch faced this situation. She was extremely cold all over her body, pretty face pale. The looming fear of death almost made her faint. Horrified corpse finally took a deep look at the evil curse witch, raised his head, and sighed. Anyway, she is my niece. She is still a child. Still a child. As soon as this word comes out, Mahaz and Shivyu Kevin's expressions suddenly became strange, and Chi Shushua looked at the corpse with a strange look, as if he was looking at another person. Child. The evil cursed witch showed a cold smile on her pretty face, opened her lips, and mocked. I don't want me to die. Do you want to get back all the magic power? Shut up. Hacker glared at the evil cursed witch unhappily, tapped the bone wand lightly, and with the blessing of the Bethel pendant, the evil cursed witch who had been exhausted by the flying dragon was easily bound by him and took him to go. A villa with an open door next to it. After walking in, he closed the door with his backhand. It was so dark inside that before closing the door, unlike Kevin outside, he couldn't see what was going on inside. Boss JAS, what are we going to do now? What do we want to do? Unlike 10, Kevin looked at Mahaz and waved his hand helplessly. Wait for Xiao Chen to come over and kill him. Mahaz's voice was cold and said lightly. What? 10 didn't look like Kevin was stunned. This way of fighting is too direct, isn't it? Mohath, on the other hand, stood still and whistled softly. Far away, the flame man, who was covered in fire, was suspended above the sky. On the ground, is a scorched flying dragon. One by one is dying. The grilled chicken wings taste good, but I have never tasted dragon meat. Looking at the big lizard-like flying dragon on the ground, the flame man finally restrained his curiosity and continued to fly aimlessly ahead. After flying for some distance, he has been safe and sound, and has not encountered the surprise attack he imagined. Taste? Monument? On the contrary, the small broken watch pattern of the flaming man is flickering again, and the flame on the whole body is quickly extinguished, replaced by a vision without dead ends. Boom! The big-eyed monster fell to the ground, and he, who had a hunch, landed smoothly. Through the pupils on his arms, he can clearly see his own reflection, which is a monster-like existence. The new hero, the big-eyed monster. If this random transformation can unlock some more new heroes, it's not a bad thing. Big-eyed monster muttered calmly, and all the pupils on his body had a panoramic view of everything between heaven and earth. Check it out. He found that in this empty no-man's land, some red and strange things fell from a corner. Okay. The big-eyed monster walked towards the corner in confusion, and when he got a closer look, he realized that the long strands of red-pink hair fell on the ground. The weird thing is, at the other end of each long hair, there are small mouths with fangs in their mouths. Like a snake. Okay. The big-eyed monster looked around the corner again, and soon saw a large hole that had been corroded in the house next to him. Through the big hole, he could see the scenery in the room. Call out? The big-eyed monster turned the room through the hole. There was a convenience store in the room. The shelves were scattered on the ground, and the counter had long been smashed with a big hole, and the door, on the ceiling, was actually broken by violent means. But it's worth noting. The gate just morphs into a bevel, just enough to let people in. The ceiling was completely lifted, as if caught by some external force. Both are destroyed, both are caused by strange forces, but the two are used in different ways. One is a rampage, and the other is flying down from the sky to attack. The big-eyed monster analyzed it calmly, and when he looked at the hole next to the wall again, all doubts were easily resolved. A group of people broke the door and entered this convenience store, robbing money. Little do they know that they have attracted the attention of the overlords here. Flying Dragon opened the ceiling and tried to attack this group of people, and then one of the group of people made a big hole in the wall, left the convenience store one by one, and finally went outside in the corner. He confronted the Flying Dragon, and was eventually captured by the Flying Dragon. What a bunch of idiots, robbing a convenience store. Could it be that they can't find the way to a jewelry store? After the big-eyed monster sneered, he stepped through the deformed gate again, and found a burst of depreciated banknotes at the gate. If you hadn't come out from here, you wouldn't have found out, and money would have been leaked here. The big-eyed monster looked at the money, and involuntarily looked in the direction the money was facing. Soon. He really has a bill on the roof of a house? Call out? The big-eyed monster arrived at that house. Qian Wangzhao. Then, he found the falling banknotes from a big tree in the distance. This is the clue that the banknotes fell down after those people were taken away with the money, and it was able to directly trace the place where the Flying Dragon went. Go slowly? The big-eyed monster cautiously followed the banknotes. During this period, he looked around, just to be alert for someone who suddenly appeared and attacked him. Gradually, he approached a luxurious villa complex. Community gate. He stopped. Because there are no banknotes in it, and no matter how you look for it, you can't find it, indicating that people eventually disappeared here. But at this moment, the entire neighborhood was exceptionally quiet. However, the sun is not so strong, and the large shadows are enough to make people cool. Waited for a few minutes. The big-eyed monster has just stepped into this neighborhood, walking in the villa. The eyes of the big-eyed monster observe everything around, not letting go of a single detail. With a faint light, laser waves can erupt at any time. If you guessed correctly, this is where the gang of robbers were finally caught. When the big-eyed monster searched the whole street, he came to a conclusion that made him unbelievable and unbelievable. At least, the streets of this villa area are empty, and no one can be found. Even if you leave, at least there are some clues, right? Even if you are eaten, there are still some clothes residues, right? The big-eyed monster looked at the ground suspiciously, but still couldn't find anything. At last, his eyes were fixed on the villas in front of him. The gates and windows of the villas were closed, and there was no sound. Maybe no one lives there. Maybe someone lived there. Maybe not human. Boom! The big-eyed monster had no expression on his face, and when he raised his palm, a terrifying laser wave was seen, and even the walls around the door were bombarded, and thick black smoke came out. He stepped on the black smoke, swaggered into the villa, and searched inside. No one could be found. Immediately after, the big-eyed monster did the same, came to one villa after another, blasted open one by one, and went into search, which was even more terrifying than the destructive power of the villains like Filong. When he came to the last villa, he was obviously a little less confident. Is it really here? 867. Maybe I am too sensitive? The inference is wrong. Bayu. At this time, the pattern of the small broken watch on his body began to flicker. With a flash, the big-eyed monster looked embarrassed, and the whole person became another alien with the light. A tall one. Single eye. Weird-looking creature. There was a faint light all over his body. Electric lizard? Have you become an electric lizard? Although the electric lizard is not as good as the big-eyed monster, its destructive power and mobility are enough to suppress the big-eyed monster, which is very suitable for me. Electric lizard shook his hands with a look of confidence on his face. Anyway, it's really cool here. The whole street was full of shadows, and it was cool enough not to make the electric lizard unwilling to walk even a step. Cool? A certain point in the electric lizard's heart was suddenly triggered. He made a mistake of neglect. When a person is looking for something, he often ignores what is in front of him and what is on the table, but digs into the corners and looks for various corners, so that he has no clue at all. Only when relaxed, it will be a sudden flash of inspiration, and inadvertently find something on the table. Now, electric lizard found. He raised his head little by little, looked towards the sky, and his expression instantly froze. In the sky, the head-headed flying dragon hovers above, covering the sky and the sun, covering the sunlight, bringing pieces of darkness, hanging motionless in the midair, as if afraid of something. These nasty monsters are actually as docile as a pack of dogs. How come there are so many flying dragons? What's going on? The face of the electric lizard changed instantly and became stunned, looking at everything in the sky in disbelief. Taste. On the back of the dragon, a domineering figure like a moving fortress stood up, standing in the sky looking down at everything below, quite the majesty of an emperor, showing the domineering attitude of a king. Xiao Chen's alien looks much easier to deal with than the previous alien. Something seems to be wrong with his Omnitrix. No matter what went wrong with the Omnitrix, at least this watch was in Xiao Chen's hands, and he had mastered more alien species that Mahaz had never seen before. This means, Omnitrix is growing, it will become stronger step by step, until Mahaz can't match it, and the whole universe can't match it. This further intensified his determination to win the Omnitrix. Waste JAS. The moment Dion saw JAS the lizard stand up, the whole person was stunned. He couldn't believe his eyeballs. Mohath is not simply back. His body was as strong as before, but the various scars on his body disappeared, as if he was full of blood and resurrected. What's going on? This monster, Dr. Dongwu picked up his body fragments, and one of his intact heads, and directly resurrected him. According to the calculation of Dr. Dongwu's scientist, Mahaz broke through the limit before he died and made a curl. In the shape of a bjit, he protected his head with that armor-like body and was safe. This is a cruel man. Use your whole body to protect your head. Even pushing the limits in that situation? It is no exaggeration to say that the Mahaz at this moment is stronger than the Mahaz that was blown away, breaking through even greater limits. If the comparison is not like Kevin's megas in the universe, there is simply no comparison. The Mohath of this universe can smash that Mohath. Go down, taste. The next moment, Mahaz stretched out his palm, lifted the cat-like 10 dislikes Kevin with one hand, and directly held 10 disliked Kevin and fell to the ground together. Hey, big brother Mahaz, can you tell me when you fall? Unlike 10, Kevin was interrupted in an instant, his head was blank, and his body kept shaking. Boom! The moment it hits the ground, Mahaz quickly threw 10 dislikes Kevin to the ground, making a big hole. He himself stepped firmly on Kevin's body, standing proudly there, and said lightly, tell you in advance, how could you be willing to be my cushion? Remember, we will deal with it later. When Xiao Chen, if you still think about eating both ends, you will die. 10 is not like Kevin resisting the severe pain, but his heart trembles fiercely. He was afraid of Mahaz, and he was also afraid of Xiao Chen. I really wanted to hurt both of them, but Mahaz's toughness made him unable to choose, so he chose Mahaz directly. After all, no matter how terrifying Mahaz is, just like Kevin now, everyone is a monster. And Xiao Chen can change back to the earth. This kind of envy and jealousy made him and Kevin have a huge confrontation. Why do you become an alien? You can change back. And I can't? Mahaz, I'm too lazy to talk to you. Last time I didn't make sure you died in front of me. This time, I'll watch you die with my own eyes. The voice of the electric lizard was filled with chills and growled. Superior? Mohath moved away, and waved at the dragons who had been slow to move in the sky. Ho ho ho, The sound of dragon roars ripped apart the sky, and the flying dragons were already in a state of impatience, and all of them were about to be dazed by the heat. Lizard? It looks great. Enough to crush the little lizard of the electric lizard into a mass of mud. Too underestimated I am. No matter how many trash fish there are, it is still trash. A cold light burst in the eyes of the electric lizard, and a burst of electricity appeared in his hand. Taste? Next second. That swipe of electric current stretched countless times and turned into an infinitely long spear, which directly penetrated the chest of a flying dragon, leaving a tiny wound. Arguably. What about penetrating the chest? But it is only the size of a spear, and the damage caused is minimal. But, discharge. Electric lizard thought silently. There was a huge electric light on him. It was a high voltage current. The spear also acts as a conductor, sending the current into the flying dragon, directly drilling into its internal organs, instantly turning the flying dragon into a large black hole. This process. Less than 2 seconds. Monument? A flying dragon fell heavily on the ground not far away. The electric lizard withdrew his palm calmly, then raised a finger and pointed to another flying dragon, and another electric light penetrated the body of the flying dragon. Using electro-optics as a medium, release high-voltage electricity, connect it to the inside of the dragon, and destroy it from the inside of the latter. Another flying dragon became like coke, and slammed on the ground not far away. Although, this does not look as domineering as the Flame Man, and it is not as powerful as the Flame Man. Do not forget. Electric Lizard has to face Mahaz and 10 dissimilar Kevin, and even more unknown enemies. He must save his physical strength to ensure that he can kill these flying dragons efficiently and without waste. Xiao Chen has become more difficult than before. It seems that it is not only me who has become stronger. Mahaz frowned slightly, looking at the electric lizard in front of him, feeling a greater threat. As the electric lizard raised its finger and aimed at the flying dragon in the sky, boom! One of Mahaz's feet landed on the ground, and soon, the whole ground trembled, and the electric lizard in front lost its balance. Mahaz appeared in front of the electric lizard in the blink of an eye at an extremely fast speed, and a large palm directly grabbed the electric lizard whose center of gravity was unstable. Boom! He held the electric lizard in his hand with one hand. Without the slightest hesitation, he squeezed hard, trying to crush the electric lizard like a bug. Mahaz's strength was so fierce, the electric lizard squeaked all over his body, his bones were about to be broken, his body was pinched a little flat, and blood seemed to come from the corners of his mouth. F***ck. 10 doesn't look like Kevin is stupid. Xiao Chen is going to be crushed to death with one hand? This Mahaz is too fierce. Want to kill me? I can seriously injure you too? Benefit Kevin Fisherman. The electric lizard showed a reluctant expression, and while speaking, released the current contained in the body together. Boom, boom. The golden radio waves directly enveloped the figures of Mahaz and the electric lizard, destroying Mahaz's body all the time. Mahaz's face twitched, and he couldn't help but let out a low howl. His body showed a state of scorching, not only pain, but even his strength was being drained little by little. It was the rhythm of being paralyzed. The electric lizard's counterattack is quite terrifying. It is to pull him into the water. Whoosh. Electric lizard felt a lot better in an instant, and as Mahaz pulled back, he instead increased the amount of electricity he released, with a frenzied ferocity in his eyes. Now, whoever lets go is a softie? Mahaz felt even more pain. A trace of horror flashed in his eyes. He could really kill the electric lizard at this moment, but the electric lizard also hit him hard. Look at the back 10, unlike Kevin, that swaying look. Call out? Mohath let go of the electric SI, and took a few steps back, and the electric lizard also took a few steps back in an instant. Whoa. Mahaz's body was scorched by high-voltage electricity all over his body. It seemed that his whole body had turned black, which was shocking, but it was only a serious injury to the skin. The most terrible thing was that his limbs were slightly paralyzed. The strength is weakened. Cough cough. The damage to the electric lizard was more serious. After retreating a few steps, he half knelt on the ground, his palms on the ground, and his body was all limp, unable to exert himself. He even suspected that he had been beaten internally. But the electric lizard slowly stood up in a few seconds, with the power to fight. Kevin, come with me. Mahaz ordered 10 different Kevin. 10 unlike Kevin raised his footsteps, walked to Mahaz's side, and nodded. 10 is not like Kevin, listen carefully. The electric lizard looked at this scene, took a deep breath, and said, this battle, no matter which side you choose, is a situation that is offended to the death and cannot be tactfully. You are sure you are going to get involved in this? His words hit the nail on the head. In an instant, 10 unlike Kevin's determination was shaken, and he began to retreat without a trace, obviously not wanting to join the two of you. Taste. It looked like he was going to fly away. Mahaz spoke in a low voice, and his words were even more to the point. Kevin. You can think clearly, help Xiao Chen, you will end up like a basement mouse at best, and you will survive. Help me, I will let you do whatever you want. Can also be my general? I will give you a whole planet. Obviously. Mohath's words are more powerful than electric lizards? He directly explained the two ways clearly. Help Xiao Chen will never allow someone who is not evil like Kevin. Help Mahaz can give Kevin more slack. In fact, the electric lizard would like to say something. If you are short of money, you can come to me, but he is not a hero like that. What if someone sees it? It was filmed, like the previous timeline, and it was smeared. What should I do? The identity of the hero began to bind him. He must be a hero. Let's go together. 10 Unlike Kevin, standing with Mahaz in an instant, he said bluntly without hesitation. Human nature cannot stand scrutiny, and Mahaz is very good at this. 1 against 2 is not a problem, it's nothing more than 2 defeated generals. The electric lizard took a deep breath and slowly got up. For flowers. Squeeze, sizzle, sparks danced around him. Boom. In an instant, 10 Unlike Kevin began to throw diamond shuriken, throw fireballs, spit mucus, and all kinds of tricks flew over. Bang bang bang. The electric lizard unfolded its 2 palms and released one after another electric light, like a mage, constantly attacking the 10 Unlike Kevin's tricks, and even counterattacked, and the 10 Unlike Kevin followed. Taste. Mahaz suddenly appeared behind the electric lizard, and slapped the electric lizard like a 5-element mountain. Boom. In an instant, a large piece of cement shattered into pieces, and the mud underneath jumped out. But there was no sign of the electric lizard. Whoa whoa. More than a dozen meters away, a ray of electric light condensed into the appearance of an electric lizard. He took a deep breath, and he had lingering fears. Fortunately, I compare. Taste. 10 wasn't like Kevin appeared in front of him. It was Flash Star's legs that allowed him to barely get close to the electric lizard. Death. He raised the diamond sword without hesitation and slashed the body of the electric lizard angrily. Mound. The diamond knife was reflected in the electric lizard's eyes, and the electric light in his hand condensed the posture of a long spear, blocking Unlike Kevin's slash. 10 Unlike Kevin's rest of the hands fell on the long sword, the strength suddenly increased, and the diamond sword even condensed layers of sword energy. Boom. The electric lizard was suddenly repulsed, and he was not as good as Kevin as compared to strength. Boom. In another instant, Mahaz appeared behind him and attacked. The back of the electric lizard already felt the violent palm wind, and even when it was aching slightly, his body that was on the verge of the limit flew out dangerously, flew 10 meters away, and suddenly fell to the ground. Can't even control the center of gravity. It took a lot of energy to fight all the way up. Not to mention, electric lizards have slept at Mohatha's hands since the beginning. Now for another one on 2. You don't need to break the watch next time to transform. As long as half a minute, the electric lizard will definitely die. I need physical strength. I need to replenish strength, even if it's a one-time thing. Electric lizard can't help but think of the picture of back-absorbing electricity when he faced this universe Kevin. That Kevin absorbed part of the electricity of the entire city and was absorbed by the electric lizard. Although it only possessed so much power in a short period of time, the electric lizards at that time were extremely powerful in combat, under the ultimate evolution of the frozen lizard, and above the vampire king. So, the electric lizard suddenly looked at the telephone pole not far away, and his eyes became firm. I want electricity. Billion taste. The electric lizard rushed towards the telephone pole, but before he got there, Kevin suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking the way, and Mahaz strode to the pole, kicked off the pole with one foot, and shattered it. Think about it. Why not ask if we agree? Unlike 10, Kevin asked with a very sinister smile. At the same time, ding. Detected check-in available objects, Mahaz reborn after genetic experiments, and 10 unlike Kevin from other universes. The host choose Morpheus, who was reborn after destroying the genetic experiment, and 10 dissimilar Kevin from other universes, or beheaded, driven out, and you can complete the sign-in. Sign into the task. Published. It is also unprecedentedly difficult. It made Xiao Chen a little unbelievable. To know. The system clearly stated that to solve these two people, no matter what method 867 is used, it takes 1 to 2 to complete this mission. The difficulty of the task is simply unimaginable. More absolutely. He found on this that Morpheus was reborn after a genetic experiment, that is to say, Morjath left something like a gene and was resurrected by scientists. Dr. Dongwu, there is only this possibility. This Dr. Dongwu is a sin that deserves death. If he's going to die, he even gave me a slap and slapped it hard. Electric Lizard said with an ugly face. Boom. I didn't have time to think about it, but unlike Kevin's punch, there were huge fluctuations. Even though he couldn't hit the electric lizard, the wave-like punch directly shattered the nearby ground and knocked the electric lizard out. Boom, boom. Countless ground collapsed, showing traces of cracks. The figure of the electric lizard slid on the ground in embarrassment, unable to resist this terrifying punch, and made a harsh gliding sound. A layer guide is inattentive 222. He was actually knocked back more than 10 meters away, farther from the telephone pole. Haha, he doesn't have a chance to get close. 10 did not laugh with schadenfreude from Kevin. Mahaz glanced at 10 disliked Kevin with admiration, and said, good job, at least you can react and know that this guy can absorb electricity. Look at the posture of the two. Electric lizards can't get close to the cable at all. #B2. Instead, he stood up straight and looked at the cables in the distance. There was a special magnetic force in his body, and it had an inexplicable attraction towards the cables in the distance. SHHHHHH. In an instant, the electric lizard's eyes lit up, and there were bursts of electric light on his body, which were extremely dazzling. The huge electricity on the cable in the distance was actually pulled out, forming bursts of dark blue electricity, which flew towards the electricity extremely quickly with the momentum of thunder. Lizard over there? What? How could he be absorbed remotely? Mahaz and 10 dislikes Kevin both showed extremely shocked expressions. Electric Lizard's talent for controlling electricity is terrifying. They are so persecuted. Instead, the electric lizard can absorb electricity remotely. Boom! A burst of blue giant electric light entangled the body of the electric lizard like a python, and his previously weakened light shone again. The light on him turned from blue to gold. Taste? The body of the electric lizard floated up unconsciously, exuding a terrifying light, flickering like a god. The electric light wrapped around the body turned into a brilliant golden color, and from time to time it touched the nearby scenery. Touch it. It is an astonishingly huge ravine. It is enough to slash buildings in half, smash steel, and even kill flying dragons. This is just the aftermath? What a powerful force. This moment, lightning flashed in the eyes of the electric lizard, and felt an extremely powerful force. The weak breath rose rapidly, absorbing all the huge current hidden under the cable. It no longer shines at all. Of course. Electric lizard is not greedy enough to continue absorbing cables elsewhere, then he will not be able to maintain such a violent power. Now this strength is just right for him. Superior? Morpheus no longer hesitated, and slapped Xian like Kevin on the shoulder, saying excitedly, "Taste?" 10 is not like Kevin, quickly spreading his wings and flying, drawing an arc in the sky like a fighter jet, and swooping towards the electric lizard in the air. Boom! Electric lizard, raise your hand. Now. Twinkling light, all condensed in the center of the palm, turned into a bucket-thick thunder, and directly detonated on the body of 10 unlike Kevin. Unpredictable, 10 unlike Kevin screamed and fell from the sky like a fly. A hole the size of a bucket appeared in his chest. The surroundings were already pitch black, and it was scorched. Not far away, there was also a large man-made pit, and the surrounding buildings were in ashes. The light at that moment almost blinded Mahaz's eyes. Unstoppable. The electric lizard slowly retracted his palm, and the condensed electric light also instantly returned to his body, flickering, so that the outside world could not see him clearly, but could only see flashes of light. The light seems to have dimmed a lot. It looks like he couldn't continue to cast electric. Mahaz took a deep breath, and found a way to defeat electricity. Consume it, bio. At this time, the Omnitrix pattern on the electric lizard's chest began to flicker. What? This time, isn't it, little broken watch? The face of the electric lizard changed dramatically. Looking at the Omnitrix pattern on his body, he could hardly imagine this picture. What happened to Omnitrix? Mahaz looked at the Omnitrix pattern suspiciously, and thought what happened to the watch, and immediately became nervous. I warn you, Xiao Chen, don't mess with the Omnitrix because of what I robbed. You are the inventor's right. Disrespect for scientific research results. These remarks, coming out of his mouth who do all kinds of evil, seem so discordant and funny. There's no other way, I'll give you everything. The electric lizard raised his hands high, and the electricity all over his body was now condensed in front of his palms, forming a huge electric current ball the size of a meteorite. Just holding this thing is like holding a hill, making the body of the electric lizard sway. Boom! When the meteorite electric ball was thrown by him, the surrounding houses were shaking, the close ones collapsed, the ground was crushed layer by layer, the car exploded on the spot, and the electric sparks that jumped from time to time ripped apart the sky. 10 is not like Kevin watching this scene. His face is dull. The end of the world. Monument. 4.5 The electric lizard fell to the ground feebly, and that move exhausted all the energy stored in electric bio. Finally, he turned into another alien hero. And Mahaz, there was no time to dodge. He had to stretch out a pair of muscular arms, showing a tilted posture, supporting the meteorite electric ball. Bang bang bang! He was instantly knocked out by a meteorite penalty kick and went 100 meters away, with his feet in a gully on the ground, and his hands were scorched just when they touched the electric ball. Even a pair of steel-like arms are burning. Boom! In the end, the electric light engulfed him, engulfing all areas within 100 meters, making it impossible for outsiders to see everything there. This 10 is not like Kevin staring blankly at the electric light area in front of him. As everyone knows, an alien slowly came behind him. Want to know how powerful the Vampire King is? The Vampire King asked coldly. Xiao Chen. Return to your strongest state. This time Omnitrix doesn't need to be called a little broken watch by him this time, and he directly says that he is the eternal god. Why, the sense of oppression is so strong. 10 is not like Kevin looking at the Vampire King in front of him. He, like a terrified prey, was locked firmly by the hunter. His body, everything about him, was filled with icy coldness, unable to move. Boom! Next moment, the Vampire King's right palm directly turned into a hand knife, swiping over an arm that did not look like Kevin. Click! An arm flew high. Unlike Kevin, there was a huge ravine cut out by a sword on the ground behind Kevin. After all, the claws of the Vampire King are as terrifying as sharp swords. Frail guy, like paper. The Vampire King said coldly. Unlike 10, Kevin raised his head and screamed, his voice almost tearing the sky. His whole body was trembling constantly, and the severe tingling sensation finally made him come back from the brink of being frightened. He blushed and looked at the Vampire King with blood-red eyes, with fear and anger. Boom! The Vampire King didn't give 10 dislikes Kevin a chance to breathe. He spread out his arms, and in the blink of an eye, a huge light wave like turtle school Qigong flew towards 10 disliked Kevin. The power is much weaker than that of the electro-optical ball, but don't forget, this is just his casual attack. Boom! Unlike 10, Kevin didn't sit still and tentatively threw a large fireball, but the fireball was swallowed up by a terrifying energy wave in an instant, and the speed was still unabated on him, directly blowing him out. The whole process is not like Kevin. Full crush, too weak, vulnerable. The Vampire King lowered his body slowly, hovering like an eagle in the sky, ready to end the life of 10 just like Kevin with a lightning-like move. He can't die. Research? 10 didn't stop like Kevin's body that was blown away. Mahaz, who was completely black and had completely changed his skin color, supported the flying 10 unlike Kevin with one hand. Cough cough. He coughed violently, spit out several pieces of blood, and his eyes were scarlet, obviously suffering from a certain degree of internal injury. On the other hand, the Vampire King on the opposite side is in much better condition. The reason is simple. The Vampire King is extremely powerful, while the Electric Lizard has a crispy skin. The concept of serious injury is different between the two. Boom! Mohath threw Shivuka Kevin aside and stared at the Vampire King eagerly. The two look at each other, like two huge beasts 100 meters high. It can only be described as a chess match against an opponent. The invisible aura is also constantly colliding, again and again. Boom! Between heaven and earth, the storm is rippling. In this storm, the two figures moved violently, each turning into afterimages, and immediately, they collided heavily, like the touch of two mountains. The ground collapsed in an instant, like an earthquake, and the surrounding houses and buildings above the first floor were all blown away by the huge shock wave and smashed into ruins. Bang bang bang! After the two touched together, the Vampire King and Mahaz showed their terrifying boxing skills. Mohath's fist speed is very fast, it can be described as a stormy attack, the fist is heavy, and the physical strength is very abundant. The Vampire King is not that strong, but his claws and sharp teeth can attack frequently, leaving scars on Morjatha's body, and from time to time emitting energy attacks, wounding Morjatha's body. Just looking from a distance, 10 is not as shocked as Kevin. This is definitely a tough guy showdown. Mahaz resisted all the attacks of the Vampire King painfully, and directly kicked the Vampire King up, and a hug and slam threw the latter into the ground, smashing a big hole. Boom! The big pit instantly lit up, blasting Mahaz, who was trying to pursue the victory, to fly a few meters away. Taste? The Vampire King suddenly flew out from the inside, kissing the corner of his mouth. His smile was extremely cold, and he also slowly licked the blood left on his mouth. His eyes turned even more violent, like a lunatic. Although it is not as uncontrollable as being possessed by a ghost, Xiao Chen's personality is undoubtedly more extreme. This is a good thing and a bad thing. Good thing, to deal with Mahaz, he can fight more and more fiercely, and he is not afraid of death at all. Damn. Mahaz's expression was extremely gloomy, and he was in pain all over his body, no exaggeration. God knows why Xiao Chen's combat power is so terrifying, even a cosmic overlord can't bear it. Call. The Vampire King took a deep breath, his eyes suddenly turned to look behind Mahaz. Behind Mahaz, there was an empty space. Don't look back, there is nothing. He lied to you. She, unlike Kevin, kindly reminded. Indeed not. But the purpose of the Vampire King is not to deceive. But he felt it. In the old broken car, 10 not like Dongwu, and the breath of the 4 members of the Heavenly Union, came to this city. Because the Vampire King is their host, they can get in touch with them, and even from a distance, they can feel that they are coming. It's good for the Vampire King to drag it on. Have you seen his strength? Help me or help him. Mahaz looked at Xiao Chen and said deeply. Next moment, the only one of the Vampire King, 2 figures slowly walked out of the villa that was not searched. A figure is a bald tyrant. A figure is a snake-haired woman. They came to Earth Mahaz's side in a tacit understanding, and Kevin also walked slowly, recovering most of his injuries, and even took back his broken arm. Medical miracle. Then let's go together. At this point, the Vampire King didn't care how many people there were. He just, as always, looked at the enemy in front of him coldly, and said coldly, I just don't know if you can withstand my ultimate evolution. Huh? Ultimate evolution, what? Sounds funny. The bald tyrant, the snake-haired girl, and the 10 disliked Kevin, looked at each other and found it a little funny. Only Mahaz. He clenched his fist tightly and looked at the Vampire King's expression solemnly. He was counting whether Mansion was bluffing. However, the Vampire King didn't show any weakness on his face, and even put his hand on the Omnitrix pattern, so he could fight with them at any time. If this is the case, the Battle of Mahaz is completely useless. The scene slowly froze. This scene, for the Vampire King, is naturally beneficial. In the villa, the evil cursed witch looked at the Vampire King outside in shock, her pretty face turning pale for a while. This guy Xiao Chen is actually so strong? He's only 867 and I'm about the same age. Horrible corpse, Mahaz, and the others are better than her. She is convinced because these people have made their debut for so many years. But Xiao Chen, who is similar to her, or even a little younger, has enough combat power to crush her. This made her unbelievable, and at the same time there was a little bit of joy. Nice job, Xiao Chen. I'll be able to get out of this dead octopus head and these bastards together. Evil cursed witch thought happily in her heart. The corpse on one side fell into contemplation. Why does the niece look at Xiao Chen so strangely? It seems that there is encouragement and cheering ingredients. I understand. During the time I was locked up, my niece and Xiao Chen got along well. Now the two of them maintain a secret love affair, and they can take the evil witch as a hostage and threaten Xiao Chen. The hacker responded. He figured it all out. Immediately, a self-righteous smile appeared. Outside, Mohath completely realized that something was wrong. He looked at the Vampire King in disbelief, and asked loudly, "Why? Isn't there a time limit for Omnitrix's transformation? Why do you have no limit at all? How many minutes it is?" Although Xiao Chen's transformation time seems to increase every time, it is not so outrageous that it never ends. What's more, Xiao Chen called all the way, "Sorry, I'm telling you now. The permissions of Omnitrix have been completely opened by me, and I can have unlimited transformation time and display all permissions at will." The Vampire King showed an arrogant look. His face was not red and his heart was not beating. Omnitrix opened permissions? Mahaz's expression instantly became shocked. Looking at the Vampire King in front of him, his eyes were full of surprise. In the end, he shouted hysterically, "Impossible, if you have enabled Omnitrix permissions, you won't be so easy to talk about. Take it, taste." Mohath moved directly in front of the Vampire King. Only, that terrifying speed that can be called teleportation, in front of the Vampire King at this moment, has become able to be captured. Speed, can see clearly. Boom! The Vampire King actually maintained a slightly slower speed, collided with Mahaz, and collided with a boom. Bang bang bang! The Vampire King took 4 steps back. Mohath staggered back 2 steps. But the Vampire King chassis is more stable. Unlike Kevin, who stretched out his arm and released countless diamond shuriken, Bald and Gorgon naturally didn't sit idle. Shhhhhhh. The Vampire King had just finished facing Mahaz, and he was about to face the fight of the three. After a burst of irritability, his arms released waves of terrifying light waves, which actually blocked the attack from the opposite side. Boom! The aftermath caused the 3 of them to retreat. The 3 of them pose a threat even less than a Mohath. Kill. Mahaz slammed into the Vampire King fiercely. The Vampire King just reacted when he was first rubbed slightly by Mahaz's fist. Boom! After just rubbing it like that, the Vampire King's body suddenly bent, and he retreated several meters away, and a trace of bruise appeared on his body. Bang bang bang! The 4 attacked together. The Vampire King, caught in a tough fight all of a sudden. If it were any alien, it would be torn to shreds in an instant, and only the Vampire King could continue to fight. Do not forget, Morjath was attacked by the ultimate frozen lizard and didn't even die completely. A strong man to this point. The living body has been strong to a certain extent, it will not be so easy to die, and it will not be so easy to be killed. But the situation is dangerous. Damn it! The Vampire King was repelled by Mahaz again, but this time, he did not maintain a good state. Bayu. The Omnitrix pattern on his chest started to flicker. The state of the Vampire King could no longer be maintained. Oops. His face changed. Morpheus, unlike Kevin and the others, looked excited. It's over. Call out. Next second, a simple and honest alien appeared in front of this group of villains. It's Thunder. Looking at the state at this time, Hong Tianli doubted his life and collapsed a little. Have you turned into a thunderbolt? It's hard enough to fight one Mohath, let alone a few more. Yellow football, soft, not bad. 10 unlike Kevin saw this scene and grinned. Call out. His legs turned into phantoms, and his body also appeared in front of Hong Tianli dragging the afterimages. Boom! Just momentarily. He raised the solace of his feet and kicked towards seeing Tianli's body. Hong Tianli frowned. Boom! Click! 10 is not like Kevin's kick just happened to hit the armor of Hong Tianli, and his feet were swollen. Broken. No, do you really think that anything can deal with me? Looking at the 10 different Kevin who was madly eating cancer, Hong Tianli looked indifferent, and immediately, his eyes turned to Mahaz. Taste? Monument? Hong Tianli turned into a rolling ball and slammed into Mahaz's body, flattening the road along the way. Research? Mahaz stretched out his arms and was slammed into his chest by Thunder. He spit out a small mouthful of blood and was knocked back a few steps. But after he ate the collision abruptly, before Tianli had time to bounce back, the pair of arms hugged him directly. Hong Tianli twisted his limbs and exerted his strength frantically, but Mahaz's power directly suppressed him. Bang, bang, bang! Mahaz held up the Thunder, and he threw the Thunder to the ground with one blow and another blow. The Thunder was dizzy, and the white body without armor was all damaged, and a bigger and bigger pit gradually appeared on the ground. Looking at the godlike Mahaz, people around don't even dare to come forward to help. With their strength, they can't help Mohath at all. It's like a Digimon. 2 ultimate Digimon are fighting there. What can a group of mature Digimon do? Just take a look. Xiaoan, what about Xiaoban? Hong Tianli's consciousness gradually blurred, and his whole body was stinging. He put his expectations on a few people. As everyone knows, over the city, the old car stopped in the middle of the road. 10 unlike Dongwu, although his limbs were broken, he used the light of the big steel teeth on his head to hold Mark, and his teeth could be bitten at any time, threatening Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoan, and smiled. I won't go up and cause trouble. All I do is to hold you back and not let you help. Bang, bang, now, Thunderbolt is in extreme danger. Qian Wangzhao, he couldn't take it anymore. System. Ultimate. The function of evolution is to only have an effect on one alien. Or does it work on all aliens within an Omnitrix transformation time? This question is crucial. In the former case, after the ultimate evolution of Hong Tianli, if you switch to other aliens, the ultimate evolution will end. If the latter one, that would be scary. He has almost infinite time, even if he keeps switching, he has always been the ultimate evolution. It can have an effect on all aliens within the time of one Omnitrix transformation, as long as it doesn't end. The system replied coldly. Start the ultimate evolution, use my second plan. This time, without any hesitation, Hong Tianli said bluntly, start the ultimate evolution. The system said coldly, this is the second time I use this feature from Hong Tianli. Taste? In an instant, an inexhaustible force emerged from his body, in a brutal, harsh environment. An unconscious species. Survive and evolve in this environment. That is the countless identical clansmen of Hong Tianli. Year by year, the Omnitrix quickly calculates the situation of a race in extreme environments. Countless races died with it. Only one individual survived. It was a snowy magma field. From time to time, meteorites fell to the nearby Earth, and thunderbolts fell along with the meteorites. Acid rain falls from time to time. The worst weather system on Earth, here is at best drizzle. One by one booming thunder. They are like dementia, staying in place to avoid natural disasters. Some die, some survive. They have no consciousness, only biological instinct, and are governed by this instinct. Even die, are unaware. A sluggish thunder. 867 It watched its companions die one by one, fall down one by one. Do not know why. It has a pain in its heart. Why? I don't want to see them die. Hong Tianli looked at the clansman, and an inexplicable thing suddenly appeared in his heart. It doesn't even know what to say. Come with me. Hong Tianli raised his limbs awkwardly, hugged each of his clansmen, and resisted the severe cold. He hoped that his actions would save these compatriots, these stupid fellows who were exactly the same as him. However, years go by. Hong Tianli watched in despair. One by one clansmen died in front of him, because of various reasons. In front of him, it gradually became immobile, as if dead, held down by the thick snow. Taste. Now, the Omnitrix is calm. Because the calculus of ultimate evolution is over, the best DNA has been selected. Zun is covered by heavy snow, like an ice sculpture like behemoth. In the Omnitrix, it looks majestic. Boom! Countless snow fell layer by layer, revealing the thunder under the heavy snow, Bjit, and its eyes were extremely firm. It is no longer the original golden armor like the ordinary thunder, but a set of iron armor wrapped around the body, with terrifying barbs on it, and the surrounding skin has long since become extremely thick under countless blows, like a layers of armor. An experiment. I survived. All my compatriots died just for an experiment. Why? Hong Tianli clenched his hands tightly, and looked up at the sky with awe. Don't know where this is. I don't know who created this place. It just knows. You are the only hope of survival among all your compatriots. I must leave this ghost place, find my compatriots, and avenge them. Even if they are just a group of puppets, without consciousness, they still bleed the same blood as me, and are the only friends in this indifferent space. They won't die in vain. There was a light burning in the eyes of Hong Tianli. The light of hope is burning brightly. The only one that carries the lives of countless thunderbolts. Taste. Outside world. Mahaz suddenly felt it. Thunder in his own double hall. It's getting tricky. What happened? Mahaz was stunned. Immediately. He let out a burst of earth-shattering screams, which could be described as tearing the sky, and listening to it gave people goosebumps. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Water is constantly coming out of his palms, flowing down the gaps in the palms. Unlike Kevin and the others, they all changed their faces when they saw this scene. Mohath is bleeding. What's the matter? Call out? Mahaz threw off the thunder in his hand, but he only pulled out the downward hand, and instead of pulling out the upward hand, he also raised the thunder high. I see. The spherical thunderbolt has changed from a yellow plastic feel to a blue, thorny, iron-like iron ball. The densely packed iron thorns on the top were shocking to see, and even penetrated the right palm of Mahaz, causing him to bleed. What's the matter? How has he changed? 10 Unlike Kevin looked at the ultimate thunder with confusion. This is... Mahaz's pupils shrank suddenly. A terrible thought emerged in his heart. Megas. You are dead. Hong Tianli suddenly stretched out his body, unfolded his body, and stared at Mahaz with icy eyes. Boom! Its big hand slapped Mahaz's body heavily, and the air was blasted layer by layer. This palm contained his unprecedented strength, far surpassing that of the four-handed overlord and the vampire king. Boom! Mahaz was slapped and flew out in an instant, like a ridiculous fly. Everyone was stunned. Call. Ultimate Hong Tianli blew lightly on his thick palm, and shook his hand, with a fierce look on his face. Compared with the extremely frozen lizard last time, the endless cold air, this time he has an extremely terrifying power. Enough to kill the normal version of himself with one punch. Ultimate evolution? You actually fell down not far from Mohath, coughing blood, watching the ultimate thunder in disbelief. Then, take the call. The ultimate thunderbolt turned into a ball, with a stern expression, and rolled over towards Mahaz at once. Boom boom boom, the road along the way was crushed into pieces, like a crossroads. The iron thorns all over his body were the ability he had learned in a cruel environment. Defense. Not what I should do. Fighting the bad weather is what I should do. Whoever hurts me, I will pierce whoever's whole body and feel cold. Dodge, dodge. Abandoned Jas moved frantically, trembling with fear. He no longer felt the oppression of the overlord of the universe, but was extremely frightened. Boom! The speed of the ultimate thunderbolt was extremely fast, hitting Mohath's body like lightning. This moment. Crack crack! Many bones on Mohath's body were broken at the same time, and his body was twisted. The pig spit out a big mouthful of blood, and flew high like the wind. It flew hundreds of meters away, shattered several buildings and was crushed by countless ruins. Live? Boom! Watching several buildings in the distance were bombed. Mohath who can't even get up. 10 is not like Kevin, Gorgon, and Bald Bully, they are all dumbfounded. Mohath. How many seconds were you beaten? Vulnerable. Ultimate Hong Tianli lightly patted the dust on his body and looked at the few people calmly. It's your turn. Gorgon, Baldhead, and 10 unlike Kevin, they all froze when they saw the scene in front of them. Mohath. Overlord of the universe. It was directly crushed like this and killed? This kind of picture is like when you see a martial arts practitioner kill a tiger or even a Tyrannosaurus Rex in modern times. I can't believe the picture in front of me. Late, yes. Ultimate Thunder seemed to have remembered something. His eyes became cold. He quickly rolled out, and arrived in front of the ruins where Mohath was. Boom! He smashed the ruins above with his palm, and pulled out Mohath who was pressed down from the ruins. At this time, Mohath was so angry that the facial features on his face were completely displaced and looked terrible. The bones on his body were almost crushed, and there were injuries from iron thorns everywhere. He looked like a lost dog. Very miserable. Go to hell. Ultimate Thunder said softly. Boom! He hugged Mohath directly with both palms, and with a ruthless force, he hugged Mohath. Puff. Mohath's face changed suddenly. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, and a crisp sound came from his chest, including the cervical vertebrae, the arms, and the bones in his whole body. Monument. When the ultimate thunderbolt let go of Mohath, it's already a piece of scum with broken bones. This time, no one can revive him. Ultimate Hong Tianli slowly revealed a smile, his eyes, once again looking at Shivyu Kevin and others not far away. Taste? 10 is not like Kevin directly using the ability of King Kong gliding to fly high into the distance. How fast and how fast? It's too despicable. It's too despicable. The bald tyrant yelled at Kevin, but he didn't realize that the snake-haired woman on the side wrapped her hair around the street lamp, swayed like a swing, and quickly flew away go out. He was the only one left, standing stupidly and cursing. When the ultimate Hong Tianli walked in front of him, he looked at him coldly. The bald tyrant took a deep breath, calmed down, and looked at the snake-haired girl beside him. Snake-haired, I will help you cover, you go first. Not even a word has been said. He froze. The side is empty. It's all gone, you're the only one left. Ultimate Thunder said coldly. I am with you. The bald tyrant trembled all over, and looked at the ultimate thunderbolt with fear in his eyes, as if he was going to die together. Taste. In the end, Hong Tianli went straight around the bald man and slowly walked to the villa on the side. The bald tyrant was stunned. Did seeing Tianli let him go? Who would care about a fool? Ultimate Hong Tianli muttered to himself and quickly came to the villa in front of him. Don't come in. If you come in again, I'll kill her. At this time, horrified corpse hugged the evil cursed witch's neck with excitement, and dragged the ladder out. He looked at the ultimate Hong Tianli with quite a frightening gaze, and was obviously frightened by the previous posture of the ultimate Hong Tianli. Cough cough cough. Let go, let me go. The evil cursed witch's pretty face was a little pale, and she struggled and twisted, but there was nothing she could do. Ultimate Hong Tianli looked at the two with a strange look. Do you think I can't do anything? In order to survive, I can do anything. Horror said hysterically. You can kill her, I have nothing to do with her, and I would like to thank you for helping me get rid of an enemy. Ultimate Hong Tianli's tone became indifferent, and he said bluntly. Horrified, he looked suspiciously at Ultimate Thunder, thinking that the latter was deliberately aggressive. Result. He only saw the icy look of Ultimate Thunder. He really didn't take the cursed witch's life in his eyes, even if the evil curse witch knows this is the result. After seeing that indifferent gaze, still full of despair, anger, and unwillingness, according to clenched fists. Is she going to die here? Bayu? At this time, the pattern in front of the ultimate thunderbolt began to flicker. He was stunned for a moment, and then, with some surprise, he watched the pattern flicker. Taste? When the light symbolizing DNA covered his body, but it did not dissipate, an alien species was rapidly calculating? Yes. Swamp fire? The inferior DNA of swamp fire was thrown into the Shura field of ultimate evolution, one after another. For flowers. Countless swamp fire races all died there, and no one survived. Because Omnitrix turned on the ultimate evolution function, and this inferior swamp fire continued to fail, unable to complete the conditions, so that the failed DNA disappeared directly. In its place our old friends. The ultimate frozen lizard appears in place. Call. He sighed. Moment. The cold air froze a piece of the world ahead, and the entire villa, even the horrified man and the evil witch, turned into ice sculptures. The two were locked in the ice sculpture, and the horrific corpse looked ugly. The evil cursed witch's purple gem-like pupils were still so charming. She looked out in astonishment, and there was a cloud of white mist in front of her face. Cover her face. It's done. After the ultimate frozen lizard said calmly, he aimed his tail at Mahaz over there again. Taste? The cold air instantly froze the broken Mahaz, and smashed it again, completely turning the latter into a pitiful piece of ice. The ultimate frozen lizard twisted its body quickly, climbed into the villa, searched for it, and after confirming that there were no enemies, it climbed out safely. At this time, ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The host can choose to apply the check-in reward to the combat equipment, or choose to store it, or use it immediately. This is for later. The system task is complete. And the Omnitrix pattern in front of the ultimate frozen lizard actually flashed quickly, as if it was the end of the transformation. Actually, it's over. He changed back to Xiao Chen with a look of consternation. Xiao Chen quickly looked at the red Omnitrix, and after waiting for a few minutes to charge up, he quickly searched for it. Swampfire DNA. It seems to have been deleted. After this wrong DNA was deleted, Omnitrix also returned to normal. Ugh. Xiao Chen sighed heavily, and his eyes were very memorable. Although it is inconvenient, the feeling of maintaining an alien state at all times is refreshing. You say, right? He looked at the ice cube beside him, knocked twice, and asked jokingly. The evil witch inside was speechless, but the chill in her beautiful eyes was even more intense. 100 million. I ignored the cursed witch and the horrifying corpse in the ice cube. Xiao Chen retracted his Omnitrix-wearing hand and stood there waiting quietly. Soon, boom! In the distance, Tian Xiaoben didn't kill Dongwu with a single shot. He wiped his armor. I'm exhausted. What the hell is Xiao Chen doing? These puppets of his are attacking all of a sudden. He looked at the fallen group of Tiangong workers, and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I took care of them all by myself. Taste? He took off and quickly chased after the location of the old broken car. At the same time, wow, the old broken car braked suddenly and stopped in front of Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, are you alright? Mark rolled the car window and asked in a hurry, your puppet suddenly attacked us inexplicably. 867 I know, because the crisis of Omnitrix has been resolved. Xiao Chen shook the Omnitrix on his wrist, smiled, and said, Mahaz can't die anymore this time. How about you guys? Mark looked at the ice slag of Mahaz beside him, stunned. The ultimate enemy. Still got down by Xiao Yugan. We're fine. The door of the car was opened by Tian Xiaoan, and she immediately stepped forward to help Xiao Yu dust off his body. Xiao Ban brought those monsters and started fighting in the nearby streets, so we can buy time to come over. He should be fine. Dong Wu's state will not be Xiaoban's opponent. After that, Xiao Chen smiled and looked at the ice sculpture on the side. How is it? Does it look good? Curse witch. Tian Xiaoan's eyes gradually lit up, and when he walked to the ice sculpture of the evil witch, he couldn't help laughing. Don't get me wrong, I'm not laughing at you, I just remembered something happy. The cursed witch in the ice sculpture. It seemed to tremble a bit. Crack crack? The most excessive is. Tian Xiaoan picked up his mobile phone and took a selfie with himself and the evil witch. Then draw pig ears and pig nose on the ice, which is where the witch's face is. Against the background of the graffiti, there is no cold and glamorous temperament, but it is very funny. Another burst of photos. Boom. Wow, what a beautiful ice sculpture. When Tian Xiaoban, dressed in steel armor, dropped to the ground, he couldn't help but exclaimed, is it an extremely frozen lizard? Xiao Chen. Of course it's him. Killed all the enemies. Xiao Chen shrugged his shoulders and said, yesterday. Tian Xiaoban pressed down on the reactor, quickly released his transformation, and looked at the ice sculpture in front of him amusingly. I will write this in my diary. The joy and laughter of the three were built on the pain of the evil witch. She couldn't even close her eyes. When the roar of the helicopter was heard in the distance, Xiao Chen and the others got into the old car and left here slowly. The result is left to the evil witch and them. Enter the palace again. Because it is not clear how many times I have entered the palace. And in the villa, a figure quietly left. It is the figure of a stinky monster. Mahaz is dead. I should be fine. The sour monster held a strangely shaped weapon in his hand, which was a void projector, and his expression was very strange. Mohath had said that if he dared to take this away, he would surely die. But Mahaz is dead. There is no need for me to fight Xiao Chen with this thing. Wouldn't it be better to keep the selling money? At this time, the people of the city gradually arrived, and relief workers from all over the world arrived and started to build the city one after another. Under the turbulent waters, not only Xiao Chen and the others successfully left, but the stinky freaks also left. Inside the old broken car, looking at the Omnitrix returning to normal, Xiao Chen sighed regretfully. Unfortunately, that state is actually quite good, and it has always been able to transform into an alien. Xiao Chen, don't be disappointed. After becoming an alien for a long time, you may forget that you are an earthling yourself. Therefore, this time mechanism is still necessary. Mark was driving the car on the side, comforting Xiao Chen. You're right. Xiao Yu carefully touched the smooth surface of the Omnitrix and felt a different meaning for the first time. The car is far from the city. Came to a new city. Since he had been dealing with Mahaz before, it had consumed a lot of time, so it was already late at night. After the car stopped, Mark went out to buy dinner. Xiao Chen and the others were already yawning. Huh? What happened to the small broken watch? In this quiet car, Xiao Chen's ears continued to hear the sound of marbles. He confirmed it countless times before he looked at the Omnitrix in front of him with strange eyes. In the Omnitrix, the sound of marbles bouncing was heard. This puzzled him. There are marbles in the small broken watch? Inside Omnitrix. A huge rolling ball kept blasting in all directions, and the surroundings seemed to be infinite, but in fact, there was a square barrier that suppressed him here, unable to get out. After many scrolls, Ultimate Thunder also calculated that this space is also 100 feet large. Who is it that imprisoned me? It stood there angrily, fists clenched. Rumble. At this time, the entire space actually spun up and down, and the Ultimate Thunder rolled around. The intensity of the impact this time was far beyond the Ultimate Thunder's imagination. Somewhere, he also heard the crisp voice of a girl coming from overhead. Xiao Chen, what are you doing? Not doing anything. Xiao Chen shook the Omnitrix on his wrist, and after there was no annoying sound of marbles, he put down his palm with satisfaction. Xiao Chen didn't expect you to be so naive. Tian Xiaoben immediately teased Xiao Chen. I just want to see if the small broken watch will fail. 4.5, technical adjustment. Xiao Chen opened his mouth and came up with a reason, and chatted with the two. Gradually, the three found something was wrong. They chatted for more than 10 minutes, more than 20 minutes. But Grandpa, still haven't come back. Grandpa went to a high-end restaurant to line up, right? Tian Xiaoben said in surprise. The high-end restaurant won't last that long. Grandpa will definitely not rest assured that the three of us will stay here for so long. Tian Xiaoben immediately ruled out the possibility of Tian Xiaoben's words and said anxiously. Both of them looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's eyes became firm immediately. Leave my magic sword to watch the door, and then we will act together to see what happened to Grandpa. Don't be afraid of 10,000, but be afraid of what happens. Since 99 taste. Boom! Xiao Chen stabbed the magic sword into the middle of the car door, because he is sure. Such an evil sword, if an intruder breaks into the car, someone will definitely try to take it away. Once taken away, then that person will either be manipulated into a puppet by the magic sword, or Xiao Chen will be able to spot that person. Gambling is the heart. Let's go. After completing this layer of insurance, Xiao Chen nodded to Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaohong, opened the car door with the two and rushed outside. The old car was parked on a deserted street. There were not many people on the road. A bleak wind came, blow through the body of the people. Tian Xiaoben shrank his neck. Tian Xiaoen sneezed. Don't worry. Xiao Chen calmed down and thought quickly, if Grandpa goes to buy food, and he can't delay too long, what will he buy? Either a 24-hour fast food restaurant, or his favorite hypermarket, supermarket, whatever. Tian Xiaoen immediately raised a hand and answered Xiao Chen's question. Then I'll go and have a look around to see what's going on. Seeing Tian Xiaoen in charge of IQ, Tian Xiaoben was a little unconvinced, and immediately pressed the reactor on his chest, took off and headed for the surrounding area. He's just right for reconnaissance. Xiao Chen smiled 16 times and said, let's wait. Soon. Taste. Boom. Tian Xiaoben's body fell heavily in front of the two of them. He lifted the steel armor and got up. With a smile on his face, he pointed his thumb to himself. Guess what I found? Xiaoben, you're amazing? Can you tell us what it is? Xiao Chen's mouth twitched, and he immediately guessed what Tian Xiaoben wanted to hear. Of course. Tian Xiaoben nodded proudly and pointed forward. The fast food restaurants around are closed, and just around the corner of the street, there is a hypermarket that is still open. It seems to be very lively. What's going on? Is Grandpa also affected? Xiao Chen's mouth twitched. Taste? The next moment, he found that his body was light, and he was floating up and down from time to time, as if the gravitational environment had changed. Same goes for the other two. The floating magic pendant on Tian Xiaoen's chest glowed slightly. She said with a smile, don't worry, it is the floating magic pendant. Although I can't let 3 people fly, it's okay to speed up. Yes. Xiao Chen said without thinking. The 3 of them stepped out and flew several meters away. Naturally, they were on their way with the help of gods. After a while, they arrived at a 3-story comprehensive large-scale commercial supermarket. Different from the deserted, dark and monotonous houses around, the supermarket is full of vitality, with all 3 floors lit up and shining in the night sky. There were cheers from the crowd from time to time. Hypnosis master, it's amazing. Good for you. It was a crisp sound, even outside. Xiao Chen could hear it clearly. He frowned slightly. Hypnosis master? What is it? Tian Xiaoben immediately became curious. It won't be a good thing. My intuition tells me. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and said, since you are a hypnotist, Xiaoben, you guys. He was just about to say something. Bang bang bang. In the parking lot next to the supermarket, there was a sudden burst of beating and smashing sounds, which can be heard clearly outside. Let's go. Xiao Chen glanced at the supermarket hesitantly, and walked quickly towards the parking lot, followed by the 2 of them. In the parking lot, 3 ghostly figures, Chong, were walking back and forth among the cars. And when they get close to the car, it's the sound of the windows being smashed. Which genius taught you to rob something in the parking lot? Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Xiao Chen walked into the parking lot and looked at the 3 figures not far away, mocking. Taste. The 3 figures were stunned. Xiao Chen put his hands on his shoulders and looked indifferent. Tian Xiaoen floated up, and Tian Xiaoben put on the armor again. Bang bang bang. The 3 of them walked out of the car in unison. Under the moonlight, Xiao Chen's calm appearance gradually became incredible. Left. It's an old lady with glasses. On the right is an old grandfather with a newspaper on his back. The middle. It's actually a tall grandpa Mark. At this moment, the three of them are wearing thieves' clothes, holding hammers in their hands, and carrying sacks behind their backs. Apparently it was snatched from the car. The most outrageous. The hammer in that old grandmother's hand is bigger than the sole of her foot, so she can easily handle it. What's going on? Grandpa, why are you here? Xiao Chen asked anxiously, startled. I'm not your grandfather, I'm a thief, and I'm an invulnerable thief. The voice just fell. Mark raised his arms and puffed up his muscles. His skin was actually shining in the dark night. Quite an invulnerable attitude. He was hypnotized. Xiao Chen immediately thought of the picture of the supermarket, and his face became ugly, and this kind of hypnosis is effective for people. What special abilities can people get? I am a mighty thief. After saying that, the old grandmother put the hammer round her head and carried it to her shoulders, and ran towards Xiao Chen, wearing slippers on her feet. As she came step by step, the slippers were about to run away. Old man? Behind Xiao Chen, Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaoan looked at each other hesitantly. Don't hurt her, find a way to control it. We can't sit still. Crucial moment. Xiao Chen clenched his fists and roared in a low voice, reminding the two beside him. Good. Tian Xiaoan suddenly raised his hands and aimed at the grandmother. Shhhhhhh. A burst of pink light enveloped the grandmother's body, making her walk slower, and her expression became extremely uncomfortable. I can control it. Tian Xiaoan's hands trembled slightly, biting his teeth lightly, but he could barely show a smile. Taste? Next moment. The old man holding the newspaper appeared behind Tian Xiaoan like a hurricane. He is Scud. Don't think about it. Tian Xiaoben immediately stood in front of the grandfather and spread his arms to block the latter's path. Grandpa 867 grinned. Instant snap. Immediately afterwards, his hands and feet were chasing after Tian Xiaoben in front of him like a storm. Under the pressure, Tian Xiaoben did not fight back at all, and was attacked frantically. Oops, and Grandpa. Xiao Chen's gaze swept across the two figures, and then, he saw Mark walking slowly in front of him. There was a trace of sweat on his forehead. Mark smiled strangely and walked over with his hands clenched. Xiao Chen didn't want to be his grandfather's enemy, but had to fight again. You say you're a thief. Suddenly this time, Xiao Chen had an idea, showed a smile, and asked back. Huh? Right. Mark stopped, stunned, and nodded. These kids don't have any money, what's the point of you looking for me? Xiao Chen said with reason, if you just steal things and steal money from the car, you will be caught and locked up for a few years at most. If you beat our group of children, you may be locked up for the rest of your life. The most important thing is, don't make money? Is it worth it? It's not worth it at all. The eyes of the three thieves became clearer. Looking at Xiao Chen, it's like looking at a master of life. Do you need me to tell you how to make money? Xiao Chen raised his head slowly, showing a confident expression on his chest, which was very inscrutable. Boom! The grandfather stopped attacking, and the grandmother put her head down. And Grandpa Mark also let go of his hands. Three people. All stopped. Make money? How to make money? Grandpa Mark took the lead. Have you seen it? If you don't go to such a big supermarket, look for us. Xiao Chen pointed at the supermarket and said, you guys are really stupid? Don't put the money in front of you? He's right. How can we be so stupid that instead of making money from supermarkets, we steal cars instead? In this hypnosis, there is a dream, there is a kind of similar effect. The three people suddenly fell into self-doubt. Like dreaming, hypnosis also gives you an identity and a task, but the logic is not strong enough. Once someone reminds you of your true identity, or that your logical behavior does not match your identity, then there will be doubts. Once you wonder if you are dreaming in a dream, that is to wake up, obviously. The hypnotized trio quickly raised their heads and muttered to themselves, we didn't expect it. It was so stupid. Then, the three walked towards the supermarket. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. This hypnotic technique is really unusual. It is even scarier than the ghost's dream. It can make people think for themselves and make up for the errors of logic. In other words, these three people are thieves. Must find a way to find the hypnotist. Bang bang bang. Suddenly there was a crackling sound from the Shangqiao. Go, the three of us hide first. Xiao Chen immediately reminded Tian Xiaoan and Tian Xiaoben. Where to go? There is nowhere to hide. Tian Xiaoben said puzzled. Xiao Chen quickly looked at the vehicles around him, gritted his teeth, looked up at the roof again, and gradually revealed a smile. There is a way. Shhhhhhh. When the three of Mark rushed out, they could not find Xiao Chen and the others. Find them, they are troublemakers. Shang Chao has no money at all, those three children have money. Mark, and another grandfather and grandma started looking for the parking lot. Xiao Chen on the top of the supermarket looked down at this scene and breathed a sigh of relief. He gradually turned his head and looked at the vent on the roof. Just enough for kids. Inside the supermarket. A supermarket is a large open-plan supermarket with 3 stories high, with escalators connecting the 3 floors, with various ingenious aisles, like a square. And the first floor of the supermarket. Lots of people gathered. Many people shouted and clapped excitedly. Those 3 people really thought they were thieves, and they went out to deal with the troublemakers. Then, let's invite new people to come and accept hypnosis. A short, ugly man wearing sunglasses, holding a pocket watch in his hand, said loudly to the crowd, I come. I want to be an alien? Idiot, I want to be Superman. No, be Ultraman. The audience on the stage raised their hands enthusiastically one by one. Okay, it's up to you. The hypnotist immediately pointed to the rather alien person and said with a smile. Asterisk 977. The man picked it up excitedly, squeezed out the crowd and walked towards the ring. Look at the hypnosis table. The hypnotist put down the pocket watch and shook it gently, and the man's eyes followed the pocket watch. Gradually, it became dazed. And the line of people behind that person, the one closest to the stage, also had blurry eyes, almost falling into hypnosis. You are an alien, you have the power of a four-handed overlord. The hypnotist said softly. Alien. It must be able to kill those troublemakers out there? He originally wanted to use the hypnosis performance to not only attract the attention of the crowd, but also hypnotize his supermen to steal a car, killing two birds with one stone. Fortunately, he deepened the hypnosis for the three of them again. This time, no problem. The troublemaker must be found. This is hypnosis. It's incredible. The vent cover on the ceiling fell, and three faces were looking down. And the square shape of the vent has turned into an oval shape, apparently changed by some force. The most incredible thing is, Xiao Chen looked at the crowd watching the fun with an ugly expression, and said, those who were watching the fun are not like the one time when Posang was unknowingly swept away their souls, and they were not hypnotized. They are all normal people. Heard. Tian Xiaoben was carefree and didn't take it to heart. Tian Xiaoben nodded thoughtfully. I am a four-hand overlord? The hypnotized person woke up from a stupor in just a few seconds. He raised his head high and waved his hands. His skin was actually pale red, surrounded by steam. It was the steam from the high temperature contacting the air. He was scary and ferocious like a beast. Nice job, find your opponent. The hypnotist patted the man on the shoulder. I found it. There was a smile on the corner of the man's mouth, and he raised his head to open the three faces at the ceiling vent. SHHHHHH, when the hypnotist watches with the crowd, but only to see the deformed vents. I'm going, you two take cover. Xiao Chen said without hesitation. No, Tian Xiaoben vetoed. Xiao Chen, Mahaz, Kevin, this kind of enemy, you can deal with it. This kind of weak help, let me and Xiaoen deal with it. Otherwise, the two of us will only hold back. This time, I agree with the small class. Tian Xiaoen nodded slightly. Okay. Xiao Chen reluctantly agreed. Xiaoben is right. The opponents this time are not terrible, it is good to give them a chance to exercise. Taste? Next moment, Xiaoben's hands and feet, which were already covered with armor, propped up the vents even more, flew out directly, and fell to the stage with a high profile, while falling and deforming. A child who fell from the sky? Boom! Seeing this, Tian Xiaoen immediately raised his hand and shattered the surveillance camera that photographed Tian Xiaoben's face. Wow! Is this a new project? Everyone excitedly looked at Tian Xiaoben who fell from the sky, cheered and jumped for joy. Boom! Tian Xiaoben fell to the ground, his feet stepped directly through the stage, and he fell down, rubbing his head embarrassingly. I'm sorry. Call out? His hands and palms breathed fire and immediately floated up, maintaining his balance. This kid must be blocking me, said the hypnotist angrily. Kill him? Take it. The hypnotized person raised his hands like a gorilla, Qian Wangzhao, and hammered his chest before arriving in front of Tian Xiaoben. I don't want to hurt you, understand? Tian Xiaoben put his hand on his chest and started talking. Flavor? Bang! The hypnotized person held up Tian Xiaoben's body with both hands, his arms were straight, and he threw Tian Xiaoben under the stage in one go, smashing most of the stage. Bang bang bang! Then, the man jumped to the bottom of the stage hole, jumping wildly, crushing Tian Xiaoben below. Scene. It was embarrassing at one point. Good lesson? Very good. The hypnotist gave a thumbs up with a smug look on his face, and the audience below was also excited by this bloody fighting scene. All forgotten. Tian Xiaoen quietly appeared behind the stage. Boom! She raised her finger, and the pink light enveloped the pocket watch, which suddenly shattered. Pretty. Xiao Chen couldn't help but praise. Very beautiful tactic. Catch the thief first, capture the king first, and destroy the hypnotic props first. With the broken pocket watch, the corner of Tian Xiaoen's mouth rose a little, and mocked, friend from the circus, without this pocket watch, you are nothing. In all fairness, as a schoolgirl, she still looks down on these crooked people, mainly because she looks down on the character of this hypnotist. But the hypnotized person was still jumping irritably, taking Tian Xiaoben as a target? What? Tian Xiaoen was stunned. And the hypnotist reacted, blew on the Mediterranean's head, bowed his head slightly, gritted his teeth, and glared angrily. What do you want to do? Everyone is watching the show, are you ruining our interest? That's right. What is the child's business? I thought it was adding to the show, but it turned out to be a mess. Go down, go down, go down. Under the stage, countless people looked at Tian Xiaoen, scolding and condemning angrily. This made Tian Xiaoen receive unprecedented condemnation. She stood on the stage a little bewildered. Put up with these curses. Enough. In the hole, the possessed person was still jumping and smashing Tian Xiaoben below, but Tian Xiaoben's voice not only did not weaken, but instead was full of rage. I can't stand it anymore. 867 he shouted angrily. The hypnotist and the audience were stunned. Bang! Next moment, the hole was like a volcanic crater, and a large number of heatwave laser waves erupted instantly, directly drowning the figure of the man in midair. A terrifying laser wave smashed the ceiling of the man, knocked out a big hole, and flew directly to the sky. Suddenly exploded. Taste? Xiaoben flew out of the hole slowly. He was completely unscathed, except for a little more dust. Ho, I really didn't want to fire a cannon. Who told you to be beaten too much? Tian Xiaoben clenched his left fist tightly, and smoke was coming from the muzzle of his right palm. Thick smoke? Look at this earth-shattering power. The audience was stunned at first. Immediately, the group spun back and ran out screaming. Iron-armored monsters, and scary witches, run. Their bad attitude towards Tian Xiaoben, but at this moment they didn't dare to get angry at Tian Xiaoben. Bullying the soft and fearing the hard is on full display in them. Send, don't go. The hypnotist shouted anxiously to the backs of a group of audience members, but watched them go further and further away. The unbearable Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaoben stopped him. No one will come to see you beaten, hypnotist. Tian Xiaoben said angrily. You guys, you ruined a perfect show, you bunch of demons. The hypnotist held both hands tightly and glared at the two of them. Without the hypnosis watch, you are nothing. You shouldn't take advantage of that group of people. Tian Xiaoben rebuked the hypnotist righteously. The corners of the hypnotist's mouth rose slowly, and a sneer evoked. You are so naive, little friend. Taste. Listen to my hypnosis, both of you are my slaves. He raised his voice sharply and finished the sentence with great speed. No. When Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaoben heard these words, they just wanted to ridicule. Their eyes gradually became dull. The body also swayed slowly. What? Xiao Chen, who was on the other side of the vent, saw this scene, and his expression changed. This hypnotist, the pocket watch is just a trick for his eyes? His voice and his spell are the weapons to control people. This hypnotist even planned how the enemy would attack him, definitely destroying his pocket watch, but his trick was clearly a sound, and the pocket watch might also be useful, but it was definitely not his trump card. This guy's experience is too old. Xiaoben and Xiaoben are bad. Xiao Chen's expression was extremely ugly. Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaoben were completely quiet. Stand still, motionless. And the hypnotist continued to impress them further. You are not only my slaves, but also my sons and daughters. Your favorite is me, and listen to me. Now, tell me your secrets. This armor, and magical magic, what's going on? BGEF, our good friend, Xiao Chen, helped us get it. He has alien technology and can transform into a super alien. Tian Xiaoben betrayed Xiao Chen in an instant. What? The hypnotist took a step back in fright. Alien? Some time ago, that octopus ball, Mahaz, scared him. The destructive power was unheard of. I heard it was driven away by alien heroes? Didn't expect alien heroes to be friends of this group of people? But then, he smiled again. No, these two people are obviously also children. The other person must also be a child. Maybe it's not the same alien who drove away the octopus head. He was frightening himself. You two, turn on the monitor and the loudspeaker. If that person is there, I can make good use of it. The hypnotist sneered and patted the two of them on the shoulders. Alien technology, ancient magic, futuristic armor. He's going to take it all. Taste? Tian Xiaoben controlled each camera remotely, turned it on again, and the screen of the camera actually showed the face of the hypnotist, and the loudspeakers in all corners of the large supermarkets are also completely turned on. The hypnotist slowly picked up a microphone. Oops. Xiao Chen immediately covered his ears with both hands. You are my slave. The hypnotist started hypnotizing again. This time, Xiao Yu plugging his ears did have an effect. But just looking at the hypnotist's face, he actually felt that the consciousness in his mind was gradually weakening, and he had to be controlled by the hypnotist. He was so frightened that he quickly closed his eyes. Fortunately, I have had the experience of being shadowed by ghosts, and I am a little immune to illusions. Otherwise, he would also be put together. Is it all right? The hypnotist's eyes twitched slightly. He didn't care either. Put the megaphone, the camera picture, and repeat. Implement the loop. In this way, all those who come close will become slaves. How should I deal with this guy? Xiao Chen kept calculating in his heart. Can't see. Not allowed to hear. Which alien hero to use against this guy? Correct. If you can't see it, it means Xiao Chen has to blindly choose an alien hero. Now it's not a question of whether he wants to choose an alien, it's a question of whether he is lucky enough. Bio. Xiao Chen's head was slightly close to the vent, and the other ear was directly attached to the top of the vent, listening to the voice outside the supermarket, which made him vacate one hand and press the Omnitrix screen. The first alien. What is it? Change? Xiao Chen kept turning the Omnitrix screen, but couldn't press it down and couldn't make a decision. It can't be delayed. If you wait for someone to come, the battle will be more troublesome. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth and pressed down the Omnitrix's screen with his finger. Bless me, little broken watch, call out. There are bursts of shining light from the vent. Presented on the vents. Impressively is the body type. Generous wild vine? Oops, it's actually this guy. Yaemo Tang's whole body was suddenly squeezed into the air vent, with a distressed expression on his face. He could have been able to hide in it well. There is movement. The hypnotist suddenly saw the wild magic vine over the vent, and directly ordered, "My 2 warriors, bring that person out to me." Taste? Tian Xiaoben kicked his feet on the ground, the soles of his feet caught fire, and his body slammed into the air vent. In an instant, boom, Tian Xiaoben's body of steel unstoppably smashed the passage and even the ceiling above. Wild Devil Vine's body was knocked out of a cave, and fell violently from the vent, smashed the railings on the 3rd floor, and rolled onto the snack street on the 2nd floor, overturning a bunch of tables and chairs. It hurts to death. He touched his head, his fingers were vines, and the tables and chairs around him slowly rose. Damn, it seems that the steel armor I designed is really strong and reliable. Come out? It's a strange creature. The hypnotist looked at the wild magic vine that fell on the 2nd floor, and immediately raised the sound of the monitor and amplifier to the maximum. Immediately, the figure of a hypnotist appeared in Yatang's eyes. Subconscious, more and more intense. No, no, he can't be hypnotized. Get away from me. Wild Devil Vine roared, 10 fingers stretched out into 10 terrifying vines, wrapped around the chair beside him, and smashed all around him. He wanted to attack the hypnotist, but his vague consciousness was not enough. Support him with precise strikes. Boom boom boom. The chair slammed on the ground and made a loud noise, and some just flew out and smashed the glass of the store to make a harsh sound. Many glass fragments thus also fell on one of the vines of the wild magic vine. Clap on the side. It was this piercing sound that constantly overshadowed the hypnotic sound. In just a few seconds, the consciousness of the wild magic vine has returned. His brain was clearer than ever. As a result, the flow of time around him has slowed down countless times. The flying Tian Xiaoben, Tian Xiaoan who condensed magical power, and the hypnotist of the hypnotist. If I want to deal with them, I need to abandon hearing and sight to the extent that I can't hear or see, and in this case, a vine of the wild devil vine slowly wrapped around his neck. Click. He actually uprooted his own head. Yes, under his head is not the neck, but the roots of the plants. The whole body is the wild magic vine of the plant body, and he is not afraid of knife wounds at all. This picture is quite weird. Holding his own head. Then, in one go, the body of the wild magic vine slowly raised its head and threw a perfect parabola. The head shattered the glass, flew into the night sky, and disappeared. Boom, the head fell to the ground. Ye Guangtang was surprised to find that his roots were planted in the soil, and his condition suddenly improved a lot. It seems that even if it is a pure plant, the limbs cannot survive alone, and it will be more difficult to rot than ordinary plants. Plant in soil. It will be fine. What the hell is this? In the supermarket, the hypnotist stared at the headless wild vine on the 2nd floor in a stunned manner, as if he had seen a ghost from a horror movie. I just couldn't believe my eyes. Although there are still hypnotic voices lingering in the supermarket, this headless wild magic vine is not affected by it at all. Are you still alive? Tian Xiaoben slowly landed in front of the headless wild magic vine, stretched out a palm curiously, and touched the latter's body, while Tian Xiaoben watched nervously. Taste. The moment you touch it. Research. The 10 fingers of the headless wild magic vine slammed over in unison, like a terrifying net. Bang bang bang. Tian Xiaoben quickly retreated, causing the vines to continue to stretch more than 10 meters away. After pushing Tian Xiaoben back to the corner of the wall, he used his palm cannon to blow up several vines. I'm going to blow up all your roots, he said with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Taste. Those vines that were blown up actually grew vines quickly, wrapping Tian Xiaoben's body. So resilient? Tian Xiaoben was startled, and a thunderous light flashed across his chest. Boom! His body flew directly from the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor. The vines also penetrated that wall. Missed. Outside, although Wild Devil Vine can't see what's inside, a whirlwind will be generated every time he fights, and if he touches the whirlwind, he can measure the approximate direction. Fortunately, Xiao Kaibing has learned enough knowledge. I have to say, the feeling of this remote control is really wonderful, like playing a game. Take the trick, strange plants. Tian Xiaoben swooped down from the 3rd floor, and when the headless wild devil vine retracted its 10 vines, he approached the headless wild devil vine at full speed and hugged the latter fiercely. Monument? His whole body is exerting force, trying to crush the headless wild devil vine. And the headless wild magic vine immediately lifted a vine. A large number of glass fragments gathered on the vine, stuck on it, like a terrifying blade, swung high and slashed at Tian Xiaoben's body. For flowers. It's useless, my steel body is invincible. Tian Xiaoben shouted. That knife slashed on his shoulder, the strength of the glass was still too weak, and it was instantly shattered by the steel armor. 16. The shards of glass flew out and fell directly into the air, towards the hypnotist on the 1st floor. Catch the thief first, catch the king? Ah! The hypnotist screamed in agony. Countless pieces of glass cut through his clothes, and blood stains appeared on his arms, body, and even his forehead. It hurts, master. Tian Xiaoben turned his head anxiously and looked at the hypnotist behind him. Get away from me. And the headless wild magic vine exerted its strength, and 10 vines hit the ground where the 2 of them were, and the strength was terrifying. Boom, the floor on the 2nd floor was pierced by vines and several pits were pierced by the vines. The weight of the 2 was quite terrifying. Taste? The headless wild vines on the grass rolled and quickly escaped from Tian Xiaoben's suppression. Master, no, are you okay? Tian Xiaoben rubbed his head and looked towards the hypnotist. The hypnotist screamed and said angrily, "Kill him, leave me alone." "Yes? He will never hurt me, the green freak." Tian Xiaoben looked at the headless wild magic vine fiercely. Shhhhhhh. His lightning core was activated again, turned into electric light, and passed by the wild magic vine, sizzling. A vine flew up and fell, and several fingers of the wild magic vine were quickly cut off by Tian Xiaoben and fell into the grass. Too weak and vulnerable. After running out of energy, Tian Xiaoben looked at the vines on the ground with disdain on his face, and sarcastically said, "I only need to consume the energy cost, and I can cut it off." Sizzle. The vine fell into the ground, planted inside. Then the vines grew rapidly, becoming like pillars, and very flexible, and tied Tian Xiaoben in an instant. What is the concept of a vine as wide as a few pillars? Even Tian Xiaoben's body of steel can't move? The arrest is complete. The headless wild magic vine slowly got up, and the incomplete parts of the body grew rapidly. Correspondingly, the grass on the ground was withering. What's going on? Tian Xiaoben struggled in panic. You can actually control growth and convert energy? Tian Xiaoben looked shocked. Just an instant. Tian Xiaoben was captured? He looks like a prey, and the wild magic vine is like a terrible predator. Let go of me? Seeing that the anger in Tian Xiaoben's face was increasing, he was about to break through the vine again. Biome. After a burst of light, the armor was taken back by nanotechnology, and Tian Xiaoben turned into a little boy with no power. Oh no, it should not be changed, but returned to his original appearance. Okay. Feeling the scorching light shining on his body, the headless wild devil vine quickly loosened the vine's binding, confirming that Tian Xiaoben has changed back. Oops. How can this monster be so powerful? The hypnotist took a step back abruptly, with a look of fear on his face. I knew earlier that I would not be greedy for money. Why don't I take these two children away, and help me hypnotize more people? Let me do it. Tian Xiaoben suddenly raised both hands, and on her palms, a terrifying fireball with a diameter of several meters was gathered. It is the most powerful trick gathered after 8 minutes. The existence of this fireball has already unstoppably burned everything around it, and its terrifying power can also just suppress the ability of the headless wild magic vine. Leaf? The headless wild devil vine suddenly stretched out his arms and pierced the ground in front of him, and his fingers were nailed into it like nails. Take the call. Tian Xiaoben bent over and pushed the terrifying fireball heavily. Boom! The arms of the headless wild magic vine suddenly raised. At the same time, all the floors in the lobby of the first floor of the supermarket were uprooted. Under the thick marble floor, there were countless interlaced vines, supporting like a foundation. With a large floor, after his fingers drilled into the ground, he broke all the foundations of the hall floor, and then lifted the floor to use it as a defense. Rao, a hypnotist, was also shocked by the scene in front of him. Don't look at the power of the headless wild magic vine. But as long as the environment is suitable and enough vines grow, then he will be able to create a miracle. Boom! The floor was propped up by vines, and a tall and wide city wall was formed in front of the wild magic vines. A huge fireball hit the city wall, causing a violent explosion. In an instant, the explosive force shattered all the marbles, and the remaining firelight burned all the vines like lava. Drowned grass. Call out? Only the headless wild magic vine. He jumped up, grabbed the railing of the second floor with his hands forming a vine, and swung to the second floor like a swing. He doesn't need to block the fireball at all, he only needs to block for a moment, and he can dodge by himself? No, it's okay. Tian Xiaoben watched this scene in shock. The hypnotist said angrily, You might as well cooperate with that ironclad boy from the very beginning. Maybe the chance of winning is better, damn it. Taste? The vines of the headless wild magic vine stretched out. According to calculations, they found Tian Xiaoben's position at once, tied it up, and threw it next to Tian Xiaoben. Both were surrendered. 7. The hypnotist's face was ashen. He stood there, closed his eyes and prepared to die. Quite a while. The headless wild magic vine did not shoot at him. Just as he opened his eyes suspiciously, the headless wild magic vine swung up again and started to exert force towards the outside. He wants to go out and get his head back? No, I have to run away at this time. Although the hypnotist was too frightened, he still supported the wall and walked forward with difficulty. Yesterday, when the soles of his feet stepped on the broken glass slag on the ground, tears burst out, and the old tears on his face, the stinging pain of the soles of his feet made him walk like flying, stepping on the glass slag ground in front of him. Whoa, why am I here? I'll never come again in my life. The hypnotist really cried. I remembered my fear of being dominated by the headless wild vine, and the tingling that comes along the way, and the hypnosis show that he worked so hard to do was ruined. All of a sudden, my feelings crossed, and I couldn't help crying. A man was crying while running on the ground, and there were faint red footprints. This scene was extremely strange. Taste? Boom! The moment the hypnotist left, the wild magic vine passed through the window again and fell heavily on the ground. He patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, I caught up. Otherwise, if the transformation time is over and my head hasn't been taken back, then I'll be dead. I really can't imagine that scene. Bio. Maybe it's a dream come true. Wild Devil Vine was shocked to find that the Omnitrix pattern in front of him began to flicker. With a crisp sound, Xiao Chen kept rubbing his neck, cautiously, full of worry. Should it be alright? I took it well. Talking. He also raised his head very nervously, twisting his neck slightly, for fear that his head would fall off accidentally. After a few more laps, Xiao Chen was completely relieved. The neck is normal. That kind of dangerous play, he didn't want to try it a second time. But there are benefits too. In that battle, because he lost his head and the time was running out, Xiao Chen fought very seriously, as if it was a life and death battle, making him more proficient at the power of the wild magic vine. The battle of life and death is dangerous, but progress is also the greatest. That. On the side, Tian Xiaoben's voice sounded, Xiao Chen, what's going on? Xiao Chen's expression brightened, and he looked to the other side. Tian Xiaoben rubbed his eyes in a daze, like waking up from a dream. I seem to have fallen asleep on the stage just now. What's wrong? Xin, what is this? He struggled with the vines in shock and anger. It's all right. We'll go first, and we'll explain it to you after we're gone. Xiao Chen hurriedly reassured. Without the main body of the wild magic vine, the vines that bind the two are gradually weakening. Call out? Tian Xiaoben didn't consume anything at all. After waking up, she relied on the power of the magic pendant to come out one step faster than Tian Xiaoben and rescued Tian Xiaoben. The three of them used the floating magic pendant together and left here lightly. Soon, supermarket managers, security guards, and police cars arrived. Looking at the hall on the first floor, which was disfigured and destroyed, there were flames blazing everywhere. The person in charge of the supermarket clenched his hands tightly. That damn hypnotist. Liar, liar. I must embarrass him. I want him. 4.5. It is unforgivable to destroy the supermarket like this. Outside, the three of Xiao Chen quickly found the confused Mark. Xiao Chen explained the ins and outs of the matter to the three of them one by one. My god, that hypnotist is too damn it. Tian Xiaoben exclaimed, he has such a despicable ability. Tian Xiaoben smiled, but this time it will definitely make him remember, we made him suffer a lot. Gollum. A stomach growling sounded. Xiao Chen immediately turned around and walked to a telephone pole, far away. Mark smiled and said, it seems that Xiao Chen is the highest and most Russian in the fighting team. Because you saved the people from the supermarket, let's have a steak dinner tonight. However, he doesn't want to go to the supermarket to buy it, he doesn't want to pass by some inexplicable performance, and then become someone's subordinate. This is a jungle. Xiao Chen enjoyed the tranquility of the afternoon, sitting on the haystack beside the jungle, looking into the distance. The setting sun dyed the sky red and brought a red glow. The light wind blew through his body, emptied his body, enjoyed it all, and took a deep breath of the fresh air in the jungle. Today is really going well. Tian Xiaoben on the side said with a smile. Xiao Chen, Xiaoben, Xiaoan, are the three of you hungry? I'll get into the old car and get the barbecue grill. Let's eat barbecue. Mark saw enough of the scenery, touched his stomach, and got into the old car. Barbecue. It is also a pleasant thing to be able to eat barbecue in this beautiful scenery. Xiao Chen admired the scenery and couldn't help but sigh. For the first time, he discovered that the world is so beautiful. I can watch the birds drifting away with interest. You can also watch the grass sway gently with the wind. A swarm of ants moved house in swarms. The beauty of nature is on display, and Xiao Chen enjoys this hard-won piece. All day today, none of the tricky things happened. Nice start. Xiao Chen, do you know Magic 16? At this time, Yu Xiaoan walked to Xiao Chen's side and asked abruptly. Xiao Chen twitched the corner of his mouth and asked, magic? I don't know, and I don't know if I have any magical talent to cultivate this thing. Tian Xiaoan fell into thought and said, then why do I feel magical fluctuations? Could it be the witch of evil curse? It shouldn't be her. Xiao Chen looked around strangely, and there was no one around. It doesn't look like anyone in the jungle. Taste? Suddenly, a black hole-like hole appeared in front of Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoan, with an unparalleled absorbing power. Xiao Chen was suddenly caught off guard. Xiao Chen. Tian Xiaoan immediately used the floating magic pendant to chase after him, and as soon as he approached the black hole, he felt an incomparably terrifying magical power. It is much stronger than her, the witch of the curse, and the corpse. It is this magic power that is strong enough to display such a terrifying suction? Call out? Tian Xiaoan was sucked in without any resistance. No, isn't it? You've all gone, then I'll go too. Tian Xiaoben was stunned, and quickly approached the hole, but the hole began to shrink rapidly. Taste? At the last moment, Tian Xiaoben jumped high, and the whole person approached the hole and was absorbed into it incidentally. Xiao Ban, Xiao Chen, where have you guys been? Mark, who came out, saw this scene. The barbecue table in his hand sat on the ground with a bang, and his expression became dull. Xiao Chen couldn't believe everything in front of him. Where is this place? Only see around. It is a house full of high-tech sense. Each house is equipped with unprecedented high-tech systems such as floating system and weapon system. Taste? Wow. From time to time there are aircrafts, and people on hoverboards fly low and across the street. Xiao Chen involuntarily got up and looked around, still a little astonished in his heart, but when he looked forward, he saw a statue. Banco. That's the name of that statue. He is mature, tall and handsome, but his hairstyle is somewhat similar to Tian Xiaoben. Ouch. Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaoan fell to Xiao Chen's side one by one. When they rubbed their heads and looked around, they couldn't help but be shocked by this scene. Who are you? Not far away, came a sweet and ethereal voice. Okay. Xiao Chen looked over. It is a mysterious person wearing a sleeve robe and a hood, with an ethereal voice, a slender body, and a woman. The mysterious woman was looking at Xiao Chen and even the Omnitrix in Xiao Chen's hands with a puzzled face, and then looked at Tian Xiaoben. Strange. Tian Xiaoben's Omnitrix is in the hands of a child he doesn't know, and Tian Xiaoben actually has a good magic in advance. She was acting strange. What is she saying? The magical aura on her body is very strong, you guys be careful. Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaoben both looked stunned and leaned on both sides of Xiao Chen subconsciously. Xiao Chen frowned in love and said, "You know us like the back of your hand, and you are combining everything around you. Could it be that you are from a parallel universe? This kind of thing, although rare, is not uncommon." And he knew that Ban Ji was the future Xiaoben. The woman was stunned and praised, "I didn't expect you to be very smart and look very mature." Ah, Tian Xiaoben, die. Before everyone could finish speaking, they were interrupted. Bang bang bang. A huge mechanical rhino is running from a distance, rushing into the street in the blink of an eye, and the closer you get, the more you can feel its hugeness, like a terrifying hill. The mysterious woman's face changed. "Chi Mobo, you wait. Taste." A strong pink light appeared on her body, and the whole person flew into the air, waving at the strange magic wave in the distance. Boom! 2 missile-like magic balls flew out, showing an oval shape, and the speed was extremely fast. Tian Xiaoben said in shock, instantly compresses the magic power into an oval ball, which is fast and powerful. It's amazing. Haha. The strange magic wave continued to charge without stopping, and the magic wave burst heavily on his body, causing a violent explosion, and the surrounding houses were shattered. Fortunately, there was no one in this street. The billowing smoke suddenly obscured everything in front of him. Xiao Chen's expression changed. He felt gusts of strong wind keep blowing, and it was getting stronger and stronger. Go! Xiao Chen made a decisive decision, stretched out his arms to embrace Xiaoben beside him, and threw himself towards the corner beside him. Boom! The three fell to the corner, and they could feel the terrifying vibration on the ground more intuitively. Boom! A behemoth 883 suddenly rushed out of the smoke and trampled over Xiao Chen and the others' previous positions. The earth-shattering destructive force made Xiao Chen have to hold on to Xiaoben and Xiaowen to prevent the three of them from being shocked and flying out. The ears were also buzzing with the huge trampling sound. Xiao Chen can feel the oppression of this monster at close range. It's more ferocious than Dr. Dongwu. This destructive power is almost comparable to Maha's. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. Taste. Chi Mobo ran out of the smoke unscathed, and then, it raised its hooves and stood up like a human. Its front hooves turned into a pair of cannons. Get down. Boom! Its two-handed cannons burst out with terrifying energy, blasting past like sky-high cannons. It's useless. The mysterious woman raised her hands, and the rays of light rose up, forming a magic blade of light. Call out. The light suddenly cut off a laser wave of the strange magic wave, and the scattered light waves flew to the rest of the sky and exploded. Humph. Let's see if you can catch this trick. Chi Mobo said insidiously. The other hand shrank. He actually controlled the sky-high cannon to bypass the mysterious woman, and blasted towards Xiao Chen and others in the corner. So hot. Xiao Chen was enveloped in light, and he clearly felt a scorching heat approaching. Mean? The mysterious woman shouted in anger. Xiao Chen couldn't take it any longer. Unhappy, he raised his right wrist and slapped it hard. God damn it. Taste. A burst of light flashes. A tall, domineering monster stood up abruptly, and a tall figure sheltered the two children behind him. Weird, you've finished the King Kong immortal art. The four-handed overlord clenched his four fists and stared directly at the energy cannon in front of him without fear. Boom! The sky cannon hit the body of the four-handed overlord, and the endless rays of light tried to overthrow the four-handed overlord like a flag. Crack crack! The ground under the four-handed bully's feet was overwhelmed and receded in the slightest, but his body stood still, and there was no movement in his entire body, and there was no sign of weakness. Haha, he's dead. Chi Mobo laughed arrogantly, mocking Xiao Chen and the others. The mysterious woman was furious and clasped her hands. You damn bastard. It's not over yet. The voice of the four-handed overlord sounded high from the shock wave, as loud as thunder. Shhhhhhhhh. His body glowed with golden rays of light, like a four-handed arhat, full of majestic atmosphere. When the shock wave encountered him, it would automatically split off like a river hitting a reef. Bang bang bang. The scattered light waves shattered the surrounding houses, but Tian Xiaowen and Tian Xiaoben, who were hiding behind the four-handed overlord, could not be hurt. Chi Mobo's smile froze, and gradually became angry. This damn bastard. The mysterious woman looked at the glowing four-handed overlord, thinking thoughtfully, I've never seen Banger perform such a trick. It seems that the owner of Ben 10 in this parallel universe has changed, and the development of aliens has also changed. Different. It's your turn, bastard. The golden light on the four-handed overlord suddenly lifted, and he glared at the strange magic wave in front of him, sarcasm unceremoniously. Damn. Chi Mobo was furious. The two-handed cannon switched to double hooves again, fell down, and flew out like a real rhinoceros. Dusty? Call? The four-handed overlord took a deep breath, his chest slightly bulged, and he praised his full strength. He clenched his upper right fist tightly, and the sound of kakakacha sounded as the air was continuously squeezed to smash. Chi Mobo quickly approached the four-handed overlord. Looking at this small body, He lowered his head and the sharp rhino horns rose like a hook, stabbed towards the arm first, carrying all the strength that came all the way. That rhino horn was actually filled with white shock waves. Octopus collapses. This moment, the four-handed overlord's upper right fist, and even the muscles of the entire arm, were completely bulged, as if several broad muscles were entangled, and they were almost squeezed onto the other arm, containing an explosive force. It's another trick I haven't seen before, it looks very strong, the mysterious woman said in surprise. Boom. The four-handed overlord slammed out with one punch, the sky and the earth changed color, and the surrounding debris was all swept up by the fist wind, constantly fluttering in various places. Monument? I'm still not afraid of a terrifying punch. Chimobo didn't have any fear on his face. Boom, bajabang, and rhino horns collided with each other. Both figures hovered at the moment. The strength of both sides is strong enough to collide together, producing explosive force, so that the physical weight of both is irrelevant. Flavor. Between the corner and the punch, a shocking and strange light wave rippled, crushing it towards the surroundings. This moment, the mysterious woman, Tian Xiaoan, the world in their eyes has slowed down a lot. The strange wave of light that spreads out like ripples in circles is red, green, and also of various colors. When it touches the ground is torn apart, and when it touches the house is scrapped. When approaching them, the three of them were shaken by the light waves and flew out. The mysterious woman Hishan Xiaoan used magic to stop her body. Tian Xiaoban started the reactor impressively, breathing fire with both feet and hands, and barely stabilized her body. When the colorful light wave crushed everything around it, it also blew endless gravel. This is a performance that is powerful enough to crush space. The muscles of the four-handed overlord's entire arm were trembling slightly, and the unprecedented pain came, and his arm brought bursts of tingling pain. What a terrifying power. Although you are not Tian Xiaoban, but you are also a very strong enemy. I will crush you. The Chimobo mecha's energy was exerted to the extreme, and its limbs began to breathe fire, strengthening the power of the rhino horn, and began to make the four-handed overlord retreat. He began to suppress the four-handed bully. The mysterious woman looked shocked. Oops, that guy is not the opponent of Chimobo. Ha ha ha, my energy is enough to crush you. Chimobo sarcastically, but did not notice that the four-handed overlord raised his upper left arm. Monument? His upper left arm. Suddenly bulging out the muscles like balloons, the 8-pole collapse mode is turned on. This time, both arms turned on the 8-pole collapse mode, and even the pectoralis major muscles with the four-handed overlord bulged, and the whole person changed from a relatively balanced body to a giant Hercules. How can you still have the strength to perform the second trick? Chimobo looked at hand overlord and asked tremblingly. The four-handed overlord barely squeezed out a smile, and aimed the upper left fist at the stunned Chimobo in front of him. I have 2 hands left, so I can still hit you. Boom! His upper left fist touched Chimobo. That hill-like body. It disappeared in an instant, as if the world had evaporated. Hoo! The muscles of the four-handed overlord's arms quickly subsided, sweating profusely, panting like a cow. Hoo! It's still a bit overwhelming to hold the 8 poles in both hands. This level of strength can suppress Mahas, let alone deal with this strange magic wave. 3 or even 4 hands and 8 extreme collapses. He has not tried it, but he will definitely be directly tired and faint, and at the same time his strength will be normal. Several times. Chimobo, where did you go? The mysterious woman, Tian Xiaoan, and even Tian Xiaoban are all looking around. But, Qian Hao, couldn't find Chimobo's figure? Only. The sun suddenly became a little gloomy. Okay. The mysterious woman raised her head in the dark, and a figure flying high was reflected in her eyes. Chimobo's body flew to a height of hundreds of meters and suddenly exploded. A punch smashed the strange magic wave, and even smashed him. Clean and neat style of play, unexpected strength. You must know that he is still a 10-year-old child, and his aliens are also underage. The mysterious woman looked at the four-handed bully ahead in shock. Until this time. Call out? A vigorous figure appeared in front of everyone. It's a flash star. The strange magic wave came out. Is there something wrong with me? Xiaoan. The flashing star called out a familiar name to the mysterious woman. Xiaoban, you are finally here. The mysterious woman took off her mask and chuckled. Restore 2 updates from today. The mysterious woman slowly lifted her veil, revealing a delicate, beautiful face that looked very mature. Her name is Xiaoan. And the name of the flashing star on the opposite side is Xiaoban? Tian Xiaoan was stunned for a moment, and looked at the future Tian Xiaohong in disbelief. You are the future me? This is the future world. In the future, Tian Xiaoan nodded lightly, smiled at Tian Xiaoan, and said, Now, I have mastered the magic of time and space, and can travel through time, but it is not stable and consumes a lot of money, otherwise I will solve the strange magic wave. Then, you are the future Xiao Chen. Tian Xiaoban, on the other hand, looked at the flash star and asked with big eyes and small eyes, What? Flash Star was stunned, and looked at the 3 people in front of him in shock. Four-handed king. Small class, small pattern. This? He stared at the four-handed bully with piercing eyes, and the four-handed bully also looked at the flashing star without showing weakness. The flashing star in front of him is different from his own flashing star. The 883 pattern on this flashing star is silver and white, and it looks taller than him. Taste? Flash Star waved his claws, the mask was lifted, revealing a cold face. Who are you? Shouldn't Omnitrix be on Tian Xiaoben? How is it on you? The four-handed overlord patted the Omnitrix pattern on his body. I don't know what's going on with you guys. Here we are. The Omnitrix is here. He was very unhappy with the tone of this future class. Even if you are powerful, you shouldn't be so domineering. Taste? A suffocating sense of oppression bloomed from the flashing star, directly rushing towards the face, suppressing the body of the four-handed overlord. He stepped back slightly, gritted his teeth, and barely supported the pressure. This is a pressure comparable to Maha's? Actually held it up? How old is this guy? Flash Star was surprised and murmured in surprise. Boo, BGEF. Taste? Dare to bully Xiao Chen. No matter who you are, we will help him beat you. At this time, Tian Xiaoben landed next to Xiao Chen, and Tian Xiaowen's palms floated with magical power, helping the four-handed overlord Xiao Chen transform to withstand a lot of pressure. 3. Work together? The blinking star's eyes narrowed slightly, the steel battlesuit of nanotechnology, and the magic of awakening in advance. It seems that the world you live in is different from what I imagined. Tian Xiaoben, I am the future you. My name is Ban Elder Brother. What? Tian Xiaoben's face was stunned, and he looked at the domineering and side-sliding brother in front of him and couldn't believe it. You are me? Why is Omnitrix at your place? Isn't it at Xiao Chen's place? Hehe, I want to ask you this question. Your performance is very poor. You are not as good as this Xiao Chen. Banger replied unceremoniously. You don't know what a parallel universe is. At this time, 2 sweet drinks sounded both. Tian Xiaowen shouted to Brother Ban, and in the future, Xiaowen urged Tian Xiaoben to dissuade him, and the 2 women spoke in unison strangely. The four-handed overlord twitched the corner of his mouth. It's too similar. Exactly the same. Let you say. Future Xiaowen Luoluo smiled generously. Tian Xiaowen also smiled politely and began to explain, in our universe, many things will happen, and different choices for each event will lead to different results. These different results are what each universe looks like. For example, if we went to the summer camp at the beginning, but Xiao Chen didn't chase the Omnitrix's aircraft, then it would split into 2 vastly different universes. Xiao Chen got the Omnitrix and Xiao Chen didn't get the Omnitrix. This is a parallel universe. Future Xiaowen nodded secretly. This explanation is good. Banger still asked irritably, but we don't have a person named Xiao Chen here. The four-handed overlord couldn't bear it any longer. He took a step forward and said in a low voice, please? Have you understood the concept of parallel universes? This universe doesn't have me. Maybe other universes don't even have us. Grandpa Mark just wants to cancel it. Summer camp, adventure on his own, he's a hero? Got it. Brother Bang nodded his head as if he didn't understand. Countless different branches, resulting in different universes. And, in the future, Xiaowen looked at the 3 people in front of him with deep meaning. Tian Xiaoben in armor. Tian Xiaowen, who has magic in advance. There is also Xiao Chen, who is obviously a 10-year-old boy, but his fighting power is stronger than that of a junior high school student. The lineup of this universe, no matter how you look at it, is much stronger than them here. Bayu, the Omnitrix pattern in front of the four-handed overlord began to flicker, and with a crisp sound, he turned back into an ordinary person. Just a little boy. This made Banji a little surprised. He looked at Xiao Chen several times and said, you're doing a good job. However, I don't need your help. Warning, Dr. Dongwu is preparing to attack the area where DNA is stored all over the world. Please go to support immediately. In the future, Xiaowen took out the walkie-talkie in his pocket, and an old voice came from the other end, constantly reminding them, Dr. Dongwu, he wants to get the DNA of the whole world. Xiao Chen's expression changed and he said immediately, taste? The flash star that Bangor transformed into flew out directly. In the future, Xiaowen raised his footsteps and said to the 3, you come with me, and I will explain clearly why I brought you here. Come. Bang bang bang. In the future, Xiaowen will continue to move forward, but it is impossible for her to catch up with the action of the office worker, not to mention Xiao Chen and the others are still behind. Flavor? Bang! Tian Xiaoben released his transformation, while Tian Xiaowen used the floating magic pendant to make everyone feel lightly. I didn't expect that you even got the corpse horrifying magic pendant. Your future achievements will definitely be higher than mine. Future Xiaowen looked at Tian Xiaowen incredulously and praised. This, Xiao Chen helped me get it. Tian Xiaowen shyly glanced at Xiao Chen next to him and said. Xiao Chen pointed the map towards the future Xiaohong. I also made Xiaoben's steel suit, but unfortunately, there are not enough parts. I reserved a lot of space for the suit, just to wait until one day. Expand his suit. In the future, Xiaowen said incredulously, it turns out that this is the case. I called you here, in fact, to deal with a big guy. You will know when you see it, and be prepared. Taste? Wow. At this time, on the side of the road is an RV, with an invisible signal tower on the RV, a rocket thruster behind it, and guided missile launchers on both sides. The whole is a high-tech RV. That car just stopped right in front of everyone? Huh. Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed and he stopped, looking at the RV. He always felt like he was familiar. Future Xiaowen relaxed and smiled. Grandpa. What? Grandpa? All 3 were taken aback. Taste? Doors open automatically? Mark is still as strong and energetic, but his face has an extra beard, and his right arm has become a multifunctional mechanical arm. It's the future Mark. Huh? Xiaoan, why didn't you tell me that you went to the parallel universe to help me find these 3 lovely grandchildren? The smart future Mark revealed the identities of the 3 with just one glance, and hugged Xiao Chen without any hesitation. Xiao Chen's eyes were a little cold. This makes future Mark curious. He took a step back and looked at Xiao Chen suspiciously. Grandpa, tell me, in this universe, who beat your arm like this? If he is still alive, I don't mind sending him on the road. Right now, Xiao Chen said murderously. The chill in his bones made the future Xiaoan a little frightened. I'm afraid this kid's combat power is no worse than hers, or even better. Mark was stunned for a moment, then his voice softened a lot, and patted Xiao Chen on the shoulder. It's okay, it's all over. This little friend, what's your name? Xiao Chen, a person from another universe, is also your grandson. Xiao Chen retracted the killing intent in his eyes and suppressed his anger. Get in the car. Mark beckoned and greeted the 4 of them to get into the car. I'll take you to chase Xiaoban. When everyone got into the car, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. The interior of the car is blue as a whole, and various virtual screens are engraved on the walls, and the screens represent the operating platforms of each weapon. The place where Xiao Chen and the others slept had been transformed into a studio. There are parts on the studio. Future Xiaoan and Tian Xiaoan chatted there. Xiao Chen immediately walked to the workbench, excited and trembling hands. This is nanotechnology. This I know. Wait, this is a repair part? There are double lightning cores? What is this? The technology in the future is simply terrifying. Lightning core. Hearing the familiar name, Tian Xiaoban immediately squeezed to Xiao Chen's side, staring at the parts on the table. Xiao Chen suddenly looked at the future Mark and took a deep breath. Grandpa, since you are my grandsons, use whatever you want, don't waste it. Future Mark turned back and smiled at Xiao Chen. Ding, the electronic robot detects that you are driving illegally and will be fined 5,000 Earth coins. A virtual voice sounded outside the car, and Mark's smile froze in the future, and he hurried back to drive. Grandpa, that's great. Xiao Chen gave a ruthless thumbs up in his heart. Tian Xiaoban asked anxiously, what do you mean? It means can I level up, right? Xiao Chen nodded. Xiaoban, remember? When I built this suit for you, I said that the suit is actually a set of molds. Although the combat capability is not that strong, it can be continuously modified and upgraded. It's good to keep the jersey creativity. Future Mark praised. That is to say, except for the lightning core added behind the small class, the original nanotechnology and concentrating reactor, his mold can continue to be improved. Continue to add new equipment. Xiao Chen said excitedly. For example, these parts are internal organs, and the battlesuit is just a shell, and the material of the shell is also made of that bounty hunter, which is extremely strong. Then, what else could be added? Taste? Xiao Chen picked up the 2 parts with his left and right hands without hesitation. Don't take too much, I just need this, the repair function, and the new Liguang core chip. Cough cough. A black line appeared on Mark's forehead in the future. The strongest 2 were chosen by Xiao Chen. Forget it, it's a birthday present for the grandchildren. Come on. Tian Xiaoban couldn't wait to spread his coat to reveal the reactor inside. Xiao Chen immediately started, picked up a screwdriver, and slowly opened the reactor according to his original design, revealing the delicate structure inside. Nanotechnology, condensing the entire suit design into the reactor, is a miracle. Xiao Chen put down the photonic chip with repair function in his left hand, held up the lightning core in his right hand, and dropped Tian Xiaoban's own lightning core with one hand. That lightning core, just pale yellow, and the lightning core in the right hand, it is dark yellow. Enough to make Tian Xiaoban keep increasing all the time. Start installation. Xiao Chen began to build, process, and even upgrade the steel suit. After the new lightning core is installed, he picked up the photonic chip again and began to install the most important part. A chip compressed with countless special materials will automatically repair once it detects that the battlesuit is damaged. It can be called a heaven-defying existence. By the way, don't expect that thing to be repaired quickly. Every time the battlesuit is damaged, it will take a while to repair, just like a person recovering from an injury. Future Mark reminded. Xiao Chen replied with a smile, it doesn't matter. As long as the battlesuit has the ability to heal itself, Xiaoban can let go of his hands and feet to fight. Another intense makeover. The old broken car slowly came to the area where the DNA of the world was stored, in front of a huge warehouse. Xiao Chen's makeover. You're done too. 100 million in that warehouse? Dong Wu, you've really turned into a complete monster, which fits your status as a neuroscientist. The diamond god of war that Bang had transformed into stood there, mocking Dong Wu who was not far away. Dr. Dong Wu at this moment. The whole body is the body of a white-haired gorilla, not a white-haired gorilla on Earth, but an alien monster's body, just similar to Earth creatures. Only the head, still the original head, stayed in a glass jar at the same time, filled with biological specific nutrient solution, specially to maintain the energy of Dr. Dong Wu. Dong Wu waved a pair of huge fists, and suddenly knocked the guy in front of him flying out. Tian Xiaoban, get away from me. Boom! Bangor instantly smashed a wall in the distance, but his diamond body, slowly crawled out of the ruins unscathed. 883 showed a very calm look. Too weak. Call out? When Dongwu saw this, he threw himself at Ban Ji angrily, and the two fought together. Arrive. In the future, Mark will park the old and broken car here, steadily, and the driving skills will not be reduced. In the future, Xiaoan was teaching Tian Xiaoan some things about magic. From time to time, the two of them would exude strange magical energy. Xiao Chen looked at the fight outside the car window and was eager to try. It looks very good, I'm going to try it too. Let me do it, Xiao Chen. At this time, Tian Xiaoban took a step forward abruptly, touched the brand new reactor, and said excitedly. This Xiao Chen hesitated and nodded. Okay, I'll go with you. The two got out of the car together. Tian Xiaoban looked at the picture in the warehouse in front, and immediately took a photo of the reactor on his body. Call out? The armor that looked like an Iron Man suit became even more brilliant under the sun. After he started transforming, the reactor on the chest, and even the parts that can emit light on the body, have all become more dazzling, especially the reactor side, which is flashing like a thunder. The core energy has been greatly improved, but the transformation time has not been shortened too much. Let me try it. Tian Xiaoban twisted his neck slightly and took a deep breath. Boom! In an instant, his figure turned into a golden thunderbolt and swept across the earth. All the ground it passed through was scratched, and it blasted towards Dongwu. Get away from me. Dr. Dongwu couldn't get off duty for a long time, so he immediately had an idea, grabbed a few stones and threw them towards the training bin where the DNA was stored. Banger's expression changed. Oops. He hurriedly jumped high, jumped towards the training warehouse, caught large stones, and fell to the ground together with the stones. Boom! Dr. Dongwu directly stretched out a pair of big hands and grabbed the training bin on the side. With a ruthless force, the huge training bins were like a domino effect, suppressing the body of Ban Ji. Gradually, he could no longer be seen. It's done. He showed a sneer on his face. Although it can't solve this kid, it can delay time. Boom! At the door of the warehouse. But there was a roar. And, getting closer, Dr. Dongwu suddenly turned his head and looked over there. What's going on? A golden light came into view, and it got faster and faster, and it became bigger and bigger, gradually showing a domineering figure and posture. Impressively. A Mysterio in a steel suit. Dr. Dongwu hurriedly raised his arms and put them in front of him, shouting and asking, You, where did you come from? I don't remember that I have offended anyone other than the Tian family. I am the one you offended. Tian Xiaoban's voice through the mask was extremely dull, and he moved at a high speed to Dr. Dongwu's body. Instead of bumping into it, he stretched out his hands and grabbed the fur on Dr. Dongwu's arm. Taste? Like a swing, he used his fur to spin up and down at a high speed, then he put down his hand suddenly, flew high, and hit the ceiling of the warehouse with one head. Okay. Dr. Dongwu raised his head subconsciously and looked at Tian Xiaoban on the ceiling. Tian Xiaoban was leaning against the ceiling, with bursts of dazzling light waves gathered on his chest and on the muzzles of his palms. The entire warehouse shone with such light. Violent energy reaction? This trick is called the Laiguang Thermal Electronic Nuclear Bomb Energy Cannon. Tian Xiaoban let out a low growl, releasing 3 golden yellow energy light waves from his chest and palms, and the 3 light waves quickly approached to form a meteorite-like shock wave. Boom boom boom! Dr. Dongwu, who was caught off guard, was swallowed by the light wave. The light wave not only devoured Dr. Ji Wu's body, but also pierced through the floor, and continued to spurt into the ground. Soon the cave on the ground became deeper and deeper, tens of meters. So bottomless? Around the dark cave, the soil was dark brown, and the air was filled with an unpleasant smell of burnt sizzle. Zizi. Tian Xiaoban slowly descended. Standing next to the big pit, his thunder-light core, in front of his palms, was braving wisps of smoke. Taste? The mask is lifted. Tian Xiaoban also learned to play this suit. The face under the mask is extraordinarily confident. It's too easy. One move will kill this guy in seconds. The energy intensity of this move is 3 times that of me before. But it also consumes a small half of my energy. Sudden. Crushed. The pit and even the ground trembled slightly. Tian Xiaoban was startled and looked around, but saw nothing. Boom! A dark hairless gorilla jumped out of the pothole, and one palm hugged Tian Xiaoban's feet. Tian Xiaoban was touched, and as the hairless gorilla jumped higher, I couldn't control my balance. I fell down there and couldn't stop shaking. I couldn't react at all. Boom! The hairless gorilla smashed the ceiling and flew into the sky, grabbed Tian Xiaoban's body with both hands, and spun at a high speed in the sky, like a spinning top. Boom! When he let go, the force exerted by the rotation turned Tian Xiaoban's entire body into a tiny stone, reaching the extreme 4.5. It was only able to stop after smashing dozens of houses, and was covered by the ruins. Whoosh! Dr. Dongwu fell heavily to the ground. His hands were sore and burning. He kept holding his chest and exhaling. The hair on his body was completely burnt dry. The face in the glass jar, the eyes are bloodshot. Most importantly, there was also a huge hole drilled in the chest. It can be said to be severely damaged. Whereas the ironclad monster, it's bad for me, and it beats me like this. Dr. Dongwu covered the terrifying wound on his chest and breathed heavily. This body is seriously injured. Small class. When Xiao Chen saw this scene, his eyes instantly turned to the place where Xiao Ban flew over, and he shouted anxiously. Dr. Dongwu faced Xiao Chen, very savage. Another goddamn brat? What's on your wrist? When he saw the Omnitrix on Xiao Chen's wrist, Dr. Dongwu's eyes became hot. Looking at Xiao Chen, he raised a pair of fists without hesitation. Omnitrix, there is a second one, give it to me. Call out. Boom. Xiao Chen raised his wrist expressionlessly, twisted the screen directly, and slapped the first alien hero hard. Green light flickered. Dr. Dongwu looked dismissive. What if he changed his body? He's just a 10-year-old kid. If I take the current me and deal with 10-year-old Tian Zioben, I can kill him at will? Presented before his eyes. It's a person with eyes all over his body. Aliens with terrifying energies gathered in each eyeball. Big-eyed monster? Huh? There is a big-eyed monster so early. Dr. Dongwu's pupils shrank suddenly, revealing a bad premonition. This. But a very powerful alien? Is this kid actually unlocked? Suffer it. The big-eyed monster looked at Dr. Dongwu coldly in every eye, and he slowly raised his left hand. The eye on the left hand looked straight at Dr. Dongwu. Taste? Yeah? A light flashed on and off instantly, as if it had never appeared before. A small hole appeared on Dr. Dongwu's shoulder, a wound that was pierced in an instant, which made him mutter in pain. The big-eyed monster waved his left hand gently. At this moment, his whole body was as dazzling as the sun, and his whole body was covered with laser waves. It was just an appetizer just now. Shhhhhhh. His whole body's eyes released a series of small laser lights, and the countless laser lights together swept the sky and covered the sky like a torrential rain, making Dr. Dongwu unable to guard against it. Dr. Dongwu's screams kept ringing. There were dense wounds on his body. Even the glass jar had a trace of cracks. With a boom sound, Dr. Dongwu slowly fell to the ground, except that his brain was still normal, and his body was completely necrotic. Such a formidable enemy must be killed. The big-eyed monster took a deep breath and walked to Dr. Dongwu's side, with his palm on the latter's head, and began to glow. You're going to kill me? Don't? I'll change my mind. Inside the glass jar, Dr. Dongwu looked at the big-eyed monster in horror, and kept begging and begging for mercy. If you can reform yourself, then this world's small class, after dealing with you for the first time, you have reformed. The corner of the big-eyed monster's mouth evoked a contemptuous arc. Not to mention, the current Dr. Dongwu is no longer an earthling, but a kind of alien, a mixture of earthlings, and there is no psychological burden to solve him at all, etc. Bango's voice came. He helped the training warehouse, strode forward, and quickly reached the big-eyed monster. Don't do it. His tone carried a hint of command, which was the dignified temperament accumulated by the superiors since the early stage. The big-eyed monster frowned and put down his shining palm. This is the enemy I defeated, and it should be handled by me, isn't it? Bangor took a deep breath, his arms turned into diamond thrusts. Then I tell you, the Guardians of the Galaxy specially detain these superpowers, mad scientists, at their disposal? Redetain. The big-eyed monster pointed to the surrounding ruins, his eyes getting colder and colder. Brother Ben, but these people have escaped from prison time and time again, and they have long since worn out their patience? If they are ordinary people, then leave it to ordinary people to solve it? If they know their mistakes and correct them, then everything will be fine. But as people with supernatural powers, they have not changed their minds over and over again. After breaking out of prison time and time again, they will only cause more and more casualties. Is it correct to do so? He has tolerance for wicked people, but it's up to the villain's own actions. But Brother Bang is extremely upright, and he said straightly, sure enough, I didn't get Omnitrix in other time and space, and it is really troublesome to fall into the hands of people with a wrong mind. Click. The big-eyed monster clenched his palms tightly and squeezed. What do you want to say? Taste? Bangor slowly raised his arms, and the diamond body reflected a ray of light. Boy, you used the big-eyed monster. I used the diamond god of war. I advise you not to fight with me. You will not have good end. The big-eyed monster squinted and smelled of gunpowder. Really? I also want to see what happens to me. The terrifying oppression of the two collided, creating a terrifying dust wind. Even though Xiao Chen's strength is quite arrogant, facing a fully grown version of the diamond god of war, he is still quite pressured. What's more, this fully grown-up diamond god of war also has decades of combat experience, and can be described as a small class at his peak. Taste? Next second, the figure of the mysterious Xiaoan fell on the two sides, and she looked helpless. You two, don't be like this, you are all your own. Banger said angrily, he's not right, I need to educate him well, let him correct, and realize his mistakes. Otherwise, he will be the next Kevin. The big-eyed monster felt an unpleasant feeling in his heart. He really wanted to say something like Kevin has already been killed by me, to stimulate Banji in front of him, but held back. Look at the diamond body on the opposite side. Look at your laser eyes again. Perfectly restrained. I didn't make any mistakes, I just wasn't so kind. Have you ever thought that if these bullies gathered together because of your forgiveness and accidentally hurt other innocent people, your connivance at that time was to them help? Big-eyed monster said unceremoniously. Banger's expression changed instantly, as if he was hit by something sad. You really need a good education. It's sizzling. The spikes on his back actually stretched out like wings, folded in half over a pair of shoulders, looking extremely domineering. Murderous? You two are not wrong, you just have different opinions. There is no need to fight. In the future, Xiaoan stood in the middle of the two, like a peacemaker, constantly discouraging. She had a hunch. The two fought. I'm afraid I can't stop it. The 13th special zone in the Z area, which is the place where the world's precious insects are stored, was attacked by a large group of insects. At this time, the walkie-talkie sounded again. Bangor angrily took the Omnitrix pattern, turned into a flashing star, and disappeared again. In the future, Xiaoan was helpless, and sighed in relief. This is why he is so irritable. He wants to protect the entire Earth. Fine. The big-eyed monster was silent for a while, then looked at Dr. Dongwu, stunned. Dr. Dongwu was still alive, completely necrotic. The head of the glass jar. Gone? The big-eyed monster's face became ugly. Monument? The big-eyed monster rubbed his fists tightly, his face unhappy. Let Dongwu run away? Damn it. Correct. There are also small classes? Taste? The big-eyed monster's soles and palms spewed out light, which was facing the ground. The light hit the ground, and the powerful anti-shock force directly made the big-eyed monster fly into the air. In the future, Xiaoan looked stunned. Can the big-eyed monster still play like this? She had never seen Bango play like this. Sure enough, using Omnitrix also requires a talent bonus. Call out. The big-eyed monster flew to the ruins, constantly looking for Tian Xiaoban. Soon, he landed heavily and found Tian Xiaoban, who was lying on a toilet. That area should be the toilet of this house. Not only is there a toilet, but there is also a broken sink beside it, spraying water, drinking water to Tian Xiaoban. Tian Xiaoban was embarrassed at this time. He was buzzing all over. Originally, there were traces of cracks on the body of the super alloy, but these cracks are actually slowly healing at an extremely slow speed. Xiao Chen, I'm too careless. If I'm not careless, the guy will be killed by me. Tian Xiaoban's apologetic voice sounded. I'm staying in the battle suit now, because I can't get out until it's repaired. The big-eyed monster frowned, sighed helplessly, and pointed his palm at Tian Xiaoban's reactor. Boom! He controls his laser and sends energy to Tian Xiaoban little by little, so that Tian Xiaoban will not release his transformation. Although, his own physical strength is also fading. But the stamina thing can be restored, and it can be restored much faster than the energy accumulated in the reactor. Tian Xiaoban said gratefully, thank you, Xiao Chen. The big-eyed monster shrugged, you're welcome. Taste? The old broken car drove over quickly. Tian Xiaoan jumped out of the car and looked at the two anxiously. Xiao Chen and Xiaoban, are you all right? The big-eyed monster showed a calm smile at Tian Xiaoan. Don't worry, it's fine. Xiaoban, I'll bring you up. He slapped Tian Xiaoban on the shoulder slowly, and stepped onto the old car with a little difficulty. Tian Xiaoan also helped him when he saw it. Need my help. Mark was stunned when he saw this scene. No need, Grandpa, I can do it myself. Tian Xiaoban said strongly to Mark. Recover well. The big-eyed monster patted Tian Xiaoban's shoulder, and immediately, he patted the Omnitrix pattern on his chest, releasing his transformation. Call out. Xiao Chen appeared on the spot. With his hands in his pockets, he looked unhappy. Banger's righteous rebukes kept coming in his mind. In a short time, future Xiaoan's sweet voice sounded. She slowly walked into the old broken car, closed the door with a backhand, full of Oni-san fan. You better not meet Xiaoban, he is more anxious. Let's go elsewhere, help you meet a few people. Xiao Chen said, I can do it. He really wants to fight Bangor in the future world. There. Tian Xiaoban's voice became firmer. Xiao Chen, you go to other places to train. Xiaoan also has this Xiaoan's pointer. I also want to go to Banji's. What I lack most is combat experience. Obviously, he needs to say something has changed. Xiao Chen looked at Tian Xiaoban with a trace of worry in his heart. Tian Xiaoban had never been out of their sight for too long. He is also a man. Let's go, Xiaoban. Chen took a deep breath and said, is your recovery finished? Ready anytime. Call out. Monument? After recovering, Tian Xiaoban got up, opened the car door, and before leaving, he did not forget to borrow some small pieces compressed by violent energy from future Mark, so that the energy was insufficient. Just like that, when the car was driving at a high speed, he fell straight to the outside, and at the moment when he was about to fall to the ground, his feet spit fire, and the whole person flew out handsomely. Boom! In the future, Xiaoan controlled the car door from a distance and closed it. Xiao Chen's last trace of worry slowly dissipated, and asked curiously, this little Wen, I want to ask you, etc. In the future, Xiao Wenio gently squeezed Xiao Chen's face, squatted down, and put a finger in front of his lips. Call me sister. Well, after Xiao Chen was sluggish for a while, he lowered his head and looked away, not daring to look at the beautiful face of Xiaoan in the future. Damn its charm. In the future, Xiaoan walked over with a funny look, and looked at Tian Xiaoan's reaction, and sure enough, his face was bulging, as if he was jealous. She shook her head. It seems that I guessed right. They will definitely be together when they grow up. Haha, with me in charge, Xiao Chen can't be bad. She left with confidence. Sister Xiaoan, I want to ask, besides mine, have you been to other worlds? Xiao Chen stammered out that word. In the future, Xiaoan sat in front of the car window. The breeze blew her long orange hair and brushed her face. I have been there. I have seen a small class of zombies, a small class with white hair, and a small class in junior high school. At that time, I just came into contact with time and space magic, just had a look. Tian Xiaoan also hurriedly walked to Xiao Yu's side and said, Xiao Chen, time and space magic is the supreme magic. I can't learn it yet. She said that according to my potential, I have a chance to master it in 15 years. In other words, the ceiling of the magician is time and space magic. And the ceiling of the small broken watch is Superman X, and the clock king who masters time and space magic is not the ceiling? Looking at it this way, it is still much more powerful than the small broken watch. In the future, Xiaoan said, Qian Qinhao. In addition, I said that Xiaoan's magic is the same as me, belonging to the all-round mage. Some mages are good at defense, some can control the power of mind, and some can fly. Almighty mage is the strongest? As long as the magic power is strong enough, anything can be cast. It is also very malleable, almighty mage. Xiao Chen stared at Tian Xiaoan in a stunned manner. It's just that the growth rate is very slow. Xiaoan said softly, in the future, in my memory, there was once a little girl with white hair, who was also an all-round magician, and a black magic all-rounder, who was better than me. It's been a long time. Haven't seen it. Girl with white hair? Xiao Chen seemed to think of someone. Uncle Taste? At this time, the old car stopped. Stopped at the door of a high-rise building. One stop. The sound of the system sounded in Xiao Chen's mind. Ding! Sign-in object detected, one of the members of the Galaxy Volunteer, Shenayatong. The host chooses to compete to defeat Shenayatong or directly destroy the core of Shenayatong to complete the check-in. Detected sign-in object, Tenny, a member of the Galactic Volunteers. Sinuable object detected, Ultimate Superman, a member of the Galactic Volunteers. One after another, the sound of signing in made Xiao Chen stunned. One time. 3 missions triggered? And it's all about the check-in or the direct victory. That is to say, Xiao Chen took a deep breath, with a look of disbelief on his face. The one in the building is the Galaxy Volunteer Army. Decades later, they are also very powerful. The Galactic Volunteers. After hearing Xiao Chen's muttering, the future Xiaoan on the side said with a little surprise, I didn't expect you to be so smart. You have already guessed who you are going to see. They will point you and give you some help. In my world, I know them too. As Xiao Chen spoke, he couldn't wait to open the car door and walked out. The building in front of it is more than 100 meters high, at least 883 has 40 floors, and it looks majestic. Okay, Xiao Chen's face became shocked. Why? The top floor of this building. There are 3 golden meteors? What is that? Taste Mimi? 3 meteors came into view, all of them were golden yellow, and they became more and more dazzling. It was true that these meteors actually fell from a height, and they were attacking the old broken car. Oops, have we been attacked by an ambush? Xiao Chen's face suddenly became nervous, the Omnitrix in his hand suddenly lifted, but he couldn't press the screen. Still charging? Almost? Bang bang bang? The 3 meteors gradually turned into figures, and when they were about to fall, they suddenly stopped and landed with a gust of wind. Standing in the middle and moving forward, it is the ultimate Superman. Next to it, is the floating supernatural power, Antani. Ultimate Superman, we don't need to use this way of appearance. Sheneo said with a blank expression. Ultimate Superman put his hands on his hips, with a confident smile on his chest. This is the way a superhero comes on the scene? Children, I'm terrified. He walked gently in front of Xiao Chen, stretched out his hand to touch Xiao Chen's head, but stopped. Look. The Omnitrix that landed on Xiao Chen's wrist. Why is Omnitrix in your hands? Could it be that Xiaoban has? Shenayatong nervously raised his tentacles, releasing a lot of thought power to imprison Xiao Chen, making him unable to move. Xiao Chen opened his mouth, but he didn't even have the strength to speak. Actually, I can't even make a sound. It's all misunderstood. Aside, the door of the old broken car opened, and the future Xiaoan walked down and explained quickly. It's Xiaoan. Tanny happily greeted the future Xiaoan, and Ultimate Superman nodded. And Shenayatong raised a tentacle to aim at Xiaoan in the future. Don't rush over. You may also be transformed by that monster called Alien Demon. Let me check your identity. Taste? A hint of helplessness appeared on Xiaoan's face in the future, and the jade hand flashed with halos, mysterious and powerful. Can this prove my identity? It's a small pattern. The 3 Galaxy Volunteers said in unison. Shenayatong also loosened the restraint on Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen finally finished what he had been holding back for a long time. I am the owner of the Omnitrix in another parallel universe. Xiao Chen? You are wrong. I'm sorry. Shenayatong said apologetically. I was too vigilant. It's okay. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and said. In the future, Xiaoan patted Xiao Chen's shoulder lightly. Xiaoban followed Xiaoban to train, and Xiaoan followed me for a while to learn magic control. You also leave it to the Galaxy Volunteers. Jit special training. Special training. The Galaxy Volunteers and Xiao Chen both said in unison that Xiao Chen was the most pleasantly surprised. Yes indeed. In the future, Xiaoan turned sideways, squinted at everyone, and blinked. Don't be lazy. When the 3 of you finish training, go eat slush together. Say it. She just got in the car. For Xiao Chen, Xiaoan, and the others, who are full of potential in the universe, she also has a heart of cherishing talents. I don't want them to lose their wings here. Hope they can stay here and train better. Call out. The old car just drove away. Xiao Chen looked at the Galaxy Volunteer Army with a look of surprise. Special training? How about special training? Each of my aliens is completely different, and special training is impossible. Ultimate Superman showed a smile and said, "You know what? People can develop their potential and let people better control their own power. What we teach you is how to control your body to release your potential. In this way, no matter what, it can be applied to any alien you transform into. Unlocking potential." Xiao Chen immediately understood what they meant, that is to say, they were trying to teach themselves how to maximize their existing power. Every alien can do it. Moreover, during the special training, he can find a way to defeat the three. "Let's go, I'll take you to training." Ultimate Superman hooked his hand and walked towards the building first, feeling very happy. "I haven't been able to beat Banger since he was in junior high school. This time it's good, I can abuse a child." Banco. Ah, that's the end of the child abuse. Building. In the training ground of Nuda, the Ultimate Superman was blasted out instantly by the four-handed overlord's heavy punch that released the 8 extreme collapses. With a look of astonishment on his face, he looked at the four-handed overlord like a beast, and was shocked. "You, how can you be so powerful?" "Hee, Ultimate Superman, don't underestimate me." The four-handed overlord slowly wiped the nosebleed from his face and said fiercely, "Taste? See." The Ultimate Superman's eyes are full of golden light, his body is floating, and his muscles are doubled. The momentum of the whole person suddenly increased sharply. This is to unleash your potential and elevate your body to an unprecedented state. If you have good comprehension, you will see it at a glance, but if you have bad comprehension, you will never learn it. Ultimate Superman said loudly. In this state, the four-handed overlord has also seen the Ultimate Superman in his own world, but they are not so familiar with him, so he didn't talk about it. Moreover, the Ultimate Superman in the future world is much stronger than his own. They are also getting stronger. It is estimated that the Mahas of my universe, if placed in this universe, will not even be able to beat the Ultimate Superman alone, said the four-handed overlord in surprise. "Come on." The Ultimate Superman voice resounded through the hall like a god. "Call out." He was as bright as a shooting star and flew over. Ben 10's new book will open next month. Taste. Boom. Previously, it was the Ultimate Superman who was knocked out by the four-handed overlord. And this time, his star-like heavy punch hit the jaws of the four-handed overlord, directly blasting the latter out. This fist, twice as heavier than Mahas's, the four-handed overlord's head was buzzing, and he slammed into the ground far away, and he didn't recover for a long time. Exactly. Is not in good condition. Come on. Ultimate Superman put his hands on his shoulders and said lightly, "Call out. Monument. Heaven." The figure of Gao Xiao kept hovering in the sky. The two keep fighting. In the future, Xiaoan's firepower will be fully activated, and there will be countless energy bombs with a wave of his hand, causing Tian Xiaoan to constantly dodge, cooperate with defense, attack, and other tactics. Moreover, the future small pattern trains her intentionally. Little by little, increase the difficulty of training. Make Tian Xiaoan gradually adapt. Even if I don't rely on the magic pendant, I can still be very powerful. Tian Xiaoan thought to himself. "You are really annoying. Follow me." Complaints sounded. Here is a street. The streets were littered with insect carcasses, charred. Banger changed back into a human form, sat on the mountain, and spoke to Tian Xiaoban when he was a child without any hesitation. Tian Xiaoban put his arms around his shoulders, and was also not worried. "Do you think I'm following you? In fact, I'm just going to fight these superpower criminals. It's you, follow me." Cut. Brother Ban snorted coldly, looked at Tian Xiaoban's unwillingness to admit defeat, and suddenly showed a smile. "Wait a minute, follow along, and then fight. Don't always take it lightly. After one move, you think the enemy has been solved." Stood there like nothing. "Look," Tian Xiaoban said with high fighting spirit. "The special training belonging to the three has begun. The crisis came quickly. That is outer space. Lord Mahaz, we caught this on Earth, you will be interested." The unchanging deputy held a glass jar and handed it to Mahaz in front of him. Front. It is nearly 10 meters high, even sitting there, it is like a super Mahaz as majestic as a mountain. The snort that super Mahaz spit out was the scorching heat, and the glass was sprayed with mist. Here, it's like Marvel's Ultimate Universe, and everything becomes extraordinarily powerful. Dr. Dongwu, Tian Xiaoban's enemy is also my friend. Ultimate Mahaz looked at Dongwu's head in the glass jar, and said lightly, "Say, why should I let you live?" "What?" Dr. Dongwu was stunned and said in panic, "I have something very important to report." A few minutes later, Ultimate Mahaz closed his eyes slightly. "Omnitrix user in a parallel universe? Interesting. It seems that I can't attack rashly." The deputy said at this time, "Lord Mahaz, our technology level is higher than that of the Earth. Why don't we use the technology on the spacecraft to assist you? What will you do?" Ultimate Mahaz was silent and asked. The deputy said with a blank face, "Humans have mastered nuclear energy, but we have mastered more advanced technology. Give me time, I will decipher the code of the Federation on the Earth, and then let the nuclear energy of mankind destroy itself. Resurrection resurrect me? I'll stop that Tian Xiaoban? I'll tear him to pieces." Dr. Dongwu over there yelled. "Good." Ultimate Mahaz slowly got up and walked forward step by step. "I killed some unpleasant guys in the universe, you can pick the torso you want in it." Boom. When Dr. Zhuo and Ultimate Mahaz see everything in the warehouse, there is a strong orange body, a normal arm, and a meteor hammer. There are also people from Mohath. Just this. Dr. Dongwu said when he saw one of them, his eyes lit up. "Okay, Ready for battle. Attack in a day. Ultimate Mahaz said slowly. Time. Back to training time. Xiao Chen was fucked again and again. Ultimate Superman said that in order to release his potential, the host must be strong enough. That is to say, Xiao Chen often can't bear the pressure when he can't release his potential. The four-handed tyrant, not even the Vampire King? If it doesn't work, forget it. Ultimate Superman said helplessly. Wait. Xiao Chen, who was lying there, looked weak. Perhaps, if I have a fight with Taney, the situation will get better. Huh? Are you sure? Ultimate Superman said with an odd look on his face. Taney was so excited, she couldn't hold back for a long time, and her supernatural powers didn't care. Sure. Xiao Chen said with great certainty. Wait for the Omnitrix to recharge again. Xiao Chen directly pressed the screen, chose the Vampire King, and attacked Shen Atong directly. The supernatural power is very strong, and the power of thought is also extremely strong, and it is constantly fighting with the Vampire King, but the supernatural power that has no potential to be released will be defeated in more than 10 minutes. Ultimate Superman lifted that state and sat there watching the fight a little wearily. Boom! At last. The Vampire King barely stood, and Shen Atong slowly fell. Shen Naotong is fine. Ultimate Superman specially looked at Naotong's situation. However, he really tried his best to fight you, and it is estimated that he will be too tired to move for a day or two. Nothing to do with us. For flowers. It's my time. Tenny said eagerly. Then, it's another showdown between Xiao Chen and Tai and I. It is worth mentioning that Tai and I vaguely touched the threshold of releasing potential, which made Xiao Chen fight extremely hard, and had a feeling of encountering Mahaz. The difference is that Mahaz is much more ferocious. After half an hour, Xiao Chen brought down Tanny again. Both sign-ins were completed. Now, open the list. Xiao Chen's heart moved. Host, Xiao Chen. Age, 10. Omnitrix, transformation time 15 minutes, cooldown time 4 minutes, unawakened ultimate mutation, not loaded all alien data. Alien heroes, Flame Man, Fire Fist Ace's fire control ability, Four-handed Overlord, 70% strength enhancement, Octopus Collapse, Diamond God of War, combat skills. Lines of data are displayed in front of Xiao Chen. He also used the check-in from the previous defeat of Morjath. Transform time, 15 minutes. Cooldown time, 4 minutes. Then, it should be enough for me. Stacking the biff? Take a rest for a while, then fight. Xiao Chen showed a tired smile, reached a truce with the Galaxy Volunteer Army, and rested for a while. The training room is huge, it's made of steel all around, the doors are closed, and there are no electronic devices or anyone to disturb. Very quiet. Outside, Tian Xiaoban and Ban Ji were eating slush, and the future Xiaoan and Tian Xiaoan were also in this place, and the four said hello. Where's Xiao Chen? Tian Xiaoan asked impatiently. In the future, Xiaoan gently stirred the strawberry slush with a straw, and said absently, I haven't trained yet. He is the strongest one, and it will take a long time. That's enough for the four of us, enough to deal with Mohath. Bangor said fearlessly. What? Morjath? Tian Xiaoan and Tian Xiaoban stared at Brother Ban in astonishment. The future Xiaoan explained, you don't have to worry, it will take a little while for Mahaz to reach the land. How do you know? The space station detected that his spacecraft was approaching the Earth at a high speed and found it. This time, I will let him go back and forth. Confront Mahaz. Even the Wanyan pacifist class tightened their habit and said angrily, the devil? At the same time, the nuclear energy repository of the Blue Star Federation. The door of the repository opened slowly. Exposing the powerful nuclear energy bombs inside is more advanced and more terrifying than nuclear bombs. Billion taste. Monument. The nuclear bombs slowly rose from their respective positions. Those who guard these. Impressively, he is a member of the plumbers and electricians of the Sky Union. They hurriedly came to the console and kept commanding, but found that the operation panel was completely hacked and could not be activated at all. Quick, do everything possible to remedy it. The main controller of this base hurriedly said, notify Banga. What? Bangor put down the slush in his hand and stood up in shock. The nuclear bombs were all controlled by unknown people? Damn, it must be Mahaz. I'll come to help you right away. He immediately lifted the Omnitrix, shot it down, and turned into a flash star. But they haven't waited for everyone to react. Boom, boom, outside. The earth shook and the mountains shook, trembling. Banger's figure was frozen in place, staring at the gate. With a bang sound, a huge soul appeared from above the gate, and the sole of the foot fell on the 883 surface of the ground. It was a deep black thigh that looked like a tree trunk, and it was a wall when looking up. The height of the gate. You can't even see the enemy's knees? Research? Another moment. There was a sound from the roof, followed by the hot sunlight after the roof was lifted, but the sunlight was blocked by the darkness in an instant, and the darkness enveloped everyone in the store. Brother Ban, Tian Xiaoban, and the others slowly raised their heads. Morpheus's huge head that has remained unchanged for thousands of years, and even his majestic upper body, pressed on the entire roof, staring at the people inside. One of his feet, standing at the door of the smoothie shop, blocked the entire gate. He raised the roof with one hand and threw it out effortlessly, without hearing the sound of landing for a long time. Mini Xiaoban, Mini Xiaoan. Ultimate Mahaz said coldly, are you all here? Okay, great big Mohath. Tian Xiaoban stammered. Boom, bang, Bangor's palm fell heavily on the Omnitrix pattern. Presented to the public. It is Bangor's super four-handed king who is almost 3 or 4 meters high. Bang bang bang. His four-handed overlord's fists were clenched tightly, and his whole body was burning with layers of terrifying energy. You guys, get out of the way, I'll deal with Mahaz. Killing you is equivalent to abolishing all the power on this planet. Ultimate Mahaz said indifferently with a cold smile. Taste? Boom. Banger jumped out heavily, his small body slammed into the body of Ultimate Mahaz, but knocked him back out. The terrifying darkness disappeared, and the smoothie shop ushered in light again. Let's go, let's disarm the nuclear bomb. Future Xiaoan took Tian Xiaoban's hand and flew towards the exit. I'm coming too. Tian Xiaoban pressed the reactor on his chest, put on a steel battlesuit, and shouted at the two figures. Taste? There was a sound from the roof. Tian Xiaoban went to inquire. Dr. Dongwu's head is the torso of Mahaz. You can't go anywhere, Tian Xiaoban. This body. Looking at the red, slender body of Mahaz, Tian Xiaoban had no memory of him. Dr. Dongwu twisted his limbs and said briskly, the speed of this body is just right to deal with you, and it is much better than that of my tiger WA. Taste? Boom. Take advantage of the talk. However, Tian Xiaoban suddenly activated the Laiguang nucleus and rushed in front of Dr. Dongwu at an accelerated rate, punching him fiercely. Taste? Dr. Dongwu twisted his neck a bit to avoid the punch, and praised, I have improved a lot. However, I have improved even more. Boom. He grabbed Tian Xiaoban's body and threw Tian Xiaoban outside with a ruthless fall over his shoulders. Let's fight. Boom, boom. The ultimate Mahaz and the four-handed overlord kept coming and going. The surrounding houses were destroyed, countless pedestrians scattered in terror, and some people couldn't dodge. They were crushed by the ruins and died in this place. Damn it, but it's the living area that kicks off. Bango's face was filled with grief. Future world. The discovery of the perilous universe, and the potential superpowers, mad scientists, are time bombs. So, it is divided into living area, work area, and technology area. The former is the science and technology zone, which specializes in robotics research and development. The living area is for people to rest. Workspaces are as the name suggests. The time of the three areas is staggered to minimize the damage to human society caused by the battle. The sudden attack of Morpheus caused Brother Ben to suffer. Tian Xiaoban, you are still as soft-hearted as ever, look at this. Ultimate Mahaz lifted up a house at will, and the house suddenly took off, smashing onto the silhouettes of countless pedestrians. No. Bangor's eyes were blood-red, and he rushed towards the Ultimate Mahaz in rage, attacking frantically, out of proportion. Ultimate Mahaz showed a cold smile. I got hooked. He followed Banger's heavy punch and spat out a mouthful of blood, but he fought back with stinging pain, and he fought back with Banger. Under the stimulation of the pain, the violent DNA in his blood was activated, and the fight became more and more fierce. Brother Bang, I can't stand it anymore. Taste? Boom. Dr. Dongwu kept pulling away, kicking, attacking, and beating Tian Xiaoban. Relying on his amazing defensive power, Tian Xiaoban was still not at a disadvantage, but he became more and more impatient and kept looking around. Damn, how should I deal with this guy? Tian Xiaoban, I really want to see what your reaction will be when you say this at this time. With a sneer on his face, Dr. Dongwu lifted a stone and went to a person in the distance. Call out. Boom. Tian Xiaoban's figure rushed there and blocked the stone's blow with his body. Sure enough, the smile on Dr. Dongwu's face became more and more playful. I have a way to deal with you. Taste? He avoided the ground again and approached a child. His murderous aura made the child pale and terrified. Die. A large hand opened towards the child, with 5 sharp claws and a thick palm that seemed to cover the child's entire body. Boom. Collision sounded. Almost subconsciously, Tian Xiaoban's trembling body stood in front of the child, facing him, and Dr. Dongwu tore off his back with bursts of cracks. You are. The child looked at Tian Xiaoban in front of him tremblingly. Tian Xiaoban was silent for a while, then showed a smile. My name is Tian Xiaoban. I am a big hero. Boom. Dr. Dongwu blasted Tian Xiaoban out. A hero? It's time to introduce yourself? Now you are no longer my opponent. Haha. He complacently landed in front of Tian Xiaoban, mocking. Tian Xiaoban fell to the ground, but he didn't even have the strength to move. His face was ugly. Hey, you know, my lightning core. Xiao Chen once said, energy can't be used at one time, it should be used slowly. I'm very curious. What happens when you release it all at once? The chip overheated and exploded violently. What do you want? Dr. Dongwu looked terrified. Taste. Tian Xiaoban shone with unprecedented dazzling light. The light covered him, Dr. Dongwu, and even everything around him like a tide. Boom boom boom. The coverage area is not large, but devastating blows continue to come in the area. The child in the distance stared blankly at this scene, and he seemed to understand what Tian Xiaoban just said. It doesn't seem like I'm introducing myself, but from the last words of a hero. Chops. Tian Xiaoban. Dr. Dongwu's screams resounded, and then there was no sound. His last voice was still full of unwillingness and reluctance. Far away. Seeing this scene, Brother Ban was heartbroken. Xiao Ban? Tian Xiaoban. Ha ha ha. Ultimate Mahaz sneered complacently. Deserving it? The Tian family deserves it. If the damn old man is here, I will do him too. I'm going to kill you, waste JAS. Banger raised his palm angrily and slapped the pattern on his chest again. Taste. A towering Superman appeared quickly, and his figure gradually surpassed the surrounding buildings, far surpassing Maha's, a place to store nuclear bombs. Tian Xiaoan and the future Xiaoan came here, only to find out in amazement. The nuclear bomb was hacked from a distance, in other words, they couldn't have any influence on the nuclear bomb here? What to do? Tian Xiaoan said anxiously. Future Xiaoan took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Take me to the Federal Space Station. Go now. I'll go to outer space to kill Mohatha's fleet. Good. The members of the Heavenly Guild next to him were stunned for a moment, and then he nodded heavily. Then, in the future, Xiaoan picked up her long hair and slowly tied it into a refreshing ponytail, with a pretty face of determination. This way, hair does not obstruct vision during combat. Me? Why not us? Take me with you. Tian Xiaoan looked at the future Xiaoan in disbelief and kept asking. Come on. In the future, Xiaoan just smiled at Tian Xiaoan gently, rubbed her hair gently, and then followed the staff and strode towards the rocket. Tian Xiaoan saw this scene 16, his pretty face froze, he touched the lucky magic pendant in front of him, and followed. But, it's too late. The nuclear energy bomb started in the next second, ascended into the atmosphere, and flew towards Bangor and their living quarters at a very fast speed. There is only Xiao Chen here, who doesn't know anything. Exactly. It's Crocodile Renekton. Here, looking at the 6-meter-tall super crocodile in front of him, the ultimate Superman is sluggish. It only took 4 minutes to transform, and I was beaten up and stronger? Maybe it's true you can keep getting stronger, and then, break through the level of unleashing your potential. Okay, bang bang bang. Here, everything outside is well soundproofed. Explosion roared outside at the moment. Bango turned into a supergiant, stood there furiously, beat the ultimate Mahaz backwards with one palm, and vomited blood. Even though ultimate Mahaz is already very powerful, under the absolute suppression of the supergiant, he is still like a child, being crushed to perfection. You are very durable, I will kill you and let you die without a burial, you can't escape. Bangor said with a grim expression. Boom, 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 above, the atmosphere. A roar sounded. One after another, the dark nuclear bombs appeared above the blue sky, covering the beautiful sky into a very dim light. Countless people watched this scene, their hearts were ashes, and they were terrified. Bang, stunned. He looked at everything in the sky, his face was extremely ugly. It's still too late? Even if it stops now, it's useless. Ha ha ha. Ultimate Mahaz hugged his chest, spat out a mouthful of blood, sarcastically, if we die together, we are old rivals for a lifetime, so how can we go on the road alone? Taste? The supergiant slowly jumped up, jumped hundreds of meters high, and came to the front of a nuclear bomb. Is he going to block all the nuclear bombs? Haha. Ultimate Mahaz sneered. Call out? Who knows? The supergiant just pushed up a nuclear bomb and pushed the bomb high into the sky, and the sun appeared again. Shine on the supergiant. Why, just push one. Even if you want to help, you have to go to the end. What are you talking about? He's saving us. But he's Banco. Fearful voices sounded from humans one by one, and they debated each other, sarcastically, as if speaking louder would improve their courage. Taste. Look again, look at this sunshine, and you won't be able to see it in the future. Bangor gently placed a nuclear bomb at the back of the sky. He looked at the bright sunshine in the sky with infinite nostalgia. The corners of his mouth rose, revealing a very proud smile, and looked at Xiao Chen's building. Xiao Chen, we are not wrong. I will protect you, my family, everyone. Please also protect my family. I have no regrets. Taste? Next moment. At the fastest and most violent speed, the supergiant stopped the nuclear bombs one by one without hesitation and sent them to high altitudes. Because the nuclear bombs would still explode when activated, so after he sent them to high altitudes, he continued to push and push them with his huge body. To the universe? His figure. Gradually disappear? Ha ha ha. If you die, Tian Xiaoban will definitely die. Ultimate Mahaz wrapped his wounds, slowly no longer bleeding, his face was not so bad, and slowly walked towards the Galaxy Volunteer Army. Galactic Volunteers, I'm here to abolish you. Kill the most difficult Ultimate Superman first. Woo-oh, banga. Only the sound of countless human crying is left. But there are still people who don't buy it. The Eternal Warriors of the TNG organization and a group of people watched this scene happily. They didn't care about Bang's life or death, and when they saw this scene, they were still applauding, even thinking about how to help Mahaz and deal with the Galactic Volunteers together, so that they can find an errand. You guys, you can't go anywhere. At this time, a figure appeared in the base of the TNG organization. I will deal with you. The Eternal Warrior was stunned, and asked angrily, who are you? Me, Merc. A member of the Tianxing Union, a former friend of Tian Xiaoban. Yes, besides me, there are several people who have come to help. Everyone has the same meaning. But now, whoever dares to interfere will die directly. Liu Kei's voice just fell. Several figures walked slowly to his side. Them. 883 are unsung heroes. Boom, boom, finally, the nuclear bomb exploded. Even with the cosmic explosion on Earth, the Earth's sky burst into brilliant fireworks, the roar approaching the atmosphere, and was immediately spread across the sky by the air. Ultimate Mahaz showed a smile, listening to the sound of the explosion and was very happy. Spaceship, after the future Xiaoan taught Tian Xiaoan a sentence, fought side by side with her and defeated everyone, but was shocked by the bright light above the earth. In the future, Xiaoan seemed to think of something and became sad. In the building, Ultimate Superman, Tenny, and Psychic all fell there. The sound also came in through the gap in the steel. Very loud. SHHHHHH. Middle of the building. After a figure standing there heard the voice, a voice like a knife sounded. Outside. What happened? No, I don't know. The Ultimate Superman gritted his teeth and held back the pain. We can't move anymore. Your potential has been released. Remember, this potential release should not be maintained for too long. It will hurt the body. Understood. The voice was extremely calm, and he said softly, it is more durable than the ultimate evolution, and I know very well how to develop this ability. Cooldown time. 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Xiao Chen stood there. He felt the wonderful changes in his body, praised again and then looked at the Omnitrix on his wrist. The cooling time had recovered. Ultimate Superman, Psychic. Are you all right? Xiao Chen walked in front of the three and asked apologetically. Ultimate Superman wrapped his arms around his body and said with a wry smile, when I played against you, I released my potential so many times that I couldn't exercise vigorously for a few days. This thing also has side effects. Every time I transform, it takes 10 minutes, so I can release my potential for 10 minutes at most. Perhaps, this is why I can be full of energy. Xiao Chen said with a smile. He didn't even think about it. Omnitrix's transformation limit actually managed him in disguise. Okay, it's time for me to go out and have a look. Soft, how can I get out of here? Xiao Chen's voice sounded suspiciously. Outside. Bang bang bang. Ultimate Mahaz was covered in dark green blood, endured the severe pain, stepped across the houses, and slapped anyone who was not pleasing to the eye, instantly ruining the lives of countless people. Without Banji, you are just a bunch of lambs to be slaughtered. He happily enjoyed all this, and his murderous eyes fell on a high-rise building in the distance. That is the territory of the Galactic Volunteers. SHHHHHH. Ultimate Mohath strode to the Galactic Volunteers building. In a house. Mom, I'm so scared. It's okay, hide in my arms, don't be afraid. A bunch of mother and son huddled in the dark corner of the room, hugging each other tightly. They felt the floor start to tremble, and their mood was even more ambitious and nervous. Taste? Boom. Next second. The roof was suddenly thrown open, and a larger darkness came along with the bloody storm. Immediately. It was the scream of the house. Ultimate Mahaz slowly got up from the ruins of a house, and the mob smiled. I hate Tian Xiaoban the most when he was a child. Unfortunately, that Xiaoban was not killed by me. After venting emotions, he twisted his neck slightly, strode to the front of the building, swept his eyes, and instantly found the warehouse on the 4th floor. Inside, there are 3 powerful auras. Taste? Monument? Ultimate Mahaz stretched out his claws in an instant and ripped the wall of the 4th floor to shreds. His huge face occupied the entire hole, and his scarlet eyes looked inside. Megas. What is he? The Ultimate Superman, the supernatural power and others, looked at the Ultimate Magician in front of him in shock. I seem to have heard Banga and the others say this, but I forgot. Tanny bowed her head with a guilty conscience. You. The other two looked at Tenny, but suppressed their unhappiness. Now is not the time for infighting. Ultimate Mahaz showed a violent smile, squeezed a paw into the room, and found that the Galaxy Volunteer Army was not moving, and looked at him in fear. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect the 3 of you to train each other. All exhausted? God help me. No one can stop him. Boom, boom. In an instant, Ultimate Mahaz dropped everything in the hall on the 4th floor, wiped it in his hand, and shredded it violently. They've all turned into scum. He withdrew his wiping hands in anticipation, spread them out, and was dumbfounded. There are only broken cement and deformed steel on the palm, but there is no Ultimate Superman and their bones. Boom, boom. Far away, there were 3 soft sounds. Are you all right? An emerald figure slowly put the Ultimate Superman, Tenny, and Shenayatong on the ground, and asked with concern. What? When Ultimate Mahaz heard the voice, he turned around suddenly, his scarlet eyes suddenly widened, and he landed on the familiar figure. The figure of the Diamond God of War. We're fine. You should still care about that? That's the Ultimate Mahaz. The 3 Galaxy Volunteers urged nervously. The Diamond God of War turned a deaf ear, just turned his back to the Ultimate Mahaz, as if he was very calm. Proud warrior. I understand, it's the person from the parallel universe, and I'll kill you all together. Ultimate Mahaz strode to the front of the Diamond God of War, and slapped it down with a slap in the face, flattening the ground in that area. All 3 of the Galaxy Volunteers were shocked by the huge shock and flew out. When people in the distance saw this scene, they screamed. That is the last hope? Alone. Ultimate Mahaz looked ugly, turned his head a little bit, and looked at the figure on his shoulder. It seems that you are my last opponent. No, the Diamond God of War turned his right hand into a heavy hammer, raised his head slightly, and said almost proudly, I'm not here to be your opponent, I'm here to kill you. What? Detect check-in available objects, the Ultimate Mahaz from parallel universes. The host chooses to repel the army of the Ultimate Mahaz or kill the Ultimate Mahaz, and you can complete the sign-in. Boom. Next moment. The Diamond God of War swung the hammer brazenly. The heavy hammer seemed so insignificant compared to the body of the ultimate Mahaz, but with one blow, the ultimate Mahaz was spitting out blood, and he retreated several steps. Looking for death? At the same time as the ultimate Mahaz retreated, he gritted his teeth and stretched out his other hand to shoot the Diamond God of War on his shoulder. Boom! A building collapsed in an instant, all pressed on the body of the Diamond God of War, and the arm of the ultimate Mahaz. It was filled with terrifying muscles that swelled twice as much, and its speed and strength were far superior to those before, so much so that a slap in the face destroyed a high-rise building. Yes, it is the power form of the ultimate Mahaz, and he has always maintained a speed type. Although he was hit hard by Bangor, he was still so powerful. This is the tactic of Mahaz. He deliberately let the Diamond God of War come close, and used the power form to KO the Diamond God of War. The 3 members of the Galaxy Volunteer Army, experienced in hundreds of battles, saw this scene and instantly analyzed the failure factors of the Diamond God of War. Everyone was stunned. Taste? Boom! Ultimate Mahaz's arm returned to normal. He threw it several times hard, and looked at the collapsed building fiercely. Money is good. This is the price of underestimating my Mahaz? Boy! He turned around, looked at the Galaxy Volunteer Army in front of him, and waved his arms again. The cold and arrogant voice of the Diamond God of War penetrated from under the ruins again. Very powerful. You don't think you can solve me with one move, right? Ultimate Morpheus was startled. Immediately, without turning his head, he said with a sneer, "You can't get out. A building is pressing you down. Deal with the Galactic Volunteers first." Ultimate Mahaz raised the solace of his feet, stepped on the bodies of the 3 of them, and crushed them hard. The faces of the 3 of them changed suddenly, the sound of broken bones came, and Sheneatong's tentacles were about to be smashed. Uncle Taste? Boom! Suddenly, Ultimate Mahaz's expression became dull. He found that a dazzling blue light was reflected on the glass of the building in front of him. Look back. From the gaps in the collapsed building, a cold blue light like a blade seeps out, representing a majestic potential energy. The fragments of the collapsed ruins are scattered, and the blue light that spews out represents the incomparably terrifying potential energy. Finally, the ultimate Superman finally appeared. Looking at the sky-high light, he smiled with relief. Xiao Chen's potential was released. Potential release is a stunt unique to your Galactic Volunteers. Teach me, hurry up. Ultimate Mohath roars at Ultimate Superman beneath his feet. The Diamond God of War. There is an uneasy atmosphere coming from him. I won't give it to death. Ultimate Superman said resolutely and forcefully. Broken pieces. Among the ruins, countless pieces are constantly flying out, and there are many large pieces such as pillars, floors. An azure figure slowly walked out of the ruins. That light is a bit dazzling. Okay, what a holy feeling. This is a dark blue diamond. It's so beautiful. Countless people. Looking at the Diamond God of War at this moment, I was filled with emotion, and even had a feeling of being moved. Just because of the Diamond God of War after the potential is released. Handsome enough. Ultimate Mahaz's face changed abruptly, and he looked at the Diamond God of War over there in shock. Now, the Diamond God of War's azure blue diamond body turned into a deep blue diamond body, surrounded by a mysterious light, breath, and endless potential energy. I finally know why the skin color of every alien in Bangor is different from mine. Because those aliens have reached the limit of their individual race, or even surpassed the limit, and a new evolution has emerged, just like me. After the potential release, the Diamond God of War gently spread out his hands and muttered, "Ignore me." Ultimate Mahaz's face became more and more ugly. He looked down at Ultimate Superman and others, increased his strength, and was about to crush the 3. The Ultimate Superman screamed, blood oozing from his body. Call out. In an instant, a whirlwind blows ahead. Moved. Ultimate Mahaz looked forward nervously, but his face was stunned. Because of the front. Can't see the figure of the Diamond God of War? Boom! In a trance, the Diamond God of War seemed to move in an instant, appearing under the chin of the Ultimate Mahaz, and a pair of palms turned into bright crystals, hitting the body of the Ultimate Mahaz heavily. Puff. Taste? Ultimate Mahaz seemed to have been hit by a powerful train, and his huge body flew backwards in an instant. The Diamond God of War landed lightly, stretched out his hand slowly, and said to the Ultimate Superman below, "Everyone, are you alright?" "Fine." Ultimate Superman stretched out his palm and was barely pulled up by the Diamond God of War. Behind the two, is the rockery in the park that Ultimate Mahaz smashed and is collapsing. After pulling Tenny and Sheneatong up, the Diamond God of War unhurriedly stretched out his arm. His arm turned into a honeycomb-shaped gatling, and there was a violent storm facing the collapsed rockery. Bang bang bang! Everywhere the rockery was beaten were caves the size of a bowl or even a bucket, and the diamond flying knives disappeared into them. What? Ultimate Mahaz roared and got up. A pair of muscular and bloated arms were raised high, and the diamond flying knife was actually stuck on it, piercing the skin, but could not pierce it. Form of power. Oh. The Diamond God of War raised his eyebrows slightly, and in the face of such a situation, he even showed an interested smile. It seems that you still have a good fighting ability. Ultimate Mahaz breathed heavily, his eyes were scarlet. Boy, even if I get hurt, you can't win me? I'm very good at dealing with powerful enemies. The Diamond God of War shrugged his shoulders slightly. This, Xiao Chen's character, has become very slappy and high profile. The advantage of this character is that he has a stronger sense of combat, but the disadvantage is obvious. There is no way, his aliens are too strong and affect him. The 3 members of the Galaxy Volunteer Army looked at this scene with bitter expressions on their faces. Their apprentice was very unusual. Taste? Bang bang bang? Neither of them moved. The terrifying momentum is constantly colliding. In an instant, Ultimate Mahaz's arm muscles became firmer, and the diamond flying knives on it were all shaken out. Power form. The Diamond God of War murmured. Taste? Next moment, Ultimate Mahaz turned into an afterimage, appearing in front of the Diamond God of War at an incredible speed. A huge fist grabbed the Diamond God of War, the other hand grabbed a big truck, raised the two high, and then picked up a rock and smashed the truck's fuel tank. Boom! The explosion instantly drowned the body of the Diamond God of War. A series of actions. How fast? Die. The Diamond God of War fell from the smoke in an instant. The blue light all over his body did not dissipate in the slightest, and it was still so mysterious. It fell in front of the Ultimate Mahaz from the air, and a roundhouse kick kicked the Ultimate Mahaz so hard that he vomited blood. Boom! The Ultimate Mahaz did not forget to throw a heavy punch while following the test, blasting the Diamond God of War in midair. Taste? He pounced fiercely again. See this scene. The Galaxy Volunteers were all nervous, holding their hands tightly. Tanny was shocked. Morjath? What's the matter with Morjath? So powerful and fast. Ultimate Superman's face was solemn, and his eyes had a trace of unpleasantness. Mahaz, the power form and the speed form have been combined into one. What? The two looked sideways at the Ultimate Superman in disbelief, as if they were listening to the Arabian Nights. He chose the power form to strengthen his arms, the speed form to strengthen his legs, and maintain the fastest and strongest attack. Mahaz is stronger than the last time. Ultimate Superman said slowly, his face extremely difficult. Now, potential release of the Diamond God of War. It has fallen into a downturn? With his extremely fast speed, Ultimate Mahaz can suppress the power of the Diamond God of War with his muscular arms as long as he does not fall behind. Boom, boom, the Ultimate Mahaz punches the Diamond God of War back and forth again and again. Except, the Diamond God of War has a thorn in his right hand and a heavy hammer in his left hand, but he can also fight back fiercely, causing injuries on the body of Ultimate Mahaz, but for his huge size, the injuries are nothing. It just hurts a bit. I'm sure to win. Take this kid in 5 minutes, otherwise I'll be exhausted. The Ultimate Mahaz is full of confidence in his heart and frantically attacks the Diamond God of War. The mysterious aura of the Diamond God of War seemed to dissipate faintly as well, retreating step by step, and soon, he was hit on the street. In the street, all the pedestrians hiding in the house held their hands tightly, looked at the Diamond God of War who was repelled, and whispered, "What are you doing? What kind of alien hero is this? It's not as good as Banger." Only a few children looked at the Diamond God of War worriedly. It's going to hurt a lot, right? The retreating Diamond God of War. He didn't stop because of the residential area behind him. He needs to move back. Just some unimportant people. The Diamond God of War looked behind him lightly, but when he saw the children in several of his rooms, he was startled. Boom! His footsteps stopped unknowingly, his body was covered with spikes, and his arms turned into diamond hammers. Ultimate Mahaz took a few steps back and smiled instead of anger. Stopped? Then you are no longer my opponent? Boom! He approached the Diamond God of War in an instant, and a pair of huge fists turned into 10 pairs, or even dozens of double fists, swept across the entire body of the Diamond God of War. The figure of the Diamond God of War was unable to stand upright and did not retreat at all, because he knows there is no room for retreat. He is also a hero. Everyone in the Galaxy Volunteer Army watched this scene with a silent expression. In the end, they gave full marks to Xiao Chen's personality score after the strength score. But Xiao Chen fell. Who can still get on? Monument. One punch. Let the consciousness of the Diamond God of War gradually blur. He also seemed to have a tingling sensation on his body. Boom! Another punch. The vision in front of the Diamond God of War became pitch black, his body seemed to be leaning back, and the voices of the surrounding people became terrified. At the moment he fell. Monument. Not the sound of falling to the ground. It was a certain potential in his heart that was shattered in one fell swoop. The pain in the body dissipated like a tide, and the line of sight in front of him returned to normal, and even became a bit ferocious, and some kind of power called warrior blood flowed through the body. Haha, die. Ultimate Mahaz sarcastically raised his fist again and slammed into the Diamond God of War underneath, and countless people screamed. Taste? Boom! The moment Mohath retracted his fist, the Diamond God of War jumped up instantly, his eyes were burning with red light, and he punched with a force of 365 degrees, and finally slammed it into the jaws of Ultimate Mahaz like a hammer. Puff. This hammer. Ultimate Mahaz directly took off with blood, and there was a click sound from the entire chin, and his face was violently deformed. Kill? The Diamond God of War's eyes are blood red, in sharp contrast to the dark blue light on his body. At this moment, he seems to have reached the state of a perfect warrior. What's going on here? Shanae watched this scene with trembling. For flowers. Ultimate Superman was silent for a while and took a deep breath. Bango has no potential to release, because each of his aliens has released their potential to the extreme state. In the case of Xiao Chen, his Diamond God of War has potential. While releasing, reach the limit within the limit. That is to say, there is still a power in his body that they can't stimulate and bring their own. Combat bloodline, combat awareness, etc. covered by combat skills. Bang bang bang. The pear-like punch of the diamond god of war rainstorm swept out, instantly hitting the whole body of the ultimate Mahaz, and the ultimate Mahaz also fought back angrily, but the diamond god of war became more and more jealous, completely ignoring the pain, and beat the latter into fear. Yes, he Mohath is indeed cruel, but the opposite is so cruel that you are not afraid of pain. How to fight this? Diamond, the earth. The diamond god of war leaned down and dropped his palms onto the earth. Sizzle. Next moment, Ultimate Mahaz was shocked to find that the ground he was on, and even the ground within 100 meters, were all sealed by crystals, or in other words, they were all turned into dark blue crystals. This is your burial place. The diamond god of war looked at the ultimate Mahaz with a blank expression, and raised his palm lightly with arrogance in his arrogance. No. Ultimate Mahaz realized something, rushed towards the diamond god of war in fear, and stumbled. Mimi. The whole diamond land instantly highlights the diamond spikes. The diamond spikes are crisscrossed, with different shapes and infinite murderous intentions. Ultimate Mahaz's entire body froze. His whole body was covered with the diamond spikes, hanging upside down on it, like an ornament. Whoa. This killing blow also consumed the physical strength of the diamond god of war. He took a deep breath, his lungs were extremely tingling, uncomfortable, the ferocity faded, and the pain emerged. Monument. In the end, he also slowly collapsed to the ground. 100 million, it's over, it's really over. The passers-by looked at this scene blankly. Everyone burst into a tsunami-like sound of victory and cheers, but they remembered Banger for a while, and they all covered their faces and cried again. Bio. The pattern in front of the diamond god of war flickered. With a burst of green light, he changed back to Xiaochen. Xiaochen's hair was wet with sweat, and the whole person seemed to be pulled out of the water, lying on the crystal ground with his eyes closed quietly. This area, still the land of crystals. It can be seen that the power of this move is so powerful. 883. Bang bang bang. Passers-by, timid and curious, approached Xiaochen. When they saw Xiaochen's face, their pupils shrank suddenly, and they felt a little ashamed. Others picked up stones, picked up bricks, and threw them at the ultimate Mahaz who was nailed there, regardless of whether the other party was dead or not. Everyone, don't touch him. Rest well. There. The supernatural power, the ultimate Superman, and the others exchanged support, came to Xiao Yu weakly, carefully avoided all the spikes, and evacuated the crowd. They slowly took Xiaochen away. Shhhhhhh. When they were about to leave, suddenly there was a trace of light in the sky. Another enemy. Ultimate Superman looked badly. We are powerless to fight again. Call out. A beautiful shadow came into view, followed by a small figure. The future Xiaoan and Tian Xiaoan fell one after the other. Ultimate Superman's worried expression instantly dissipated, and he breathed a sigh of relief. It's you? How is Xiaochen? Tian Xiaoan hurriedly ran to Taini, who was holding Xiaochen. Tai and I sighed, some minor injuries, mainly due to being too tired, so I fainted. Unleashing potential is also quite depleting potential. What about the small classes? I mean, 2 small classes. In the future, Xiaoan asked solemnly, and Tian Xiaoan also looked at the Galaxy volunteers with anticipation. The 3 were puzzled. We don't know where he is. I am here. At this time, a weak voice came from a distance. Tian Xiaoban stumbled over. He held the reactor in front of him. The reactor was still leaking light and was slowly being repaired. Obviously, the situation was very bad. Xiaoban, are you okay? That's great. Tian Xiaoan was completely relieved and heaved a sigh of relief. Tian Xiaoban forced a smile. All right, I am Tian Xiaoban, the one who saves the world. Without me, you will be doomed. Dr. Dongwu was killed because of me detonating the lightning core. After all, the Dr. Dongwu he dealt with was already a boss-level Mahaz in the early stage. Lightning nuclear detonation. Tian Xiaoan looked at Tian Xiaoban in disbelief. Tian Xiaoban came over and explained the process one by one. In the end, he said helplessly, the Liguang nucleus has been scrapped, and I will take it out later. Just when I thought I was going to die, it was my grandfather who rushed into the explosion. Inside, protected me, took me out and let me lie there and auto-repair, and then he was gone. Grandpa Mark? Whether it is Xiaoan or the future Xiaoan, they all think of this extremely reliable old man, and they are filled with emotion. What about this cosmic class? Xiaoan said with a hint of hope in the future. Tian Xiaoban's eyes darkened. I'm sorry. I saw that he pushed away the missiles in order to block the missiles in the sky. There's nothing I can do, sorry. Including Xiaochen's battle, I didn't help either. He gave Xiaochen a complicated look, he was almost nervous at the time. Tian Xiaoan's expression was very sad, and she looked at the future Xiaoan, but the future Xiaoan touched her head in turn. Great, no one in your universe will be fine, you can go back safely. But in her universe, the thought of this made her very sad. Tian Xiaoan said, relax, at least, we have also saved the Earth. When we hit the spaceship, the red robot was going to use the spaceship to use high-tech, and we destroyed them all. Otherwise, the Earth is over. Her consolation made future Xiaoan smile with relief. While people are chatting, it was the familiar vehicle again, galloping from a distance and slowly stopping in front of everyone. Monument. The old broken car's driver's window rolled down, and the bearded future Mark smiled at Xiaoben and the others outside. Only his left hand is holding the steering wheel. The robotic arm on the right half is completely gone. Tian Xiaoben watched this scene with trembling. Grandpa Mark, your hand. In the future, Mark smiled and said, in order to protect you, it is also to protect me. Don't worry, the robotic arm has no pain for 4.5 sleeps, just change it. Thank you, Grandpa. You are a hero. Tian Xiaoben held up his hands and said with great emotion. Wrong? We are the heroes. Door, open. Ban Ji gracefully stepped down from above, showing a hearty smile at everyone, his eyes of approval not only directed at Tian Xiaoban, Tian Xiaoan and the others, but also towards Xiao Chen. Without anyone, the planet will be doomed. Class, small class. Everyone said in unison. Brother Bang just smiled lightly and waved at everyone. Get in the car, the crisis is over, let's have a good meal and talk about our experience. I can't squeeze in. Tenny couldn't squeeze into the old car, so she had no choice but to climb on the roof, so that she could ride with everyone. The car drove all the way back to the building of the Galaxy Volunteer Army. Everyone got off the car and went upstairs to the top floor. There was an open-air restaurant on the top floor. Except that Mark went to fix his arm. Everyone gathered here, eating a big meal and drinking a drink. Xiao Chen also woke up slowly, but his hands and feet couldn't move. After learning about Tian Xiaoben and Brother Bang's experience, he felt extremely thrilling. Tian Xiaoben blew himself up and was rescued by Mark Future. Bangor turned from a super giant into a superhero called Frog in the sky. He swallowed this huge amount of energy, blocked it with energy, and fell to the ground after exhausting his physical strength, just in time for Mark to drive the old broken car. Rescue 16 on time and on time. King all over the place. Future Mark? Xiao Chen felt extremely fortunate. All your teammates, none of them are pitted, all play perfectly, in order to create a situation where no one is injured. Xiao Chen, when you go back, remember me. Next time you come back, we must learn from each other. Brother Ban took the initiative to walk up to Xiao Chen, raised a glass of wine, and said with a smile, of course, I've had a drink. Because he was too young, Xiao Chen picked up a glass of juice and clinked with bang. In the future, Xiaoan chuckled, that's right, otherwise Xiao Chen will be scolded by Grandpa when he goes back. Let's beat whoever eats more. You are too rude. There, Tenny and Ultimate Superman grab big chunks of meat, stuff them like crazy, and start racing. Tian Xiaoben sat cross-legged on the ground, playing with the tablet of the future world, and resolutely browsed the release time of the golden version of all the violent sumo cards. Wow, this is a card I haven't released yet. It's so cool. Wow, this is a game that will be released in the future. It's amazing, now I know it all. Tian Xiaoben was very excited, shouting loudly. One person's voice overshadowed everyone. Tian Xiaoan held his chin, bit a straw, and looked to the side with an embarrassed face. I really can't stand him. With so much information, I still want to watch games. I should watch future papers and magic videos. At the party, the atmosphere of the crowd was harmonious and happy. Luke and the others are helping the city with the finishing touches, so they don't have to worry about it anymore. Quickly, putting on the new robotic arm, the sweaty future Mark walked to the top floor and put a brand new lightning core in Tian Xiaoben's hand. The power of this lightning core is the same as the one you exploded. Twice, keep it well. This is the last one. Thank you, Grandpa. Xiaoben nodded solemnly, held the lightning core, and watched Mark help him replace it in the future. Another 2 or 3 hours passed in the afternoon. Everyone went shopping, browsed the technology of the future world, and looked at the factory area. After they had fun, they came to the street where they encountered the strange magic wave. Enough to go back. If I don't go back, the grandpa over there will be worried. Future Xiaoan looked at the 3 children in front of him and said softly. Xiao Chen showed a smile and said, I hope to meet again in the future. Definitely, Xiao Chen. Be good over there, said Xiaoan in the future. Ultimate Superman waved his hand. Apprentice, there will be a period in the future. Yes, Master. Xiao Chen raised the volume, loudly, and solemnly responded to Ultimate Superman. Come on. Future Mark walked over and patted Xiao Chen on the shoulder. Tian Xiaoan asked everyone again about his degree and magic, and he was relieved. Only Tian Xiaoben, who was usually the most lively, lowered his head and said nothing, not even saying goodbye. Then, let's go. Future Xiaoan walked forward, his palms flashed with deep pink light waves, and he waved forward gently, showing a black hole. Do it all. Her magical aura was weakened by more than half, and her fighting ability was obviously reduced. Brother Ban, there will be an appointment in the future. Xiao Chen waved at Brother Ban. Next time we meet, I won't make it so easy for you. Brother Bang put his hands on his hips and smiled. Whatever you want. Taste? Xiao Chen walked in. Tian Xiaoan also walked in. At last. 883. Tian Xiaoben walked slowly to the black hole, still with his back to the crowd, Zhang, but did not say anything. Let's go, or I won't be able to hold it anymore. Future Xiaoan frowned slightly, his body bent slightly, and said quickly, Grandpa, everyone, take care. Tian Xiaoben raised his head, shouted, and rushed into the black hole, leaving only a crystal tear. Taste. The black hole disappeared in an instant. Future Mark looked at him like that and showed a full smile. In the space-time tunnel, When Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoan asked why Tian Xiaoban didn't speak, Tian Xiaoban replied in that way. When I was shopping, I saw the introduction about Grandpa's mechanical arm, the most advanced individual weapon. The control degree can reach 100%, and even the pain nerve connection is real, and it is guaranteed to be the same as a human hand. This moment, Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoan were also stunned. A kind and strong warrior quietly erected an image in their hearts. Shhhhhhh. The time tunnel is still going on. Xiao Chen checked the system, and the system has already dialed the next sign-in. Xiao Chen, by the way, your potential release is so handsome. Tian Xiaoban looked at Xiao Chen on the side and asked enthusiastically, which is more powerful, potential release or ultimate evolution? Xiao Chen was stunned and fell into contemplation. Which is more powerful? If you are asking about pure combat strength, it must be the ultimate evolution. The ultimate evolution is to put my aliens in an extremely cruel environment and evolve a million years. Conservatively, the ultimate evolution of aliens is 10 times stronger. This is the most conservative estimate. Like his ultimate evolutionary frozen lizard, that is Maha's in an instant, definitely more than 10 times. And the potential release is equivalent to raising my alien combat ability to the peak level, about 2 or 3 times stronger. However, the potential release will only consume a lot of physical strength. Xiao Chen said with a smile. Better than ultimate evolution. I heard that the ultimate evolution is used too much, and it will even make aliens have self-awareness? That's a bad thing. He absolutely would not allow such a situation to occur on his side. Xiaoan, where's your magic? Tian Xiaoban then looked at Tian Xiaoan again. Tian Xiaoan said, the future me, helped me improve my magic skills, so that I can increase my magic power faster. In addition, she also taught me the spell to open the time-space tunnel. What? Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoban are both dumbfounded? Tian Xiaoan smiled helplessly. However, let's not think about time and space adventures. She said that according to my current magical power, it is not enough to support time and space travel. It will be possible in the future. Xiao Chen said expectantly. The voice just fell. The tunnel in front of everyone collapsed into endless white light, followed by a soft whirlwind hugging their bodies. Xiao Chen opened his eyes. That is beautiful grass. The old car was parked there. Mark leaned helplessly on the side of the car and said, I guessed it, you guys will definitely come back from the danger. Are you taken to the universe by some aliens, or what? The future of the world. Xiao Chen walked in front of Mark and started talking non-stop. Tian Xiaoban took over the conversation. He was obviously more interested in this matter and wanted to tell Grandpa Mark about it. When everyone is done talking, Mark's face was inconceivable. Parallel universes really exist, and you are so directly exposed to parallel universes. Xiao Chen looked at the crowd and thought to himself. He had been to a parallel universe by himself before. That's really bad. But, if he can make good use of it, Xiao Chen may be able to greatly improve his strength. Just by winning several sign-in rewards in the parallel universe, he has gained a lot from this trip. Not to mention the unexpected joy potential unleashed. If I hold the Excalibur in my hand, what will happen if I unlock my potential? Xiao Chen suddenly thought of this and became excited. He immediately walked to the old broken car and found the Excalibur that he forgot to bring to the parallel universe. Boom! He holds the Excalibur sword in his hand. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and walked out of the old broken car. Xiao Chen, take this divine sword, you have to be careful. Seeing this, Mark's face changed slightly, reminding him. Xiao Chen nodded heavily, and urged Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoan, Xiaoan, you two are optimistic about me. If I was really controlled by the Excalibur, we will kill relatives righteously and deal with you. Tian Xiaoban said with grief and indignation. Xiao Chen was stunned, and a few black lines popped out on his forehead. No, you can just interrupt the hand I'm holding the Excalibur. Why do you want to get rid of me? Late? There is another way. Tian Xiaoban and the others suddenly realized. This made Xiao Chen look at everyone with some fear. Then, let's begin. Gossip time is over. Xiao Chen clenched the Ectowa divine sword tightly in both hands, took a deep breath, and stabbed the front hard, absorbing the power of the Ectowa divine sword tile unpreparedly. Shhhhhhh. In an instant, a wave of terrifying power fluctuations poured into every part of Xiao Chen's body, making his power, money is good, far beyond that of ordinary people. Mark, Tian Xiaoban, and others looked at him, frowning tightly. From the surface, Xiao Chen hardly changed. Octopus collapse? Xiao Chen suddenly turned his head to look into the distance, and swung his fist heavily towards that direction. Boom! His heavy punch turned out to be a huge punching wind, flattening a large number of grass roots, causing a large area of Uncle Flat Earth. Power is terrifying. Okay, so scary. This punch will bend even steel. Although it is not comparable to the power of the four-handed overlord, it is quite terrifying. Tian Xiaoban, Tian Xiaoan, and Mark were all amazed. Then, go on. Xiao Chen held the Excalibur sword in his hand, feeling the surging power in his body, took a deep breath, and tried to release his body's potential. But, although his face was twisted, he gritted his teeth and tried his best to stimulate the potential in his body. Still to no avail. It's just that the grassroots that are broken around are floating gently. Looking at this constipation-like scene, Tian Xiaoban teased, Xiao Chen, are you going to transform into a Super Saiyan? Actually, that big crocodile can be considered to become a super big crocodile. After all, it all depends on anger to become stronger. Tian Xiaoan also followed. Wrong? Xiao Chen's Excalibur fell, stabbed into the grass, gasping for breath. It's not the problem with the Excalibur, it's my problem. Although my body has drunk the gene potion, it has also been damaged by Excalibur. The divine sword has been strengthened, but compared to those powerful aliens, it is still a little worse. I still need to let go. Done. His expression became firm, and he slowly closed his eyes, no longer resisting the invasion of evil thoughts from the Excalibur. Excalibur? Taste? AI 883 Kakuwa divine sword began to flicker with bursts of demonic energy. It was a faint purple demonic energy, crazy killing intent. The mob poured into Xiao Chen's mind, and even the strength of the body began to skyrocket. His demon bloodline seemed to be awakened. The rules of the Excalibur are, actively mobilizing the sword energy will make the magic attack, or let go of it passively, allowing the Excalibur to invade oneself, and the demon will soon come. This demonic nature is like activating the demonic bloodline in Xiao Chen's body. The deeper you are eroded, the more your bloodline is awakened, and the stronger your strength will be. One day, people will become a devil. Like Banji in a parallel universe a few years later, the ontology is also extremely powerful. Kill? Xiao Chen opened his eyes, his body was full of murderous aura, his blood was flowing with the murderous thoughts of the devil, holding the Excalibur sword in his hand. He was majestic? He felt it. The potential within yourself. It's about to explode. It is the blood of the devil, with the potential of the earth's body? Potential, release. With Xiao Chen growled. Mark, Tian Xiaoban, and Tian Xiaoan, the three of them took a few steps back, looking at what was happening ahead in disbelief. I saw Xiao Chen flickering with strange purple rays of light, and the substantial rays of light enveloped his whole body like a shockwave, like a living devil. Oddly enough, his eyes actually recovered his calmness, but his strength was several times stronger than before. Already, no worse than aliens. It worked, folks. Xiao Chen turned around and looked at Tian Xiaoban and the others, showing a smile that he thought was warm. But who knows? The faces of the three people on the opposite side turned pale instantly, and all of them looked at Xiao Chen as if they were facing a great enemy. Why, so nervous? Xiao Chen looked at the three of them puzzled. Mark took a deep breath and said, Xiao Chen, your aura is so terrifying, I can't help but get nervous. Momentum. Xiao Chen was stunned and suddenly woke up. His current situation is, not to mention all the power of the demon god of the Excalibur. Excalibur was stimulated, but most of the power was also stimulated. Because this is the power brought about by the potential release, Xiao Chen is not directly controlled by the devil, and can also enjoy the power of the devil. BGEF? It's like saying, every time Xiao Chen borrows this power, it is equivalent to going to a small dark room. There is an administrator in the small dark room. Lock him in, and the consciousness that belongs to him is closed. Unleashed potential. Just let Xiao Chen go around to the back door, skip the administrator level and gain power directly. Nature is not affected by magic. Your light is a bit similar to black magic. Tian Xiaoan said aside. Xiao Chen clenched his fist slightly. He only felt that the temperature of his palm was terribly cold. Excalibur, black magic. These must be related, but we don't know. Xiao Chen, in your state, have you thought of a name? Tian Xiaoban asked very serious questions. Huh? Name? Xiao Chen looked puzzled. Tian Xiaoban nodded heavily. I can't just call it the release of potential, right? That's too poor, so I'll just call it devil mode. Well, it's called demon god mode. Xiao Chen was silent for a while, and nodded slightly, but there was still a little bit of approval in his heart. Light on him. Really arrogant? Taste? Next, Xiao Chen took off, swung his sword, defended, used his sword chi, and even flew with his sword. He tried every trick. In the demon god mode, he can be called a polygonal warrior, not bad in every aspect, coupled with his calmness, it is a perfect match. However, this situation did not last long. After 2 minutes, taste? Boom? Xiao Chen was a real man for 2 minutes, and then the light all over his body suddenly dissipated, and he fell to the ground, unable to move. Xiao Chen? Mark, Tian Xiaoan, and others rushed to his side one by one, worried. Xiao Chen forced a smile on his face, and said helplessly, I'm sorry, I forgot that there is a time limit for the release of potential. Moreover, the release of potential in the human state seems to consume more. My demon mode lasts 2 or 3 minutes at most. It's better than nothing, you should have a good rest today. Mark carried Xiao Chen on his back, comforted him, and sent it to the old broken car. Anyway, Xiao Chen developed a new battle mode today. Absolutely in his favor. Xiao Chen lying on the old and broken lathe didn't go to sleep directly. The demon god mode is a bold challenge for him to the Excalibur and his own demon god bloodline. He combined the skills he mastered in the future with the things in this universe to create a chemical reaction. Then, if Xiaoan's time-space magic power is really mastered, I can go to the major parallel universes, kill every Mahaz, and gain more power. Xiao Chen planned everything in his heart, and his eyes flashed with rays of light. For these Mahaz, a Maha is not scary. What is scary is a Justice League. When I travel through parallel universes, I can still build your own alliance. The priority is who to find to cast this time and space magic. You know, Tian Xiaoan doesn't have enough power. Perhaps, that person can, but she definitely won't cooperate with me. Forget it, have to try it? Xiao Chen muttered to himself, his eyes slowly closed, and he fell asleep peacefully. Wait for him to wake up. It is already night. Everyone was on the grass, blowing the wind, and eating a self-service barbecue. Not to mention, Grandpa's weird dishes tasted very good after being grilled and seasoned. After they were full, everyone else went to sleep. Xiao Chen, who was tossing and turning, really couldn't sleep. He quietly got up, looked at Mark who was sleeping with a guilty conscience, and then secretly opened Tian Xiaowen's laptop. Damn, Xiaowen's laptop didn't turn off, just opened the lid of the laptop, and the screen came out bright. Xiao Chen shuddered immediately and quickly closed the notebook. He looked back at the sleeping Mark several times before patting his chest and feeling relieved. Why does it feel the same as in my previous life, secretly playing on the computer while my parents were not paying attention, but I'm doing it for justice. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, grabbed his laptop, and walked to the driver's seat. In the driver's seat, place the computer on your lap. Open and search the web. Curse witch. A photo of me and the evil witch. The cursed witch has escaped. The person taking the photo was cast by the evil witch with black magic and had diarrhea 18 times a day. First row. It was actually different people punching in the ice sculpture of the evil witch. Obviously, Xian was not photographed, mainly because the evil curse witch has a good appearance, and has long white hair and purple pupils, like a princess in a fairy tale, and was sealed in an ice sculpture, which naturally attracted many people. Second line. It was the news that the cursed witch had escaped from prison. As for the third row, it is the cry of the first row of people taking pictures. He was under the black magic of the evil witch. Diarrhea every day. The witch of evil curse, escaped. Damn, if she kills someone, I will kill her without hesitation. But she didn't do anything except collect black magic and grab black magic props. Extraordinary thing. Sin is not to die for. Xiao Chen rubbed his temples with a headache. He actually wanted such a person to master time and space magic and take him through time? Ugh. The risk is simply too great. Xiao Chen, who couldn't sleep, searched various posts on the online forum to see the excitement. Help post, I saw a wolf in the wild, what should I do? Pretend to be dead. Run to the tree. Yell at the wolf to make you stronger than the wolf and scare the wolf away. For flowers. These are not important, the important thing is that the wolf walked straight, can you understand? Haha, the level of the landlord's horror stories is too low, why don't you say it's a wolf-headed man walking in? He saw many posts asking for help, and the experiences he said were quite absurd and bizarre. The wolves that can walk may be real. Count, this one said that he saw a mummy? Most of the robots should be solved by Tianhui, and some were solved by me, and the rest should not be solved. Xiao Chen looked at these posts and opened his eyes. Before he knew it, he brushed until 11 o'clock in the evening. Cough cough. At this time, the sound of Mark's cough came from behind Chen's back. His whole body froze, and his face became frightened. Yai. He originally wanted to talk about Grandpa, but because he was nervous and said the wrong thing, he accidentally linked up. Mark crossed his arms and shoulders with a serious face. Xiao Chen, when did you get into the habit of staying up late to play with the computer? Go to bed. Under the strict request of grandfather, Xiao Chen obediently got up, put away Tian Xiaowen's computer, and then lay on the bed and began to rest. The old broken car soon fell into silence. On the lawn not far away, taste. A shadow appeared in the darkness. Even at night, we can't be sure if Xiao Chen and the others were on guard. We'd better wait for the day, when I do something during the day, and then think of a way to let Xiao Chen taste my new black magic. The bright moonlight reflected on the girl's long hair, which was quite beautiful. 100 million. This is the second day. The old broken car faces the early morning and drives towards the new city, carrying hope and the prospect of tomorrow. I think Xiaowen will like that city very much, Mark said from the driver's seat. Hearing this, Tian Xiaoben's look of anticipation immediately collapsed. What? What kind of famous school does the stupid cousin like? No, Grandpa. It may also be about magic. Tian Xiaoben, do you think I can only read books now? Tian Xiaowen leaned on the chair and gently lifted a finger. Tian Xiaoben's clothes were pulled up, and the whole person floated up gently. Tian Xiaoben waved his limbs. You have to rely on it. I haven't transformed. You will do it. There is a 883 thing waiting for me to transform. Tian Xiaowen said appropriately. Do you think I'm stupid? Under the strife of the two, the old broken car drove to the new town. This kid. It is called Langsha Town. The town is not as prosperous as the big city, but it is full of human fireworks. The surrounding buildings are still built by the townspeople many years ago. And in the town, at this time, an event was being held, which was quite lively, and people were constantly strewing various shops. Grandpa, why every time we go to a new place, there happens to be a fun and non-repetitive performance there? Xiao Chen asked curiously. Mark slowed down the speed of the old car and said with a smile, of course it's because Grandpa, I've already stepped on it, and where we will go every day, there must be something interesting in that place, so that you can live your summer vacation. Full taste. The old car stopped slowly. It's here. Mark leaned his elbows on the car window and pointed to the shop next to him comfortably. What's that place? Tian Xiaoben looked puzzled. Xiao Chen came to the front of the IQ divine sword and gently held the cold magic sword. The magic sword disappeared from his hand with a taste. This is the power of another dimension. He now has a higher level of control over the Excalibur. He can take this divine sword into a different dimension, and only he can open it. With a divine sword, it can be considered to be prepared. Then, he and Tianzioben and the others got out of the car and came to the store, and he was surprised to find that the store was selling medieval clothes. On this street, they saw someone traveling in a carriage and wearing a dress, also saw someone wearing magician robes. It feels like being in the Middle Ages. Xiao Chen couldn't help showing a surprised expression. It's really interesting here. Let's go. Let's see what's interesting inside. Tianzioben couldn't wait to walk into the store, as did Xiao Chen and Tianziowen. 3 people. They all walked out in Puritan clothing. It fits the vibe here. I think that medieval knight's armor is the most handsome. It's a pity. Tianzioben was still secretly regretting that he bought the wrong clothes. Boom, boom, sudden, there was an explosion from a building opposite, and a fire suddenly ignited. Many pedestrians saw this scene, screamed, helped, and fled. Put out the fire. Xiao Chen twitched the corners of his mouth and said to the 2 beside him, "Let me do it." Tianzioben volunteered to pat the reactor on his chest, and he was instantly enveloped by the steel armor developed by nanotechnology. The steel battlesuit has been completely restored, and arcs are flashing all the time. Taste? Boom! In a blink, Tianzioben rushed into the sea of fire and began to save people one by one. Xiao Chen stood there easily, put his hands in his pockets, and said with ease, "It's totally fine for Zioben to handle these emergencies by himself." Yeah. Tianziowen smiled and said. Not far from the 2, a girl hid behind the wall, occasionally peeking at Xiao Chen and Tianziowen with half of her face out, unknowingly thinking she was a voyeur. The first person to support Tianzioben, the old man, was also on the broken car. The Witch of Evil Curse murmured composurely, only Xiao Chen in her eyes, only that nasty ghost is left, and Tianziowen is outside. As long as Tianziowen is removed, I will be done. Taste? Say it. She slowly picked up her jade hand, aimed it at Tianziowen's body, and suddenly gathered a purple magic shock wave. Call out? The magic shock wave was not strong, it was just a tentative move that flew over with dazzling light. Boom! Tianziowen waved her palm lightly, the magic pendant exerted force, her palm was actually carrying a gust of arrogance, bounced off the shock wave, and blasted it to the wall not far away. There's a big hole in the wall? What happened? Xiao Chen frowned, looked at the witch's hiding place, raised his footsteps and walked over there. Tianziowen stepped in front of him quickly, with a serious face. Xiao Chen. There must be some dark demon 4.5 mage playing tricks, I'll take a look. Xiao Chen struggled for 2 seconds before he stopped and warned, be careful, it may also be a witch. Haha, the evil witch is still in prison. After Tianziowen said something nonchalantly, he strode towards the evil witch. Taste. When she came to the corner. But there is no shadow of the evil witch. Where is it? Tianziowen frowned and began to look for the figure of the evil witch. On the roof of this store. The evil curse witch stood there, looked at Tianziowen's back coldly and proudly, and looked at Xiao Chen over there with a little scorching heat. Taste. The evil curse witch's pair of jade hands flickered with bursts of light, it was the light of black magic, and a purple protective shield quickly condensed beside her. Shhhhhhh. A burst of magic breath flowed out. Huh? Something's wrong. Tianziowen walked around the corner and walked about a dozen meters away, then stopped and ran towards Xiao Chen with a loving brow. Xiao Chen, your power belongs to me. The Witch of Evil Curse raised her jade hand high, gave a coquettish shout, and aimed at Xiao Chen's position. Call out? A rugby-like magic ball gathered in front of her palms, spinning at high speed towards Xiao Chen below. There's always a weird feeling. Xiao Chen muttered to himself, and halfway through, he suddenly raised his head to look at the flying magic ball. With a palm, the Excalibur appeared in the palm of his hand. Taste? He wielded the Excalibur sword, releasing bursts of deep purple sword energy, the sword energy mixed with demonic energy, rippling toward the surroundings like ripples. The evil cursed witch was startled and looked at the Excalibur sword. What is this? And on this weapon, I can feel a huge amount of waste gas, evil thoughts. Boom! In an instant, the sword energy of the Excalibur touched the magic ball, and it directly shook the falling magic ball out and flew in another direction. Before it was over, the diffused sword energy finally landed on the door of the store, the glass door cracked, and a large amount of ash was shaken out of the wall. Hoo-hoo! Xiao Chen held the Excalibur sword in one hand and stabbed it on the ground. His eyes were a little violent, he was forcibly holding back his demonic manipulation. You can't directly unlock the potential to release it. That demon god mode is for special situations. If you don't hit, then come again. Seeing this, the evil curse witch raised her hands again, ready to cast black magic. It's just that her palms were raised, but she couldn't condense the slightest mana. She suddenly reacted and looked in the direction where the magic ball was flying. Tianziowen stood there impressively. She also has a magic shield of the same style as the evil cursed witch, and there is a beam of light connected between the 2 magic shields, which looks amazing. Tianziowen's palms flashed pink as he slapped the protective shield. What the hell is this place? The evil curse witch only felt that the world was spinning, and she put her hand on her forehead. My god, what shouldn't fall on her must be interrupted quickly. Scare? However, Tianziowen followed the beam of light and saw the witch of the curse on the roof. With a wave of his hand, a pink energy light wave flew over. The Witch of the Curse, look at the trick. You're annoying? The Witch of Evil Curses raised her brows in love, and spread her hands as well, gathering even more terrifying black magic, instantly swallowing Tian Xiaowen's magical power, and continuing to fly towards Tian Xiaowen. Look at this trick. The magic pendant on Tian Xiaowen's chest began to flicker, she no longer kept it, and bursts of brilliance flashed in her eyes. Bang bang bang! The two women are like sniping in the middle of the door. You click, I release the magic ball. The difference is, Tian Xiaowen's style of play was quite aggressive, and he kept attacking the Evil Curse Witch regardless of the magic palm that wrapped him. The Witch of Evil Curse looked at Xiao Chen with concern from time to time, not daring to go all out, for fear that she would be attacked by both sides. Although, Xiao Chen just got rid of the magic of the Excalibur. The blood of the demon god is like a double-edged sword. While giving me huge potential, it also makes my personality easy to become extreme. Fortunately, I hold back. Xiao Chen said happily, looking up and seeing the evil cursed witch, looked at the other side again. It was Tian Xiaowen. He realized something instantly. The evil witch came out, and she followed them all the time, and even performed an unprecedented black magic. Call out? Xiao Chen raised his right wrist. Xiao Chen, don't. Tian Xiaowen over there interrupted Xiao Chen and said unswervingly, let me deal with the enemy in magic. This. Xiao Chen hesitated for a moment. Okay, there are flaws. At this time, the Witch of Evil Curse took advantage of the gap between her words and squeezed her right hand lightly, and the oval energy ball compressed into an arrow-like energy body, hitting Tian Xiaowen at high speed. Boom! 883. Tian Xiaowen was hit by black magic, and his body fell to the ground, but his hands were still stubbornly waving, and a dazzling energy light also gathered. Not so much an attack. Not to mention restraint. Call out? The evil cursed witch's beautiful eyes closed instantly, being stimulated by the dazzling light. She felt uncomfortable. One of the two women fell to the ground, and the other's eyes were closed, as if they were not in a good state. It's time to help. Xiao Chen's expression became firm, holding the Excalibur divine sword tightly, preparing to move forward. Taste? At this time, the two protective shields flashed dazzling light at the same time, causing Xiao Chen to raise the sword body to cover his face, and the terrifying light was cut by the sword body and bypassed Xiao Chen's surroundings? What happened? When the light slowly dissipated, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. The shield is gone. The evil witch and Tian Xiaowen both collapsed to the ground and fainted, as if they had perished together. Oh, well, it hurts. Tian Xiaowen woke up first. She was half sitting on the ground, rubbing her hair and screaming in pain. Xiao Chen hurriedly walked to Tian Xiaowen, stretched out his palm with concern, and grabbed Tian Xiaowen's jade hand. It's okay, Xiaowen, I'll help you up. What? Tian Xiaowen retracted his hand in shock, and looked at Xiao Chen in front of him somewhat unaccustomedly. Xiao Chen's expression became strange. Tian Xiaowen realized something, smiled embarrassingly, and stood up. I'm sorry, I thought it was the evil witch, that bad guy, who caught me. No, it's fine. You don't feel any discomfort right now, do you? Like being possessed by black magic or something? Xiao Chen walked around Tian Xiaowen and was relieved to see that there was no obvious trauma on her body. Such long-lost care. But it made Tian Xiaowen a little weird. She was stunned for a while, then nodded and said, it's okay, let's hurry up and send the evil witch to prison. People like her are too dangerous. Yes. Xiao Chen didn't think much. After nodding and agreeing, he walked in front of the Witch of Evil spell, looked around, took out a rope from a hardware store, and tied the witch's hands and wrists together. In this way, the magician can't just cast spells. He thought to himself. Taste. The Witch of Evil Curse suddenly woke up and moved her hands subconsciously, but the rope locked her wrist tightly. You can't use magic, Witch of Evil Curses. Xiao Chen raised his chin slightly, looked at the evil witch who was struggling in front of him, and said lightly, if you were at peace, maybe you wouldn't be caught so easily by me. Xiao Chen, I'm not a witch of evil spells. The Witch of Evil Curse looked at Xiao Chen's side and hurriedly shouted. What is she saying weird? Xiao Chen looked at the evil witch in front of him with a puzzled expression, as if thinking about her meaning. Taste? Boom! A pink energy bullet passed Xiao Chen's side in an instant, and the light stabbed his eyes a little in an instant. The energy bomb flew in front of the Witch of the Curse, and the shockwave of the explosion spread with the smoke, covering the figure and even the voice of the Witch of the Curse. Xiaowen you. Xiao Chen turned his head in astonishment and looked at Tian Xiaowen who raised his palm over there. In his impression, Xiaowen is not so easy to play heavy hands. Facing Xiao Chen's astonishment, Tian Xiaowen just smiled lightly and shrugged his shoulders. Xiao Chen, we can't be too soft-hearted at this critical moment. She will definitely be honest after taking this lesson. Xiao Chen hesitantly looked at the figure in the smoke behind him, but walked in front of Tian Xiaowen. Let's find a place to hide, so as not to get into trouble. Tian Xiaowen nodded lightly, and just wanted to step into the old car, but Meng Yu hugged her jade hand and walked directly into the shop beside him. Quickly. Whoa. The sound of a police car came from afar, and the special police who heard the news surrounded the witches with evil curses, and did not dare to escort the latter to the car carelessly for a moment. Others watched this scene in disbelief. They simply could not imagine that this person who looked like a weak woman was actually a witch with magic. Let go of me, I was wronged, let me go. Like all villains, the Witch of Evil Curses shouted innocence loudly, her eyes were full of grievances. As the police car went away, her voice also drifted away and disappeared without a trace. In the store, Tian Xiaoan listened to everything outside and wanted to go out, but Xiao Chen held her jade hand gently. Tian Xiaoan Wang looked at Xiao Chen uneasy, she instinctively wanted to refuse, but she didn't dare. Xiaoan, did he often hold hands with Xiao Chen before? Should I go? The evil witch in Tian Xiaoan's heart is constantly thinking about the unprecedented tension. This is the first time she has been held for such a long time when she grows up. The reason why he put it on was because he was afraid that Xiao Chen would see something wrong. More than a minute passed. Xiao Chen took back his sweaty palms and said nonchalantly, Xiao Wen, we can go. Tian Xiaoan nodded hesitantly, his face looked to the side casually, and blushing rose. She followed Xiao Chen slowly and walked out of the store. The two of you can get in the car. Mark's old broken car was driving on the side of the road. He turned off the car, and nodded at the two people below. And me. At this time. Good money, monument. Tian Xiaoban, who arrived late, flew out from the fire scene in the distance and landed on the road in a dashing manner. Taking advantage of no one around, he lifted his steel suit and transformed himself. The three walked up to the old broken car uncle together. Well, I want to go to the toilet. Tian Xiaoan pointed to the toilet over there with the toilet door closed, and smiled awkwardly. Mark said apologetically, Xiaoan, I'm sorry, the toilet is closed today. Why don't you go out and find a public toilet? Forget it. Tian Xiaoan was stunned, looked at the three people beside him, and said awkwardly, then let's continue to go to the next scenic spot. Mark shook his head and stepped on the accelerator lightly. Call out? Tian Xiaoan sat in the old broken car and felt a rare comfort, but her eyes were secretly looking at Xiao Chen from time to time. The old broken car went smoothly all the way, from the street, the road, and then to a wasteland area, driving slowly and slowly. Hungry, eat something and drink some water. And Xiao Chen was very concerned about bringing water and food in front of Tian Xiaoan, so that she could not rest for a moment. While thanking Tian Xiaoan, he complained secretly in his heart, don't give it to me again, I can't use magic anymore. Grandpa, where are you? Xiao Chen looked at Mark who was beside him and asked. In a no man's land, the scenery here is very good, and there are no people. Mark said casually. Okay. Xiao Chen suddenly woke up, his eyes narrowed slightly. As predicted, Grandpa drove after him before, and sure enough, he did something? Otherwise, according to the original plan, their old broken cars would never be driven in these 900 miles. No man's land? Cool feeling. Tian Xiaoban said excitedly. Boom! Suddenly, Xiao Chen raised his wrist and slapped it hard, and the flashing star appeared in place. Tian Xiaoan seemed to realize something, and hurriedly threw the things in his hands, ready to start. Taste? Click. In an instant, Twinkle Star's claws grabbed her hand, and his tail turned into a blue arc. With one click, 2 clicks, he caught what Tian Xiaoan threw out in an instant, and it was neat and tidy. Put it all together on the table? Just a second. Tian Xiaoan found himself caught by the flash star and couldn't move. That strength is the difference between the room and the breath. Make her realize the reality. Xiao Wen. Flash star narrowed his eyes slightly. Tian Xiaoban watched this scene in shock. What's going on? Did it happen? Scare? The old car stopped slowly. Mark leaned back on the chair with relief. It seems that Xiao Chen and I have a good tacit understanding, and both of us have some doubts. You, what are you doing? Tian Xiaoan smiled shyly, looking at the domineering flashing star in front of him. He kept twisting his wrists, but he couldn't get away. The flashing star showed a smile and said word by word, it's like this, Xiao Wen, don't blame me. When the evil witch fell before, she said she was not the evil witch. You are right. She made a move, and neither of you fit your character. I heard that too. I was suspicious at the time. Mark followed suit. Tian Xiaoan had a stunned expression on his face, just because of 2 random things? Are you crazy? She felt unreasonable. Flash Star nodded heavily, her tail wrapped around Tian Xiaoan's body, lifted the ladder up, and controlled her strength so as not to hurt her. We have encountered aliens who can disguise themselves as humans before. People, take precautions, it's always good. However, the evil witch is not here. Do you want to take me to prison? I am your sister. Tian Xiaoan sold miserably. Tian Xiaoban suddenly showed a smile. Okay, she is definitely not Xiaoan. If it was Xiaoan, she would never beg for mercy in such a rude way. Now even the small class can see it. I am Tian Xiaoan. At this time, the toilet door was pushed open, and the evil cursed witch slowly walked out from inside, looking unhappy. Seeing this, except for Mark, everyone else looked surprised, but the flashing star had an unexpected and reasonable look. As early as he heard Mark say that the toilet was broken, he had guessed that someone was inside. You, why are you here? Tian Xiaoan looked incredible. Mark said, after Xiao Chen pulled you to that store, I immediately accelerated to keep up with the Witch of the Curse, used the name of the Tiangong to get the witch back, and let her hide in the toilet, and then stopped at that. Yes, but you have no chance to communicate. Tian Xiaoan still looked at the people in front of him in disbelief. Even Tian Xiaoban and the evil cursed witch are confused? Mark and Flash Star looked at each other and smiled. This postgraduate entrance examination is the tacit understanding of the grandfather and grandson. Xiao Chen decided that with Mark's personality, it was impossible to let the Witch of Evil spell go so carelessly, so he held back the Witch of Evil curse, and Mark's words the toilet was blocked also asked Xiao Chen to help cover one of Mark's last words, no man's land. It even hinted that Xiao Chen could do it. Mark gave Xiao Chen a thumbs up. Xiao Chen, with your intelligence and reaction speed, can you be a qualified plumber? After receiving praise from Grandpa, Flash Star was quite modest and smiled. Really? My goal is to become an excellent plumber like you, Grandpa? Hey, can you stop talking? The Witch of Evil Curse, Tian Xiaowen, and Tian Xiaoben, the three of them put on an unlovable gesture at the same time, and said in unison, "Cough cough." Flash Star coughed twice, and his sharp eyes looked at the witch who was bound by the curse. Is there anything else to quibble about? The Witch of the Curse was silent for a while, and then the corners of her mouth raised. Yes, I am the Witch of the Curse, and Tian Xiaowen and I have changed bodies. How about it? The evil witch is no longer pretending. She had a showdown. What? Xiaowen is an evil witch? What's going on? Tian Xiaoben was the most confused one. Grandpa, please explain it to Xiaoben. I'll ask the evil witch. Flash Star reluctantly looked at Mark and asked Mark to explain to Xiaoben, his sharp eyes fixed on the evil curse witch. The evil witch shrugged her shoulders. My newly learned magic, as long as you give me a little time, I can create a magic cover, and the person who is covered will switch bodies with me as long as she can't get out. No wonder I became you. Tian Xiaowen looked incredulous, looking at her hands, she was a little incredulous. The Flash Star was stunned, and looked at the evil witch with some complexity. Black magic is so strange, it can even do things like swap bodies. The Witch of Evil Curse shrugged her orange bangs coldly and arrogantly. So what if I told you? The big deal, I won't swap bodies with you. Do you still want to attack me? Flash Star's tail tightened slightly, and his face was cold. I'm sorry, if you don't change back, I'll let you die here. The evil curse witch raised her eyebrows, revealing a painful color, but her stubborn eyes always looked at the flashing star. She is gambling. After a while, Flash Star relaxed his tail slightly and sighed. Sure enough, there is no threat of success. Mark, Xiaoben, they definitely won't allow themselves to kill themselves. And the evil witch in front of her is Xiaowen's body. He didn't want to kill Xiaowen, even if it wasn't Xiaowen himself. The Witch of Evil Curse smiled again. It seems that I bet right. In fact, this body is not bad. I have a beautiful family. I can still live a normal life, and I even have several more magic pendants. I like it very much. You like it, I don't like it. Tian Xiaowen clasped his hands, and angrily walked to the side of the evil witch. The two women started quarreling with each other. Obviously one was a scholar who loved learning, and the other was a cold magician. But in the quarrel, the two women are actually more terrifying than the other. Broken. Flash Star covered his face with his palm, took a deep breath and said, "Don't make any noise. Can you two give me a sense of existence?" He drank it angrily. The two women folded their arms and shoulders, looking to the side unhappy. Ho. Flash Star sucked in an unhappy breath, calmed down quickly, and rolled his eyes. Evil curse witch. Are you sure you don't want to switch back? Impossible. The cursed witch snorted coldly. Xiaowen cut off the long white hair of the evil witch. Despicable, Xiao Chen, you are such a scumbag, I can't tell. In addition, isn't she carrying a cloth bag with her and burning one piece? There is something to discuss. Curse witch seconds. Kill her like that. Xiao Chen couldn't do it. She is not afraid. But after cutting her hair and burning her cloth bag, Xiao Chen really did it, and she was afraid. The initiative returned to Xiao Chen's hands at once, and was firmly grasped by him. I also found a small book. Tian Xiaowen also began to look up the cloth pocket, and was soon surprised to find that there was a small book in the cloth pocket. The color of the book is purple, and the cover is a hexagram. It is a black magic book, which records the experience of the evil witch over the years. The evil witch looked at Tian Xiaohong viciously. You are too despicable. I will learn from you too. Done. She looked at the flashing star angrily, took a deep breath, hugged the tail of the flashing star directly with both hands, and leaned her face up. Remember, your soul is mine now. Ask for flowers. The corner of Flash Star's mouth twitched. You? Tian Xiao became angry, put down the magic book, and directly pushed the tail of the flashing star away, and the two women began to push and shove again, and there was going to be an earth-shattering battle? Shhhhhhh. Flash Star's legs turned into a storm, and she used her kamikaze legs to spin quickly beside the two women. Soon, the two women's hands and feet were tied by ropes, and they fell to the ground, losing their center of gravity. The moment they fell, there was another chair under them, and they all sat on it. The flashing star, who appeared in the middle of the two chairs, said lightly, for safety, and for good communication, I need to use extreme methods. 00. That's safe too. Mark over there said. Hishan Xiaoben came over. Obviously, he explained it clearly to Tian Xiaoben. Looking at the two girls, Flash Star had a different thought. Xiao Wen, do you still remember that magic? Tian Xiaowen was stunned for a moment. Is that magic in the magical future world? Yes, the magic power of the evil witch is stronger. If you use the magic power of the evil magic witch, and then take up the lucky magic sword and put it on your body, maybe you can succeed. Flash Star said with some joy. Over there, the evil cursed witch suddenly became embarrassed. Bad. If you really do, then her replacement this time is simply blood loss? What magic are they going to perform? Okay, try. Tian Xiaoan nodded tentatively. The flash star immediately took down the 4 magic pendants worn by the evil curse witch, put them on Tian Xiao's tattoo, and directly formed the 5 waist pendants. Loosening her rope, she stood up slowly, feeling the majestic mana in her body, raised her hands tremblingly, and began to chant the incantation about time travel, ancient and mysterious. 100 million, it's great, the magic of traveling through time and across the parallel universes. Tian Xiaoban said excitedly. What? The evil cursed witch was stunned and said in shock, you guys actually know this kind of magic? This is even more mysterious than black magic, and I don't even dare to use it. Of course we dare to use the magic that you curse witch dare not use. The flashing star glanced at her, and said as it should, without the gentle attitude before. This made the evil cursed witch itch with anger. Taste? After Tian Xiaoan finished talking, he hugged the magic pendant in front of him with his palm, and bursts of purple light flashed on his body. That was powerful mana. 90. Immediately, the Bessel pendant makes her radiance even more dazzling, and her mana has been greatly enhanced. By the way, where's that bone wand? Where did it go to you? The flash star poked the cursed witch. The witch of evil curse immediately exploded. If you ask questions, don't touch me. The bone wand has been confiscated long ago, and I don't even know where it went. Understood. Flash star nodded flatly and said, time and space magic. After Tian Xiaoan completed all the preparations, she suddenly opened her eyes and drew circles with her hands on the air in front of her, like Doctor Strange. The air that her slender jade fingers swept through, there will be purple and strange lines, curved. Like a compass, complete a circle little by little. But the light on her body was actually dim to the naked eye, her forehead was gradually sweating, and when her fingers reached more than half of the circle, they were shaking frantically. What's going on? The flashing star looked surprised. The witch of the curse became anxious again. Tian Xiaoan, are you crazy? That's my body, don't use up all your strength, it's not good for the magician's body. I can do it. Tian Xiaoan gritted his teeth and said very strongly. The cursed witch almost swear words. Boom! When only the last side was left, Tian Xiaoan was still half kneeling on the ground unsupported, sweating profusely, gasping for breath. No, the magic power of the evil curse witch is still a little short. The Bezier magic pendant in front of her lost its luster due to excessive consumption. It's not that I don't have enough mana, it's that your spell is too scary. Unless my mana is combined with yours, it's possible to finish the painting. And it's the kind of overdrawn physical strength. The cursed witch snorted softly and said, then, you can finish painting the last bit. Flash Star said lightly. The cursed witch immediately tsundera, I will not help you even if I die. The flashing star said, Xiaoan, stand up, I believe you can do it. Let go of me, I'll help now. The evil cursed witch stared at the flashing star, her eyes almost swallowing the latter, but she had to swallow her voice. She looks like this. Instead, it makes Flash Star amused. He quickly tore the rope with his claws, and then wrapped his tail around the neck of the cursed witch again. Your hand must not face me, or you will die. Understood. Feeling the pressure on her neck, the witch of evil curses nodded helplessly, walked to the circle, and landed her fingers on the unfinished side. Tian Xiaoan lay there and said tiredly, I've finished the frame and the spell, you just need to follow the gourd drawing. Of course I know, I don't need you to teach me. The evil cursed witch proudly said that her whole body of mana was quickly condensed on one finger, that finger, flashing a deep purple light, you can't even see her finger, only the shadow of purple. Call out? She rubbed that side and slid down slightly, and every time she went down, the light dimmed. When the circle is completely drawn. Boom! The cursed witch fell to the ground exhaustedly, exhausting all her mana. The two of them did their best to complete the time-space spell. Moreover, after the evil curse witch has been strengthened many times, she also comes with a Bezier magic pendant, and Xiaoan has also practiced hard for a long time. This magic that can travel through the universe is really terrifying. Space-time magic. This moment, everyone held their breath and looked at the purple circle with hot eyes. Boom! The circle is like a black hole, releasing bursts of suction, which is much worse than the black hole of the future Xiaoan, but it is also initially completed, and inside that circle, like a TV, a picture appeared. Screen in screen. Impressively high-rise buildings. Mahaz, you are courting death at 4.5. A man in a plumber's uniform with an alien laser gun is fighting an octopus. Mark exclaimed, that's the young me? This one I'm fighting against Mahaz, that was decades ago. It's Grandpa's young parallel universe. The Flash Star immediately responded, the person who builds the time-space spell, and even the people around, can know in advance what parallel universe they will travel to. This time. More interesting? Also, we seem to be able to change the parallel universe we're going to. The evil curse witch and Tian Xiaoan said at the same time, can it be changed? Flash Star showed a surprised look. How to change? Call out? Tian Xiaoan's palm waved lightly, and the parallel universe picture displayed by the circle suddenly changed. It's no longer a picture of young Mark battling Mohath. Instead, it's a ruined city. The reinforced concrete is firmly wrapped by the savage vines, and the appearance of the building can only be vaguely distinguished by the outline of the vines. On the ground, the herbivores are eating grass leisurely. Heads of carnivores, hiding behind some overturned cars, or inside large trucks, staring at these grazing animals? Primordial forest. No. Tian Xiaoan said suspiciously. 16. Sudden? Those carnivores seemed to have heard something, and fled like frightened birds, and the herbivores raised their heads suddenly, but it was too late. The thin people swooped on the herbivores and bit them with big bites. Each of them was skinny to the bone, but their teeth were extremely sharp, like shark teeth, and they were all muddy, dirty, and unbearable. This is a corpse? Everyone in this universe has become a zombie, Tian Xiaoan exclaimed. The flashing star frowned in love and felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Don't even think about going to this universe, it's too dangerous. Tian Xiaoan changed several parallel universes. There are small classes who get Omnitrix, and then become a parallel universe of traffic stars. There are also parallel universes in which Tian Xiaoban did not get Omnitrix, and no one got it. The universes related to Xiaoban appeared in front of everyone, but there was no parallel universe of Xiaochen. The evil cursed witch showed a chuckle and said sarcastically, Xiaochen, it seems that you are still very unique. Maybe it was you who appeared and robbed Tian Xiaoban's Omnitrix. Xiaoban, don't you blame him. Flash Star kept his face calm and did not speak. It's just that his transformation time has come, and he put the evil curse witch back on the chair and changed back to human form. Tian Xiaoban said angrily, shut up, my friendship with Xiaochen is not something you can provoke. If you talk nonsense again, I will throw you out. The cursed witch immediately closed her mouth, her eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and a hint of yearning. Why, he can have such a good group of friends. And his only uncle wanted to use him to deal with this Xiaochen. Call out? At this time, Tian Xiaoan switched to a new parallel universe. This time the picture is no longer a city, but a spaceship. Mahaz was wearing crimson armor, showing the attitude of a cosmic tyrant, sitting on his seat in the main control room. Beside him, a thin man wearing armor. The man's mouth was black, he was wearing a pair of windproof glasses, his face showed an all face, his chin was still flat, and he looked strange. Huan Kong, next, we want to invade Tian Xiaoban in which parallel universe? Mohath said without anger. Huan Kong respectfully came to Earth Demon Jas, Lord Mahaz, we just need it. He raised his head suddenly, his cold eyes looked directly at Xiaochen and the others behind the screen, his eager eyes seemed to penetrate everything. For a moment, Xiaochen had a creepy feeling of being discovered. I remembered the Magic Sky, who went to the major parallel universes with Jas, and killed one after another of the super demons of the small class. It even united with the small class of the dark side. Wait, I didn't see that zombie universe just now. Small class, could it be? The more Xiaochen thought about it, the more frightened he became. This is not unfounded worry, but prudence? Huan Kong, where are you looking? Abandoned Jas asked in confusion. With a sullen smile, Huan Kong retracted his eyes, it's nothing, I just saw the result of the small 900 mice on the spacecraft, and I went back and shot those little mice to death. It's very interesting. Taste? Seeing this, the picture of the circle disappears, and the tunnel begins to collapse and spread out little by little. This is also time limited. Tian Xiaoan said tremblingly, I feel like he is going to find out, that guy is so scary. The Witch of Evil Curse also showed an unprecedented look of fear. Not only that, he seems to have mastered the mysteries of time and space. You are the characters who got into trouble. Wrong, it's us. Xiaochen said. The Witch of Evil Curse Kika, what do you mean? Xiaochen said bluntly, you were also in the old car at the time, and I didn't use a rope to tie you, so I let you sit on a chair. He will definitely treat you as a group. He really wants to come to us. I'll find you when I settle the account. The Witch of the Curse immediately got up. I'll exchange it with Tian Xiaoan now. Xiaochen, they got into a big trouble. Scare? The Witch of the Evil Curse raised her hands and aimed at Tian Xiaoan not far away, and the light flashed directly, and Xiaochen patted Tian Xiaoban on the shoulder, let Tian Xiaoban put on the steel battlesuit, and aimed at the Evil Curse. Which, once she dares to use other magic, kill it mercilessly? No problem. Tian Xiaoban said with an oath. Xiaochen found Mark and whispered with Mark for a while, and Mark walked out with his phone again. When he came back, the Evil Witch and Tian Xiaoan have returned to their respective homes. Wow, it feels so good to be back. Tian Xiaoan rubbed his hair and said cheerfully as he walked up to the Evil Curse Witch, took off the magic sword she was wearing, and put it on himself, including the Bezier magic pendant. Her mana has been enhanced a lot. The Evil Cursed Witch looked at all this, and because she had been shooting at her palm, she didn't dare to have any opinion. She just said weakly, don't take my magic book, beg. I don't want to use that black magic book. Tian Xiaoan snorted softly and said with a strong backbone, Evil Curse Witch, just stand here obediently and don't move. Xiaochen came to her and said, what are you going to do? The Evil Curse Witch didn't dare to think too much, just asked in a low voice. The three people on the opposite side did not speak, and looked at her silently, embarrassed for a while. About 10 minutes, Mark and the alien members of the Union for a few days walked into the old broken car and surrounded the Evil Witch. Xiaochen was discussing with Mark just now that it would be safest to send the Evil Witch to the local prison of the Tiangong Guild. The Cursed Witch struggled and said, you can't treat me like this, you should send me to an ordinary prison. Xiaochen ignored her words and looked at the people from the Tiangong Guild. Please, in your grandfather's name, arrange a separate cell for the Evil Witch, watch carefully. We will visit her occasionally and bring her something. Good. The aliens from the Heavenly Union just glanced at Mark, and their eyes were filled with respect. Decades ago, In a technologically underdeveloped country, compared with other planets, one resource is barren. The kind of Earth that is looked down upon by many planets. Such a heroic figure appeared. He defeated the cosmic leader JAS. Let people in the whole universe see what a real mortal body is, a god. Even if he is old, he has never been a hindrance. So much so that the headquarters of the Tiange Union is designed in the Earth. She's still a little girl, let her not be too lonely. And Mark also gave the evil curse witch a sympathetic look, and said to the people from the Heavenly Guild. The evil cursed witch was stunned, and looked at Mark's eyes with ripples, but she lowered her head and left here with the people from the Heavenly Guild. Tian Xiaoan asked inexplicably, Grandpa, why do you say that? Although the evil witch is a bad person, we have to solve her, but the real reason is that no one has taught her well at the age she should be taught. Many problems cannot be solved consistently with violence, and we need to dig up the roots. Mark said quietly, without saying it too clearly. Tian Xiaoban listened ignorantly, but he kept these words in his heart. Tian Xiaoan was thoughtful, while Xiao Chen heard something deeper. The old broken car slowly left the no man's land and drove towards the new place. And not long after they left. Taste. And 1. The time tunnel opens. Huan Kong walked out from the inside with a gloomy expression on his face, looking at the traces of tire rolling on the ground, extending into the distance. This universe is a bit interesting. Other universes are all changed by Tian Xiaoban. This universe directly more people come out. Illusory. Illusory. From the other end of the space-time tunnel, Mohatha's puzzled voice came. Huan Kong frowned, and hurriedly turned around and walked. I can't let this guy Mahaz find out about what I have come quietly. Before leaving, he turned around and looked at the land with deep eyes. Next time I come, I will go directly to Tian Xiaoban's school, or Tian Xiaoban's home. I don't believe I can't catch you. Taste? His figure was engulfed by time and space. Soon, Dr. Contradiction came out, looked at everything around him, and raised his brows. That guy Huan Kong is destroying the order of time and space again. And Tian Xiaoan from that future world, knows. Stop. He looked at a pair of footprints on the ground, understood everything, and went back. He couldn't stay too long either. The old broken car drove further away, from morning to afternoon to evening. While sleeping, Xiao Chen couldn't help but ask, Grandpa, where are we going this time? Why did we drive for so long without reaching our destination? Mark said calmly, I'm going to see an old friend of mine, Mr. Green. He is from the Huawo people. Their Huawo people live in remote places, or that kind of village. You will like it there. Remote village? Xiao Chen was stunned. After the second day, the car continued to drive towards the remote area. Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoan were obviously lacking in energy and listlessness. They were not interested in such a place that was so backward that the communication equipment might not be very good. Only Xiao Chen had a surprised look on his face, and muttered, the Huawo tribe. Isn't the Kai in the original book the Huawo tribe? There is also the Howling Wolf, the legend of the Huawo tribe. Needless to say, when everyone watched this Ben 10 when they were children, they had a good impression of this beautiful, mysterious girl who was good at dancing. Tian Xiaoban was even more obsessed with this girl, which led him to have a relationship with Kay after a few years. As for the Howling Wolf, it is a powerful and domineering alien. Xiao Chen will definitely take him into his pocket and become one of his own aliens. If Xiaoban knew about Kay, he would definitely not be so listless. 900. Xiao Chen smiled helplessly, leaned back on the chair, closed his eyes and rested. Soon, the old broken car drove to a village and stopped slowly. Village gate. There was a bright old man, wearing the characteristic costume of the Huawo ethnic group, walked to the old broken car, and greeted Mark in the driver's seat. Mark, long time no see. Green, how is your health recently? While chatting, Mark habitually found a parking space for the old car and stopped. While the two greeted each other warmly, Green came to help open the door. Little class, let's go. Xiao Chen patted Tian Xiaoban on the shoulder and winked at him mysteriously. Okay. Tian Xiaoban looked impatient, put his hands in his pockets, and followed Xiao Chen out, as did Tian Xiaoan. The three got off the old broken car and looked at Green. It was a middle-aged man with long brown hair and dark skin who looked very strong. He was stunned at Xiao Chen. Mark, is this your grandson too? This is my adopted grandson, Xiao Chen. Mark introduced with a smile. Also my good brother, Xiao Chen. Tian Xiaoban also wrapped his arms around Xiao Chen's shoulders and said jokingly, invisibly resolving the embarrassment. Green smiled relieved, and extended his hand to Xiao Chen. You are a man, so let's shake hands. Hello, Grandpa Green. Xiao Chen nodded, reached out and shook hands with Green. Then, Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoan also listlessly called Green Grandpa. Mark got out of the car and chatted eagerly with Green. The two walked towards the village, followed by the three of them. It's hot summer. Again, this remote area seems to be one of the less rainy places. There are cracks on the ground. The poisonous sunlight scorched on the three of them. Xiao Chen still had a good concentration, so he endured and followed slowly. Tian Xiaoban kept fanning himself. It's so hot. I feel like I only need to stay for one day. It will be as dark as Grandpa Green. I really don't know why Grandpa came here to play, even if he and Grandpa Green have a relationship. Friendship. Jit. Original. Did not explain. Xiao Chen can roughly estimate that the Huawo people have obviously suffered more than one attack by aliens. The last time, it was the matter that young Mark and young Green worked together to solve, and the two formed a deep friendship. Very much in line with Grandpa's style. And the houses of the Nawewo people are still square and upright earthen houses. This is a double-sided sword. Although it retains the traditions of the Nawewo people, it seems backward. Including the stalls opened here, selling various objects for blessing, all of which are linked to backwardness. This made Tianzioan and Tianzioben more and more boring. This is the jade pendant for praying for rain. Wear it, it will definitely rain today. Prayers will definitely work. The stalls around were constantly introducing various items for praying for rain, but the ones standing in front of the stalls were the same as Xiao Chen and the others, dressed in gorgeous clothes, and at first glance they looked like people who grew up in the city. Grandpa Green, what's going on with these tourists and the things the pusher sells? Xiao Chen quickly followed Grandpa Green, resisting the irritability caused by the heat, and asked. Green looked at Xiao Chen, smiled, and patted his head. It's like this. Our Huawo people have little rainfall, so they all build earthen houses that absorb heat, so that it will be very cool inside. Our skin is so dark. In order to pray for rain, we have prepared various objects and dances for rain. Even though he knew it wasn't, Xiao Chen didn't refute it face to face. Oh, that's right. Green continued. As for tourists, the Huawo people don't go out to work and have little income, and there are many young people who are interested in our backward areas, so come to us and experience life. We rely on selling some local specialties make money. Xiao Chen said with a smile, actually, this is quite good, it can preserve your family's culture, and it can attract tourists to visit your culture, the best of both worlds. Oh, it just doesn't rain. Green sighed and complained. Sudden, Tianzioben ran past the two of them and rushed to the front. Many people were there, walking around the city, as if they were watching some amazing performance. Tianzioben, who also stood beside the group of people, looked at a figure obsessively. That's a girl. The girl was dark-skinned but youthful and energetic, wearing the costumes of the Huawo ethnic group, dancing there. The beauty of dance is skillfully combined with a kind of wild beauty that exudes a unique appeal in this girl. Her charming figure and her swaying ponytail were filled with fragrance all the time. Tianzioben was dumbfounded. Xiao Chen stepped aside, but was quite calm. I feel that the evil witch is no worse than Kai, the main evil witch is just more annoying. Green introduced Kay to Mark. This is my granddaughter, Kay. Haha, the last time I saw her, she couldn't even walk. It is very similar to the feeling of relatives discussing your childhood miraculousness during the Chinese New Year. It is very cool. Tianzioben said word by word, it's so cool. Hey, Xiao Chen. Tianzioan walked up to Xiao Chen and put his toes on his toes. You shouldn't be interested in this, right? Xiao Chen's vision was occupied by the blue clothes, and he smiled helplessly. Xiao Wen, in my eyes you are the most beautiful. You have to believe in your own charm. No one can shake you. Confidence. Under his sugar-coated cannonballs. Tianzioan then blushed and stepped aside, and said in a low voice, Xiao Chen, you know how to say nice things. She enjoys her future mature Oni-san and imagines it. Kay then danced, and the ponytail spun, like a swan. The difference is that it is a black swan, which is a different kind of beauty. It's a rain dance. Thanks. After the jump, Kay bent over slightly, raised the corner of his mouth, showed a beautiful smile, and spun around the crowd to thank him. At the moment when he looked at Kay, Xiao Chen was so moved that he was conquered by the generous smile. As for Tianzioben, he was completely stunned. All that was left in his mind was Kay's smile at himself. She smiled at me, she smiled at me. Although Kai only looked at Tianzioben for a moment, he probably didn't notice Tianzioben. Kay, come here. Green beckoned to Kay. Kai obediently walked up to Green and said to him, Grandpa. Green squatted down and patted Kay on the shoulder with a smile. Dance is good. Let me introduce, this is Grandpa Mark, this is Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen nodded towards Kay, who smiled politely. When introducing to Tianzioben, Tianzioben sprinted to Xiao Chen's side and introduced his name nervously and loudly. Pfft. Kay was amused and smiled lightly. Hello, Zioben, my name is Kay. Tianzioben fell into a sluggish look again, making Xiao Chen and Tianzioan on the side embarrassed. Damn it, what a shame. Green and Mark didn't mind at all, but found it very interesting. This is what a child's love looks like at the beginning, a pure and beautiful expectation. Boom, but he didn't know it was Tianzioben who moved God. It was Kay's rain dance that did the trick. The sky turned dark in an instant, and before the lightning flashed, there was a drowsy muffled sound of thunder. See. All the Huawo people were so excited that they all held pots and pans, looked at the sky with smiles, and waited for the rain to fall. Ask for flowers. Kai and Green also looked at each other and smiled. Xiao Chen frowned slightly, and vaguely felt bad. This is the rhythm of a torrential rain. How can it be so sudden? Rainstorm, that's better. Green was happier. Crash, crash, in an instant. It rained heavily in the sky, a lot of rain fell on the pots and pans, and the cold rain swept across everyone's dry skin, bringing an unprecedented sense of comfort. Many people stretched out their bodies and enjoyed the hot body washed by the rain and the gift of nature. 00. Xiao Chen once again looked sharply around, observing the terrain. At this time, a burst of fragrance into the nose. Kay walked slowly to Xiao Chen's side. She had long been interested in this boy who was obviously his age, but was extraordinarily stable, mature, and somewhat handsome. This kind of temperament is the most attractive to girls of this age, because most of the other boys are too naive. What have you found? Kai asked softly. Xiao Chen pointed to the surroundings. I see you, there are mountains all around, we are in a basin, that is to say, if the torrential rain doesn't stop, it will cause floods. No, are you too nervous? Kai smiled lightly, but instead danced in the rain, the headband slipped off unconsciously, and the long black hair mixed with the rain splashed on Xiao Chen's face from time to time. That ticklish touch, and that hair scent. It made Xiao Chen a little stunned. This rain is too timely, Kai said with enjoyment, but did not notice. The soles of everyone's feet have been submerged in water. Soft, pay attention, your hair is hitting Xiao Chen's face. Tian Xiaoan grabbed Xiao Chen's hand and pulled Xiao Chen to his side, admonishing Kai angrily. Kay stopped helplessly, and before she could speak, Tian Xiaoban rushed to her side aggressively. Stupid, Xiao Chen didn't say anything, you don't need to be such a jerk. Don't make any noise. Xiao Chen bit his head and persuaded the three of them, but his voice did not make any splash in this world war between the three of them. Boom! When the sky was suddenly torn apart by the golden light, and the huge roar resounded through the heavens and the earth, Xiao Chen and the others were suddenly shocked and looked up at the dark sky. The 900 thunder has disappeared, but there are still faintly visible cracks in the clouds. Xiao Chen said with an embarrassed expression, it's a torrential rain. Wow! At this time, he felt a little icy cold in his trouser legs. Look down. The water flooded his feet and came to his knees, while many adults hurried back to their homes and closed the door, for fear that their furniture would be washed away by the water. Those who were too late to close their stalls hugged their stalls tightly. It's okay, Xiao Chen. Don't worry so much, you are a man anyway. Tian Xiaoban and Kai Yi spoke in tandem, comforting Xiao Chen. Only the more you know about this stuff, the more afraid you will be. Xiao Chen is like this. This kind of rainfall is simply appalling. The other side. Mark and Green looked into the distance talking and laughing. The expressions of the two, at the same time stunned. Don't forget, the terrain here is a basin, and the village entrance is the only gap in this basin, leading to the gap outside. At this time, the gap was bursting with waves, hitting the village, and the waves were only 20 centimeters high. The waves crossed 10 meters, 30 centimeters. The waves crossed 30 meters, 50 centimeters. The waves are getting higher, and at the same time, there will be countless weeds, stones, and even large stones, which will smash your body into pieces. The speed is also extremely fast. Quick. Mark came hurriedly, glanced over Xiaoban and Xiao Chen, hugged Tian Xiaoan directly, and crawled to a bungalow. Green was not afraid at all, holding a railing and rushing towards the big waves. I will be fearless. Boom! In an instant, the waves that came to the entrance of the village reached a height of nearly 1 meter. With an unstoppable pressure, they overturned Green directly and was submerged by the water. Dad! Green, Kai, Mark, and the others screamed and looked distressed. Go! Looking at the two people who were still in a daze and still in fear, Xiao Chen's expression sank. He grabbed Tian Xiaoban's wrist with his left hand and Kai's hand with his right hand, and rushed towards the other side of the village with the two of them, very fast. His strength is so great that the two of them can only follow on their knees. Boom! But the waves were even faster, flooding Xiao Chen's original ground in an instant, and gradually higher than Xiao Chen's figure, like a huge claw, closely following him. Quick, let's go. Tian Xiaoban also reacted at this time. He was running and jumping, and the waves that the huge waves hit from time to time were jumped by him one by one. Bypass. Xiao Chen looked at the houses on both sides, adjusted his direction, and pushed Tian Xiaoban and Kai directly towards the narrow corridor between the two houses. One side. Kai fell down in the aisle on the right, and Tian Xiaoban knelt down and stood firm, only to find himself in the aisle on the left. And Xiao Chen. He was exhausted and stopped, remembering to look back before he came. The figure was instantly engulfed by the permeating water waves and disappeared. The water waves still did not stop, and violently flooded the entire village. Tian Xiaoban quickly climbed up to the bungalow, and Kai's hands and feet were even more agile. Soon, the water waves flooded all the passages of the village, even the houses, all submerged. Everyone stood on the roof of the bungalow, watching the water spread up little by little, feeling extremely frightened. Fortunately, the water finally only reached the window, a little distance from the roof, and then stopped. Xiao Chen, where are you? Where's Xiao Chen? At this time, Tian Xiaoban, Mark, and Tian Xiaoan shouted Xiao Chen's name in the distance, but they didn't see Xiao Chen for a long time. They were all very nervous, because they didn't see the light from Xiao Chen's transformation. In other words, Xiao Chen didn't transform at all. He's a hero. Kay bowed his head sadly, covered his hands, and kept praying. Click. Yesterday, a dazzling sword emerged from the water and pierced the eaves, completely piercing. Next up, Xiao Chen popped his head out, holding the sword tightly with both hands, avoiding the wall with both feet, climbed to the roof step by step with the Excalibur, and then pulled out the weapon. Everyone, I'm fine. He continued to take deep breaths, feeling the joy of Xia 4.5 releasing his lungs, and smiled relievedly at the crowd. Very good. It's fine. Only then did Mark and the others relax and patted their chests. Kay, however, was still full of sadness and looked around nervously. Where's my grandfather? He's gone? Can't see it at all. Mr. Green. Xiao Chen's expression fell silent, and he tightly held the Excalibur sword in his palm. Mark moved towards Xiao Chen and nodded slowly and without a trace. When Kai was anxious, Xiao Chen opened his mouth suddenly, with absolute confidence in his tone. I'll help you go down and look for it for. Kai looked at Xiao Chen, his eyes narrowed. At this time, I don't want to joke anymore. There was a hint of displeasure in her tone. Xiao Chen is very strong, so it is impossible to rescue a man in his 50s or 60s. 04. Xiao Chen didn't answer him, just clenched the Excalibur in both palms, stared straight ahead, the cruelty in his eyes, the icy cold became more and more terrifying. Kai wanted to continue talking, but was stopped by Mark's stern look. She was even more confused, looking at Xiao Chen who was holding the sword. What is he doing? Is he praying? Monument? It was as if something had been broken in Xiao Chen's body. For a while, a deep purple radiance emerged from the solace of his feet, and the radiance was completely cold, like a messenger from hell. In particular, the Ektuwa divine sword in Xiao Chen's palm exuded an unprecedentedly strong demonic energy at this moment. This little boy, what's going on? 16. I remember that there was a mythical history that recorded this kind of weapon, and this kind of light. This is the Apache demon god mode. This child has the power of a demon. What are you kidding? The ancient Nawewo people on the side were all dumbfounded, and the tourists were even more shocked to see this scene, and subconsciously picked up the camera to take this picture, but the camera was soaked in water. The power of the devil. Kai stared blankly at Xiao Chen in front of him, shocked in his heart. Okay. Xiao Chen's expression became more interested, the corners of his mouth were slowly raised, and he looked at the person on the other side. Do you know the demon god of Apache? The man bowed his head and clung to his promise. An adult did not dare to look down on Xiao Chen at all. I know a little bit, he is a demon god from ancient legends. Forget it. I'll save people first. Xiao Chen shook his head, the priority was clear. Taste? He hung the Ikkyuwa divine sword in the air, and the divine sword was actually suspended. He jumped again, landed on the divine sword and flew towards the village entrance. Many people were dumbfounded. Xiao Chen is too cunning, he can save people without having to choose to transform. Tian Xiaoban looked at Xiao Chen's back, that was an envy, how he wished he was in front of Kai show-off. Seeing that Kai's eyes were on Xiao Chen, he felt even more uncomfortable. Call out? Xiao Chen placed it at the entrance of the village, with a grim expression, his fingers kept twitching, and he quickly figured out where Green would be rushed to. Puff? He jumped into the freezing flood. Jump down. Is this really okay? Many people watched this scene, their hearts tightened, and their hands were tightly clasped. Time passed by minute. Boom! There were huge waves on the water. Xiao Chen's small body hit Green's strong body, jumped out of the water, fell on the ground without bias, and stepped on the sword and flew to a building on the eaves of the house, lay Green down flat. Boom! He carried the Excalibur sword on his back, and looked at the Huawo people who were dumbfounded around him. Are your family members all right? Realizing that there was something wrong with his rhetoric, he added, I mean, is there anything else I need? Marvelous. Hero, the hero who saved Mr. Green. This moment, the Huawo people jumped up and down excitedly, their eyes were grateful, and they looked at Xiao Chen with admiration. Kai even cried with joy, looked at Xiao Chen with moving eyes, and lowered his head in shame. I shouldn't have questioned him just now. Only, Xiao Chen's eyes never looked over. This made Kai feel a little disappointed for some reason. Taste? The light on Xiao Chen quickly dimmed, and he dropped the Excalibur sword and took back the other dimension. He immediately knelt on one knee on the ground and took a deep breath. It's just a little bit weak for a while. However, it's better than just waving a few times. Cough cough. There. Green took several sips of water heavily before slowly waking up. After seeing Xiao Chen, he was stunned. Why is it 900? Grandpa Green, look, the village is flooded. Xiao Chen spoke with some difficulty, and pointed to the flood. Although the rain has been getting slower and the water level is dropping a little bit, it still needs attention. You saved me, you're amazing. Green looked at Xiao Chen, showed a positive smile, and touched his head. Then, his face became solemn. This flood, I am afraid it is the flood that the monster ushered in. Monster? Xiao Chen was stunned, and a werewolf figure appeared in his mind. Crushed. At the entrance of the village, an extremely sturdy person with an inverted triangle shape came across the water level. He has light blue fur all over his body, and his head is a wolf's head. The werewolf's nose kept twitching, and the fat man quickly landed on Xiao Chen's body, baring his teeth and grinning. The one that made him feel good smell. On this kid, you are not from the Nawewo tribe, so I don't know. That monster is called the Nawewo werewolf beast, Yanussi. They have always been the legend of the Nawewo people. In the legend, their appearance represents extremely dangerous omen. Green's face was very solemn, and he looked up at the sky. I suspect that this heavy rain is related to the Nawewo werewolf beast, and this monster has reappeared. It's the howling wolf. Xiao Chen murmured in his heart. Grandfather. At this time, Kai jumped across the roofs vigorously, like parkour, and finally jumped in front of Green and hugged the latter excitedly. Granddaughter, don't worry, I'm fine and my body is very tough. Green smiled heartily, patted Kai's shoulder lightly, and comforted her. In addition, Green looked at Xiao Chen and raised his finger. Xiao Chen, you are a great man. In our Huawo tradition, a man must swim across a panting river if he wants to become an adult. Just like a man. Obviously he still doesn't know what power Xiao Chen used to save him. Kay also retracted his hands, walked to Xiao Chen, lowered his head, and a faint blush rose on his pretty face. Well, thank you. I shouldn't have been in such a hurry just now. Xiao Chen smiled gently and said plainly, it's a small matter. If it were my grandfather, I would be more anxious than you. He looked at Kai's nervous expression and couldn't help but laugh. Kai shyly wiped a strand of black hair again, but his eyes were stunned, as if he was fascinated by Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was taken aback. A gust of wind came from behind him. So cold, so cold. Taste? Xiao Chen turned around suddenly, a pair of sharp wolf claws grabbed on the roof. Looking down, there was a werewolf beast as tall as an adult hanging on the roof, a pair of blue eyes filled with murderous aura. Yanussi werewolf? Again, another legend. Green and Kai's expressions changed instantly, and the surrounding Nawewo people were even more shocked. Call out? Boom! Yanushixi jumped on the roof with his arms hard, staring at Xiao Chen with his icy wolf eyes, then slowly towards Kai and Green, and grinned. This prey is his. Don't even think about it, I won't let you hurt him. Green stood upright next to Xiao Chen and said without fear. Taste? Janussi's bent body stretched out, instantly raising Green's head by a head, and his claws only pushed lightly. Green was bummed out directly, fell onto the roof behind, and was knocked unconscious. Damn guy. Tian Xiaoan and Tian Xiaoban's expressions changed instantly, but they were hurriedly stopped by Mark. Xiao Chen has already exposed the secret, please don't interfere. He was also very anxious and kept looking at the objects floating on the river. Grandfather. Looking at Green's body lying there, Kay was furious and shouted Green's name. The corner of Janussi's mouth slowly evoked a humane sneer, mocking Green's self-control. Xiao Chen's eyes became cold all of a sudden, and he opened his palm again, and the Ektuwa divine sword appeared in an instant. That's it, the smelly stuff. Yanussi's eyes were suddenly attracted by the Excalibur, and he kept staring at it, making a low noise. Boom! In an instant, Xiao Chen was wrapped in purple arrogance, and the magic light surged, like a demon king of chaos, bursts of terrifying killing intent. He has become like this again. Looking at all this up close, Kay couldn't help shivering. Call out? Yanussi felt the murderous aura, his face darkened, he stretched out his wolf claws and grabbed Xiao Chen. The Excalibur in Xiao Chen's hand also turned into a purple light. Two sharps collide with each other. Mound. The body of the sword and the claws were clasped together, making a crisp sound, and bursts of sparks splashed. Xiao Chen clenched the Excalibur sword in both hands, and gradually suppressed Yanussi's claws. Soldier? Yanussi stretched out another claws, but instead replaced the two claws with the Excalibur sword. Taste? Wearing the divine sword, he actually spun, and even Xiao Chen spun along with him, and was finally thrown out by him and fell into the water. Xiao Chen? Tian Xiaoan immediately floated up, while Tian Xiaoban hurriedly jumped over the houses in a hurry. Call. Janice Simons, Neo's face looked at Kay angrily, his paws raised high. Broken. Kai sat on the ground, staring blankly at this scene. Call out? But I saw a figure rushing out of the water again. The figure jumped to the side of Yanussi nimbly. Boom. Xiao Chen stretched out his left fist. The left fist was wrapped in waves of devilish energy, and he displayed a posture of 8 extreme collapse. The 8-pole crash hit Yanushixi's waist, and the huge force made his face twitch, and his entire body fell into the lake water, but was blasted out by Xiao Chen instead. Everything, the reversal is too fast. When Xiao Chen turned around, he looked at Kai Yi who was frightened, but his icy aura was gentle, and he stretched out his hand. Are you alright? That icy aura carried a full sense of security, and Xiao Chen, who had a great sense of contrast, made Kay look a little sluggish. For the first time, she understood what temperament was. When she was fascinated, Xiao Chen sighed helplessly, stretched out his hand and pulled her up with a hint of domineering. Boom! A black shadow suddenly jumped out of the water, and it was Yanussi, who frantically waved his claws to tear at Xiao Chen. Bang bang bang! Xiao Chen immediately turned around and counterattacked with his sword. The sword body kept colliding with his claws, and he also stepped back without a trace, leaning against the edge of the roof little by little. Roar! Yanussi let out a low howl of excitement and looked at Xiao Chen stubbornly. You asked for it. Xiao Chen looked behind him, took a deep breath, and a layer of fierce sword energy gathered on the Excalibur. Boom! He swung the Ektuwa divine sword heavily, and along with the arc he swung, it formed a purple arc, a terrifying sword energy that was released like a rainbow. Yanussi was startled, his eyes became furious, his mouth spread out like a kaleidoscope, and bursts of purple sound waves gathered. Roar! Following his harsh scream, bursts of sonic attacks erupted, colliding with the sword energy, forming a violent explosion collision. Smoke and shock continued to spread from all around. In this battle, Kai was completely burdensome, sitting there, only to ensure that he would not be injured. Kay, come here. Green's voice came. He actually woke up, stepped over from the roof, hugged Kay, and stepped back. Both of them looked at the roof nervously, and the diffused light had engulfed the room. After the light dissipated, a tall figure stood there. Xiao Chen fell there. He let go of the Excalibur from his hand. Apparently, he passed out because the potential release was too much. Boom! Yanussi roared proudly and looked at Xiao Chen bloodthirsty. BGF. His eyes fell on the novelty object on Xiao Chen's right wrist. Taste. He raised his paw curiously and poked the round watch. Ding dong. The watch was originally filled with green light, but when it touched Janussi's nails, it transformed into a burst of golden light. Yanussi's fingers trembled slightly, as if something had been collected. Stop, get out of here. Boom. A figure landed on the roof impartially, stomping Janussi's toes with his feet. Comfort. Yanussi's face twisted instantly, hugging the solace of his feet and jumping. Tian Xiaoben took a deep breath, adjusted his posture, and looked at Xiao Chen, who fell to the ground. Xiao Chen, I'm too late. Damn it. Don't try to hurt my grandson. Mark rushed over from a distance, holding the ancestral hunting rifle of the Huawo tribe, aiming at Yanussi. Roar. Yanussi's eyes were red, and his claws slammed into Tian Xiaoben's body. Boom. Mark moved the class without hesitation. Flowers spread from the muzzle, and a bullet with great lethality flew out. In an instant, it came to Janussi's claws and smashed his claws and even his body. Fly out? Taste? But Janussi still endured the pain and scratched Tian Xiaoben's arm with another paw before flying out. Gross. Tian Xiaoben hurriedly retracted his arm, watching Yanussi being shot into the water, and there were bursts of buzzing in his ears. Tinnitus. He slumped down next to Xiao Chen and closed his ears. Monument. Mark jumped to the side of the two of them, holding a shotgun, looking at the flood below domineeringly. You are courting death. Janussi. Now. The gloomy sky is gradually clearing up, and the flood water is receding little by little. I don't know if it was frightened by Mark, or because there is no dark advantage. The huge black shadow on the west side of Shurianus quickly swam towards the entrance of the village, and finally jumped out, escaping the village with all four limbs and fled into the wild. Janussi. Gone. Hoho, Xiao Ban, Xiao Chen, are you alright? Mark knelt on one knee, protected Tian Xiaoben with his left hand, and tried to squeeze his right hand under Xiao Chen's head so that Xiao Chen could lean on it. I'm fine, how is Xiao Chen? Tian Xiaoben casually grabbed the place where he was caught before, and looked at Xiao Chen with concern. Soon, Tian Xiaowen, Kai Yi, they came to Xiao Chen one by one, and they kept shouting Xiao Chen's name. But Xiao Chen pressed against it, his face pale and weak. Xiao Chen, this is too much consumption. Mark judged at a glance. Green lowered his head guiltily. It's like this again. A hero was dragged down by our village, and he was there to save us. Grandpa, the top priority is not to blame yourself, but to make amends, and send Xiao Chen to our house to let him rest. Kai stood up in a hurry and said to Green. Green was stunned, glanced oddly at the anxious granddaughter, hugged Xiao Chen, jumped into the water, lifted Xiao Chen high, and walked back to the house step by step. The rest followed suit. Green's house was on a low slope in the village. It was the only house that was not flooded. It was very warm. Green put Xiao Chen in the room. Lying in the room and covered with a quilt, Xiao Chen's state quickly stabilized and fell asleep. Kay walked to the stove, holding a stainless steel pot in his hand, adding various ingredients to the pot, heating the broth, and the fire reflected her beautiful face. Green looked at Kai and asked jokingly, Kay, why are you in the mood to cook soup today? Kai was startled, and said in a low voice, Xiao Chen fainted to save us. I will definitely cook some special dishes from the Huawo people to make him recover quickly. Good. Green smiled helplessly, and looked at Mark solemnly. I'm sorry, Mark, this kind of thing happened to you today, and everyone knew about your grandson. It's okay, since it's already happened, I don't mind helping out again. Shouldn't I tell you what happened to Janussi? Mark sighed, sitting by the fire and roasting. Tian Xiaowen also sat down. It's the way it is. Mr. Green sighed slightly and talked about the legend of Yanussi. This fierce beast has been recorded a long time ago, and every time it appears, it is a great omen. Yanushixi is its name. How long has it been around? For many years, maybe hundreds of years. I thought it was just a legend, Green said. According to biological age, Janussi can live for decades at most and die for 100 or 200 years. Could it be, and there are descendants? Mark secretly speculated. Only generation after generation can it last for thousands of years. I want to drink milk. On one side, Tian Xiaoben sat there, raised a sole of his foot strangely, and scratched his cheek, like a cat. Milk? Yes. Green just glanced at Tian Xiaoben, then walked to the side, picked up a glass of hot milk, and handed it to Tian Xiaoben. Several people continued to sit around and chat. Tian Xiaoben was drinking milk. Seeing everyone surrounding Xiao Chen, a strange feeling rose in his heart. Why do you? Can't you look at me one more time? Especially, Kay. Tian Xiaoben looked at his sweetheart, Kay, who was cooking soup for Xiao Chen, but didn't even look at him, which made him squeeze the milk bottle tightly. Click. He was startled, looked down at the milk bottle in his hand, and there was a slight crack, and the palm of his hand holding the milk bottle suddenly grew sharp nails, like wolf claws. Taste? Tian Xiaoben retracted his palm in horror, turned his back to the crowd, trembling. It took Green a lot of time to finish the legend of Yanussi, and he didn't know much about the demon god of Apache. The only thing is clear. These monsters all suddenly appeared one day. They must not be earth creatures, and it is impossible for earth creatures to evolve to this level. That is to say, the Apush demon god is probably also a very powerful alien race, even a god race, who came to earth a long time ago. Mark muttered to himself, deducing all this from experience. He looked at Xiao Chen with complicated eyes. Do not know either. Xiao Chen's mastery of the Excalibur was good or bad for him. Tian Xiaoan comforted, it will get better. As she said that, she held the lucky pendant, placed it in Xiao Chen's palm, and intertwined her fingers. Taste. Xiao Yu's fingers trembled slightly. Immediately afterwards, his eyes suddenly opened, and he looked at the people around him suspiciously. Why am I here? Hey, I had a good night's sleep. Great, okay, Xia Chen, you're fine. Tian Xiaoan stood up happily, her lucky magic sword still remained in Xiao Chen's hands. For flowers. Green praised, as a child, you are an amazing man, your physical fitness is much stronger than when I was at that time. Xiao Chen, take a good rest, don't get up first. Say, I fainted. Xiao Chen reacted and showed a bitter smile. After the potential was released to the extreme, he just felt more and more wanting to sleep, and finally, fell down. Excalibur, Excalibur. He suddenly remembered something, opened his palm and slammed into a distant direction. A voice kept ringing in his heart, I can do it. Yes. 0-0. Bang bang. The passers-by were shocked, and under the admiration of the clansmen, the Iqwa sword flew out of thin air, cut through the sky and flew from the roof to Green's room, into Xiao Chen's hands, and was withdrawn with a flavor in his other dimension. It's so amazing. This operation made everyone around him look sluggish. At this time, Kay took the broth that he had boiled for a long time, and carefully sat next to Xiao Chen. Drink the soup. Thank you, thank you. Xiao Chen was startled, his nose twitched several times as he smelled the fragrance. It's just that the broth is so hot that it's inconvenient to drink. Kai wanted to fan with her hands, but embarrassingly, she held the broth in both hands, so she could only lower her head and blow the heat away. Xiao Chen then drank the delicious broth. Aside, Tian Xiaoban watched this scene. His body was covered with black wolf hair, his skin was azure blue, his teeth were raised, and he could not let go. He knew that Xiao Chen was his good friend. You can see this scene. He's just so unhappy and irritable. A beast personality, infinitely magnifying the trace of jealousy in his heart. Roar! Tian Xiaoban stood up abruptly, waving his claws and making a long wolf howl. That long wolf howl made Xiao Chen, Kay, and the others suddenly look at Tian Xiaoban, only to see that Tian Xiaoban over there had transformed into a half-wolf and half-human being. Xiaoban, how did you become like this? Everyone was shocked when they saw Tian Xiaoban who looked like this. Tian Xiaoban gasped, scratching the ground with both claws. I feel so good now, don't worry. Don't worry about it. Xiao Ban, did you get caught by that wolf? Xiao Chen's eyes shrank suddenly and asked Xiang Tian Xiaoban in disbelief. Tian Xiaoban scratched his cheeks with both hands, looking very impatient. 900. So what? I feel an unprecedented power in my body. Oops. Xiao Chen's face darkened. He returned the broth to Kai, took a deep breath, and stood up. Mark suddenly realized, but he didn't realize anything yet. No wonder Yunusi has inherited it for so many years, and the people who were scratched by him will become werewolves. The current werewolf may also be changed by humans. Woohoo! Tian Xiaoban whimpered again, staring at Xiao Chen. His eyes were unimaginably fierce. To be precise, he was looking at the bowl of soup that Kai made himself. The terrified Kai avoided Tian Xiaoban's gaze and subconsciously hid behind Xiao Chen to gain a sense of security. This scene. It made Tian Xiaoban feel indignant, and he couldn't help but think of Xiao Chen's previous state of the devil. Isn't it more powerful than anyone else? The power he has now is far greater than before, definitely stronger than Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen said solemnly, Xiao Ban, your current state is very wrong, calm down. Tian Xiaoban stretched his body and tapped his chest like a gorilla. Xiao Chen, I want to duel you. As soon as this word comes out, everyone around was stunned. Green and Mark both said, Xiao Ban, stop making trouble. Only Xiao Chen's face was a little ugly. He looked at Tian Xiaoban's appearance, and secretly screamed. The negative energy in Xiaoban's heart can be said to be completely controlled by this beast state. Crack crack. There were muffled noises from the bones of Tian Xiaoban, and they were growing taller little by little, becoming the shape of Yunusi. His face became pointed, and the voice became louder and louder. Grandpa Green, I know kidding? I want to prove that I am the strongest. Boom. This moment. He is 2 meters tall, and his dark green eyes are completely different from Yunusi's blue wolf light, but there is not much difference in appearance. Janusi. Green instantly raised the shotgun nervously and aimed it at Yunusi Tian Xiaoban, and Mark on the side was also very alert. Xiao Chen's face was ugly. Xiao Ban, are you really going to fight me one-on-one? Of course. Tian Xiaoban moved his neck and said in a low voice, also, don't call me Tian Xiaoban, and don't call me Yunusi. Now, my name is Xiao Tianlang. This is the nickname he has given himself for this state. Xiaoban, aren't you two best friends? Why are you fighting? Tian Xiaoban couldn't help walking between the two of them, admonishing them, holding the magic pendant in his hand. Call? Tian Xiaoban took a deep breath and said, it doesn't matter if you are a brother or not. After the fight, Xiao Chen and I are still good brothers, but I want to prove something. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Kai from the corner of his eye. He seemed to be waiting for Kai to praise him, how domineering he was at this time, and how he was able to stand out. What can wait is the appearance of Kai avoiding. This made him even more unable to bear the indignation in his heart, and wanted to compete with Xiao Chen. Xiaowen, Grandpa, you all get out of the way, and let me and Xiaoben settle things properly, Xiao Chen said in a deep voice. Tian Xiaowen then sighed and came to Xiao Chen's back. It seemed that he and Kay touched shoulders from time to time. Neither of them let the other step, and neither of them looked at each other. Green asked Xiao Chen and Xiaoben to solve it. Mark also pressed the shotgun in Green's hand. Green nodded in Xiao Chen's face, and the two old men took a step back. Throughout the house, one person. The werewolves confronted each other. Go. Tian Xiaoben let out a wolf howl, and in the long howl, he could barely hear a word. Xiao Chen looked around and saw the Excalibur sword in his hand. It's true that 4.5 is not suitable for us to play here. Go out. With a sullen face, he followed Tian Xiaoben out. Taste? Boom. Tian Xiaoben, who walked out of the house, climbed to the roof in 3 or 2 strokes, with great strength. After climbing to the roof, he bent down and stretched out his hand to help Xiao Chen pull up. He lowered his head, clenched his teeth, and looked like a mob. Xiao Chen, I'm sorry, I have to win this fight. I'll wake you up. Xiao Chen just raised the Iqwa divine sword expressionlessly and said lightly. The light wind blew 2 people, one was hair, the other was wolf hair. Tian Xiaoben said in a low voice, are you ready, Xiao Chen? Wait a moment. Xiao Chen looked at the door of the house with some cold and arrogant eyes, and no one came out of the door. He slowly retracted the Excalibur into the other dimensional space, raised his wrist, and opened the Omnitrix on his wrist. Ding dong. An alien pattern appeared on the Omnitrix screen. Broken. Xiao Chen pressed the screen, and accompanied by a burst of green light, a giant beast with orange hair, like a tiger, and a majestic lion, appeared in front of Tian Xiaoben's eyes. Super beast. Even Tian Xiaoben in the state of the howling wolf, when comparing super beasts, is like a medium-sized predator encountering a large-scale predator. The gap is quite large. Basically, it can be one of the latter recipes. 16 Super Beast. Tian Xiaoben jumped his teeth and bent his claws slightly, posing as a hunting posture, crawling on the ground constantly. The super beast is also moving on tiptoe, and the heat perception always locks the figure of Tian Xiaoben, and also locks the few people in the house. In this way, even if someone approaches here, he can immediately detect it. Roar. In this confrontation, Tian Xiaoben was under even more pressure, and he was the first to yell out unbearably. With the sound of flavor, Tian Xiaoben's figure turned into an afterimage and quickly appeared in front of the super beast, and his double wolf claws grabbed the face of the super beast heavily. Shhhhhhh. Super beasts have no eyes. But his huge body is incomparably agile, stepping back and back, making Tian Xiaoben's attack slammed into the air, and even when the super beast was forced to retreat to the edge of the roof, he avoided Tian Xiaoben's attack by jumping. Without the super beast, Tian Xiaoben ran to the side because of the inertia caused by his extended claws, and swayed left and right for a while before he didn't fall. Monument. And the super beast fell to the side, just stayed there silently, not chasing after the victory. You can beat me just now. Tian Xiaoben stabilized his body's center of gravity, turned around to look at the super beast, clenched his fists with both claws, and gradually adapted to the state of speech of this body. Xiao super beast, go all out. Embarrassing me. Roar. The super beast suddenly raised his body, clenched his fists and waved it, and landed again. His whole person's aura became terrifying, as if he was completely serious. Tian Xiaoben's muscles seemed to swell a bit, and when he stretched out his body, his explosive power was even more terrifying. Boom. Next moment, Tian Xiaoben turned into an afterimage, but the super beast was actually faster. He transformed into an orange spherical flash bomb, and the two figures collided together and made a violent collision sound. There was dust flying on the roof, and ash kept falling, and everyone in the house shivered when they heard the sound on the roof. But they didn't dare to go out. Cough cough. Tian Xiaoben immediately took a few steps back, coughed out a few mouthfuls of white foam, and it took several seconds for him to recover. Taste. Immediately afterwards, the arm of the super beast raised high, and one claw grabbed at Tian Xiaoben's neck like a fish, which is a super fighting skill. Boom. Tian Xiaoben's mouth spread out like petals, releasing bursts of purple sound waves, hitting the chest of the super beast in front of him impartially. Boom. The super beast was instantly blasted out by the sound wave. His claws also hit Tian Xiaoben's body the second before. Both flew off the roof and fell heavily on the ground. Meow. The super beast got up slowly, and a piece of fur on his chest was blown away, revealing the majestic chest muscles inside, which looked like a gap. Cough cough. And Tian Xiaoben got up a second later, wrapped his left arm, a wound was scratched on his left arm, and blood was dripping continuously. His expression was full of affirmation. That's it, there's going to be a contest between men. Go on. Taste. As the time of his werewolf transformation progressed, his speed was actually faster -900, and he swept in front of the super beast again. The two are like wild carnivores. No matter what skills, what tricks, all are not easy to use. They have used all the skills that this body can use. Bang bang bang. The claws and sharp teeth of the two collided like swords, spears, swords, and halberds, and sparks were thrown. Over time, even when Tian Xiaoben became stronger, he was repelled by the super beast little by little. The most terrifying thing is, Tian Xiaoben caught the flaw of the super beast, and when he suddenly scratched it, he was instantly evaded by the super beast using spider sensing, and a perfect counterattack blasted Tian Xiaoben. On the surface, it is the flaw of the super beast. In fact, as long as anyone dares to attack his flaws, he will be cut off. Boom! In a few minutes, Tian Xiaoben was blasted out and fell on the ground not far away, the werewolf's burly body covered in scars. Obviously, Tian Xiaoben lost. The super beast did not choose to pursue the victory, but just stayed there and watched Tian Xiaoben quietly, and stretched out his claws. Wow! Far away, Janice's wolf howls resounded throughout the valley, from the valley, and resounded throughout the entire village, as if calling for something. Call out? Tian Xiaoben wrapped his chest and walked towards Yanusina, step by step, with his back to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, don't look for me again. I will definitely fight next time. If you win, don't let the water go. The super beast didn't speak, because he couldn't speak, just locked on Tian Xiaoben's breath, watching Tian Xiaoben drift away, merged with Nayanusi, and disappeared into the mountains, as if returning to the forest. After a full 9 minutes, Xiao Chen walked out of the light of DNA with a few beeps. After hearing that the transformation time was over, everyone rushed out in a hurry. Xiao Chen, where is Xiaoben? Mark first came to Xiao Chen's side, relieved after seeing that he had no obvious trauma, and then asked anxiously. Xiao Chen reluctantly responded, Xiao Ban was bewitched by Janyusi Island because he turned into a werewolf. Now he should have followed Janyusi to the deep mountains and forests. Hearing this, Mark was dumbfounded, and said for a long time, nonsense? Kai Yi and Tian Xiaowen were on the left and right. The two of them didn't look at each other with a cold face, they just checked whether Xiao Chen was injured. Green, who contributed the most in the audience, instead came to the roof and looked into the distance. After a long time, he said, Yanusi's wolf howl was not intentional? Because today is a special day, the night of the full moon. The full moon is normal, is it a kind of astronomical weather? Tian Xiaowen looked at Green suspiciously. Kay put his hands on his shoulders, and said with a hint of confidence, you don't understand this. Legend has it that on this day of the year, not only is the full moon, but also when Janyusi is most active, he will be extra excited? Maybe, we found out why Janyusi attacked us? I'm afraid that at night, he will be with Xiaoben. Green said with a solemn expression. If we assume 2 werewolf beasts hurt ordinary people, then things got even worse. Mark's face became solemn, and he said, no, we have to find Xiaoben as soon as possible. His state is very bad, and he doesn't know what will happen to his werewolf. He didn't dare to go back to see Xiaoben's parents, let them know that Xiaoben has become like this. Then Mark will never be accepted by his own children in this life. Because he is a plumber, Mark is busy saving the world and often has no time to take care of his son, Xiaoben's father, and the relationship between the two is already tense. He doesn't want to disappoint his family anymore, that's why he brought Xiao Chen and the others out to play. Maybe Xiao Chen touched his chin and speculated, I know where Xiaoben and Yanusi have gone, you come with me. Bang bang bang. He took the lead and walked forward, according to the position judged by the transformed super beast before, and took that position as the end point. Is it reliable? Green couldn't help asking, should I take the hound? Don't worry, Xiao Chen has become Xiao Chen is smarter than a hound, so you don't need to bring it. Grandpa, isn't this metaphor a good one? Green, Tian Xiaowen, Mark, and others followed Xiao Chen, and they also declined others who wanted to help. Although they wanted to help, their presence only served to cause trouble. Out of the village, everyone came to a nearby mountain. The mountain was not very steep, uneven, and not very high, so it was very suitable for people to climb. It is worth mentioning that, although Xiao Chen has strong physical strength, physical fitness, and the like, he has experienced relatively little mountain climbing, and he seems a little clumsy. Let me help you, our Huawo people are very good at climbing mountains. At this time, Kay on the side stretched out his hand to gently hold Xiao Chen, and smiled at Xiao Chen. With a unique sense of beauty different from city girls, it is a smile composed of the conservative and seductive Nawe people. These two words cannot be put together no matter how you think. Thanks. Xiao Chen just stared straight ahead, did not look towards Kai, and nodded calmly. Tian Xiaowen's feet gradually floated up and left the ground. Xiaowen, let me take you. Mark, Nios, helplessly looked at Tian Xiaowen's jealous look, supported Tian Xiaowen with one hand, and pulled her down from the air. Several people quickly went up the mountain. Perhaps it is because the location is relatively vague, or there is an error in the judgment. When everyone came to the mountainside, they found the trace of Anansi in this vast mountainside. Always find the afternoon. When the moon appears. The exhausted Green looked at a cave not far away, and asked in surprise, is this the place you're looking for? It is this. Xiao Chen from a distance quickly ran over, nodded affirmatively, looked up at the moon again, and his eyes jumped slightly. Moon today. Arrive early. Soon. Everyone gathered at the entrance of the cave. The entrance to the cave is very narrow, and Mark's figure needs to bend slightly to squeeze in, while Xiao Chen and Kay can easily get in. I had. Xiao Chen said without hesitation. And he always kept the lucky magic pendant that Tian Xiaowen gave him in his pocket, and it wouldn't be a big deal. Kai was about to speak, then Green directly pulled Kay over and warned seriously, only Grandpa Mark, Xiao Chen, and the others can go in, you can't. Why? Grandpa, are you going to sit back and watch? Kai asked angrily. His eyes kept looking at Xiao Chen, and the most angry thing was that Tian Xiaowen came to Xiao Chen's side with a victorious attitude. Green said solemnly, I've seen it for a long time. Mark's grandchildren have unique skills. If we go in with them, it's purely to cause trouble, so you can't. He forced Kay to stay. Xiao Chen didn't talk nonsense. He walked directly into the cave. It was dark inside, and he could barely see the scene within 1 meter by squinting. And, very quiet. After he walked in, Tian Xiaoan came in glowing, and finally Mark. The three walked inside. The further you go inside, the wider the road of the cave, until the three of them can walk side by side. With the help of the magical light on Tian Xiao's tattoo, Xiao Chen also judges that they are going down. Because they lost their sense of direction in the dark, they didn't notice that they were taking a step to the bottom. Ding dong. Xiao Chen clicked on Omnitrix, and after choosing an alien, he didn't rush to shoot. Don't worry, I can transform at any time. Good. Tian Xiaoan responded nervously, while Mark remained silent. After walking down for a few minutes, the three of them walked out of this long tunnel and came to a vast underground space. There is a large piece of magma not far from this underground space, illuminating this empty underground space. On the other side of the magma, there is another underground space, and there is also a hole leading to nowhere. This place is even deeper than the temple where the Excalibur was stored before we encountered it, and it's actually full of magma. Xiao Chen said in disbelief. Mark patted him on the shoulder. Xiao Chen, just get used to it. This planet is not only us, there are many kinds of aliens. Because of their arrival, there will be many strange natural phenomena on the Earth. It is not surprising. That is to say, this underground space may also be caused by aliens? How should we find a small class? Xiao Chen looked ugly, walked to the magma, looked at the hot magma and said nothing. Just standing there, the heat coming from his face made him sweat constantly and almost dehydrated. The underground space opposite the magma is dozens of meters away, so it's impossible to swim through it, right? Gollum? Gollum? Jit? Gollum? Suddenly, the magma was like boiled water, violently tumbling out of violent bubbles. Xiao Chen stepped back without hesitation, pulled away, and Mark protected Tian Xiaoan back. After a full retreat of dozens of meters, boom! A figure was actually drilled under the magma, and as the figure was drilled out, countless magma followed the figure, dripped onto the ground, and instantly melted into big pits. Whoa! That figure, at this time, was hanging above the magma, breathing deeply, and a large amount of magma on his body continued to slide down. Abruptly revealed. A steel monster? That monster was wearing a steel battlesuit made by Xiao Chen for Tian Xiaoban. The battlesuit was scorched hot by the magma and almost melted. Moreover, because of the size of this monster, the proportion of the battlesuit was also a bit problematic. Same? It's called a monster. Because under this steel battlesuit, it is not the outline of a person, but the outline of the howling wolf, especially the ears that are raised on the head, which is extremely obvious. Howling wolf in a steel battlesuit. Xiao Chen said with an ugly expression. Click, click. The steel howling wolf twisted his neck slightly and made a deep voice. Xiao Chen. I just found out that the nano system of this steel suit you built for me is really suitable for me, even if I turned into a werewolf, and it also made me wear it according to my size. The current me is stronger than the previous me, countless times stronger. This tone. It was actually Tian Xiaoban. When Xiaoban became a werewolf, he turned on his steel suit. Tian Xiaoban was acutely aware of this in an instant. Xiao Chen also showed a solemn expression. Tian Xiaoban in this state is already in an unknown state. Strong? Humph. Sign-in object detected. Tian Xiaoban in a steel suit. The host chooses to transform into an alien howling Sirius to fight against Tian Xiaoban, and you can complete the sign-in. Alright. Xiao Chen no longer doubted Tian Xiaoban's combat effectiveness. System authentication must be very strong. You must know that after various enhancements such as limit enhancement, potential release, etc., each of his aliens is at the level of diamond, which can trigger the system to sign in, and it will not be much weaker than this level. Not to mention, the system sign in this time is obviously to strengthen the new hero of Howling Sirius, Xiao Chen. Tian Xiaoban said loudly again, use your little broken watch, transform yourself, I will definitely win this heads up. I won't be soft-hearted. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, raised his Omnitrix, opened the screen, and slowly turned to the side of Howling Wolf. Boom! He patted the Omnitrix, and with a burst of light, the burly Howling Wolf walked out. Tian Xiaoban in the sky was startled, and his voice was a little surprised. I didn't expect that you didn't transform into your best diamond god of war, or a four-handed overlord. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The host can choose to apply the check-in reward to the combat equipment, or choose to store it, or use it immediately. There was a system prompt in Xiao Tianlang's mind. He took a deep breath and looked at Tian Xiaoban in front of him. Xiaoban, you wait. Wait? What do you mean? Tian Xiaoban just wanted to rush over, but because of Xiao Tianlang's words, he became confused. The system, use it directly, otherwise I might overturn the car and be overturned by Xiaoban. Get the blue reward, get the animal fruit in one piece, the dog fruit, the werewolf branch. This is a mysterious ancient fruit, between the magical beast and the ordinary animal fruit. F***CK, isn't this the devil fruit of a character in that CP9? Taste? On the palm of the Howling Wolf, there really was a fruit with a strange shape and a very strange look. Tian Xiaoban tilted his head. Fruit? What? For it. Howling Wolf looked at the animal fruit in his hand, stunned for a moment, then opened his mouth and tasted the flesh. Shit, it's so bad. The first bite he took, his mouth was sore, he retched directly, his claws tore the ground, and he rolled back and forth in pain. How he wished the thing was alive. Ollie dipped it, and drank it. Maybe it tastes better. What? Godly? Tian Xiaoben was instantly curious about the fruit. Cough cough. Howling Tianlang painfully swallowed the first devil fruit in his stomach. He didn't even look at the rest of the devil fruit, and flew out with it. Boom! Tian Xiaoben flew directly over, received the devil fruit, and lifted the mask, revealing his ferocious werewolf face. Haha, I got your goodies. For your own good, don't eat it, really. Xiao Tianlang looked at Tian Xiaoben and pleaded, a fight is a fight, don't eat this stuff. Tian Xiaoben said, it's fine if you don't say it, but when you say it, I want to eat it even more. Click. He actually ate the whole thing, and his face was full of a provocative smile, as if he was saying, how is it? I am much better than you? Biting. His face gradually became unpleasant. Goo. Tian Xiaoben's face flushed instantly, he clasped his neck with both claws, and his feet kept breathing fire, flying in the sky, vomiting while flying. He will eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner by himself today. 4 flowers. Spit it out all at once? In the end, he slammed into the opposite platform directly and wailed in pain, who can come and save me? Poison, this is poison. A fruit. Put down 2 fierce men, oh no, fierce wolf. Xiao Ban, Xiao Chen. Tian Xiaoen looked at the two of them nervously. Mark came to Sirius' side and observed the latter's physiological characteristics. But the howling wolf's fur just turned dark blue and became a little sharp, like steel needles, and his teeth and claws were slightly sharp. 00. And his muscles, which gradually became in shape, can be seen clearly without deliberately exerting force. It seems that the whole is strengthened by 2 or 3%. Strength in medicine? I don't remember Xiao Chen having this thing. Mark was confused. At this moment, a werewolf beast emerged from the opposite cave. It was Yanusi. He looked at Mark and the others with murderous eyes. Uninvited guest? Janusi. Of course Tian Xiaoen didn't want to be idle. She kissed directly and flew to Yanusi, mainly because she didn't want to see the 2 people fighting. Hoo! Howling Wolf gradually raised his arms, propped himself on the ground, climbed up hard, took a deep breath, and felt the surge of power in his body. There was a little more puzzlement on his face. This seems to be the most useless reward, and there is no improvement at all. Xiao Chen, you are so despicable, you attacked me with poison. Tian Xiaoben, who had vomited clean, finally regained his senses, spewing fire and floating in the air, glaring at Howling Wolf. Full of high-tech. This fight. It's enhanced creatures vs mechanical creatures. Billion call out. Tian Xiaoben spewed out flames from the solace of his feet. The speed of his whole body was like lightning, and he appeared in front of Howling Wolf in the blink of an eye. Boom! His heavy fist, which was wrapped in alloy, slammed into Howling Wolf's chest impartially. Cough cough. The Howling Wolf was blasted straight out, crashed into the wall, shook down countless gravel, and coughed violently several times. There was a stinging pain in the whole person's chest. What a great strength. Not bad, Tian Xiaoben. Xiao Tianlang rubbed the wolf fur on his chest and said coldly. Did you hit too hard? Tian Xiaoben was a little embarrassed and scratched his head in embarrassment. No, have a good fight. Howling Wolf took a deep breath, got up, and moved his muscles and bones, and the pain on his body actually weakened a lot. His resilience is greatly improved because of this fruit. Boom! Tian Xiaoben was no longer polite, and quickly surged to the side of Howling Wolf, punching him again in the jaws of Howling Wolf. Boom! Xiao Tianlang didn't show any weakness, he also stomped on Tian Xiaoben's chest and stumped him on the ground. One was knocked out, the other fell to the ground. Monument? At the moment of landing, the Howling Wolf twisted his body, landed on all 4s, and lay there like a real wolf. At the same time, he always had a strange feeling in his heart, as if there is some kind of power that can be used. Boom! Tian Xiaoben aimed his palms at the ground, spewed out flames, got up all of a sudden, and continued to fly towards the Howling Wolf. Bang bang bang! Even though Tian Xiaoben was wearing a steel battlesuit, his style of play also became very tough guy style, with Xiao Shenlang you punch, I punch. Soon, Xiao Tianlang was beaten until his nose was blue and his face was swollen. Tian Xiaoben was also beaten so that there were claw marks all over his armor, and the speed of recovery was far less than the speed of Howling Sirius. Why is this guy's body so strong? Tian Xiaoben was secretly surprised. His fists gradually began to be unable to beat Xiao Tianlang's body bones, as if the latter were steel and iron bones. I've become more durable. Howling Wolf also noticed this. That animal fruit was blessed on the Howling Wolf, who was originally an animal, making him extremely durable and recovering very quickly. Under the protracted war, he could actually fight back and forth with Tian Xiaoben. You know, this is a new alien hero. Bang bang bang! After a series of fights, Tian Xiaoben frowned and flew into the distance, flying to the sky to spread the distance. To heaven. Xiao Tianlang looked at Tian Xiaoben in the sky. His body still kept the movement of punching, and after one followed, he steadied his pace, raised his head and frowned at Tian Xiaoben. Xiao Chen, try this trick. Tian Xiaoben stretched out his palms and aimed at Xiao Tianlang's body, and his mask automatically opened, revealing his wolf face. He opened his bloody mouth, condensing sound waves. The laser wave and the sound wave gathered at the same time, which turned out to be a triple offensive. Even the sonic attack of the Howling Wolf, under the multiple long-range attacks of Tian Xiaoben, is very inferior. I am afraid that only a wizard alien like the electric lizard Flameman can compare with it. Boom, boom, the sound waves gradually gathered, and the rays of light were extremely dazzling. The Howling Wolf below had a premonition that if he couldn't escape, even a body of steel would not be able to resist such an attack. I feel like that feeling just now is back. Howling Wolf landed on all fours restlessly again, his body was constantly swaying, and his face was twitching. Click, click. There was a screeching sound from the bones in his body. The straight waist is slightly arched, the limbs gradually become slender, the teeth are sharper, and the wolf head becomes majestic. For a moment, a werewolf beast turned into a wolf. Howling Wolf felt this brand new state at the moment. His face was dull. I can actually switch my form? Is this an animal fruit? Boom! In the next second, the sound wave and the laser wave fell at the same time, as spectacular as a waterfall. Even Tian Xiaoben couldn't see the bottom. But when Howling Sirius raised his head, the laser wave that was supposed to be extremely fast became very slow. His feet moved slightly forward. The whole body seemed to be smeared with oil on the solace of the feet, and it turned into a phantom and flew out with a smell. It ran out of the open space and came to the wall. The limbs hooked directly on the wall and climbed on the wall at an extremely fast speed. Climb up? Like a four-handed 4.5 demon monkey, it climbed to the wall, or even the top of the cave, and kept approaching Tian Xiaoben, who was hanging in the air. Howling Wolf in this state. The speed is not much worse than the flash star. Boom! The Howling Wolf ran up for more than a second before the light waves and sound waves landed, and a large area of the earth was instantly destroyed, sinking into the magma. Tian Xiaoben looked down nervously. This guy, don't fall into the lava, just admit defeat, Xiao Chen. He didn't notice. On top of your own head, a wolf hangs upside down. Stare at him coldly, like a ghost story. Look carefully. Howling Wolf's 4 claws were deeply hooked above the cave, and it was with this hook that he was able to walk over the eaves. Call? Howling Sky Wolf took a deep breath. His body swelled instantly. His claws clasped the cracks he grabbed before, but his feet slid down weakly, and his whole body hung on the ceiling. He has turned into a werewolf? Xiao Chen, why are you missing? I'm so strong that I can't find him now, right? Tian Xiaoben looked down, but still couldn't find Xiao Chen's figure, which finally made him a little flustered. Little class, look behind. Xiao Tianlang let out a low roar, and slammed towards Tian Xiaoben. Tian Xiaoben was startled, and really subconsciously looked towards Xiao Shenlang, but was slammed on him by Xiao Shenlang. Boom! In an instant, Tian Xiaoben was suppressed by the terrifying weight of the Howling Wolf and fell to the ground. Bang bang bang! Xiao Tianlang was unceremonious, opened his bloody mouth, and his sharp teeth fiercely attacked Tian Xiaoben's chest, and he gnawed several cracks. It wasn't until Tian Xiaoben raised a hand that the ray of light flashed, and the Howling Wolf jumped away again. The light instantly turned into a laser wave and hit the previous position of Howling Heavenly Wolf, smashing a big hole above the cave. The speed of response is not bad. Xiao Tianlang Jiao ticked a tick and gave Tian Xiaoben a good evaluation. Tian Xiaoben got up slowly, and looked at the crack on his chest in disbelief. How did you do it? Suddenly appear there? No comment. But you'll know in a second. Click. There was another crisp sound, and the Howling Wolf landed on all fours again, switched to wolf mode, exerted force on his limbs, and exploded out like a cheetah. It turned into a phantom and circled around Tian Xiaoben. Tian Xiaoben couldn't stop spinning and spinning, but he could only see a vague shadow and couldn't see the location of Howling Wolf. Boom, boom. At this high speed, the Howling Wolf rammed again and again, attacking Tian Xiaoben's shoulders, abdomen, and even his back, and even left his faint afterimage in the air. Tian Xiaoben was beaten into anger, and he continued to send waves around, bombarding wildly. But to no avail. It just left big holes in the surrounding walls. It looked like he couldn't take it anymore. Howling Wolf smiled with satisfaction. Activate, Lai Guang Core. Tian Xiaoben's face turned pale, his palms clenched tightly. Billy Pala, bursts of electric light flickered around. It was actually a Lai Guang nucleus. Oops. Xiao Tianlang's face was startled. Bang. Next moment, the wolf shadow was caught up by a golden light. The 2 rays of light collided fiercely, and then flew up the wall together, swept over the top of the cave, and then jumped on the big rocks on the magma. The speed is already unpredictable with the naked eye. Boom! When the 2 returned to the original place again and collided together, the force was too large and the 2 flyers stopped at the same time. Ho. Tian Xiaoben's whole body flashed with electric arcs, and the Howling Wolf suddenly switched to the werewolf mode. His arms were grabbed with Tian Xiaoben's arms, and the strength was stronger. Boom! Tian Xiaoben's feet spewed fire, and his body flew forward, enduring the Howling Wolf to retreat one after another. Xiao Shenlang's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared, ah. All the muscles in his body were bulging, the pain was fading, and the animal devil fruit was able to thrive during the battle, making his strength stronger little by little. Gradually, he stopped. Hold up the offensive of Lai Guang nuclear field Xiaoben? Strength has grown. Tian Xiaoben looked at this unexpected scene and murmured in surprise. Roar! Xiao Tianlang opened his mouth again, and even his teeth were sharper, biting Tian Xiaoben's shoulder. Taste? The next second, Tian Xiaoben was actually bitten by the howling wolf, and the huge bite force directly dragged his body. What? Howling wolf turned into a wolf, bit Tian Xiaoben, and ran wildly, running all over the cave in a few seconds. When he threw Tian Xiaoben down, vomit. Tian Xiaoben was half kneeling there, retching in a daze, but he couldn't spit out anything. The devil fruit had already made him vomit enough. Whoosh. Xiao Tianlang stared at Tian Xiaoben and twisted his neck slightly. He felt the power in his body and was a little shocked. This animal fruit is not like the burning fruit ability obtained by 900 flame people, but it gains enormous power all at once. More like a growth ability? Along with the battle, it becomes stronger little by little. Maybe in the future this devil fruit can be awakened, allowing Xiao Shenlang to completely climb from the second level of strength to the only existence. I still can't beat you. After Tian Xiaoben retched for a while, he knelt there on one knee, both unwilling and relieved in his eyes. Bang bang bang. Because of the excessive energy consumption, his steel battlesuit was also removed directly, revealing his werewolf body. I don't know if it's an illusion. The wolf fur on his body became much thinner. Get up. Small class. Xiao Tianlang was silent for a while, then walked to Tian Xiaoben and said. Tian Xiaoben raised his head and was about to say something. Bang. A sonic attack hit Howling Wolf's body from the side, instantly blasting him out and falling into the magma. Not far away, Nayanussi carried Tian Xiaoben with one hand and threw it aside, roaring with a mob face. Tian Xiaoben was sluggish for a long time. Watching Howling Wolf fell into the magma and was engulfed by the magma. Tian Xiaoben was stunned. He only felt that every minute and every second of time seemed extraordinarily long. The first time I met Xiao Chen, the quiet boy who didn't pay much attention to him, then became friends who recognized each other, and finally became brothers who saved the world together. Countless memories appeared in front of Tian Xiaoben's eyes. Then look at the brutal, beast-like Janussi. Tian Xiaoben fully reacted. How could I be so embarrassed by this monster? He woke up instantly and looked at Yanussi's eyes, from trembling, to anger, to endless coldness. A pair of palms hold tightly. I want you, and give it back 10 times. Boom! Tian Xiaoben's wolf head aimed at the ground, spewed out a sonic attack, and his body was bounced straight out, hitting Yanussina. Boom! In an instant, Yanussi was knocked to the ground by Tian Xiaoben and fiercely bit Tian Xiaoben's shoulder. Tian Xiaoben cried out in pain. Blood was directly bitten from his shoulder, leaving deep tooth marks. Pain at this moment. It made the picture of himself and Xiao Chen appear in his mind. Why would I, because of that little thing, help you in trouble? Tian Xiaoben opened his bloody mouth and bit Yanussi's shoulder all at once. With a click, he directly bit off Yanussi's spine. Aoming! Ouch! Yanussi instantly felt severe pain, opened his mouth and screamed, and took a few steps back. Tian Xiaoben in front. Full of rage. Above the cave, several holes were blown up by the lightning nucleus. The moonlight shone along the hole and shone on Tian Xiaoben's figure, illuminating his irritable appearance to the fullest. You pissed me off. Tian Xiaobanya got up, spread his arms, and rushed towards Yanussi again. Bang! Bang bang! One punch, another punch, imitating Xiao Chen's technique before, actually suppressed Yanussi to the ground and continued frantically. Soon Janussi had a bruised face and screamed in agony. Wow, Aoming! He kept begging for mercy, sobbing, but unfortunately, Tian Xiaoben never meant to let him go, and kept hitting him hard. Wow! After another begging for mercy, Yanussi's miserable eyes suddenly turned cold, and he opened his fingers and directly released a sonic attack, hitting Tian Xiaoben in front of him and blasting the latter out. Taste? Then, he puffed up and ran directly to his knees and escaped, using his own strength to suckle. Boom! Tian Xiaoben fell not far from the magma, and slowly climbed up, but there was a burst of tingling pain in his chest, even with a trace of heat. Look down. The wolf hair on his chest was all blown to pieces. Not only that, but the meat inside was scorched. It was a burst of pain. Even the shoulder that was almost bitten can't compare to the pain here. Tian Xiaoben struggled to get up, looked at Yanussi's back, and angrily tried to catch up, but his body became weaker and weaker. It turned out to be his werewolf, fading little by little. At the end of the day, Tian Xiaoben's mutation this time was just a mutation of a wound infection. He was still an earthling in essence, and it was impossible for him to completely transform into the Yanussi race. He only transformed in a short period of time. Boom! Just a few steps out, his knees softened and he fell to the ground with a remorseful expression. What have I done? For a girl you like. Just fight with your brother. If it was Xiao Chen, he would never do this. No, what's the use of my remorse here? Tian Xiaoben was still a very courageous person. He cheered up, took a deep breath, wiped away a few tears, and walked to the magma. Xiaoben, what did you do? Where's Xiao Chen? Tian Xiaoben, who was on the side, woke up slowly, and Mark rushed over. Both of them were asking Tian Xiaoben this question. Yanussi's claws are even sharper, making Xiaoben's face look ugly for a while. A moment of silence. He took a deep breath. I did something wrong. It was, Niu Dihao, that I killed Xiao Chen. So, I have to save him. Boom! Tian Xiaoben patted the reactor on his chest again, and the steel battle suit was reassembled on his body. Back then, in the world of future classmates, he put a lot of energy into it. These energy sources were originally used as trump cards, but now they come in handy. Wait, little class. Tian Xiaoan noticed something. If you go in, just puff. Next moment, she was dumbfounded. Tian Xiaoban plunged straight into the magma, and his figure completely disappeared in front of his eyes. This small class. Mark was also anxious, pacing back and forth. Why is he like that in magma? Tian Xiaoban couldn't see anything clearly, he only knew how to grope around. Until, mound, when he waved his palm, he touched something, and there was a crisp sound. Okay, both are amazing. Boom, Tian Xiaoban immediately grabbed the thing and pressed his feet hard. Boom, the magma drilled out 2 figures, which burst out in an instant, and the 2 figures landed on the opposite ground with a little magma. Clap clap clap, the shattered magma melted into big pits. Tian Xiaoban's steel battlesuit could not be supported, and he fell to the ground exhausted. And that side. It was Xiao Chen who held the Excalibur sword in his hand and was covered in purple arrogance. He, always opening the Excalibur, coupled with the release of his potential, made a surprising discovery. This waste gas can actually form a shock wave to protect the host. Just like this, it has been lurking under the magma, neither moving nor moving. And the lucky pendant that Xiao Chen always carries in his hand, as if giving him great strength, let him use his potential to support until Tian Xiaoban collided with the Iqwa sword, and then he was brought over by Tian Xiaoban. 913 Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen and Xiaoban are fine. Xiaoan flew over excitedly, while Mark stood opposite, watching this scene with relief. Call out? The purple arrogance on Xiao Chen's body dissipated instantly, and he slumped on the ground exhausted, looking at Tian Xiaoban who was lying there. Xiao Ban, have you recovered? More or less. Tian Xiaoban's face was pale, he forced a smile, and nodded towards Xiao Chen. Only, on his small shoulders, there were deep tooth marks of the howling wolf, and the blood continued to bleed out, staining the ground red. There was a big hole in his chest that was injured by the sound wave, and his flesh was broken, and he was about to be sent directly to the west. Even the breath of Tian Xiaoban is getting weaker and weaker. Just now he drilled into the magma, and he has spent all his strength. Xiao Chen watched this scene, raised the lucky pendant without hesitation, touched Tian Xiaoban's hand fiercely, gritted his teeth and said, "You live for me? Did you hear me?" Boom! The moment Tian Xiao, Bjit, class held the lucky magic pendant, his breath really stabilized a little, and his face recovered a little. Boom! Xiao Chen snapped his watch, and a flashing star appeared. He bent down and picked up Tian Xiaoban, turned to look at Mark and Tian Xiaoan. "You guys go out slowly, I'll take Xiaoban out for treatment first." Boom! The flashing star turned into a gust of wind and flew out in an instant, and before Mark and Tian Xiaoan could answer him, they disappeared in front of the 2 of them. Call out? They rushed out of the cave again, bypassing Kai and Green. The 2 just felt a gust of wind passing by, looked around in confusion, and continued to stare at the entrance of the cave. Taste? When Flash Star stopped, he had already arrived at the Huawo village, and after looking around, he still came to the village doctor's house. Broken pieces? Knocking on the door, he immediately jumped onto the roof of the village doctor. "Who? Little boy, what's the matter with you?" When the village doctor opened the door, he was shocked when he saw Tian Xiaoban's appearance. He hurriedly picked up Tian Xiaoban and sent him to the room for treatment. The flashing star on the roof slowly pressed the pattern on his chest. Bio. He transformed into another alien, the Vampire King, with a very embarrassed face. "In case, if something happens to Xiaoban, I will turn him into my puppet as soon as possible, at least hang him. Take one breath and take him to the city for treatment." Fortunately, in the village doctor's room, there was only the sound of the village doctor's treatment and bandaging, and there was no sighing or the like. With the end of the transformation time, Xiao Chen sat on the house, looking long and deeply into the distance. Mark K and his group were coming from afar. Step by step, stepping on the falling moonlight, they came to the door of the village doctor together. Crushed. Mark didn't notice Xiao Chen on the roof, knocked on the door, and after the village doctor came out, he asked politely, "Hello, have you ever seen a little boy?" "Have?" The village doctor nodded affirmatively. "It's incredible, it's incredible." His tone was full of surprise, which made Xiao Chen on the roof prick up his ears. "What's wrong?" Mark looked at Tian Xiaoan curiously, and several people walked into the house one after another. Boom! Xiao Chen jumped off the roof and walked into the house with a blank expression, startling everyone. The house smelled of medicine. Tian Xiaoban was lying on a bed, covered with a quilt, feeling much better. He was sleeping soundly, and he didn't usually snore. The village doctor sat next to him and said incessantly, "When this little boy was first delivered, I was frightened. This is a serious injury, but after I bandaged him, I found out that his physique is very special and has strong resilience." "Very strong? And the physique is also quite good. What? Is it because of Janice's teeth? Or is it because of eating some devil fruits? Or a lucky charm?" Xiao Chen couldn't find the real reason, but this matter was a good thing for him. "Little class, it's fine." Mark touched Tian Xiaoban's forehead and said with relief, "It's good to be back." Kai looked at Xiao Chen with some distress, and said indignantly, "Xiao Chen, Xiao Ban has gone too far with you this time. He not only helped Janice, but also hurt you. Wait for him to recover. Now, be sure to speak to him well." "Okay, you all go out, let me stay alone, I'll go out." Xiao Chen suddenly said strongly that he didn't even look at Kai Yi. This made Kai lost his soul and walked out with everyone. Even the village doctor was pulled away. There were only 2 people left in the house. Xiao Chen suddenly said, "Stop pretending, Xiaoben, you haven't fallen asleep, have you?" Taste. Tian Xiaoben opened his eyes. "You guessed it, Xiao Chen." Tian Xiaoben said, "I just want to be quiet, there are too many people, I can't stand it." Xiao Chen nodded, "I know you definitely haven't fallen asleep. You didn't have the habit of snoring before." Tian Xiaoben scratched his head embarrassedly, "Am I pretending that I don't look alike at all? You've seen it all. Have a good rest, I'm going out too." Xiao Chen got up slowly, and after exhorting Tian Xiaoben, he also walked outside. Tian Xiaoben looked at his back, and thoughtfully, the moment he was about to open the door and go out, he suddenly stopped. "Xiao Chen, wait." "Xiao Chen? Okay." Xiao Chen froze in his footsteps and turned to look at him. Tian Xiaoben turned his back to Xiao Chen, lay in the bed, and said loudly, "I'm sorry." Saying this, his hands clung to the corners of the quilt tightly, but after speaking, his mood suddenly relaxed a lot. "Have a good rest. Small class." Xiao Chen showed a relieved smile to Tian Xiaoben, walked out of the house, and slowly closed the door, although he still has a trace of bitterness in his heart. This time, Tian Xiaozo stayed for several days. Originally, the summer vacation plan was to go to the music carnival. Because Xiaoben was injured and needed to stay for treatment, he had no time to go to the music carnival. Until the fourth day, Tian Xiaoben's body has almost recovered, and his injuries have also improved. Everyone stood at the entrance of the village and said goodbye to Green, Kai and others. "Mark, are you really staying for a few more days? Is there a place where I am not well entertained?" Green looked at Mark and asked reluctantly, "I haven't had time to thank you." Mark smiled heartily, "Okay, Green, we are old friends for so many years, don't be polite to me. And it's not that I don't want to stay, but we have other plans on our summer vacation schedule." Okay. The two are reluctant to part with each other, and at their age, after this meeting, maybe forever, not sure. And Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoan were standing in front of K. After all, they also helped take care of them for several days. They left without saying goodbye. How could they be embarrassed? "Thank you for helping us these days," Tian Xiaoan said politely. Kai shook his head, and looked at Xiao Chen with dark eyes, as if he had a stick in his eyes. "Xiao Chen, will you still come to the Huawo clan?" Xiao Chen's expression became serious. "K, there are some things I have to tell you." "What's the matter?" "We're still young, it's normal to have a good impression of our peers, but don't think it's just like. You will meet many better people than me in the future, so you shouldn't waste your time on me. When you grow up for a few years, you will naturally understand." Life mentor Xiao Chen began to give pointers. What's more, there is always Xiaoan in his heart, and he has no time to talk to K. Although K is really pretty. "But, I really like you," Kai said reluctantly. Xiao Chen could only be hard-hearted. "You live in the village, I live in the city, we don't live in the same place, the cultural differences are huge, our childhood experiences are different, we are people from two worlds." "Kai, I'm sorry?" Kay wanted to object. She likes Xiao Chen not because of any city or culture, just because this is a very brave boy, that kind of unique calm temperament, very attractive. But she also understood that Xiao Chen was determined to refuse, no matter what, he still had 10,000 reasons to refute. "For flowers." Kai bowed his head, "Got it. Feel sorry." Xiao Chen looked at her with a soft heart, sighed and said, "Just got into the old broken car." Seeing this, Green and Mark shook their heads helplessly. After saying goodbye to each other, Mark also left Kay some of his special food. He also returned to the old broken car, followed by Tian Xiaoan. Tian Xiaoban has been staying in the car. He looked at Xiao Chen who got into the car, and his eyes were very moved. "Xiao Chen, you don't actually need to do this. I thought about it, but I still want to make it clear." Xiao Chen shook his head and said. After this time, Tian Xiaoban has a deeper understanding of what is family and what is friend. The setback that he should have experienced in the original book made him more mature, because Xiao Chen's arrival was gone. But because of Xiao Chen's arrival, he appeared again. Tian Xiaoban gradually wanted to understand. Be a hero for what? Maybe bring it to be cool. But at the end of the day he wants to protect the people he cares about. The old broken car sped away. Green touched Kay's hair and laughed and teased, "Haha, what Xiao Chen said is not without reason." "Grandfather." Kai raised his head, and his eyes became persistent. "The city where Xiao Chen lives is Bell City, right? I heard you say that I want to go to primary school there. I have to become better in order to be close to him?" This. Green's face was stunned. He didn't expect his granddaughter to be so obsessed. "Alas. If you really want to go, then go. Reading is also a good choice." Kai nodded heavily, looked at the old broken car that sped away, and made up his mind secretly. "Xiao Chen, I will definitely surprise you next time we meet. This is a brand new day. This day in the summer vacation plan is just a self-driving tour." Tian Xiaoban tried his best to beg Grandpa Mark to drive an old broken car to a nearby city and arrive at the door of a video game store that has not yet opened. "Xiaoban, do you want to buy an electric one again?" Xiao Chen held his head in his hands and said lazily. Tian Xiaoban said excitedly, "I've seen it in Bango before, the latest sequel to the Furious Sumo Wrestler, and it will be sold in secret here. No publicity, whoever is lucky will be able to buy it." Right now, the video game store isn't even open because it's early morning. Everyone was waiting in the car. Wow. 913. When the owner of the video game store walked to the door and opened the door, Tian Xiaoben borrowed Tian Xiaowen's lucky magic pendant, then wiped the lucky pendant and ran to the door of the store. "Ah, kid, please come in." The store owner glanced at Tian Xiaoben in amazement, and kindly led him into the video game store. A few minutes later, holding a red gift box, Tian Xiaoben returned to the old broken car beamingly, and handed the lucky charm to Tian Xiaohong. "Like it, this must be the sequel to Furious Sumo." He opened the red gift box with anticipation. There was a game box lying there, and the box probably contained a game CD. The cover of the game is a violent sumo wrestler, with samurai holding samurai swords on both sides, very neon temperament, and the name is written Furious Sumo Wrestler, Evil Conspiracy? Who is the villain? The villain is the classic boss of the violent sumo series. The protagonist is Ishiyama Yokozuna. We want to crush the villain's conspiracy? Haha, this is a new game. Tian Xiaoben cheered, holding the CD, and immediately looked at Xiaowen pitifully. Tian Xiaowen put his hands on his shoulders and couldn't stand his eyes. "Okay, you can use the computer to play with it, but if your hands are sweaty, you are not allowed to touch the keyboard and mouse of my laptop." "Well, I have several gamepads and USB cables, but I can't use a keyboard. Games must be played with a controller to have a soul." Tian Xiaoben patted his chest and said confidently. After saying that, he moved the laptop, opened the CD-ROM, couldn't wait to put the new game on the CD-ROM, and then connected his gamepad. After a pleasant prelude, he entered the game. An action game from a third-person top-down perspective is presented in front of the three of them. "I'll go play with combat equipment." Xiao Chen stretched, put on the combat equipment, opened it, and entered the combat world. His imaginary enemy is still an old friend, Guang Jiezai. Boom. The Vampire King has entered a state of potential release. "Now, let's see how fast I can defeat Mahaz." After just a few minutes, without using any external force and excluding all possible factors, the Vampire King who released his potential directly beat Mahaz to his limbs and broke his limbs and died of breathlessness. He was a little embarrassed himself, but he was not injured in the slightest. "I could kill more Jath faster, but I'd also break my arm, and that wouldn't be worth it." The Vampire King muttered to himself. His style of play was relatively conservative. Then, he unleashed the potential of every other alien. Even the Little Raiders are no exception. And the release of the potential of Little Raiders is exceptionally unique. That uniqueness is not reflected in combat effectiveness, but in ability. "It's so fun, I didn't expect this game to have open-world elements. Wow, the interface can not only select one character, but many. Xiao Wen took a picture for me, and then posted it on the internet. I just want to make other violent sumo players envy me, envy me." Just as Xiao Chen continued to practice against each other, bursts of voices resounded from the sky, making his head full of black lines. "The sound of Xiaoben playing games is too loud, how exciting is this? Little class." Xiao Chen chose to withdraw from the combat equipment, looked at Tian Xiaoben with a black line, and found that Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaowen hold a gamepad, choose their own samurai, and go on an adventure with the hero Ishiyama Yokozuna in the game. "You two are actually playing this game," Xiao Chen said in disbelief. Tian Xiaowen looked helpless. "I really can't stand him making a fuss, so I had to join him and play with him." "You lied. Obviously, this generation of violent sumo games is particularly good, and you only came to play 4.5. Tian Xiaoben immediately retorted. He looked like he had obtained a treasure. "It's probably the first time I played Sekiro or Zelda Breath of the Wild, that kind of feeling." "Small class, stop playing the video game, take a break and read a book." "Okay." Xiao Chen persuaded. Tian Xiaoben was completely addicted and turned a deaf ear. "You guys, forget it, let me go too." Xiao Chen shook his head helplessly, looked out the car window. The sky was gloomy, and it was drizzling, which made him listless. Join it anyway. When he came to the two of them, the laptop screen was frozen. "Ah, it's just stuck at this level, and it's annoying." Tian Xiaoben's expression became irritable. He raised his palm and gestured to slap the laptop. Tian Xiaowen hurriedly protected his laptop, turned his head and asked, "Damn, what do you want to do with my computer?" Tian Xiaoben said as a matter of course, "Electronic products have crashed, just take a shot. I think it's not enough performance." Xiao Chen touched the back of the laptop. It was hot and hot. 80 or 90 degrees at least? Yes, the requirements of this game are very high, and the configuration of this computer does not seem to be able to satisfy this game. Tian Xiaoben scratched his head in distress, and then looked at Xiao Chen maliciously. "Xiao Chen, can you do me a little favor?" "What?" Xiao Chen was startled and looked at Tian Xiaoben. Tian Xiaoben smiled. "Please turn into a shapeshifter and make the computer run faster. I believe you can do it." Xiao Chen frowned. "No, my Omnitrix is not used to do such a boring thing." "Research?" The shapeshifter slowly wrapped around the laptop, all accessories except the screen. In an instant, the cooling speed of the notebook computer has accelerated a lot, the screen has returned to normal, and the running speed has been increased by 5 times. The computer has directly become the next generation game console. "That's it." The shapeshifting monster said lightly, "Hurry up and clear the customs, my transformation time is only 15 minutes. "Okay, I got it Xiao Chen." Tian Xiaoben couldn't wait to pick up the gamepad and started playing again. At this time, boom, boom, the already gloomy sky began to rain heavily, accompanied by bursts of lightning and thunder. The shapeshifter felt vaguely uneasy. By the way, there are lightning rods on the old broken car, Grandpa. Grandpa. His eyes turned to his grandfather. Because of driving all night, Mark was so tired that he fell asleep in the driver's seat and didn't hear the three of them at all. Boom! Suddenly, a burst of thunder struck the roof of the old broken car and drilled into the laptop along the entire car's cable. Call out? The screen of the laptop suddenly released a terrifying light, swallowing the shapeshifter, Tianzioben, and even Tianziowen in front of him. Huh? What a loud thunder! Mark rubbed his eyes in a daze, and after complaining, turned over and continued to fall asleep. All characters on the laptop screen are gone. Instead, there are 2 more children, and a shapeshifter whose style is completely different from the game world. This is, what the hell? The shapeshifter rubbed his head, raised his head, and looked around in shock. The sky seemed to be stained red with blood. When I looked over, there were no clouds or sun, only endless red light. This is much brighter than the sunset red. And all around, it is a village. There are watchtowers, village houses, wells, towers. It's just that this village is very different from the Nawewo villages. This village has no power lines and no natural gas. In short, there is no evidence of modernization here. This is an ancient village? Taste? A figure appeared beside the shapeshifter. Tianzio Tao, wearing a blue samurai armor, appeared beside him, followed by Tianzioben in a withered yellow armor, also dressed as a samurai. It's that lightning that sent us to the game world, Tianziowen said in shock. Instead, Tianzioben was the most excited among the 3. Cool, the 3 of us have entered the game world. This is not cool at all, Zioben, Ziowen, we have to find a way to get out. The shapeshifter said to Tianzioben with a headache. Taste? Suddenly, a meteor streaks across the skyline and sits heavily in front of the shapeshifting monster, smashing a large pit, and the dust on the ground is stirred up, covering the pothole. In smoke, 913 slowly came out with a ball head. The ball head has the same limbs as a human, but it is very short, with a strange pattern on the face, like a mask-like face. There was also a yellow flag tied behind his back. The deformed monster's face became solemn. This is, Tianzioben exclaimed, it's the soldier of this game, the sumo robot? This is really the game world. Bang bang bang. As soon as the voice fell, sumo robots flew from a distance, like meteors, and smashed beside the sumo robot, and 7 or 8 sumo robots appeared in a row. Call out? A sumo robot looked at the shapeshifting monster, the expression on its face became murderous, and it ran over directly. His short legs run very fast, like a terrifying wheel. Boom! The shapeshifter was immediately hit by the sumo robot and rushed forward with the inertia of the ladder. Xiaochen, Tianzioben and Tianziowen invariably called out the name of the shapeshifter. Bang bang bang. After the sumo robot rushed towards the shapeshifter, the other sumo robots lifted their footsteps and attacked Tianziowen and Tianzioben, like a group of carnivores staring at the Tibetan antelope. Taste? Tianzioben clenched his fists and made a blocking gesture, playing games. I'm not afraid of you. You guys, stop me. At this time, a low growl came from behind. The sumo robots stopped in unison and looked at the other side in disbelief. It's a sumo robot standing there. But his skin has turned black, and it has the unique pattern of the shapeshifting monster. It is a sumo robot covered by shapeshifting monsters. The shapeshifter slowly clenched his fists, and said coldly to the group of sumo robots, you guys, if you want to fight, just fight at me, and bully a group of unarmed people. SHHHHHH. A group of sumo robots ran towards the shapeshifter in an instant. We want to help Xiaochen. Tianziowen suddenly became anxious. Tianzioben hurriedly stopped her. Xiaowen, we are defenseless now and will only cause trouble to Xiaochen. Listen to him. Tianziowen also quickly calmed down. Then what do you say, stupid, you can't just watch it. Tianzioben fell into thinking. His eyes gradually brightened, since this is a game world. His eyes looked towards the observatory. On the Highland observation deck, there are golden coins placed one by one. It is the reward design in each game level, as a prop for players to retreat. We time to collect some useful items. Tianzioben raised the corner of his mouth, said to Tianziowen who was beside him, and immediately ran towards the observation deck. Boom! Here. The shapeshifter threw a heavy punch and smashed a sumo robot to pieces, but the remaining sumo robots fell on him one by one, pinning him to the ground. Damn, I can't move. The shapeshifting monster kept struggling, but the sumo robots held him down, and the fighting power of this thing itself was not strong, so he couldn't get out at all. In this case, taste? His figure peeled away from the sumo robot, and he slowly drilled out along the gaps between these robots, like mud. Those sumo robots didn't realize it yet, and were still foolishly suppressing that sumo robot. It's done. The shapeshifter quietly moved aside, his arms changed into cannon-like stances, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Now, I should send you ugly monsters to hell. After speaking, he slowly aimed the pair of cannons at the sumo robot over there. Bayu bayu, the fly in the ointment is that, accompanied by bursts of crisp sounds, Chen Reunion appeared on the spot. His face was a little ugly. Wearing a convenient silver light armor, he looks as domineering as Zhao Zilong. But now, he didn't even have a weapon. Bang bang. The remaining sumo robots realized something, got up one after another, and looked at Xiaochen with cold eyes. Hey, big monster, stop it. There was a righteous and awe-inspiring voice from the observation deck. Xiao Chen, and even the robots looked up and saw it impressively. On the lookout. Tian Xiaoben is holding a curved treasured sword, majestic. Tian Xiaowen held a large kunao in his hand, and his pretty face was full of confidence. Both of them got artifacts? Tian Xiaoben, you really understand the map. Of course, although this is only a secret beta game, I also remember the treasures of the first few levels very clearly, so I don't need to drill any bugs. Tian Xiaowen rarely praised Tian Xiaoben. After Tian Xiaoben answered confidently, he jumped down. This is called a superhero fall. Research? When his figure fell from the 8-meter-high observation deck, his body instantly shattered like an afterimage and disappeared, and even the majestic treasured sword disappeared. Xiao Chen, Tian Xiaohong. Sumo robot. The audience was very quiet, watching Tian Xiaoben in silence. Call out? There was a slight noise beside Xiao Chen. It was Tian Xiaoben, who was wearing armor and holding a treasured sword. He was resurrected and appeared beside Xiao Chen. He patted his chest with lingering fears. Who scared me to death? I thought I would be very handsome. This idiot. Tian Xiaowen covered his face with one hand, did not have the courage to see Tian Xiaoben again, and climbed down from the observation deck step by step. And Xiao Chen also found out suddenly. On Tian Xiaoben's shoulder armor, there are 3 rings, only 2 of which are glowing, and 1 has been dimmed, nor it is good. Xiao Chen, Tian Xiao's tattoo is also the same, the difference is that their 3 balls are glowing? That means post. 3 lives per person. Xiaoben, don't waver anymore. Realizing this, Xiao Chen solemnly warned Tian Xiaoben. Okay. Tian Xiaoben didn't say much, he charged forward with a samurai sword in his hand, and Tian Xiaowen also stepped forward with Kunmyo to help, and the two got into a ball with the sumo robot? Xiao Chen looked at them and couldn't help but feel helpless. It was the first time that he had saved others. This was the first time he felt so powerless. He is also not as familiar with game mechanics as Xiaoben, and knows where the props are. Even the small broken watch is bleak. Soon. Tian Xiaowen and Tian Xiaoben fell into a disadvantage. The sumo robot is not strong, and it is slightly more powerful than the small robot of Mahaz. But the 3 of them have been deprived of their strongest abilities. In other words, they were interrupted to fight the enemy, and naturally they were not opponents. And here, not anime, but reality. Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaowen did not save their lives, but were surrounded by sumo robots and fought back to back. I'm here to help you. Xiao Chen couldn't stand it any longer, his expression was calm, and he rushed forward. Monument? Tian Xiaoben's samurai sword sumo collided with the robot's fist, creating a terrifying whirlwind. Just that whirlwind. Xiao Chen flew out and rolled on the ground several times before stopping. His face became incomparably complicated, and he gradually recognized something. I have no ability. Even. Are you not qualified to participate in this battle? What? Following Tian Xiaowen's low voice, a sumo robot suddenly attacked from behind and punched Tian Xiaowen in the back. Small tattoo? Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen shouted the latter's name loudly. Call out? Moment. 913 Tian Xiaowen's figure disappeared and died once. In the next second, she appeared behind several houses, and one of the 3 lights on the shoulder armor had gone out. Oops, if I lose 3 lives, God knows what will happen. Xiao Chen thought calmly. Next second. He couldn't think calmly. Perhaps because of his yelling just now, the sumo robot that killed Tian Xiaowen walked slowly to Xiao Chen. The sturdy body cast a black shadow that covered Xiao Chen's body. He didn't even have the strength to speak. The body could not move at this moment, and the fear that was so close at hand convinced him. This game dies, really dies? Call out? The sumo robot raised its fist like a heavy hammer and slammed it down without hesitation. Boom! The ground where Xiao Chen was standing was smashed into a big hole. Hoo-hoo! He collapsed on the ground behind him in horror, his legs split, and he was sweating as he watched the heavy punch between his feet. Although he lost his ability, he could react faster than ordinary people after many battles of life and death. The sumo robot raised his fists again. This time, he aimed at Xiao Chen's head and shoulders, not giving him any chance to escape. Boom! Another hammer fell. Xiao Chen's pupils suddenly dilated, watching the heavy hammer getting closer. Boom! A figure suddenly dissipated. The sumo robot's fists also stopped suddenly because of the figure, hanging in the air. That is, Tian Xiaoben's back. It's still at the last second. Tian Xiaoben turned his back to the sumo robot, and with a smile on his face, dissipated in front of Xiao Chen. On his shoulder, another light went out. Xiao Chen reacted, stood up reluctantly, and looked at the sumo robot in front of him with his fists raised. Xiaoben? Xiaoben to save him. Only 1 life left. Taste? Boom! But after the anger, Xiao Chen could only retreat in embarrassment. The sumo robot's fists were still chasing after him. His heart was full of humiliation, but he could only retreat. Looking at the small broken watch, the small broken watch is still dim. Don't bully my friends. Damn robot. At this time, BGEF. Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaowen, who were revived in the distance, rushed over one after another. Tian Xiaoben raised his samurai sword to block the heavy punch of the sumo robot, and Tian Xiaowen took the huge kuna around the sumo robot, and robot cuts down. Boom! The upper body is on the ground, and the lower body is still standing. The 2 of them killed a robot perfectly. Thank you, Xiao Chen's face was full of cold sweat. He breathed a sigh of relief, and thanked him just now. His words stopped abruptly. A sumo robot stood behind him, his fist penetrated his figure, attacked from behind, and drilled out of his abdomen. Click. A lamp on Xiao Chen's shoulder went out, and the figure suddenly disappeared. Tian Xiaoan and Tian Xiaoban suddenly found out. The remaining 4 sumo robots were surrounded by all 4 directions, not giving them any chance to breathe. Taste? This is. When Xiao Chen appeared on the observation deck, he was stunned. He looked down at the entire village, looked at the surrounded Xiaoban Xiaoan, and recalled, I was attacked just now, and I lost my life. These robots have a strong sense of combat. And now, Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoan were also suppressed by the robots, half kneeling on the ground, and gradually, powerless. Small classes. Only 1 life left. Boom. Tian Xiaoban was holding a katana sword, with several fists on the samurai sword, like a hill, pressing him to his knees on the ground, shouting piercingly, as if he was asking Xiao Chen for help. Xiao Chen watched all this. Constantly how to shoot small broken watches. The small broken watch did not respond at all. Like water off a duck's back. There is no savior to save them. Can't I do anything else? Wait. Xiao Chen watched this scene, holding both hands tightly, but there was nothing he could do. He seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. Are you there? His palms opened slightly. A divine sword. It suddenly appeared in his palm. Countless times sharper than that samurai sword, divine sword. The Excalibur cut them off. Although the small broken watch was brought over, the ability of the small broken watch was frozen. And Xiao Chen's Excalibur, because it was in a different dimension, actually took advantage of this game and could be successfully summoned. When he was holding the Ico Excalibur tile, he exuded a chilling demonic aura, and his icy eyes stared at the sumo robot below. Boom! At this time, Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoan fell to the ground overwhelmed, the weapons in their hands flew out, and a sumo robot took the lead in raising his fists and aiming at them. Their faces looked at the heights, and their expressions became dull. But that expression is not afraid. Above the blue sky, a figure stepped on a long sword, flew down from a height, and quickly approached behind the sumo robot. Taste. Xiao Chen jumped abruptly, and the Iqwa divine sword flew into his hand. He lifted the divine sword and landed on the robot by inertia. With a click sound, a crack appeared in the middle of the sumo robot, and it fell to the ground in 2. Xiao Chen stood on the scrap metal of the robot, looked at the surrounding sumo robots with a clear expression, and slowly raised the Excalibur. I see who of you dares to do it. Severe energy fluctuations. Severe energy fluctuations. The sumo robots were filled with awe as they looked at the Excalibur. It's like watching what weapons the gamer is holding to clear the level. Potential unleashed. Xiao Chen let out a low roar, and a surging demonic energy appeared all over his body. He looked extremely powerful, and what surprised him the most was that, in this game, the pressure of potential release on him has been reduced a lot. Boom! A sumo robot couldn't stand the fearful atmosphere, turned into a rolling ball, and crashed. Call out? Xiao Chen looked at him suddenly. A purple crescent shock wave flashed in his palm, and the shock wave quickly split the body of the sumo robot, and it was still divided into 2. The incision was smooth and flawless like a mirror. Another robot. Die? The remaining 2 sumo robots stared blankly at this scene and looked at each other. Immediately, they unanimously chose to run out, terrified. Call out? Click. Xiao Chen raised his left hand, and the Excalibur in his hand turned into a purple thunderbolt, passing through the bodies of the 2 robots in front of him, making 2 explosions in a row before the sword flew back to his palm. Xiao Chen, it's amazing. All of them were instantly killed by Xiao Chen. Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoan stared at Xiao Chen, who was extremely domineering in front of him, their expressions extremely shocked. The scene in front of them told them that invincible Xiao Chen is back. Call out? The light on Xiao Chen's body dissipated, but his body was not too tired. He looked at Xiaoban and Xiaoan with concern. Are you all okay? Fine. Me too. Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoan picked up their weapons one by one and got up. In the life bar of the 3, Tian Xiaoban only had 1 life left, Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoan only had 2 lives left, so it could be said that they died before they were successful. Bang bang bang, sudden, from afar, the sumo robots hit the ground again and fell heavily on the ground. For flowers. Why are you here again? Xiao Chen once again showed a radiance to the sky, stretched his sword forward, and asked arrogantly. Tian Xiaoban took a deep breath and thought quickly, Xiao Chen, I think it should be the level design of this game. The level design of this game is that as long as we don't find the exit to clear the customs, we will keep spawning monsters slowly. The entrance to customs clearance. Very easy to find. Xiaoban, you go to the customs clearance entrance, I will block these rubble. Xiao Chen said lightly. Then, Xiaoan was unwilling to wait and asked, am I waiting here? Xiao Chen thought for a moment, turned sideways, and avoided the impact of a sumo robot. After cutting off the sumo robot with a backhand sword, the sound of the explosion covered his few words, which seemed to be intermittent. This is not a swim, do you go and see if there are any tasks you can do? Boom! Saying that, he jumped high again, dodging the collision of the other 2 sumo robots. Remnant right, I'm going to see if there are side quests and hidden treasures. If we can find them, we can get a lot of props. The most important thing is to find a way to leave the game world. Tian Xiaowen's eyes lit up, he did what he said and set off immediately. And Xiao Chen, who keeps his potential released, touches waves of sumo robots, and can also enjoy the release of his potential with a very low debuff. This means he can keep exercising this state of his own. Maybe things like physical strength and defense will not change when they return to the real world, but his understanding of swordsmanship is getting higher and higher. At least he knows how to cut, how to maximize the instant kill the enemy. Xiao Chen's fighting stance gradually became proficient and thrived. 100 million taste. When Xiao Chen swung the Excalibur sword again, the sword energy gathered into a beam of light, and the moment he approached the enemy, the beam of light exploded instantly. Boom! The light burst into a cloud-like purple arrogance, wrapping several sumo robots at the same time, and they had dense sword wounds on their bodies in the cloud, and finally exploded unbearably. Hey, it's the fourth wave that has been killed. Xiao Chen took back the Ico Excalibur tile slightly, wiped a few drops of sweat on his forehead, and smiled. I have gained a lot. At least my control and understanding of the Ico Excalibur have increased by 1 level. 913. Xiao Chen, found it. There. Tian Xiaoben ran over and pointed at the entrance of the village. There is a red aperture at the entrance of the village. We stand on the aperture, and the aperture will take us out of this pass. Good job. What about Xiaowen? After Xiao Chen complimented him, he looked around with a curious expression on his face. Here. Tian Xiaowen got out of the house next to him and said to Xiao Chen, come here and see what I found. What? So excited. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows suspiciously and walked into the house. As soon as he entered the door, there was a musty smell, and it was very dark inside. Only the side of the bedroom emits a faint light, which is a green light. Xiao Chen walked into the room slowly, and Mu Ran found it. In the bedroom, an icon with an alien flashed. Not the aliens Xiao Chen already had, but the aliens he didn't have. It's an alien with a big mouth on his face. This is an alien? I've never seen an alien that Xiao Chen transformed into. It looks disgusting. Tian Xiaoben walked out from behind, looked at the icon, and said with a bit of disgust. That is vomiting monster? Xiao Chen suddenly remembered. This is the vomit monster used by Bango? That is to say, in this game, Xiao Chen even has a chance to unlock the aliens he has not used yet? This is terrifying. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and waved his hand. Xiao Wen, you did a great job. But I don't like this alien very much. Let's go to the next level. They can search the entire map, collect all the treasures, and let Xiao Chen master more aliens? Moreover, as we all know, this kind of game level is more difficult as you go on, and the rewards are also great. Let's go then. The three walked out of the house together, and a new wave of sumo robots appeared outside, but unfortunately, with the cooperation of the three, these robots soon became scrap metal one after another. They quickly arrived at a red aperture, and the aperture floated directly, like a huge pumice stone, supporting the three of them and began to rise rapidly. The sumo robots chased down and looked angrily at the three figures flying up. Just like the real thing. Xiao Chen sighed with emotion about everything around him. Tian Xiaowen said, okay, our crisis is temporarily lifted. Now we should think about it. How can we get out? Although it is very interesting here, we can't be trapped in the game world. Transformers. We got in with shapeshifters, and maybe we can get out with shapeshifters, but I don't have any aliens in my little broken list yet. We just have to fight. Xiao Chen helplessly shrugged his shoulders, but there was a faint hint of excitement in his heart. This is a very suitable place for training, and it is much better than combat equipment. Taste? With the rise of the aperture, the three of them came to the sky, and in front of them, there was a floating island. There was a 5-story attic on the island, which looked magnificent. And all around, there are densely packed pumice stones. The pumice stones are huge, like a hill. Aperture. It also stopped completely here, no longer rising. Has it already arrived? Xiao Chen was slightly fascinated, and looked up at the sky with caution. Where will the enemy appear? Taste. Under the pumice stones, there is a huge monster that looks like a balloon. It has no legs. A pair of slender arms hug the bottom of the pumice stone. There are barriers in front of them. It's a blazing flame. 2 ports appeared at the bottom of them, spewing flames, and quickly rushed out from under the pumice stone, swarming up from all directions. Coming? Xiao Chen 4.5 stared at the sky. When he noticed the movement around him, it was too late. Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaowen hurriedly climbed down to avoid the impact. Xiao Chen twisted his body, nimbly dodging the impact of each robot, rolling, jumping, and even slashing with his backhand, leaving scars under the cumbersome mechanical body. But these robots are very smart, and after they fail at once, they will kill with a carbine, and they will keep attacking again and again. With more and more robots, Xiao Chen's figure gradually became exhausted, unable to keep up with the rhythm. Oops. Xiao Chen looked embarrassed. A lot call out. Boom. Xiao Chen tried his best to dodge, but a robot bumped into him from behind. Although he reacted at the last second and leaned to the side, he was hit hard on the shoulder. Just a touch. Xiao Chen took off in an instant, flew out of the pumice stone, and fell rapidly towards the bottom, passing the pumice stones one by one, and he was about to fall to the ground. Xiao Chen? Xiaoben, don't go, you will die. Tian Xiaoben shouted Xiao Chen's name and anxiously wanted to jump down to help, but Tian Xiaowen hugged him tightly. Boom! When Xiao Chen passed the last pumice stone, he reacted abruptly, restrained his fear, stretched out the Excalibur sword and pierced the pumice stone beside him. What? Accompanied by a crisp sound, his Excalibur penetrated into the stone, clasped his shoulders with both hands, and hung on it. Hoo-hoo! He looked at the ground below with a lingering fear. The houses on the ground were as big as ants, and it was terrifying to see. Hold on, great. Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaowen also wiped off their sweat. I don't know if the robot recognized Xiao Chen, or if he knew that Xiao Chen was the most difficult one to deal with. He actually floated to his side one by one. Oops. Xiao Chen's face turned ugly, and he said word by word, "These monsters have to let me lose my life here." Taste? A robot flew towards Xiao Chen first and hit him hard. Anticipating his own death, Xiao Chen was extraordinarily calm, watching the robot crashing towards him. Boom! The pumice stone on which Xiao Chen was standing suddenly trembled, making a deafening sound, as if another pumice stone had hit it. Stop! A man who is more than 2 meters tall, his body is thick, and his arms are even more muscular than those of a gorilla, and he looks like a humanoid monster. It just fell to him on the pumice stone? That is, Ishiyama Yokozuna. Is he the hero of the game? Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaowen said in surprise one after another. Boom! I saw Ishiyama Yokozuna stretched out his big hand, and actually grabbed the robot that hit Xiao Chen, swooped it into his arms, and hugged it hard. Boom! The robot was directly crushed and exploded. The blasting force only made the fat on his body tremble a little, but it did not cause him any injuries. Well, that's not fat. Xiao Chen looked up at Ishiyama Yokozuna, only to feel full of oppression. That's because his muscles are too thick, so he has been in a relaxed state. So he looks like fat. Sure enough, the male protagonists of the game appeared at the last second. Moreover, this guy's strength is approaching the feeling of a four-handed tyrant. You are a very powerful warrior. I have seen it all. Ishiyama Yokozuna's eyes fell on Xiao Chen, his eyes softened, and he stretched out his big hand. Thank you, thank you. Xiao Chen stretched out his palms and grabbed Ishiyama Yokozuna's hand, and when he raised his hand, he brought Xiao Chen up. Xiao Chen jumped onto the pumice stone, pulled out the Ektuwa divine sword at the bottom, and held it in his hand. Taste? His body was once again filled with dazzling magic light. Knight Ishiyama Yokozuna's pupils reflected a trace of magic light, a flash of greed. You are a very powerful samurai. Let's deal with the enemy together. $7. Xiao Chen nodded, looking forward and backward with a dazed expression, while Ishiyama Yokozuna leaned back against him. No, it should be said that Xiao Chen is leaning on him. After all, his body is bigger, leaning on it like a hill. Broken pieces? Ishiyama Yokozuna used the most common tricks, slapping, hugging, and applauding. This kind of attack was not even a trick, but under the blessing of strange power, he crushed the robots that came one by one to scum. Xiao Chen's performance was a little worse, but he also cut off all the robots that came. After the war is over, he drew his sword, retracted his potential and released it. His whole body returned to normal again, heaved a sigh of relief, and slumped on the ground somewhat tired. A hero is a boy. And Ishiyama Yokozuna looked at Xiao Chen with respect. You are very powerful, although not as powerful as me. 913, but your talent is terrible? Thank you, Xiao Chen said politely. Taste? Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaowen jumped over the pumice stones and landed on the pumice stone. Oh, these are your fellow warriors. Ishiyama Yokozuna glanced at Wang Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaowen. My name is Tian Xiaoben, she is Tian Xiaowen, this is Xiao Chen. Tian Xiaoben looked at Ishiyama Yokozuna and was very excited, as if he saw his idol. Ishiyama Yokozuna, I am your fan. I'm not that famous. Ishiyama Yokozuna tilted his head, looking iron-handedly. Tian Xiaoben shook his head and directly revealed the big secret. It's like this, you are actually in a game world, and you and the villain are the hero and villain of the game? We just came in when we were playing games. Game world? Ishiyama Yokozuna's eyes shrank suddenly, his palms behind his back, clenched into fists. We find a way to return to the real world, Tian Xiaoben said. Ishiyama Yokozuna's clenched fists loosened again. Hello, Xiaoben, is it really okay for us to tell everything like this? Tian Xiaowen couldn't help looking at Tian Xiaoben. Tian Xiaoben waved his hand. Alright, Ishiyama Yokozuna is the most decent person in this game, he will definitely help us. Shi Shanheng nodded his head and raised his eyes with kindness. I will help you to go to the real world. However, we must pass through here and find the villains. Then find the props first. Let me and Ishiyama Yokozuna clear the mobs. Xiao Chen is still the same way of playing. Let's clear up a wave of mobs first. Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaohong nodded, and each went to investigate the surroundings. Yokozuna and Xiao Chen, who were confused by Shishin, faced waves of enemies. When they took out the third wave of bots, Tian Xiaowen came first, with joy on his face, holding a roll of maps in his hand. Look what I found. Maps. And me, I found something good. Tian Xiaoben jumped over from the pumice stones, holding 2 glowing spells in his hands. Map, and aliens. Xiao Chen's expression brightened, and his palm took over the 2 spells. 1. He is a 4-handed bully. Another 1. It is thunder. It's just that the shape of this thunderbolt is a bit unique, and there are thorns on it. If you guess correctly, this is actually the ultimate thunderbolt. F***ck, why is there an ultimate thunderbolt? If you have it, you can. Just treat it as a prop reward. Xiao Chen raised his wrist, and the two spells were absorbed by the small broken watch, and they lit up again, and the two alien heroes appeared. A strange watch. Ishiyama Yokozuna praised. Xiao Chen immediately raised his wrist and said with a smile, yeah, this thing can summon alien helpers from a distance to help us deal with the enemy. Understood. Ishiyama Yokozuna nodded slightly and didn't seem to care about this matter. Okay, don't talk about this, let's look at the map I got. Tian Xiaoan was afraid of what Tian Xiaoban would say, and took out the map to change the subject. The crowd unfolded the map. The location of each level is marked. And that 4-story attic is the famous Gokudo field, which has several levels, and it is also the level closest to the big boss. It seems that the only way to find a shapeshifter is to go to the pole field. Tian Xiaoban touched his chin and said. Ishiyama Yokozuna said with a smile, then let's go. I will help you find the shapeshifting monster, and you will help me defeat the villains. Make a deal. Tian Xiaoban stretched out his fist and bumped his fist with Ishiyama Yokozuna. The four of them walked towards the pole. Xiao Chen looked thoughtful. This Ishiyama Yokozuna, he still can't let go. Not a doubt, nor a worry. He doesn't want to pin his hopes on a virtual character, even if this guy comes true. The four came to the floating island where the pole place was located one by one, and walked to the gate on the first floor. Boom! Ishiyama Yokozuna expressionlessly smashed the gate with a palm and walked in across the ruins. Xiao Chen looked at the destructive power, wiped his cold sweat, and walked in, followed by Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoan. After walking in, they found out. The whole corridor is straightforward, it looks endless. You must know that they walked into the pole field from the front, that is to say, after they walked in, the corridor must be horizontal to them, not vertical. Look back again. Xiao Chen suddenly found out. The gate behind you has disappeared. Gee Dojo, it's too weird. Xiao Chen clenched the Excalibur sword, ready to activate the Excalibur at any time. Ishiyama Yokozuna took the initiative to say, the pole field is very dangerous, you all follow behind me, let's go. Bang bang bang. He took the lead in walking forward, and the rest looked at other places with caution. Everyone thought about moving forward in the corridor. The road was calm and peaceful, and soon they encountered a blocking door, and Ishiyama Yokozuna smashed it. Then go forward. Suddenly a door appeared in the corridor on the left. Okay. Xiao Chen stopped. Tian Xiaoan stood beside him. Tian Xiaoban ran over and opened the door. Wow. What's wrong? Xiao Chen also bypassed Ishiyama Yokozuna, came to Tian Xiaoban, and took a look inside the warehouse. Inside is impressively full of alien DNA. Shapeshifters, flamemen, frozen lizards, big-eyed monsters, all the aliens are in there, a lot. All aliens are inside. Tian Xiaoban was very excited. Xiao Chen was stunned, frowning. No, it's not right, Xiaoban, I feel like this is a trap for me. There was nothing on the way before, how could this kind of thing suddenly appear? At least we have to wait until we pass the level. After all, he removed a small part of his armor and threw it inside. Monument. Parts rolled into a treasure trove. Click. The walls on both sides seemed to have activated some kind of mechanism, and instantly opened a large block, extending a pile of bows and crossbows, sweeping towards the crowd. Ishiyama Yokozuna, who had prepared for a long time, slapped these bows and arrows with the wind of his palm, and Xiao Chen also chopped off a few arrows that were flying around. Go on. Xiao Chen smiled lightly, as if he had a general understanding of the game mechanics, and Ishiyama and Yokozuna led the way side by side. Finally, they reached the end of the corridor, where there was an open door. In. Is a temple? Post.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.